Sign it. The voice was frigid. Qin Ming did not lift his head. He was unable to raise it. Two massive alloy chains pierced through his hip bones, suspending him in midair like a butchered pig in a slaughterhouse. Blood dripped from his toes, pooling on the floor into a thick, dark red puddle. Smack! A resounding slap struck his face. Qin Ming, do not be ungrateful. The prison guard, Wang Kai, was somewhat impatient, the electric baton in his hand crackling ominously as it jabbed once more into Qin Ming's festering abdomen. Electric currents surged through his nerves, causing his body to convulse, and a guttural roar escaped his throat. This is the benevolence of young Master Zhao. Wang Kai slammed the confession document onto Qin Ming's bloodied face. Just admit that it was attempted rape. Confess that you acted on your desires. Young Master Zhao has stated that he would grant you a life sentence, sparing your miserable existence. With great effort, Qin Ming opened his eyes. His left eyelid was swollen like a walnut. The light that filtered through the crevice was fierce, akin to a wolf. 3 days prior, he had been an exemplary student at Jiangxing No. 1 High School, amiable with others, albeit somewhat dull, yet well-liked. Lacking any awakened abilities and possessing low vitality, he excelled in academics. That day in the alley, Zhao Tianci, the fire element talent scion of the Zhao family, was assaulting a female classmate. Qin Ming rushed forward. It was instinctual. Even as an ordinary person facing the lofty reserve of superhumans, he acted. And what was the outcome? The inspectors arrived. There was no justice. The girl he had tried to save cowered in Zhao Tianci's embrace in court, pointing at Qin Ming and crying, "It was him. It was Qin Ming who tried to rape me. Young Master Zhao saved me." All fingerprint evidence and testimonies from the neighborhood pointed to him, and the surveillance cameras had conveniently malfunctioned. At that moment, Qin Ming's world collapsed. This was the world of martial prowess. The words of the powerful were truth. The lies of the strong were ironclad laws. The weak were not even afforded the dignity of humanity. Ordinary people? Merely fodder, consumables, weeds ready to be sacrificed at any moment. I am innocent. Qin Ming spat out a mouthful of bloody froth, splattering it onto Wang Kai's pristine uniform. Wang Kai's expression changed drastically, and he retaliated with a slap that sent Qin Ming's head crashing against the wall. How dare you be so ungrateful? Do you think you can challenge anyone? This is the Zhao family. The Zhao family that rules Jiangxing. Wang Kai wiped his clothes, pulled out his phone, and displayed a photograph before Qin Ming's eyes. I initially intended to leave you with a memento, but since you seek death, let me ensure you understand. Qin Ming's pupils dilated. The photo depicted 2 lifeless bodies. They were his parents. They lay in their once cozy, 30-square-meter home, their skin an eerie cherry red, blood oozing from their mouths and noses, their deaths gruesome. Official report, gas poisoning. Wang Kai's smile was cruel, his finger gliding across the screen. This is the fate of those who disobey. Your parents knelt at the entrance of the inspectors for a day, seeking justice for you. Young Master Zhao found it inconvenient and liberated them. Buzz, something snapped in Qin Ming's mind. All rationality, restraint, and the last remnants of hope in the law shattered. That was his final connection in this world. His family, whom he had desperately tried to protect by becoming stronger. Now, they were gone, like stray dogs on the roadside, kicked to death, all while being labeled as an accident. Qin Ming went berserk. He struggled violently, disregarding the tearing agony in his hip bones, blood gushing forth. The chains rattled as if echoing the final cries of a cornered beast. What are you screaming about? Wang Kai sneered, raising the electric baton to its maximum power. Don't want to sign? Then you can join those 2 old folks. After all, young Master Zhao has given you a chance. The baton plunged brutally into Qin Ming's chest. Electricity surged through him. The chill of death enveloped his body. His heart convulsed violently, and consciousness began to fade. Is this the conclusion? Is this the fate of an ordinary person, to die here like a dog, allowing his enemies to roam free, enjoying wealth and committing crimes upon his and his parents' corpses? No, I refuse to accept this. If there is a next life, I will not uphold benevolence or believe in the law. If I could start over, I would kill, annihilate all these arrogant bastards. Bring forth a bloody justice. All involved, not a single one spared. This overwhelming hatred transformed into an inferno of black flames, erupting within Qin Ming's heart, which was on the brink of ceasing its beat. Detecting extreme violent emotions. Soul compatibility, 100. Brutal system activated. A cold, mechanical voice drowned out the sound of electricity. Newbie gift pack has been issued. Free attribute points 10. Current host status, near death. Please allocate points immediately. Attribute panel activated. Before Qin Ming appeared a stream of blood-red data. Host, Qin Ming. Physique, 0.8. Average person, 1.0. Available attribute points, 10. Allocate points. Qin Ming's consciousness roared that in this world where martial artists could split mountains and superhumans could summon storms. Without power, everything was futile. All. Allocate. To physique. Ding. Attribute points allocated. Physique. 0.8, 10.8. Detected breakthrough of the physique threshold, generating talent traits. Congratulations, you have acquired the trait, copper skin, basic. A searing heat surged from his heart to his limbs. The torn muscles began to heal at a visible rate, and the fractured bones cracked loudly. His once withered body unnaturally expanded, the skin taking on a metallic bronze sheen. The sense of weakness from near death vanished, replaced by a power that felt capable of crushing steel. Is he dead? Wang Kai put away the electric baton, noticing Qin Ming's head hanging limply, sneering. No matter how tough the bones, life is still worthless. Dying is just as easy. The process for a handprint remains unchanged. He produced ink and reached for the hand of Qin Ming that hung at his side, just as his fingertips brushed against Qin Ming's wrist. Swish! That previously drooping hand suddenly seized Wang Kai's wrist with an iron grip, unmoving. What? Wang Kai froze. Qin Ming slowly raised his head. His eyes, once bloodshot and swollen, were now terrifyingly clear. The whites of his eyes vanished, leaving only abyssal black. A sinister grin split his lips. I have received young Master Zhao's gift. Now, it is my turn to return the favor. Crack. Acquired brutality points 100 foot. Wang Kai barely had time to scream as Qin Ming's right hand crushed his wrist into a pulverized fracture. Chapter 2. The Monster That Crawled Out of Hell. A chilling scream reverberated through the enclosed cell, more jarring than the sounds of a slaughterhouse. Wang Kai collapsed to the ground, his body bowing in agony as the excruciating pain from his crushed wrist rendered him unstable. In terror, he gazed at Qin Ming before him. This was no longer the meek student he once knew, but rather a ferocious beast awakening from slumber. Let go. I am a prison guard. If you dare to touch me, I will annihilate your entire family. Wang Kai, in a state of delirium from the pain, resorted to habitual threats. Qin Ming remained expressionless, fixated on Wang Kai's contorted visage, memories of his parents' lifeless bodies flashing through his mind, their strange cherry-red hue haunting him. My family is gone, Qin Ming rasped. Thus, I have no vulnerabilities left. With a powerful surge, Qin Ming strained his arm. The alloy chain that penetrated his wrist emitted a grating sound as it was forcibly torn from the wall, intended to restrain a first-grade martial artist. Release, he bellowed, yanking the chain free with sheer force. Debris scattered as Qin Ming landed, dragging the still-bloodied chain behind him, advancing like a malevolent spirit freed from its shackles. Inching closer to Wang Kai. Don't come any closer. You are just an ordinary person. You have not cultivated qi and blood. How could you possess such strength? Wang Kai's fear escalated. He scrambled backwards, clumsily reaching for his sidearm. In this world, firearms were ineffective against high-level martial artists, yet still proved lethal against ordinary individuals and lower-tier practitioners. Bang! The gun fired. The bullet sliced through the air, aimed straight for Qin Ming's forehead. At such close range, salvation was impossible. A flicker of exhilaration crossed Wang Kai's face. Die, you bastard. Remember to open your eyes in your next life. Clang. A sharp metallic clash echoed. No blood splattered. The 9mm bullet struck Qin Ming's forehead, creating a spark before deforming, flattening, and ultimately falling uselessly to the ground. On Qin Ming's brow, only a faint white mark remained, the skin unbroken. The immense kinetic energy caused his head to quiver slightly. Tough skin, trait. Difficult to injure with ordinary metal. Wang Kai's mouth gaped in disbelief, his mind a blank slate. Is this still a human? He wanted to flee, but his legs had turned to jelly. Qin Ming approached him, looming overhead, casting a shadow that enveloped Wang Kai entirely. This gun, was it given to you by young Master Zhao? Qin Ming reached out, disregarding the heated barrel, seizing it in his grasp. His fingers closed around it. Squeak. The steel-crafted barrel was crushed in his hand, rendered into a crumpled mass of scrap metal. I am merely a subordinate. Qingyi, spare me. Wang Kai's pants were soaked, a mixture of snot and tears streaming down his face. A subordinate, Qin Ming nodded, his tone calm. When you turned that gas canister, were you merely acting as a subordinate? Wang Kai stammered. No, I was. Smack. Qin Ming did not allow him to finish. A simple yet powerful slap, devoid of any martial skills, of course, he possessed none, was delivered with the entirety of his strength. Wang Kai's head exploded like a shattered watermelon, his body flying 7 or 8 meters before crashing against the iron bars of the water cell. His neck twisted at a grotesque angle, eyes bulging, lifeless in an instant. Elimination of a villain, rage value 500. Qin Ming did not cast a glance at the corpse. He looked down at his hand. This was the beauty of brutality. No need for reasoning, No need for evidence. No waiting for a justice that would never arrive. Strength alone could silence the chaos with a single blow. Zhao Tianzi. As Qin Ming uttered the name, the flames of vengeance in his eyes blazed ever brighter. Fear not. I shall personally crush every member of your Zhao family lineage. In the upper right corner of his vision, red numbers fluctuated wildly. Current rage value, 600. This was the feedback from crushing Wang Kai's wrist and skull. The system panel was as simplistic as a rudimentary web game, devoid of explanations, which suited Qin Ming perfectly. The simpler, the more efficient. With a thought, Qin Ming concentrated on the plus sign next to the physique attribute. Buzz. The value fluctuated. Consume 100 rage value. Physique 1. The ratio was 1-to-1. The system had previously indicated that the standard physique for an ordinary person was 1, while Qin Ming now stood at 118. Without hesitation, Qin Ming accepted the increase. For a condemned prisoner, contemplating long-term balanced development was tantamount to insanity. What he needed now was raw power, the unyielding strength to obliterate all obstacles. Rage value, 500. Physique, 118-168. A deep, resonant sound echoed from within his body. It was the compression of bone density, the tightening of muscle fibers like steel cables. His once bronze skin darkened further, pores fully closed. If one did not observe closely, he resembled a bronze sculpture lacquered in tung oil. Each heartbeat resonated like a war drum within his chest, the blood flowing thick like mercury, crashing through his veins with a tidal roar. This was the essence of a physique rated at 168. Qin Ming clenched his fist, the air bursting in his palm with a crisp crack. If the previous rating of 108 had transformed him into a superhuman, then the current 168 made him feel as though he had transcended the realm of carbon-based life forms. Suddenly, an ear-piercing red alarm light began to flash ominously above in the corridor, casting a crimson hue upon the Darkwater cell. Life signs and interrogation room no. 3 have vanished. Damn it. The surveillance cameras have been obstructed. Confirm the death of guard Wang Kai. Suspect Qin Ming has escaped confinement. Repeat, the suspect has escaped. Urgent shouts erupted from the broadcast. Heavy, rapid footsteps followed, the sound of combat boots striking metal flooring, signaling the approach of dozens of armed guards racing toward the scene. Qin Ming remained still. He merely bent down, stepped over Wang Kai's mangled corpse, and picked up the half-meter-long severed chain on the ground. Crafted from alloy. The chain was thick as a thumb, with sharp metallic edges at the break. He weighed the chain in his hand. It was just right. Boom. The heavy iron door of the interrogation room was violently kicked open. In an instant, the narrow corridor was filled with fully armed guards, clad in black riot gear. Wielding high-voltage shields and anti-riot guns, the dark muzzles of their weapons filled Qin Ming's view. The squad leader, peering through his visor, spotted the headless body on the ground. His fury igniting. Target highly dangerous. No warnings needed. Open fire. No need for dialogue. No need for surrender. The moment an ordinary man killed a guard, there was no turning back. Bang, bang, bang. The deafening gunfire erupted within the confined space, flames licking forth. Dozens of anti-riot guns discharged simultaneously, employing highly lethal rubber steel core bullets, some even mixed with live ammunition. Such a barrage of firepower could easily reduce a first-grade martial artist with a chi value of 50 to a civ. Qin Ming did not evade. In fact, the cramped interrogation room offered no space for escape. He merely raised his left arm to shield his eyes. Clang, clang. Bullets ricocheted off him, producing a sound that grated on the teeth. His clothing was shredded to tatters, exposing his bronze skin beneath. Those steel core bullets, capable of easily fracturing ribs, upon contact with Qin Ming's skin, felt as though they had struck a wall of resignation. The projectiles were severely deformed before falling uselessly to the ground, leaving not even a red mark. How is this possible? The squad leader, stunned, stood frozen. All the guards were likewise paralyzed in disbelief. The anti-riot guns cannot penetrate? What manner of monster is this? Even a genius like Zhao Gongzi, who has awakened extraordinary abilities, cannot withstand bullets with mere flesh. Has the battle concluded? Qin Ming lowered his arm, revealing an expressionless visage. Now it is my turn. In the next instant, the floor shattered. He transformed into a fleeting shadow of darkness, exuding a force capable of obliterating all as he surged into the crowd. Chapter 3. Is this what so-called extraordinary beings are? It was akin to a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Though they were prison guards, they were merely ordinary individuals who had gained entry into the inspection department through connections. The 2 guards at the forefront, wielding shields, barely caught a glimpse of his figure before they felt as if a rampaging heavy tank had barreled through them. Their proud polycarbonate blast shields shattered upon contact with Qin Ming's body, exploding into a myriad of plastic fragments. The immense kinetic energy coursed down his arms, splintering bones and sending him flying like a blood-soaked sandbag, crashing into a wide expanse. Qin Meng did not pause. He swung the alloy chain in his hand, cutting through the air with a mournful wail, striking down with ferocity. Crack! The sound was crisp and melodious. One guard's helmet shattered like an eggshell, along with the skull within. Kill guard, brutality value 100. To Qin Meng, this sound was more exquisite than the most harmonious symphony in the world. He could not help but grin, revealing his gleaming white teeth. The chain in his hand became the scythe of death, each swing accompanied by the dull thud of shattering bones. Technique? In the face of absolute power and defense, tactics are but a jest. Zing! Several electric batons jabbed into his waist, a surge of 10,000 volts coursing through his body. Qin Meng merely shrugged, as if swatted by a mosquito, and retaliated with a swift slap. Go! The 180-pound man was sent flying like a rag doll, collapsing 7 or 8 meters away, his chest caved in, internal organs and blood splattering everywhere. He is a monster. Even martial artists are not this resilient. Retreat. Quickly retreat. In a mere 30 seconds, half of the elite squad lay incapacitated, the corridor strewn with severed limbs. Blood flowed like a river. The remaining 7 or 8 guards huddled in the corner, their riot guns trembling in their hands, bereft of the courage to pull the trigger. Just as Qin Meng, holding the still dripping chain, prepared to reap the last of the harvest, a series of slow yet deliberate claps resounded from the shadows at the end of the corridor. The guards, as if seeing a savior, scrambled to clear a path. A middle-aged man in a crisply tailored uniform approached. Lu Cheng, the warden of Jiangxing prison. He walked deliberately, his polished shoes squelching in the viscous pool of blood. Frowning, he produced a pristine handkerchief to cover his nose, his eyes filled with disdain. Marvelous. Lu Cheng stopped 10 meters from Qin Meng, his gaze sweeping over the remnants scattered across the floor, finally settling on Wang Kai's gruesome corpse. Initially, I intended to address this riot promptly. Lu Cheng methodically folded the handkerchief and tossed it aside, lamenting, alas, I was delayed by 20 minutes due to that clingy little sprite. He sighed, appearing somewhat troubled. 20 minutes, and so many have perished, though they are but useless individuals. The death of so many colleagues will reflect poorly on my year-end evaluation. He turned his gaze towards Qin Meng, his expression akin to one observing an insignificant ant. Qin Meng, you have made me write an extensive report, and I am quite displeased. Qin Meng remained silent. He bent down and retrieved a crushed pack of cigarettes from the pocket of a nearby corpse, extracting one and placing it between his lips. No fire. Feigning ignorance? Lu Cheng scoffed, unfastening the cuff of his sleeve. I do not know how you concealed your strength. Perhaps you ingested drugs. Or maybe you are exhausting your life force for this eruption. But in the face of true power, these are mere tricks. Buzz. The air suddenly became scorching. In the palms of Lu Cheng's hands, 2 orbs of orange-red flames ignited spontaneously, dancing as if alive. The temperature around them surged dramatically, the steel walls sizzling under the heat. The surviving guards gasped. It's extraordinary power. The boss is making a move. Second-tier fire element. Qin Meng is doomed. He will be reduced to ashes. In this world, while martial artists are tough and resilient, in the lower tiers, they are but living targets against elemental extraordinary beings capable of ranged attacks. Below the 3rd tier, extraordinary powers reign supreme. I had hoped to leave your corpse intact, but your lack of cooperation is quite vexing. Lu Cheng pressed his hands together, the flames instantly swelling, transforming into a serpentine blaze that coiled around him, casting the narrow corridor in crimson hues. In your next life, be more discerning. The flames engulfed him. Whoosh. The violent torrent of fire consumed the entire corridor in an instant. A wave of heat surged, and several guards who were slow to react screamed as they rolled on the ground, their hair singed to a crisp. The spot where Qin Meng had stood was instantly transformed into a sea of flames. The intense heat warped the air, obscuring visibility, leaving only a vivid crimson at the center. It is over. Lu Cheng flicked his hand dismissively, his gaze filled with contempt. Mere mortals dare to. His words faltered abruptly in his throat. In the inferno, there were no screams, nor even the slightest struggle, only the sound of steady footsteps. Tap, tap, tap. The flames were rudely torn apart by a bronze-hued hand. Qin Meng emerged. His prison garb had been reduced to ashes, revealing a muscular torso as solid as iron. The once bronze skin, now glistening with an eerie dark red sheen under the scorching flames, bore no sign of blistering. Those flames, potent enough to melt steel, were but a sauna to him, thanks to the bronze skin defensive characteristic. This is impossible. Lu Cheng's pupils constricted violently, as if he had seen a ghost. You are not a martial artist. What kind of defensive ability is this? Panic gripped him. As an elemental extraordinary being, he was acutely aware of the flame's temperature. Not even a second-tier martial artist would dare to withstand it. How could this boy remain unscathed? Once more. I refuse to believe it. Lu Cheng roared, frantically channeling energy within him to conjure another fireball. But Qin Ming moved. The lethargic figure, previously strolling leisurely, vanished in an instant. Boom. The floor exploded. Qin Ming's form almost instantaneously crossed a distance of 10 meters, the wind pressure extinguishing the flames flickering in Lu Cheng's hand. A massive hand, imbued with irresistible force, seized Lu Cheng by the throat, lifting him off the ground. Gagging, Lu Cheng flailed his legs, desperately clawing at Qin Ming's fingers. But it felt as though he were grasping a hydraulic clamp, utterly immovable. The sensation of asphyxiation surged, his face turning a deep shade of purple. He gazed in terror at the proximity of Qin Ming, whose black eyes held a chilling indifference. It was as if he were not gripping a noble warden, but a hapless chicken awaiting slaughter. The flames are impressive. Qin Ming spoke suddenly, his voice hoarse. With his other hand, he brought the unlit cigarette closer to Lu Cheng's face. Lu Cheng, in terror and suffocation, instinctively flailed his arms, the remnants of his extraordinary flames flickering weakly in his palms, a final act of defiance. Qin Ming leaned in. Sizzle. The cigarette tip touched the smoldering embers of Lu Cheng's palm. A wisp of blue smoke ascended. Drawing a deep breath, the spark flickered near his lips, illuminating his face, which was as hard as rock. Exhaling, Qin Ming released a thick cloud of smoke that enveloped Lu Cheng's purple face. He watched the warden, who resembled a dying dog, struggle helplessly, his eyelids drooping slightly. So-called extraordinary beings, is this all there is? Crack. Chapter 4. In the absence of law, I am the law with a thud. Lu Cheng's lifeless body was carelessly discarded on the ground, his neck twisted at an unnatural 90 degrees, his bulging eyes frozen in terror. The corridor was enveloped in an eerie silence, pierced only by the flickering red glow of emergency lights, casting elongated shadows of Qin Ming's bare torso, resembling a blood-soaked azura. Between his fingers, a cigarette flickered uncertainly, the curling smoke obscuring the granite-like hardness of his profile. Clang. A riot baton fell to the floor, its origin unknown. This was followed by a cacophony of knees striking the ground. The once arrogant prison guards, who wielded their authority like tyrants, now appeared as if their spines had been severed. Witnessing even a second-tier ability user being crushed like a chicken, their fleeting pride as inspectors shattered into irretrievable fragments. Qinyi, one guard stammered, his voice trembling, tears and snot staining his gas mask. He dared not wipe his face, instead bowing fervently, his forehead banging against the floor with a resounding thud. Sir, I have an elderly parent and young children. I have never crossed you. I swear. When I fired earlier, it was into the sky. Please spare me. Fear is contagious. Yes, yes. It was all Wang Kai. All Lu Cheng's orders. We are just trying to make a living. Qinyi, I was coerced. I didn't want this. We know we were wrong. The air was thick with the acrid scent of urine as wails arose in a chorus. Qin Ming lowered his head slightly, exhaling a smoke ring, his dark eyes sweeping over the bowing figures. His gaze landed on a slightly overweight guard. Just trying to make a living? Qin Ming stepped forward. The fat guard trembled, his pants soaked with fear, scrambling backward. Why yes, if I recall correctly, yesterday afternoon, you forced my head down and poured a bucket of pepper spray up my nose. The fat guard's face turned ashen. Qin Ming's gaze shifted to another tall guard, weeping profusely. The night before last, you blasted me with a high-pressure water gun for 3 hours, claiming my skin was the thickest, perfect for washing the floor. The tall guard's sobs abruptly ceased, as if someone had choked him. And you? Qin Ming directed his attention to a third individual. You said that the woman young Master Zhao fancied was fortunate, and I should not meddle. He remembered everything. Every grievance, every wound, every insult. He had not forgotten. He had simply been powerless to resist at that time. Spare me. The fat guard broke down, collapsing to the ground, shrieking, we were wrong. We truly know we were wrong. Please, give us a chance. A chance? Qin Ming cast the cigarette butt to the ground, crushing it underfoot with his bare soul. Who gave me a chance when I pleaded for mercy? When my parents knelt at the gates of the inspection division seeking justice, who offered them a chance? Qin Ming's head snapped up, his dark pupils ablaze with a murderous intent akin to a tsunami. Boom. Before the echo of his words faded, Qin Ming's form vanished, propelled by the explosive power of his 168 centimeters physique, leaving a blur in the narrow corridor. The air was pierced by a shrill whistle as a bronze hand engulfed the fat guard's entire face. No elaborate movements were necessary, just a firm grip, a surge of force, and a downward smash. Bang. It was like a ripe watermelon being crushed by a hydraulic press. The fat guard's pleas were forcefully silenced. blood and internal matter splattering against the wall behind, creating a grotesque mural of violence. Kill the villain. Violence value 100. Run. Run. The remaining guards finally grasped the gravity of the situation. This monster had no intention of leaving any survivors. They screamed, scrambling to escape towards the corridor's exit. But in the face of absolute speed, turning their backs to flee merely offered their lives to death. Qin Ming charged like a tyrannical beast among sheep, each strike accompanied by the sickening sound of shattering bones. Crack. One guard had his spine broken beneath Qin Ming's foot, folding like a collapsible chair. Boom. Another guard was seized by the ankle and slammed into the floor like a hammer, his chest collapsing instantly, internal organs erupting amidst a fountain of blood. This was a massacre, one-sided, devoid of suspense. 10 seconds. Merely 10 seconds. The corridor fell silent once more, but this time, the floor was slick with a layer of viscous blood, severed limbs scattered about. Qin Ming stood at the center of the bloodbath, drenched in crimson. Calculating violence value. Current violence value. 3,600. A torrent of warmth surged within him, a reward from the system for his carnage. Yet, Qin Ming did not rush to accumulate points, for an unexpected melody shattered the silence. For Elise, the notes were crisp, melodious, and imbued with an air of classical elegance. In this blood-soaked arena of death, it felt particularly ironic and absurd. The sound emanated from Lu Cheng's pocket. Qin Ming stepped over the body parts, approached Lu Cheng, crouched down, and retrieved a phone from the pocket of the expensive tailored uniform. The screen glowed with 3 words, glaringly bright in the dim light. Zhao Gongzi. Qin Ming stared at the words, the black flames in his eyes undiminished, burning deeper and more restrained. He pressed the answer button and slowly brought the phone to his ear without uttering a word. On the other end, a young, languid voice, tinged with impatience, mingled with the sounds of elegant piano music and a woman's flirtatious laughter. Old Lu, why did it take you so long to answer? How did everything go? Zhao Tianxi. Even in ashes, Qin Ming would recognize that voice. The one who had ruined his life, who had slain his parents, now reveling in indulgence. Noticing the silence on the line, Zhao Tianxi's tone soured. Speak. Has that dog named Qin Ming signed the confession? Qin Ming remained silent, his breathing becoming heavier. TSK. What a nuisance. Zhao Tianxi interpreted the silence as a failure to execute the task, his voice dripping with contempt for human life. Since he refuses to sign, then let us not waste words. According to the old rules, take care of him. Remember to clean up thoroughly, leave no traces. Pausing. Zhao Tianxi appeared to recall something amusing, chuckling. Oh, and dispose of the body casually. I see this kid has a tough bone. Let us chop him up. Just right for my Tibetan mastiffs, who have been a bit picky lately. As for his deceased parents lying in the morgue, that's bad luck. Chop them up too and feed them to the dogs. Let this family of 3 reunite underground. It would be a good deed for me. Laughter, unrestrained and cruel, echoed through the line. Qin Ming listened, each word piercing his heart like a searing blade, twisting mercilessly. Cherry red skin, parents pleading on their knees, chopped up for dog food. To these people, they were truly less than human, merely refuse, fodder, dust that could be wiped away at will. Old Lu, are you listening? Zhao Tianxi sensed something amiss. Why aren't you speaking? Finally, Qin Ming stirred. A grim smile cracked his bloodied lips, revealing stained teeth, his voice chillingly calm. As if emerging from the depths of hell, I am listening. On the other end, Zhao Tianxi was momentarily taken aback before his voice took on a darker tone. Who are you? Where's Lu Cheng? He is waiting for you in hell. Qin Ming replied steadily. Do not rush. I will soon send you down to join your mastiffs. A brief silence ensued. Subsequently, Zhao Tianxi, filled with rage, laughed derisively. Qin Ming? Is it you, you bastard? How could you possibly still be alive? What is that worthless Lu Cheng doing? Qin Ming, do you have any idea who you are speaking to? Do you think you can escape? The entire Jiang City belongs to my Zhao family. Crack. Qin Ming had no interest in listening to the ramblings of this dying man. His fingers tightened, and the expensive phone emitted a mournful cry before shattering into countless plastic and metal fragments, mingled with the battery's electrolyte, slipping through his fingers. He opened his palm and allowed the debris to fall to the ground. The Zhao family. Since this world lacks law and order, then I shall be the law. Boom. Qin Ming turned and delivered a powerful kick to the 1-meter-thick steel prison door. Chapter 5. The Butcher of the Rainy Night Rumble. Thunder rolled ominously, as if to shatter the oppressive night sky of Jiang City. Torrential rain poured down like a waterfall, attempting to wash away all the filth of the world in this pitch-black night. On the western outskirts of Jiang City, the heavy alloy door lay forlornly in the muddy grass. A figure slowly emerged. The cold raindrops struck his bare torso, but before they could slide down, They evaporated instantly due to the astonishing heat radiating from his skin. Sizzle. Qin Ming was enveloped in a thick layer of white mist, a result of the rainwater colliding with his boiling blood. With each step he took, the water beneath his feet bubbled. The prison alarm wailed agonizingly behind him, and the searchlights swept frantically, yet no guard dared to pursue him. The scattered corpses in the corridor served as the best deterrent. Qin Ming lifted his head, allowing the rain to wash away the blood on his face. His dark eyes pierced through the curtain of rain, gazing toward a distant point in the city. That was the location of the Jiang City funeral home. Dad, Mom, Qin Ming whispered softly. If they did not desire dignity, then I shall grant them dignity. In the heart of Jiang City, the Zhao family estate stood illuminated. As the city's true overlord, the Zhao family remained brightly lit even in the dead of night. Within the opulent European-style parlor, a gramophone played the elegant Fur Elise. Zhao Tianci, clad in a silk robe, swirled a glass of crimson liquid in his hand. He had just hung up the phone, listening to the static on the other end, a flicker of impatience crossing his handsome yet effeminate face. Smash! The expensive crystal goblet shattered violently on the floor, the red wine exploding like blood, splattering across the Persian carpet. Worthless, Zhao Tianci cursed. He was not afraid of Qin Ming's threats. To him, it was merely the pathetic cry of a slightly stronger ant before its demise. He felt merely offended, akin to a dog he had raised that not only killed the guarding sentry, but also dared to bare its teeth at its master. Young master, what is it? A towering figure emerged from the shadows of the corner. Dressed in a tight tank top, his muscular arms bulged with veins, emanating a menacing aura. Sun Biao, assigned as a bodyguard to Zhao Tianci since the latter awakened his abilities, was a third-tier warrior, known for his iron grip capable of tearing apart tigers and leopards. Lu Cheng is dead. Zhao Tianci poured himself another glass of wine. That ordinary man named Qin Ming has run out, claiming he wants to kill me. Huh. Sun Biao grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth, his eyes filled with contempt. What do ordinary people have in their heads these days? Killing a prison guard makes him think he is capable? Go ahead. Bring me his head. Remember, don't let him die too quickly. I want to see his tough bones preserved as a specimen at the doghouse entrance. In the future, anyone who disobeys will see what happens. And his deceased parents. Zhao Tianci took a sip of wine, a twisted pleasure flashing in his eyes. I initially intended to burn them casually, but now I've changed my mind. Chop them up and feed them to the dogs. Understood. Sun Biao cracked his neck, the bones popping like firecrackers. Rest assured, young master. I will crush his bones inch by inch, making him crawl to you on his knees. On the path to the Jiang City funeral home, a dilapidated demolition area lay before him, the streetlights flickering erratically, and the heavy rain had transformed it into a marshy expanse. Qin Ming halted his steps. 20 meters ahead, in the middle of the road, stood a figure. Even through the heavy curtain of rain, one could sense the fierce aura emanating from him. The rainwater falling within a 3-foot radius of him was repelled by an invisible force, forming a peculiar vacuum circle, the external manifestation of inner strength. This was the hallmark of a third-tier warrior. Qin Ming? Sun Biao crossed his arms, looking down at the young man enveloped in white mist with disdain. You managed to kill that worthless Lu Cheng. It seems you've been indulging in some forbidden drugs. Is the power gained by exhausting your life force enjoyable? Qin Ming remained silent, merely staring expressionlessly at him. That gaze made Sun Biao uncomfortable. Lost your tongue? Sun Biao snorted coldly. I initially wanted to play with you, but the young master is waiting for your head. Remember, in your next life, do not be born as an ordinary person, and certainly do not provoke those you shouldn't. Boom. Before his words could finish, Sun Biao moved. The asphalt beneath his feet exploded, propelling him like a cannonball, tearing through the rain. And in the blink of an eye, he was before Qin Ming. This was the speed of a third-tier warrior. A common person could not even catch a glimpse of his afterimage. Crushing rock palm. Sun Biao roared, his right hand forming a palm, unleashing a terrifying gust of wind capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones, crashing into Qin Ming's chest. This strike contained all his inner strength. Even a piece of granite would be reduced to dust. He was absolutely confident that with this blow, the internal organs of this ordinary man would instantly become a puddle of mush. Perhaps it was a delayed reaction, or perhaps it was disdain. Bang! A thunderous explosion erupted in the rainy night. The shockwave rolled, turning the surrounding rainwater into mist. Qin Ming was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, crashing through 2 streetlight poles before landing heavily in a flower bed by the roadside. The concrete steps shattered, and dust billowed. Easily defeated, Sun Biao retracted his palm, dismissively shaking his hand. An ordinary person, a mere mortal, dared to contend with martial arts? Truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness. He turned, pulling out his phone to report to Zhao Tianci. Suddenly, A faint sound of stones rolling came from the ruins. Sun Biao halted abruptly, turning back. From the chaotic rubble, a large hand emerged, pressing down on a broken concrete slab. Following that, the seemingly doomed Qin Ming slowly stood up. The rain washed over his chest, where only a slight abrasion remained. Hardly any blood had flowed, and the wound was visibly healing at an astonishing rate. This is impossible. Chapter 6. Zhao Tianxi. Prepare to clean up. Sun Biao's pupils contracted violently. He glanced down at his right hand. The recoil from that strike still left his thumb tingling. It felt as if he had struck a piece of special alloy steel rather than a human. What kind of defense is this? Even a fourth-tier warrior, specializing in external training, could not withstand a crushing rock palm without sustaining injury. Is that all the strength you possess? Qin Ming brushed off the dust on his chest, cracking his neck with a series of audible pops. He looked at Sun Biao, grinning broadly, revealing a set of stark white teeth that appeared particularly sinister in the darkness. Have you not eaten? A provocation. A blatant challenge. Sun Biao's face flushed to a deep purple. An overwhelming sense of humiliation surged through him. He had been scorned by an ordinary man. Very well. Let us see whether your mouth is tougher or your bones. Sun Biao, consumed by rage, laughed maniacally, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Since you wish to die in agony, I shall oblige. After I incapacitate you, I will feed the corpses of your deceased parents to the dogs right before your very eyes. Suddenly, the temperature around them plummeted, a bone-chilling cold enveloping the air. It was an aura of death, more frigid than the torrential rain falling from above. Qin Ming lowered his head, his voice hoarse yet tinged with an eerie chill. Excellent. On his retina, blood-red numbers surged wildly. Current brutality value, 3,600. Each life taken within the prison had contributed to this debt of blood. Every soul served as nourishment for his power. System. Qin Ming roared inwardly, recognizing the signal that a malevolent spirit was about to be unleashed. At points, a hum resonated, consuming 3,600 brutality points. Transformation in progress. Physical strength, 168, 528. Thud. It felt as though his heart had been struck with a hammer. Instantly, an indescribably terrifying wave of heat engulfed Qin Ming. This was the qualitative change brought about by a leap in his life level. His already muscular form visibly swelled, muscles like tightly wound steel cables writhing and reorganizing beneath his skin. The bronze sheen of his skin deepened, eventually taking on an eerie, dark metallic luster. Crackle. An even more intense heat erupted from within him. The rain within a 5-meter radius evaporated before it could hit the ground. White mist rose, casting Qin Ming as a figure of a demonic god. What is this? Sun Biao was rendered utterly speechless. The instinct of a martial artist screamed within him, urging immediate flight. The entity before him was no longer human. The oppressive force bore down upon him, causing his vital energy to stagnate. Run. He had to flee. Who did you say you would feed to the dogs? In the midst of the mist, 2 crimson lights ignited Qin Ming's blood-filled eyes. Swish. Sun Biao barely caught a glimpse before it was all a blur. Too fast. So fast that even the retina could not capture the movement. A gust of rancid wind rushed towards him, and Sun Biao instinctively raised his arms in defense. Crack. A crisp explosion rang out. Qin Ming's massive hand disregarded his protective energy, effortlessly crushing his proud steel arm like it was mere tofu, pulverizing both the ulna and radius within. Ah! Sun Biao let out a wretched scream, but before he could finish, a large hand seized his throat. Qin Ming lifted the 200-plus-pound man into the air as if he were a mere chicken destined for slaughter. Is this what a third-tier martial artist looks like? Qin Ming observed Sun Biao's face, distorted from suffocation, his tone chillingly calm. Do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? Please, spare me. I am Sun Biao of the Zhao family. He kicked wildly, attempting to pry Qin Ming's fingers off. Yet, he remained immobile. The Zhao family. Qin Ming nodded, rest assured. I shall not kill you. A glimmer of hope flickered in Sun Biao's eyes, but Qin Ming continued. Isn't Zhao Tianxi fond of feeding dogs? Your flesh seems quite delectable. Just perfect for a meal. Without hesitation, Qin Ming grasped Sun Biao's intact left arm, his feet planted firmly as he exerted force. Ripping. Accompanied by the sickening sound of tearing flesh and a fountain of blood, Qin Ming wrenched Sun Biao's arm from his shoulder. A brutal aesthetic, bloody and direct. Oh! Sun Biao convulsed in agony, his eyes rolling back as he neared unconsciousness. Yet, this was far from over. Qin Ming casually tossed the severed limb aside, seizing Sun Biao by the ankle, lifting him upside down. With a mighty swing bang, Sun Biao's body was hurled like a half-moon, crashing violently onto the hard asphalt. The earth trembled. The asphalt instantly caved in, debris flying. Sun Biao's bones shattered, rendering him a limp heap at the bottom of the crater. blood mixed with internal organ fragments oozing from his mouth. As Qin Ming prepared to lift him for another strike, he realized the man was already lifeless. Dead so soon? Qin Ming frowned, tossing the corpse into the nearby drainage ditch. Killed a thug, brutality value 000, a significant boost. Qin Ming glanced at his status panel. The flames of vengeance within him growing fiercer. The rain continued to pour, but the scent of blood on him intensified. He turned towards the distant, flickering lights of the funeral home. Zhao Tianxi, prepare yourself. Qin Ming stepped forward, splashing through the puddles beneath him. Chapter 7. Dignity for the Dead. The Jiangxing funeral home stood ominously on a desolate hill in the west suburbs, typically foreboding. But now under the thunderous roar of the storm, it resembled a haunted palace by the river of the dead. Qin Ming pushed open the door to the refrigerated section, a pungent odor of formaldehyde assaulting his senses. At the end of the corridor, the third mortuary room glowed with a ghastly white light, accompanied by the grumbling of several men. What bad luck, having to do this dirty work at such an hour. A middle-aged man in an oil-stained white coat adjusted the speed of an electric bone saw in his hands. Come on, Lao Zhang, stop complaining. The money young Master Zhao gave you is enough to keep you lavish for half a lifetime. So what if you have to chop up a couple of corpses? It's not like you're killing living people. What is there to fear? It's just that the smell is too overwhelming. It makes me want to vomit. Lao Zhang spat on the ground, his gaze landing on the two bodies lying side by side on the gurney. Even in death, their faces remained twisted, a testament to the immense suffering they had endured in life. They were Qin Ming's parents. Get to work already. Another overweight man tossed several black garbage bags onto the floor. Young Master Zhao instructed that they be chopped into pieces and the meat and bones must be separated. Apparently, those Tibetan mastiffs are picky eaters and won't consume meat with bones. Got it. Lao Zhang pressed the switch. Zzz. The high-speed spinning blade emitted a shrill scream. His calloused hand pressed down on Qin's father's already rigid left leg as the blade slowly descended. Bear with it, old man. Who told you to give birth to such a blind son? In your next life, be sure to choose a better one. Boom. Before Lao Zhang could finish his incantation, the reinforced soundproof door, along with half of the concrete wall, exploded. It was not pushed open, it was violently shattered. The shockwave swept through the mortuary like cannon fire, twisting metal and debris flying everywhere. The young man smoking barely had time to react before a deformed iron door slammed him against the wall. It was as if it had been pressed against him, impossible to peel away. Blood sprayed along the seams of the iron. Who? Lao Zhang's hand trembled. The electric saw striking the metal edge, sparks flying. The overweight man fell to the ground in fright, his eyes wide with terror as he gazed at the entrance. As the smoke and dust settled, a drenched man, bare-chested, stood before them. Rainwater cascaded down his bronzed muscular frame, dripping onto the floor with a distinct patter. He bore no injuries, yet the suffocating stench of blood emanating from him was 100 times more potent than the deathly atmosphere within the mortuary. Qin Ming remained silent. His gaze fell upon the electric saw still spinning in Lao Zhang's grip, then shifted to his father's pant leg, now cut open. The fire in his eyes was dark and terrifying. What are you doing? Lao Zhang switched off the saw, instinctively shielding the weapon with his body, his voice trembling. This is private property. Outsiders leave. Qin Ming stepped forward, moving slowly, his feet treading upon the shards of glass and blood without a sound. Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. The corpulent man retrieved a bone saw from his waist, trembling as he pointed it at Qin Ming, exclaiming, "We serve young Master Zhao. If you dare," but before he could finish, he was sent flying. Qin Ming did not even spare him a glance. The hefty figure, weighing 200 pounds, spun through the air, executing 3.5 rotations before his head collided violently with the ceiling fan. Crack! The blade sliced into his skull, emitting a sound that was painfully grating. The lifeless body hung there for a moment before the bone saw clattered to the ground. Elimination of villain. Brutality value 100. Lao Zhang was utterly shattered. What kind of deity is this? Killing is as effortless as slaughtering a chicken. Spare me. Spare me. Lao Zhang cried, discarding his chainsaw and dropping to his knees with a thud, banging his head resoundingly against the floor. It was young Master Zhao who forced me. I only sought to make a living. I have an elderly parent and children to support. Qin Ming approached him, towering above. The shadow cast by him enveloped Lao Zhang's trembling frame. To make a living. Qin Ming echoed those 4 words. He reached out, seizing the very hand that had just pressed against his father's leg. Is this the hand that feeds you? Crack! His fingers closed around it, crushing it like brittle pastry. In an instant, Lao Zhang's hand and wrist were reduced to a shapeless mass of flesh. Ah! The shriek barely escaped his lips before a heavy foot stomped down, forcing it back into his throat. Qin Ming pressed his foot against Lao Zhang's face, applying pressure, grinding down. The zygomatic bone shattered, the jaw dislocated. Lao Zhang could only emit suffocated gasps, his eyes bulging as if they might burst from their sockets. I wish to offer you a chance. Qin Ming bent down, picking up the still-warm chainsaw from the ground. He pressed the switch. Zing. The blade whirred back to life, reflecting the despair in Lao Zhang's eyes. Yet he remained silent. Qin Ming glanced at his father, lying on the mortuary table. Stab. Blood burst forth. Elimination of villain. Brutality value 100. 3 corpses lay sprawled across the floor. Their demise far more tragic than any body in the morgue. The world fell silent. Only the ceiling fan, still bearing the corpulent man's body, continued to creak and spin. Qin Ming switched off the chainsaw and casually tossed it into the trash bin. He walked to the corner sink and turned on the faucet. Water gushed forth. He meticulously washed his hands until the last trace of blood was gone, until those hands, accustomed to slaughter, were once again pristine. He turned off the faucet and took a pristine white cloth from a nearby shelf. His movements were gentle. Approaching the mortuary table, he first attended to his father, then to his mother. With those hands capable of tearing through steel, he tenderly straightened their disheveled clothing and smoothed the frozen expressions of agony from their faces. Father, mother. Qin Ming murmured softly, his voice hoarse. I have come too late. He carefully embraced their remains, wrapping them in the large waterproof cloth, securing it with a sturdy knot. After completing the task, he hoisted the bundle onto his shoulder. The weight of over 200 pounds felt like a mere feather against his formidable physique. In the corner, a red surveillance camera suddenly pivoted, emitting a faint electrical hum. The single-eyed lens locked onto Qin Ming's silhouette. He halted, not avoiding it, but slowly turning his head, his dark eyes piercing the camera. Through the screen, through the network cable, through the long and dark rainy night. It was as if he was locking eyes with the Zhao family on the other side. A sinister smile slowly crept across his lips. A madman's declaration of war against the world. He raised his hand, dragging his thumb across his neck. Crack! Qin Ming spun around, delivering a powerful kick that shattered the camera. He strode into the torrential rain, bearing his parents' remains. Lightning rent the night sky, casting his solitary figure into an infinitely menacing silhouette. Chapter 8. Thereafter, Qin Ming no longer walked the earth. The rain showed no signs of abating. Qin Ming, barefoot, trudged through the mire of the slums. With each step, he stirred up murky ripples in the standing water. The waterproof cloth enveloping his shoulder glistened, tightly adhering to the contours of the 2 rigid bodies within. Ahead lay an old residential area. This was the slum of Jiangcheng, the place where the high school student named Qin Ming had spent 18 years of his life. 3 days prior, it had been filled with warmth, the scent of his mother cooking in the kitchen, the sound of his father coughing as he smoked cheap cigarettes on the doorstep. Now, he was alone. He gently lowered the bundle from his shoulder. The motion was slow and delicate, as if he feared awakening someone deep in slumber. As he unfurled the waterproof cloth, faintly illuminated by the stark flash of lightning, he could discern the peaceful, yet battered faces of his parents. He tenderly smoothed his father's rain-soaked white hair and pressed out a wrinkle on his mother's collar. He did not weep. Even the emotion of sadness had been scorched away by the black fire burning within his chest. Father, mother, we are going home, Qin Ming whispered. He turned to face the open space below. No tools were needed here. He knelt, his knees striking the sharp stones, blood seeping forth without a flinch. His fingers sprawled like claws. Thud. The terrifying physique of 528 made his hands harder than an excavator's teeth. His hands plunged into the hard ground as though it were tofu. Clatter. Heavy clods of earth and stone were forcefully uprooted and flung aside. The rain intensified, seemingly attempting to fill the pit and conceal the evils of this world. Qin Ming paid it no mind. Like a tireless machine, he continued to claw at the earth. With each swing of his arm, he could dislodge dozens of pounds of soil and stone. Not deep enough. It must be deeper. Deep enough that those scoundrels would never be found again. Deep enough that no one could disturb his parents' peace. Deep enough to bury the cowardly, inept version of himself. The pit gradually took shape. He laid a thick layer of waterproof cloth at the bottom and found several relatively flat wooden planks to place underneath. Qin Ming jumped into the pit, carefully placing his parents' bodies side by side, just as they had lain on that creaky double bed countless nights before. In the past, they often spoke of wanting a larger home. He scooped up a handful of moist earth, slowly sprinkling it over their remains. Though small, it would be peaceful here. From now on, no one would dare to bully the old Qin family again. The soil gradually covered those familiar faces. Only when the last corner of their clothing disappeared beneath the earth did Qin Ming cease his labor. He leapt back to the surface, refilling the pit with the excavated soil and stone. To prevent others from disturbing his parents, he chose not to erect a tombstone. Thud. Qin Ming knelt, his back straight. This world is unlivable. Good people build bridges and repair roads without a grave, while the wicked commit murder and arson without consequence. Abiding by the law. That is merely shackles for the poor. Seeking reason? That is the dying joke of the weak. Since heaven is blind and earth unjust, I shall disregard these rules. Father, mother, Qin Ming bowed deeply towards the direction of their burial. Thud. The sound resonated louder than thunder. At the moment his forehead struck the ground, the concrete within a 2-meter radius of him fractured, spiderweb-like cracks spreading wildly. Debris flew, slicing into his cheek, blood mingling with the rain as it streamed down. He remained kneeling, allowing the torrential rain to wash over him. The former Qin Ming was a good student, a dutiful son. He aspired to attend Wuda, to find a respectable job, to provide for his parents in their old age. But that version of him was dead, killed by Zhao Tianci, murdered by the inspection corps, slain by this cannibalistic world. Qin Ming slowly straightened his upper body. Raindrops cascaded down his resolute visage, merging with the droplets of blood upon his chin. From this moment forth, I shall not place my faith in the law, nor shall I revere deities. Those who obstruct me shall face death, and those who protect evil shall perish without mercy. Even if the heavens attempt to thwart me, I shall pierce a hole through the sky itself. With a crack, a thunderclap erupted, seemingly the heaven's furious response to his audacious proclamation. Lightning illuminated the surroundings of Qin Ming. Unbeknownst to him, the once pitch-black slum now blazed with countless blinding beams of light. Dozens of armored vehicles, emblazoned with the insignia of the patrol office, silently formed a vast encirclement. The ominous muzzles of firearms, including mounted heavy machine guns, locked onto the solitary figure kneeling in the ruins. In the distance, several red laser dots precisely targeted the back of Qin Ming's head and his vest. There. Target confirmed. Extreme danger. What is he doing? The communication channel crackled with the chaotic sounds of static and the urgent commands of the commander. No time for idle chatter. Orders from above, regardless of life or death. Fire permission granted. First squad, advance. Snipers, prepare. Should he make any move, take him down immediately. Footsteps. The dense sound of marching feet shattered the tranquility of the rainy night. Hundreds of fully armed special operatives, wielding riot shields and automatic rifles, advanced in a fan formation towards the center of the ruins. They were anxious, for intelligence indicated that this young man, appearing like a refugee, had just escaped from prison, slaughtering everyone in his wake, and had recently torn a third-tier martial artist to shreds. Qin Ming remained still, oblivious to the overwhelming aura of death surrounding him. He simply extended his hand, gently tapping the ground before him, reminiscent of his father soothing him to sleep in his childhood. It's a bit noisy. You all rest first. I will make this world a little quieter. Qin Ming slowly rose to his feet. As he moved, the red laser dots that had been locked onto him quivered violently. Do not move. A thunderous voice boomed from the loudspeaker, causing the rain curtain to tremble. Qin Ming, you are surrounded. Immediately place your hands on your head and kneel. Otherwise, we shall execute you on the spot. Surrounded? A cruel smile curled at the corner of Qin Ming's mouth. The next moment, boom. 2 plumes of mud and water erupted from beneath him, creating 2 deep craters in the ground. Qin Ming's figure vanished into thin air. Where is he? Radar lost target. Damn. Too fast. In the heavens, a special operative, terrified, raised his head, his pupils constricting. In midair, a dark silhouette tore through the rain curtain, carrying an overwhelming aura of destruction, akin to a human-shaped cannonball, crashing forcefully into the impenetrable array of riot shields. If there is no path, then carve a bloody route. Boom. Chapter 9 begins to unveil the allure of numbers. Boom. Qin Ming collided with a row of riot shields. The dull sound of impact reverberated through the rainy night. 3 reinforced shields shattered upon impact. Fragments of transparent riot materials exploded backward, embedding themselves into the ballistic vests of the operatives behind. The arms of the 3 shield bearers snapped, their chests caving in. The trio flew backward over 10 meters, crashing into a large group of their comrades. Their cries were drowned out by the incessant gunfire. The special operatives frantically squeezed their triggers, tongues of flame erupting. Countless bullets struck Qin Ming's bronze skin, sparks flying. The projectiles flattened and fell away, leaving not even a white mark. Qin Ming did not evade. He stepped forward, grasping a high-voltage electric baton that came crashing down. With a swift motion, he plunged the baton deep into the chest of a special operative. 10,000 volts of electricity detonated within the body, the acrid scent of charm mingling with the scent of blood. Target killed, brutality value 100. He turned. With a whip-like kick, a special operative attempting a side ambush was swept off his feet. The sound of his spine fracturing pierced through the rain curtain. His body bent at a 90-degree angle. Hurtling out of the encirclement, and smashing against the armored shell of a vehicle, leaving a severe dent. Another shield-bearing operative attempted to retreat. Qin Meng advanced a step, gripping the top edge of the riot shield and forcefully pressing down. The operative's wrist dislocated with a crack. Qin Meng's right fist shot out, directly smashing through the polycarbonate shield and striking the operative's chest. The ballistic insert shattered, ribs fractured. The operative's back bulged grotesquely, and he slid backward over 10 meters, leaving a dark red trail in the mud. Fist, elbow, knee. Qin Meng moved among the crowd. There were no extraneous movements, only the purest form of violent domination. Each strike was accompanied by the sound of shattering bones and the splattering of flesh. The rain mingled with blood, forming a crimson stream upon the ground. In a mere half-minute, over 20 corpses lay strewn across the ground. The surrounding special operatives began to retreat, their hands trembling violently. Bullets were ineffective. Close combat meant death. Fear rapidly spread through the ranks. Retreat. The single word exploded in the ears of all through the communicator. The operatives, as if granted a reprieve, retreated like a tide, swiftly creating a 20-meter gap. Qin Meng prepared to pursue. Just as his right foot touched the ground, an unexpected change occurred. The soft, muddy earth suddenly churned. Gravity multiplied, firmly dragging Qin Meng's legs down. The soil hardened instantaneously, forming two enormous rock-like hands that tightly shackled his ankles in place. Following this, the ground around him heaved upward. 6 stout stone pillars erupted from the earth, crossing to bind Qin Meng's waist and arms. The rough, spiked surfaces of the pillars dug into his joints. The combined weight of the gravitational mire and the rocky shackles bore down on him. Qin Meng exerted his strength to struggle, the limits of his 528 physique straining against the bonds. Cracks appeared on the surface of the pillars, producing a harsh, grinding noise. At that moment, 500 meters away on a rooftop, the sniper codenamed Night Eagle lay prone in the water. The crosshairs were locked onto Qin Meng's right shoulder. He wielded a military-grade anti-material sniper rifle, loaded with tungsten core armor-piercing rounds. This firepower configuration was specifically designed to combat the protective energy of low-tier martial artists and large mutated beasts. Night Eagle pressed the trigger. Bang! A foot-long flame erupted from the muzzle. The tungsten core armor-piercing round spun rapidly, tearing through the torrential rain, reaching its target in an instant. Ding! The sharp sound of metal scraping echoed. A coin-sized gash was torn into the bronze skin of Qin Meng's right shoulder, blood splattering. The bullet lodged within the muscle fibers. A mere inch from the scapula, the immense kinetic energy jerked Qin Meng's body backward. Yet the rocky shackles held him fast, absorbing the impact. Qin Meng ceased his struggle. Warm liquid flowed from the wound, the sensation of pain traveling along his nerve endings. A black umbrella appeared behind the armored vehicle. Li Jun, the deputy director of the Jiangxing Patrol Office, a pinnacle 4th-tier Earth-type ability user, adjusted the handle of his umbrella, his polished shoes stepping onto a dry patch. Halting 10 paces away from Qin Meng, a talent in physical enhancement abilities, no wonder those fools couldn't handle you. Li Jun raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The distant sniper received the signal and squeezed the trigger once more. Bang! The second armor-piercing round struck Qin Meng's left leg. Flesh rolled back, blood cascading down his thigh, dripping onto the rock below. Qin Meng remained unmoving, his gaze locked onto Li Jun. While he could resist ordinary bullets, armor-piercing rounds would still draw blood. Li Jun pulled a pristine white handkerchief from his pocket, wiping away a drop of mud that had splattered onto the back of his hand. These large-caliber armor-piercing rounds possess a spiral-crushing effect. Once embedded in flesh, each muscle contraction brings excruciating pain. Observing Qin Meng's silent demeanor, Li Jun let out a cold chuckle. The disparity of classes cannot be bridged merely by fervent passion. Ordinary individuals must possess the awareness befitting their status. Do you believe that by eliminating a few insignificant prison guards, you can challenge the established order of Jiangxing? Your defiant demeanor is truly off-putting. Li Jun carelessly tossed the soiled handkerchief into the muddy water. In Jiangxing, the Zhao family reigns supreme. The Sun Jianxi serves as the pillar sustaining this dominion. Do you think you can pierce through the heavens alone? Your strength is but a crude jest in the face of the absolute dominance of firearms and supernatural abilities. Li Jun adjusted his cuffs. Young Master Zhao has decreed that we must capture you alive. Sign the confession and obediently accompany me back. Young Master Zhao intends to feed you to the dogs. You must endure this fate. Such is life. The Special Ops personnel collectively exhaled, raising their riot shields once more. Their weapons aimed squarely at the center. Director Li is formidable. Indeed, Director Li possesses remarkable means. No matter how resilient this creature may be, it will ultimately become a target. The fear from the recent slaughter swiftly transformed into mockery and a sense of retribution under Li Jun's overwhelming power. The deputy captain of the Special Ops stood beside Li Jun, gun in hand, coldly observing the trapped Qin Ming. Qin Ming lowered his gaze, glancing at the wound on his shoulder. The system's metrics spoke volumes. In this world, the combination of firearms and supernatural abilities still holds the power to dominate those of lower tiers. Armor-piercing rounds can rend through basic copper skin, while earth-based abilities can hinder movement speed. Any forced attempt to break free from the rock shackles would certainly deplete considerable stamina. With a physique of 528, enduring the ensuing concentrated fire would not be fatal, but it would severely compromise the efficiency of his escape. Should he be delayed, the Zhao family's elite or further heavy firepower may arrive, altering the situation dramatically. He cannot afford to linger. It is imperative to obliterate this group's psychological defenses in the most crushing manner possible, shattering their faith in firepower. In the upper right corner of his retina, a red digit lingered at 2,600. The recent kills, combined with previous accumulations, had resulted in a surfeit of violent value. Without hesitation, he accessed the system. Points allocated. Alta Physique. Chapter 10. Bones like steel, innate power of 1,000 pounds, consuming 2,600 violent value. Transmuting. Physique. 528,788. Detected breakthrough at the critical threshold of physique, generating talent entry. Congratulations, you have acquired the trait, Iron Bones, Beginner. Trait description: bones as strong as steel, possessing immense power. Immune to the vast majority of kinetic shocks, capable of bearing extreme violence. Detected breakthrough at the critical threshold of physique, trait, Copper Skin, Beginner, automatically advances. Current status: Copper Skin, Intermediate. Trait description: skin like heavy armor. Resistant to fire and water. Significantly reduces sharp penetration damage. Immune to kinetic energy from conventional firearms. The 2,600 points of violent value were entirely expended. A deep, resonant rumble emanated from within Qin Ming's body, akin to heavy machinery grinding or deep underground. His height of 185 meters surged to nearly 2 meters within seconds. Beneath the rain-soaked bronze skin, muscles bulged, tearing through the tattered prison garb, revealing the robust contours of his back. The density of his bones was increasing at an unnatural speed. At the sites of the bullet wounds on his shoulder and left leg, the muscles writhed violently. Clang, clang. 2 severely deformed tungsten core projectiles were forcibly expelled from his flesh, clattering onto the stone floor. The flesh around the wounds rapidly sealed, leaving no trace behind. Li Jun's hand, holding an umbrella, froze midair. His gaze fixed intently on the 2 projectiles on the ground. The muscles in his cheeks twitched uncontrollably. The expulsion of armor-piercing rounds and the instantaneous healing of wounds utterly subverted his understanding of physical enhancement. The deputy captain's gaze was similarly locked onto the projectiles. Director Li. He has healed. The deputy captain's voice cracked, his hand trembling so violently he could not aim. Open fire. Everyone, open fire. Li Jun bellowed, losing all composure. He clenched his fist. The ground quaked once more. More rocks erupted from the earth, transforming into sharp stone spikes that lunged toward Qin Ming from all directions. Hundreds of automatic rifles fired simultaneously. The Nighthawk above pulled the trigger again, bullets raining down upon Qin Ming. The flames illuminated the surrounding ruins. This time, not a single bullet could even leave a dent on Qin Ming's skin. The projectiles impacted his dark golden body, deforming and scattering. The large-caliber armor-piercing round, upon striking Qin Ming's chest, disintegrated into a cloud of metallic powder, failing to push him back even a single step. The deputy captain discarded the empty magazine in his hands, his trembling hands unable to insert a spare magazine into the gun. Qin Ming exerted force with his arms. Crack! The rock shackles binding him emitted a mournful wail. The thick stone pillars cracked open with dozens of large fissures, debris cascading down. Qin Ming lifted his right foot, smashing the rock hand beneath him. He emerged from the stone vise. The gunfire around him unwittingly ceased. All the special ops personnel were frozen in place, their weapons still smoking, unable to utter a sound. Li Jun staggered back, his black umbrella falling into the muddy water. A sharp stone spike aimed at his face halted in midair. Qin Ming extended his right hand, grasping the tip of the stone spike. With a firm grip, he shattered the half-meter-thick, solid stone spike into a cloud of dust that danced in the rain. Qin Ming raised his head. His towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, glistened with a metallic sheen under the lightning. His pitch-black eyes locked onto Li Jun ahead. His right arm slowly rose, pointing towards the deputy director who had retreated into the mud. In that instant, as Li Jun was targeted, his throat constricted involuntarily. Open fire! He screamed, his voice breaking, drowning out the thunder. Kill him. Turn him into mincemeat. The heavy machine gun atop the armored vehicle swung its barrel. Bang, bang, bang. The flames erupted. The 12.7 mm armor-piercing incendiary rounds wove a dense web of fire. Such caliber bullets could easily tear through the special steel plates of light armored vehicles. Hundreds of automatic rifles simultaneously emptied their magazines. A torrential downpour of projectiles cascaded onto Qin Meng's 2-meter-tall, dark golden form. The clanging of metal on metal resonated. Sparks erupted against Qin Meng's chest, shoulders, and forehead. Brass shells littered the ground, piling into small hills. Qin Meng did not falter. Those rounds capable of rending armor, upon contact with his dark golden skin, were flattened and shattered. The kinetic energy contained within was entirely absorbed and dissipated by his reinforced bones. Not a single hair on his body was harmed. He advanced through the hail of bullets. 1 step, 2 steps, his pace quickening from slow to fast. With a physique of 78, conventional firearms had lost all threat. The extraordinary physique delivered a devastating blow to the industrial constructs, vividly illustrating the principle that with sufficient power, the rules and ironclad laws of the mundane world could be obliterated. The ground trembled. Water pooled beneath his feet, splashing upwards. Qin Meng commenced his charge. The distance of 200 meters was rapidly erased under his terrifying explosive power. 2 armored vehicles stood before him. The special ops personnel crouched behind the vehicles, fingers tightly gripping the triggers, their barrels glowing red-hot. Block him. Use the armored vehicles to shield him. The deputy captain shouted frantically, his hands shaking violently as a spare magazine slipped from his grasp and fell into the mud. It cannot penetrate. It simply cannot penetrate. A special ops member cried out. Qin Meng crashed into the vehicles. He showed no sign of slowing down. Boom. A towering figure, standing 2 meters tall, collided head-on with an 8-ton armored vehicle. The vehicle's front crumpled under the force. The massive steel construct was lifted off the ground by sheer impact. Qin Meng extended his hands, his fingers piercing through the vehicle's armored door, grasping the chassis with a forceful grip. With a powerful heave, he overturned it. The armored vehicle soared through the air, crashing down upon a row of riot shields, burying several special forces operatives beneath it. The sounds of shattering bones and rupturing organs mingled together as torrents of blood gushed from the seams of the vehicle's undercarriage. One special forces operative, having exhausted his ammunition, discarded his rifle and drew a high-frequency, oscillating knife from behind. He charged at Qin Meng with a furious shout. The knife struck heavily against Qin Meng's neck, sparks flying as the blade shattered, sending fragments into the thigh of a nearby individual. In retaliation, Qin Meng delivered a powerful slap to the operative's head, resulting in a crushed skull and a severed spine. The lifeless body flew away, toppling over 3 others in its path. Qin Meng approached another armored vehicle, gripping the still-smoking barrel of its heavy machine gun. The intense heat from his palm instantly vaporized the rainwater, creating a misty cloud. With a sudden tug, he snapped off the specially designed alloy pivot connecting the gun turret. Along with it, half of the vehicle's roof came crashing down, and he effortlessly wielded the heavy machine gun, weighing 100 pounds, in his hands. Qin Meng turned, swinging the machine gun in a wide arc. The air was torn asunder by an ear-piercing shriek. A line of special forces operatives, just repositioning with their riot shields in an attempt to re-establish their defense, were met with a devastating barrage. The shields shattered, 5 operatives' chests collapsing instantaneously, their bodies hurled over 30 meters, becoming entangled upon a distant broken wall. Limbs and severed arms flew amidst the rain. Run! Quick, run! The special forces line disintegrated completely. No one dared to fire their weapons anymore. The firearms had turned to scrap metal. They discarded their armaments and fled in a frantic stampede. Qin Meng, holding the blood-soaked machine gun, wove through the panicking crowd. With each swing, lives were claimed, and clouds of blood mist erupted in the rain. The red numbers flashing rapidly on his retina signified his rising brutality value. These uniformed enforcers, who once upheld the Zhao family's rules and trampled on ordinary citizens, were now utterly crushed without mercy. Chapter 11. The brutality value surpasses 10,000. Li Jun stood amidst the mud and water, his exquisite trench coat stained with blood and grime. His legs trembled uncontrollably. Just a minute ago, he had been flaunting his superiority through class and order, viewing Qin Meng as someone beneath him. Now, the very force he prided himself on had been reduced to mere scrap metal by a single individual. He had to escape, immediately report this monstrous power to the Zhao family. This was not something that mere 3rd or 4th tier ability users could confront. High-tier warriors or ability users must be deployed. Biting his tongue to force calmness through the sharp pain, Li Jun slammed his hands onto the ground. His 4th-tier earth ability activated, overloading. The ground erupted. With a thunderous roar, the earth trembled violently within a 100-meter radius. Thousands of razor-sharp rock spears erupted from the ground, each compressed to be extraordinarily hard and capable of spiraling through anything. They surged toward Qin Meng from every angle, sealing off all avenues of escape. Simultaneously, the soil beneath Li Zhen's feet liquefied, and his body began to sink rapidly. Utilizing the high-tier secret technique of earth manipulation, he aimed to burrow 10 meters underground, where the intricate network of subterranean water pipes would render him uncatchable. As long as he brought this information back, the Zhao family would dispatch 5th-tier or even master-level guardians to hunt Qin Meng down. Half of his body had already sunk into the earth, his fingers pressing against the communicator in his ear. The call had yet to connect when a series of deafening explosions sounded ahead. Crack, crack, crack. Qin Meng did not evade the rock spears. He allowed those projectiles, capable of piercing tanks, to strike him. Sparks erupted from his dark golden skin as the spears shattered into fragments, turning to dust. He did not even pause for a moment. Discarding the deformed machine gun, he strode forward, crushing the debris underfoot, directly approaching Li Zhen's location underground. At that moment, Li Zhen's head had just disappeared into the soil, and the ground was about to close over him. Qin Meng raised his right foot. Did Li Zhen think he was safe by hiding underground? Come out. Qin Meng stomped down with tremendous force. The ground quaked violently, a fissure half a meter wide tearing open at the point of impact and racing outward. The terrifying energy penetrated the surface, reaching deep underground. 3 meters below, Li Zhen, having just stabilized himself, felt the earth closing in around him. A cataclysmic force pressed down from above. With a cough, Li Zhen spat out blood, his protective layer of earth shattered. The soil exploded above him as a massive hand broke through several meters of dirt, gripping his neck with brutal precision. The strength was overwhelming, almost severing his spine in an instant. With a fierce tug, Qin Meng yanked Li Zhen from 10 meters underground, dragging up a massive cloud of earth and debris. Li Zhen dangled in the air, mud and blood mingling on his face. The overwhelming sensation of suffocation made him flail helplessly. Before him stood the towering figure of Qin Meng, and his mental defenses crumbled entirely. Pride, status, the dignity of a 4th-tier ability user, all evaporated in that moment. Please, don't kill me, Li Zhen managed to rasp, weakly pounding on Qin Meng's arm. I am the deputy director of the Inspection Bureau. If you kill me, the entire government will not let you go. The Zhao family won't spare you either. You cannot contend with them. I have money. I will give you all my money. Please let me go. Qin Meng's fingers tightened slowly. Once high and mighty, preaching rules and hierarchy, now facing death, Li Zhen invoked his connections, attempting to buy his life. Yet, he offered no remorse. Keep your money for the afterlife, Qin Meng replied. With a sudden, forceful grip, he crushed Li Zhen's skull. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. The headless corpse slumped to the ground, twitching briefly before falling still. The system's notification echoed in his ears. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. A few slower Special Forces operatives lay collapsed in the mud, witnessing the once untouchable director Li being crushed effortlessly. Weakness overtook them. Urine mixed with rainwater pooled around them as they lost all will to escape. On a distant surveillance tower, several spies from the underground forces of Jiangxing observed the scene through high-powered binoculars. The binoculars fell to the ground, shattering upon impact. Li Zhen was dead. The sky over Jiangxing was about to collapse. The spies hastily gathered their equipment, scrambling off the rooftop. Qin Meng turned his gaze, wiping the blood from his hands, and approached the remaining Special Forces operatives. Please spare us, Master Qin. Please spare us. They pleaded, kneeling and banging their heads against the ground, blood oozing from their foreheads. Qin Meng paid them no mind. He lifted his leg and stomped down. Crack! Another chest shattered. He raised his leg again and stomped once more. There was no unnecessary torment, only the most decisive slaughter. In mere minutes, not a single member of the Inspection Bureau remained alive amidst the ruins of the slum. Dozens of armored vehicles lay overturned in the rain, their blood staining the waterlogged streets crimson. The downpour gradually lightened. Faintly, the distant wail of police sirens echoed, signaling that more reinforcements were en route. Qin Meng stood amidst a pile of corpses, tearing a relatively clean waterproof tarp from a wrecked armored vehicle and draping it over his bare torso. Rainwater cascaded down the tarp, splattering into the blood-soaked puddles below. He walked barefoot towards an overturned armored vehicle. Beneath the 8-ton mass of twisted steel, a feeble gasping sound emerged. With one hand gripping the deformed chassis beam, he exerted force. The agonizing sound of tearing metal resounded as the armored vehicle was hurled into the air, crashing heavily against a wall 10 meters away. A special operations officer, his legs crushed, lay exposed to the cold rain, a mixture of excrement and urine running down. Qin Meng bent down, grasping the collar of the officer's bulletproof vest, lifting him effortlessly with one arm. How do I get to the Sunjianzi branch? His voice mingled with the rumbling thunder, reaching the officer's ears. Trembling, the officer pointed a quivering finger towards the city center. Zhao. These two words swirled in Qin Meng's mind. Zhao Tianxi was a fool. But the head of the Zhao family behind him was a 7th-tier ability user, as reported in the news. 7th tier. The pinnacle of martial prowess capable of commanding the resonance of elemental forces. Qin Meng examined the system panel on his retina. His current physique value stood at 78.8. Withstanding conventional firearms and 4th-tier abilities posed no challenge. However, facing a 7th-tier user presented a significant combat power gap. Charging into the Zhao family estate would be strategically reckless. This reconstructed body required more violent points to enhance its attributes. He needed to root out and eliminate each individual involved in the conspiracy, crushing them one by one. This would serve both as interest repayment and power accumulation. The original case file should be hidden within the Jiangxing Sunjianzi branch. There, a complete blacklist awaited him. 15 minutes later, a bullet-riddled SUV halted before the Jiangxing Sunjianzi branch building. The special operations officer gripped the steering wheel tightly, glancing towards the passenger seat. Qin Meng's towering dark gold form distorted the spacious seat, and the vehicle was permeated with a strong metallic odor of blood. We have arrived at the confidential archives on the 13th floor. Qin Meng pushed open the car door, the hinges snapping under the force. He casually tossed the door into the standing water. Indeed, you have proven useful. Raising his palm, a crisp sound echoed. The officer's cervical vertebra was precisely crushed, his head slumping lifelessly onto the steering wheel. The sound of the horn blared piercingly. The main entrance of the Sunjianzi headquarters was firmly shut. Inside the transparent tempered bulletproof glass door, 2 guards were dozing. Qin Meng did not slow down, crashing directly into the door. The 5-centimeter thick bulletproof glass shattered explosively, raining shards across the lobby. Ear-piercing alarms instantly filled the air. The guards jolted awake, hands instinctively reaching for their sidearms. Qin Meng's foot flicked up 2 diamond-shaped glass shards and kicked them out. The shards sliced through the throats of both guards, embedding deeply into the load-bearing wall behind them. Blood spraying in a fan shape across the surveillance screens. The security system automatically severed the power to the building's elevators. Qin Meng approached the fire door of the stairwell, gripping the handle with both hands and yanking it outward. The electronic lock erupted in a shower of sparks as the entire door was ripped from its hinges and cast aside. He strode purposefully up the stairs, each footfall causing significant cracks in the concrete steps. On the 5th floor, within the archives, the head of the archives department, Wu Dishing, was sweating profusely. In his 50s, he had worked at the Sunjianzi for over 20 years, excelling in transforming black into white. Before him stood a burning incinerator, thick files being consumed by flames, their pages curling and blackening. These were Qin Meng's prison records, along with pertinent forensic reports and witness testimonies. Faster, faster, Wu Dishing muttered under his breath, shoving more papers into the fire. Sweat dripped from his forehead onto the official stamp. He had just received the news of Director Li Zhen's demise. The sky had fallen in Jiangxing, but he had to ensure his own survival. As long as these pieces of evidence vanished, even if Qin Meng charged in, he could not grasp the Zhao family secrets. Director Wu, just one more left. A young investigator beside him handed over a list, his hands trembling. This was a compensation list provided by the Zhao family, detailing who received what and who fabricated testimonies on which days. Wu Dishing had kept this backup privately to maintain leverage over the Zhao family, but now it had become a death warrant. As he reached to take it, the fortified anti-theft door of the archives emitted a mournful groan. With a crash, the entire door and frame flew inward, smashing into a row of file shelves. Thousands of paper documents swirled chaotically through the air. Qin Meng strode over the debris, his body beneath the waterproof tarp radiating an astonishing heat that distorted the damp air around him. He spotted the incinerator and the list Wu Dishing had yet to burn. Put it down. Qin Meng's words froze Wu Dishing in place. He gazed at the nearly 2-meter-tall man before him, whose skin shimmered with a dim golden light, a manifestation of the pressure wrought by slaughter and ascension. Qin Meng, please remain calm. Wu Dishing attempted to sound composed. You have already killed many. There is still time to turn back. If you spare me, I can vouch for you before the judge. Without further words, Qin Meng shifted, instantly appearing before Wu Dishing. With fingers outstretched, he pressed down on Wu Dishing's head. The bones creaked under the pressure, and Wu Dishing felt as though his skull would shatter. Ah, please, don't. Wu Dishing shrieked, instinctively hiding the list behind him. With a swift motion, Qin Meng seized the paper. A glance revealed the contents. Forensic, Zhou Hai. Received 2 million from the Zhao family. Fabricated autopsy results. Witness, Chen Dazhu. distant relative of the Zhao family, perjured at the rape scene. Handler, Lu Fong. Internal staff at the Sunjianzi assisted in destroying the original surveillance. The list was extensive, detailing over a dozen individuals. Please, do not kill me. I was merely following orders. It was Zhao Jia and Zhao Tianxi who compelled me. If I did not alter the records, my entire family would perish. Qin Meng's steps echoed heavily on the floor. Rules. Gripping Wu Dushing's thinning hair, he raised his arm, lifting him from the ground. The searing pain at the scalp elicited a piercing wail from Wu Dushing. In a world governed by rules, why are they only used to condemn me? As Qin Meng traversed the chaos, he hoisted Wu Dushing with one hand, advancing towards the incinerator consuming the evidence. Flames danced within, their orange glow reflecting off Qin Meng's dark golden skin, casting a metallic sheen. Since you enjoy obliteration, Qin Meng pressed Wu Dushing's head down, slowly guiding his face toward the scalding opening of the incinerator. No. The wave of heat surged towards Wu Dushing, who could even smell his own eyebrows singeing. Desperately, he clawed at the edges of the incinerator, his nails scraping against the alloy surface, blood seeping from his broken nail beds. Master Qin, ancestor, I know the complete list. You are not the only one being framed. Qin Meng's strength came to a halt as he spoke, his voice devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Wu Dushing's pants were completely soaked, liquid dripping down his legs to the floor. He shouted incoherently. Forensic expert Zhou Hai fabricated the DNA extraction report of the victim. Criminal investigation team leader Wang Hai brought tools to your home. And Zhang San, Li Si, and those 3 thugs accepted money from the Zhao family and testified falsely. A complete and meticulous chain of interests, ruthlessly constructed to condemn an innocent person to death row, forcing a pair of ordinary parents seeking help into the cold confines of a morgue. Qin Meng's fingers slowly tightened. There was nothing left unaccounted for. Everything was present. Wu Dushing, with his eyes closed and tears streaming down his face, pleaded, Sir, you have the list. Go settle the score with them. I was coerced. Treat me as a mere pawn. Qin Meng nodded. Very well. Suddenly, the force of his palm erupted, snapping Wu Dushing's hands, which were braced against the box. Twisting them grotesquely, Qin Meng did not give him a chance to continue his pitiful cries, as he gripped his skull with 5 fingers and pressed down heavily. Wu Dushing was thrust headfirst into the narrow opening of the incineration chamber. The crimson flames instantly engulfed his torso. His screams echoed dully within the chamber, soon turning into gasping convulsions due to lack of oxygen. The stench of burning flesh permeated the archive room. The indicator lights flickered violently as the chamber struggled under the burden of an inappropriate volume, emitting tremors of distress. Qin Meng released his grip, allowing the convulsing body to be completely consumed by the flames. Eliminated a villain. Brutality value 200. Qin Meng tore down the nearby curtain, methodically wiping away the few drops of blood on his hand. He turned and walked towards the floor-to-ceiling blinds. The rain had yet to cease. The neon lights of Jiangcheng appeared weak and dim through the rain curtain. He retrieved the scorched dossier from his inner pocket, unfolding it with one hand. His gaze scanned the top line. Forensic Department Head, Zhou Hai. Residential address, Jiangcheng East District, Luyo Villa Area, Building 8. Qin Meng tucked the dossier back into his chest. He lifted his foot and kicked over the nearby burning brazier. The embers scattered across the ground, igniting the surrounding piles of paper. The flames illuminated his dark golden face. Forensics, huh? He pushed open the window and leaped into the torrential rain from the 13th floor. Chapter 13. The moment one signs their name, they should foresee today. The sensation of weightlessness lasted 2 seconds. Qin Meng's feet crashed heavily onto the concrete pavement below the inspection division building. The tremendous impact caused the ground to collapse into a pit half a meter deep. Spiderweb-like cracks radiated outward, and debris flew, striking the surrounding walls with a sharp clatter. He did not pause. His calf muscles swelled suddenly, tearing his remaining prison pants, revealing muscular lines as robust as steel columns. He surged forward, shattering the curtain of rain, transforming into a fierce shadow racing towards Jiangcheng East District. With a physique rating of 78.8, he unleashed an explosive force that transcended the limits of carbon-based life. The wind howled past his ears. The streets rushed backward in a frenzied blur. He stepped over an abandoned car parked by the roadside, the roof caving in. The entire vehicle pressed to the ground by the immense counterforce. At the Luyo Villa gatehouse, the duty security guard was sipping a bowl of steaming instant noodles, idly watching the surveillance screen. A blurred, distorted shadow flickered across the screen. Immediately, the 3-meter-high cast-iron gate emitted a ghastly metallic screech. The heavy doors bent inward, their connecting expansion screws snapping cleanly. The iron gates, along with half of a cement pillar, collapsed with a thunderous crash. Massive stones shattered the guard booth's bulletproof glass. The bowl of noodles slipped from the guard's hands, scalding broth splattering onto his feet, leaving large red splotches. He gaped, unable to utter a sound. Outside, the speed detector's red light flashed wildly, the screen frozen on the number, 145 kilometers per hour. This was a speed purely generated by the power of his legs. The guard's legs buckled, and he slid down his chair, scrambling beneath the desk, desperately covering his mouth. In Building 8, within the main bedroom's bathroom, the heated water in the tub splashed white droplets, steam rising. Forensic expert Zhou Hai reclined on the imported massage pad, his rotund belly floating on the surface. A young woman in a silk robe sat on the edge, gently swirling half a glass of red wine. Zhou Hai reached out and pinched her thigh. This villa had cost him $1.5 million. It was the first hush money given to him by Zhao Tianxi, intended to procure a death sentence report for Qin Ming. Once the storm passed, he could secure another apartment in the city center. As for the scapegoat named Qin Ming, his ashes had likely already been scattered. A loud rumble resonated from the first floor. It was not a knock. The $10,000 German-made armored security door, along with half of a load-bearing wall, was brutally smashed in. The crash of debris on the floor caused the water in the tub to slosh violently, spilling over. Zhou Hai sat up abruptly. The wine glass in the woman's hand shattered on the tiled floor, mixing red wine with the pooled water. Heavy footsteps echoed down the stairs. With each step, the solid wood stairs creaked under the strain. The woman tightened her robe and rushed barefoot out of the bathroom to investigate. A scream caught in her throat as she fell backward, her head hitting the door frame, rendering her unconscious on the floor. Qin Ming stepped over the scattered wood chips and entered the bathroom. Rainwater dripped from his dark golden skin, pooling into a dark stain on the floor. He held the dossier with a charred corner. Qin Ming gazed at the pile of flesh in the tub. Had he rushed to the Zhao family the moment he received the list, he would have undoubtedly faced a coordinated ambush by skilled fighters. The risk was too great. Extracting each accomplice hidden in the shadows and crushing them one by one would not only sever the Zhao family's wings, but also accumulate enough foundation for this body. This pig had exchanged a fabricated DNA report for a tub full of warm water and fine wine. To simply snap his neck would be too merciful. Since he relied on a scalpel for a living, he should experience the sensation of a blade slicing through living flesh. Who are you? Do you want money? I have cash in the safe downstairs. I'll give it all to you. Zhou Hai frantically shrank back into the corner of the tub, splashing water. Qin Ming tossed the dossier onto the wet tiles. The pages spread open, revealing the forensic appraisal report signed by Zhou Hai. Zhou Hai's gaze fell upon the report, his breath halting. He recognized the face. Qin Ming? You're not dead. Zhou Hai's voice cracked completely. Qin Ming approached the sink, yanking open the drawer. Inside was an immaculate set of surgical scalpels, Zhou Hai's private collection, crafted from high-carbon steel with extremely thin blades. Young Master Zhao gave you $2 million. Qin Ming extracted a number 3 scalpel, gently gliding his thumb along the sharp edge. The blade did not break the skin, producing a crisp hum. It was Zhao Tianxi who forced me. If I didn't sign, he would kill my entire family. Zhou Hai retreated frantically until his back pressed against the cold tiles. Qin Ming turned and strode toward the tub. He seized Zhou Hai's sparse hair with one hand and forcibly dragged his corpulent body out of the water. In the hands of Qin Ming, a weight of 200 pounds bore no significance. When you were handling money, your hands did not tremble. Zhou Hai fell heavily onto the tiled floor, 2 of his ribs fractured. At that moment, the woman on the ground stirred awake. She beheld the dark golden giant pressing one knee onto Zhou Hai's back. The slender blade in the giant's hand glimmered under the warm light of the bathroom. A violent contraction surged through the woman's stomach. Her eyes rolled back, and she again succumbed to a death-like stupor. Qin Yi, I will give you all my money. I can testify in court. I will accuse the Zhao family. Spare my life. Zhou Hai's face pressed against the tiles, his voice hoarse and desperate. Qin Ming flipped Zhou Hai over, placing the scalpel against his chest. This knife, typically used to slice open the chests of the deceased, pressed down slightly. The skin ruptured. The layer of fat was sliced open. Blood gushed forth, staining the white tiles red. Zhou Hai let out a wretched scream, thrashing his limbs wildly. Yet they were firmly pinned down by Qin Ming's knee, immovable. The moment you signed your name, you should have anticipated today. The blade danced, precisely severing the nerves in Zhou Hai's right hand. That hand which had penned fraudulent deeds was rendered utterly useless, lying limply on the tiles. Zhou Hai's screams transformed into a higher pitch due to excruciating pain. Qin Ming did not pause. The blade descended, targeting the left wrist. Blood splattered onto Qin Ming's dark golden hand. Kill me, just kill me. Zhou Hai convulsed violently in a pool of blood, losing control of his bowels. Very well. Qin Ming withdrew the scalpel and thrust it into Zhou Hai's throat. The trachea severed, arteries ruptured. All cries were drowned in the thick flow of blood. Zhou Hai's hands fell weakly into the bloodied pool, his eyes bulging, utterly devoid of life. Eliminated a villain. Brutality value 100. Qin Ming stood up, tearing a dry bath towel from the rack, slowly wiping the blood from his hands. Once clean, he tossed the towel casually over the corpse's face. He retrieved a charred list from his pocket. With a bloodstained thumb, he forcefully marked Zhou Hai's name. His gaze shifted down the list, halting at the second name. Witness. Qindaju. Address. The shanty town in the southern district of Jiangqing. Received 500,000 in cash from the Zhao family to testify falsely, claiming to have witnessed Qin Ming commit rape. Chapter 14. A frenzied slaughter, all scum slaughtered. Qin Ming refolded the list and tucked it back into his pocket. He approached the floor-to-ceiling window and kicked through the entire sheet of tempered glass. The fierce wind, mingled with rain, surged into the opulent bathroom, toppling the bottles and jars on the sink. Qin Ming leaped down, landing on the lawn of the villa. The ground was cratered from his impact, mud splattering everywhere. In the southern district of Jiangqing, the shantytown stood as the most chaotic place, with low self-built houses crowded together. Qindaju sat inside a dilapidated rental room. On the table lay several bottles of cheap liquor and a plate of peanuts. 3 scruffy young men with yellow hair sat opposite him. Brother Zhu, you've struck it rich this time. One yellow-haired man tossed a peanut into his mouth, grinning obsequiously. Qindaju downed a gulp of liquor, belching loudly. He was an unemployed drifter, surviving by petty theft. The Zhao family's steward had approached him, asking him to testify. Earning this money was effortless. All he had to do was say a few words in court, claiming he saw that kid stripping someone's clothes. The Zhao family had arranged everything else. Qindaju patted his bulging pocket, which contained the 20,000 in cash he had just withdrawn. That Qin Ming was also a fool. Who in their right mind would provoke young Master Zhao? His entire family deserved to be wiped out. Another yellow-haired man nodded in agreement. Brother Zhu is right. In this day and age, ordinary people must be ready to be treated like dogs. The asbestos tiles on the roof crackled under the rain. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as the already flimsy wooden door shattered into countless splinters, shooting into the room. One yellow-haired man was caught off guard. A sharp wooden shard piercing his shoulder, causing him to scream and collapse. The wind and rain rushed in. The liquor bottles on the table were overturned, spilling liquor everywhere. Qindaju looked up in terror. A tall man stood outside the door, waterproof cloth draped casually over his shoulder, revealing his dark, golden physique. Rainwater trickled down his sharply defined muscles. The dim light in the room illuminated his face, highlighting his stern features. Who the hell are you? Qindaju, emboldened by liquor, grabbed a broken liquor bottle from the table. Qin Ming ignored the fallen yellow-haired man and strode into the room. He seized Qindaju's wrist, which held the bottle. And with a slight twist, crack, the bone shattered. The half-bottle fell from Qindaju's hand, sending shards of glass scattering. He knelt, clutching his wrist. The alcohol-induced bravado fading. 500,000. Buy yourself a pair of eyes. Qin Ming loomed over him. Qindaju trembled violently, finally recognizing the face before him. Though significantly more muscular than in court and with a changed complexion, that outline was unforgettable. Qin Ming. The other 2 yellow-haired men, upon hearing the name, collapsed in fear, scrambling into the corner. Qin Ming pulled out the list from his pocket, unfolding it with one hand and presenting it to Qindaju. Sign here, claiming you witnessed me commit rape. Qindaju shook his head vigorously. Qinyi, I was wrong. I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything at all. It was the Zhao family who told me to say that. Qin Ming retracted the list. I do not believe you. He extended 2 fingers. Since you claim to have witnessed it, these eyes are a curse. Qin Ming's fingers thrust into Qindaju's face. The horrifying scream tore through the rainy night of the shantytown. Qindaju covered his face with his hands, blood gushing from between his fingers, mingling with a transparent fluid. He rolled on the ground in agony, knocking over the folding bed behind him. The 2 yellow-haired men cowering in the corner instantly soaked their pants, the stench of urine permeating the air. One of them, terrified, began to foam at the mouth, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. Qin Ming grabbed a few cheap paper towels from the nearby table, methodically cleaning his fingers. 500,000. Keep it for buying paper money. Qin Ming lifted his right foot and stamped down hard on Qindaju's chest. His sternum caved in, broken ribs piercing the heart. The wailing abruptly ceased. Eliminated a villain. Brutality value 100. Qin Ming turned his head, gazing at the remaining yellow-haired man huddled in the corner. The man was frantically bowing his head, his forehead striking the concrete floor, blood streaming down. I didn't see anything. I don't know anything. Please spare me. Qin Ming ignored him. He pulled out the list again. He drew a line through Qindaju's name. The night rain continued to fall. In an underground black casino in the southern district of Jiangcheng, Zhang San, the false witness, boasted while embracing a hostess. Young Master Zhao is generous. He gave me 100,000. Once the storm passes, I'm heading out of town to buy a house. The solid wooden door was kicked in, splintering into pieces. Qin Meng, towering at 2 meters, entered the smoke-filled room. His dark golden skin shimmered under the dim lights. Zhang San, trembling with a cigarette in hand, let the burning tip fall into his lap, causing him to shiver. What gang are you from? Qin Meng stepped forward, gripping Zhang San's chin with one hand. With force, he crushed the jawbone and teeth into powder. Zhang San could not emit a sound, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Eliminated a villain. Brutality value 100. 1 hour later. In a bathhouse in the eastern city, the thug Li Si soaked with his eyes closed in the hot water, while a younger man diligently scrubbed his back. Brother Si, is the water temperature all right today? No one responded. The younger man looked up in confusion. A towering giant, standing at 2 meters, loomed by the edge of a pool, clutching Li Si's neck with one hand, lifting him effortlessly into the air. Li Si's cervical spine had already contorted at a right angle. His accomplice, legs trembling, plunged headfirst into the water, choking and losing consciousness. The notification echoed. Eliminate the villain, brutality value 100. At 3 in the morning, Lu Fong, an internal staff member of the Inspection Bureau, dragged a designer suitcase as she stood in the underground parking garage of a luxurious apartment complex. Inside her bag lay 300,000 yuan in cash bestowed by the Zhao family, and she had purchased a last-minute ticket for an overseas escape. Upon opening the car door, she was confronted by a man seated in the driver's seat, bare-chested. Lu Fong opened her mouth to scream, but a hand reached out, gripping her throat. With a swift motion, her trachea was severed. The cash-filled leather bag fell to the ground, scattering banknotes across the floor. Target eliminated, brutality value 100. Throughout the night, this list, acquired at the cost of Qin Meng's family of 3 lives, became a genuine death warrant. The orchestrators, forgers, and recipients of bribes were all ensnared. Not a single one escaped. Qin Meng had circled around Jiangcheng, leaving no room for interrogation or idle chatter. He confirmed identities and acted decisively, eradicating these human scum with the most unrelenting violence. The system's notification chimed in his ears, with values persistently fluctuating in the upper right corner of his retina. As dawn broke, Qin Meng sat atop a segment of discarded concrete pipe in a dilapidated building on the outskirts of Jiangcheng. He retrieved the blood-stained list from his pocket, his fingernails scraping forcefully across the paper. Dozens of names had been crossed out with bold lines. The pressure penetrated the paper, leaving a trail of punctured holes. This intricately woven web of interests, which had forced the good into a corner, had been thoroughly shattered by his own fists. At the bottom of the list, only one name remained, solitary and forlorn, the individual directly responsible for forging the crime scene tools and executing the arrests, Captain Wang Hai of the Criminal Investigation Team. Chapter 15. New Trait. Divine healing. The cold autumn rain gradually ceased, giving way to a grayish-white dawn. In the heart of Jiangcheng's commercial district, a holographic projection screen suddenly illuminated with blinding red light. Major wanted notice. The 5 blood-red characters dominated the entire screen. A mechanical, icy female voice reverberated through the empty streets via a powerful broadcast. Last night, multiple heinous murders occurred in Jiangcheng. Suspect Qin Meng brutally killed a prison guard during his escape. The Public Security Bureau has verified that the suspect exhibits severe antisocial personality traits. Surveillance footage shows that after his escape, Qin Meng headed directly to the slums on the outskirts of the city. In a fit of rage over a failed extortion attempt, he mercilessly strangled his parents to death and disposed of their bodies. The screen shifted to a series of meticulously edited surveillance videos that began to loop. The footage was deliberately dimmed. Qin Meng appeared, shouldering a massive waterproof bundle, walking into the thunderstorm, accompanied by bold subtitles highlighting the tragedy of his parents' brutal demise. A reward of 5 million star coins was announced for any information leading to his capture. This individual is extremely dangerous. Citizens are advised to avoid him. Qin Meng stood in the shadows of a street corner, droplets cascading from his chin into the puddle at his feet. 5 million star coins. The Zhao family not only aimed for his physical destruction, but sought to obliterate him socially, legitimizing all their illicit activities, completely whitewashing their crimes, leaving him no space for rebuttal in this world. In front of a breakfast stall across the street, several early rising laborers stared at the screen, gasping in disbelief. He is not human. He even killed his own parents. Such a beast deserves to be tortured to death. Why hasn't the Inspection Bureau apprehended him yet? The 5 million reward would surely drive the desperate rogues on the streets into a frenzy. Qin Meng gazed at the screen, displaying the bodies of his parents wrapped in coverings. Since the world had branded him a demon, he would fulfill the role of a demon to the utmost. 5 million. At the entrance of an internet cafe, a young man clad in a tattered jacket with green-dyed hair pushed open the glass door, fixating on the screen, swallowing hard. As he lowered his head to light a cigarette, the flicker of the lighter illuminated the imposing figure of a dark golden giant standing beside him. The 2-meter-tall figure, bare-chested and streaked with dried blood, bore an uncanny resemblance to the wanted photo on the screen. The lighter slipped from the young man's hand, his legs trembling as he leaned against the glass door. 5 million. With this money, he would never have to stay in this shabby internet cafe eating instant noodles again. Slowly, the young man reached into his jacket pocket, retrieving a black walkie-talkie, an internal communication device of the underground snake gang in Jiangxing. The Zhao family had sent the bounty through the underground bank, with the gang's informants spread throughout the city. He pressed the call button. Brother Dao? I see. A massive hand shot out, gripping the young man's neck tightly. Qin Meng, with one arm, lifted the 100-kilogram youth effortlessly into the air. The young man kicked desperately, clawing at Qin Meng's fingers, his nails breaking without leaving a mark on Qin Meng's skin. What did you see? Qin Meng's voice remained flat and devoid of emotion. The young man's face turned a deep crimson, his throat severely constricted. Panic overtook greed as he clasped his hands together. Bowing frantically to Qin Meng tightened his grip. A sharp crack echoed in the morning streets, the sound of cervical vertebrae shattering, resounding distinctly. The young man's head tilted to one side, limp and lifeless. Target eliminated, brutality value 100. Qin Meng released his hold, the corpse crashing into the puddle, sending mud splashing. The black walkie-talkie on the ground emitted a crackling sound. Green hair? What did you see? Is it a lead on that Qin Meng kid? A rough male voice crackled through the device. Hurry and report the coordinates. Young Master Zhao has increased the bounty. Provide the accurate location, and the reward will double. The entire underground network of Jiangxing was on the hunt for him. Today, whoever could claim a piece of him would be able to buy a house in the inner city. Another voice interjected. Stop searching in the South District. Set up a checkpoint on the outskirts of the Cross River Bridge. The Zhao family's people just took a few important witnesses from the West District Bureau and are about to cross the bridge out of the city. Leading the operation is Zhao family's chief priest, Lei Bao, a pinnacle-level lightning elemental ability user. That kind of setup has booked an entire heavily armored convoy. Captain Wang Hai from the criminal investigation team is also in the car. That guy is lucky to have Master Lei personally escorting him. The chatter on the walkie-talkie grew increasingly chaotic. Qin Meng lifted his right foot and stomped down heavily. The black walkie-talkie shattered into a myriad of plastic and electronic components. At the Cross River Bridge, Wang Hai, the final name on the list, the Zhao family had dispatched a pinnacle-level ability user to transfer Wang Hai out of the city overnight. Remaining here would only attract endless waves of security personnel and gangflies. Once Wang Hai left Jiangxing, the chain of vengeance would break at its most crucial link. The 5 million bounty was merely a ploy to mobilize all eyes in the city to buy time. Pinnacle-level, lightning elemental. Known as the most violent and destructive among elemental abilities. Qin Meng glanced at the data panel on the right side of his retina. With the accumulated kill count and subsequent harvesting, his brutality value had surpassed 17,000 points. Targeting a pinnacle-level ability user capable of summoning thunder was pointless. Retaining points overnight held no significance. System, compress all brutality values into physique. The red figures fluctuated rapidly, plummeting sharply. A dull grinding sound emanated from beneath his flesh as bone density skyrocketed in an unreasonable manner. Consumed 2,120 brutality points. Physique, 788,100. Detected physique surpassing the 3-digit threshold. Life level transcended. Awaken new trait. Divine healing, beginner. Trait, copper skin, intermediate. Evolved to copper skin, advanced. Disregarding conventional armor-piercing firepower and mid-tier elemental attacks, the process of bone and blood reformation is both fleeting and tyrannical. The numerical values do not halt at the 100 mark. The crimson value pool continues to deplete. The final figure stabilizes at physical strength, 100,130. And the violent value is entirely reduced to 0. Qin Meng fixates on the changes displayed on the panel. He invested 15,000 points, yet upon surpassing 100, it only increased by 30 points. The rules for attribute allocation have altered. Prior to exceeding 100, 100 points of violent value could be exchanged for 1 point of physical strength. After crossing that threshold, the system raised the exchange requirement for physical strength to 500 points. This quintuple disparity further affirms that a physical strength exceeding 100 has completely detached from the conventional standards of power evaluation. Qi and blood surge within him at an accelerated pace, generating boundless heat. Qin Meng stretches his neck, and the joints crack with a sound that makes one wince. With 130 points of physical strength, combined with advanced copper skin and divine healing, he possesses enough might to reduce that 5th-tier elemental practitioner to ashes. His knees bend slightly as he channels all his strength downward. The unyielding concrete pavement buckles under the immense pressure, yielding 2 half-meter deep craters. The airflow is violently displaced. Qin Meng transforms into a shadow, racing towards the Jiangxing Cross River Bridge. As he moves, the air swirls with energy. The fierce gusts lift fallen leaves and debris from the ground, while the glass windows of street-side shops shatter under the intense pressure, scattering shards everywhere. Chapter 16. Before my tempest, you shall not endure for 3 seconds. The Jiangxing Cross River Bridge, a magnificent structure spanning 5 kilometers, connects the inner and outer regions of Jiangxing. At this moment, the entire bridge has been closed off in both directions. 4 black-armored, bulletproof SUVs are stationed on the bridge deck, surrounded by a dozen elite members of the Zhao family, clad in black combat attire, wielding the latest high-caliber Gauss rifles. Inside the central vehicle, Captain Wang Hai of the Criminal Investigation Unit sits in the back seat, gripping the edge of the leather seat with white knuckles, his uniform drenched in cold sweat. An hour ago, he received the grim news of Wu Duxing's tragic demise while still in his bed. Shortly thereafter, a photo of forensic expert Zhou Hai, his hands severed and nailed to a bathtub, arrived on his internal terminal. Everyone connected to the Qin Meng case had met their end that night, leaving him as the sole survivor. Why the panic? A bald man in the passenger seat turned his face towards him. One side of his face was adorned with blue lightning tattoos, and his physique was immensely robust, muscles straining against his specially designed combat attire. The air around them crackled with faint blue arcs of electricity. This was Thunderstorm, the chief practitioner of the Zhao family, a pinnacle 5th-tier lightning elemental adept. Thundermaster. That Qin Meng is a monster. Even Deputy Director Li Zhen was torn apart by him. Wang Hai's voice trembled with fear. He will undoubtedly come for me. He possesses that list. Thunderstorm scoffed, his thick fingers tapping on the car door, leaving scorched black marks from the electric arcs. That waste Li Zhen, a 4th-tier earth elemental, only knows how to play in the mud. It serves him right to be crushed up close. As a physical enhancement type who had only recently awakened, even at his peak, he could merely withstand bullets. Thunderstorm pushed open the car door and stepped out. The icy autumn wind of Jiang swept across the bridge. Biting and frigid, he casually seized a thick steel cable from the railing. With a crackling sound, the violent blue current instantly severed the cable as thick as his thumb. Molten iron dripped onto the bridge surface, leaving scorch marks. This is elemental destructive power. That little turtle shell of his won't withstand 3 seconds against my Thunderstorm. He tossed the remaining half of the steel cable into the rushing river below. The nearby Zhao family elites closed in. Thundermaster has refined his Thunder Extreme burst again. Even a 4th-tier defensive adept would be directly melted by this. What is that, Qin Meng? To dare provoke Thundermaster is to seek death. Wang Hai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his taut nerves relaxing somewhat. Indeed, Thunderstorm possessed the arrogance to back it up. As a pinnacle 5th tier, he could briefly communicate with elemental forces. A mere mortal could not endure the tens of thousands of volts of ultra-high pressure lightning. Young Master Zhao instructed us to ensure your safe passage outside the city. Thunderstorm lit a cigar. If that little brat truly dares to pursue, all the better. I shall take his head back to exchange for a 5th-tier crystal core. Wang Hai glanced out the car window. Thundermaster, why hasn't the convoy moved yet? Thunderstorm exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. A sand truck has broken down ahead, blocking the road. The crew is currently clearing it. 100 meters ahead of the bridge, a heavy-duty truck laden with river sand was obstructing the center of the road. Several Zhao family elites were shouting at the truck driver, who was sweating profusely and desperately trying to start the engine. Move it. Thunderstorm, growing impatient, took several strides toward the truck. He shoved aside his subordinate, his right arm bulging with muscle, radiant lightning coiling around his fist. With a resounding boom, he delivered a powerful punch to the truck's front. The truck, weighing several tons, crumpled under the force, sliding sideways for over 10 meters before crashing into the bridge railing. A cloud of yellow sand cascaded down, covering the bridge deck. The truck driver was thrown from the windshield and crashed to the ground, unconscious. Thunderstorm flicked his wrist, dispersing the electric arcs. The road is clear. Get in the vehicle. We depart. Just as the convoy prepared to restart, a deep, rumbling sound echoed from the opposite end of the bridge. The noise intensified, causing the steel plates of the bridge to vibrate violently. Thunderstorm halted, turning to face the source of the sound. In the morning mist, a towering dark golden figure was rapidly approaching. Qin Meng stepped onto the Jiangxing Cross River Bridge. The bridge was fortified with alloy wire barricades set up by the Public Security Bureau, yet he did not reduce his speed. He crashed straight through. The wire netting shattered instantly, and the warning lights hanging on the wires shattered as well. As he passed a 12-meter-tall pure steel lamppost, Qin Ming extended his right hand, his fingers sinking deep into the steel plate. With a forceful twist of his waist, he uprooted the lamppost, which weighed a ton. The bolts at the base snapping apart. The lampshade shattered upon impact with the ground. Dragging the massive steel column behind him, it scraped against the bridge surface, producing a dazzling shower of sparks over 100 meters long. The piercing sound of metal grinding drowned out the howling river wind. With 200 meters left to the convoy, he showed no signs of slowing down, instead accelerating further. Wang Hai pressed against the car window, recognizing that face. His heart raced to his throat. It's him. Qin Ming. He's coming. Wang Hai screamed in terror, frantically pounding on the car window. Thundermaster. Quickly. Kill him. A dozen Zhao family elites swiftly raised their Gauss rifles and disengaged the safeties. Thunderstorm, cigar clenched in his teeth, suddenly spread his arms wide. A tempest of lightning exploded outward from him, enveloping the bridge deck within a 30-meter radius in a chaotic electric web. The blue lightning tattoos on Thunderstorm's face contorted violently, radiating blinding light. There's a path in heaven that you refuse to walk. 200 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. Qin Ming charged into the effective range of the heavy-duty rifles. A volley of Gauss rifles fired simultaneously. The ethereal blue electromagnetic projectiles tearing through the air with immense kinetic energy directed at Qin Ming. Each bullet could penetrate 50 millimeters of homogeneous steel. Clang, clang. Sparks erupted violently against Qin Ming's dark golden skin. Light scars appeared on the surface of his skin, only to heal instantaneously. The projectiles flattened upon impact, falling to the ground. The bullets could not even hinder his movements. The elite warriors frantically adjusted their shooting angles, but to no avail. The arrogance on Lei Bao's face gradually faded. The streetlight pole, weighing a ton, was effortlessly dragged by Qin Ming with a single hand. Even he could not wield such a weapon with ease while sprinting at high speed. This extraordinary physical strength defied all logic. Lei Bao discarded his cigar, and the lightning around him surged ominously. Qin Ming zeroed in on Wang Hai, who was seated in the center of the armored SUV. With a sudden burst of power, he propelled himself into the air, leaping several meters high. A massive shadow loomed over the entire convoy. In midair, Qin Ming extended his right arm backward, gripping the 12-meter-long pure steel lamp post with unwavering determination. His dark golden muscles tensed to their utmost, directing the 1-ton steel pole straight at Lei Bao and the armored vehicle before hurling it down with immense force. Chapter 17. The Collapse of the Thunderstorm. Boom. The moment the 12-meter-long steel pole left Qin Ming's right hand, the air erupted with a deafening crack. A white shockwave radiated from the rear of the pole. The absolute kinetic energy exceeded the speed of sound, inflicting destructive physical damage aimed directly at Lei Bao's chest. Within a mere half-second, the 200-meter distance vanished. Lei Bao had no time to evade. The overwhelming shadow completely obscured his vision. In that instant, arrogance and disdain evaporated. Survival instincts blared an alarm. Lei Bao thrust both hands forward, unleashing his 5th-tier peak ability without reservation. A deep blue lightning network materialized in front of him, forming a half-meter thick shield. The high-voltage current crackled furiously, ionizing the surrounding air with a pungent scent of ozone. This barrier was sufficient to withstand a frontal assault from an anti-tank missile. Bang! The flat surface of the lamp post crashed violently against the blue lightning shield. The weight of the 12-meter steel pole, combined with supersonic kinetic energy, generated a terrifying physical impact that elemental forces could not counter. The lightning shield buckled inward dramatically. The high-voltage current surged back along the steel pole, rapidly heating it to a fiery red. Yet, the kinetic force remained unabated. Crack! The lightning barrier shattered, scattering blue arcs of electricity across the area. The incandescent steel pole continued its relentless course, colliding with Lei Bao's crossed arms. The sound of bones fracturing echoed across the bridge. Lei Bao's robust forearm shattered, piercing through the fabric of his tactical suit. The stark whiteness of exposed bone glistened in the cold wind, and blood gushed forth, vaporizing into a crimson mist upon contact with the searing steel pole. Lei Bao's massive body lifted off the ground, propelled backward over 30 meters by the force of the pole, crashing heavily against the door of the third SUV. The bulletproof steel panel crumpled into a massive human-shaped dent, causing the entire vehicle to slide sideways, leaving 2 black tire marks on the bridge surface. Lei Bao tumbled from the door to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal fragments. A dozen elite soldiers from the Zhao family, armed with anti-tank rifles, froze in place, their fingers hovering over the triggers, unable to pull them. This was the pinnacle of combat power in Jiangqing, capable of summoning thunder. Now rendered powerless from 200 meters away by a mere lamppost. This was beyond their comprehension of the power hierarchy. Quick! Reverse! Brake through the back! Wang Hai screamed from the rear seat of the central SUV, his voice hoarse. The elite driver slammed the steering wheel, flooring the accelerator. The V8 engine roared violently, tires screeching against the bridge surface, emitting plumes of white smoke. Qin Meng descended from the air, his 2-meter-tall dark golden form driven by gravitational acceleration, landing precisely on the hood of the retreating SUV. Boom! The heavy lament of steel filled the air. The 8-millimeter thick bulletproof hood crumpled completely. The internal engine crushed into a heap of scrap. Coolant and oil sprayed in all directions. The front end of the SUV smashed down onto the bridge, the tremendous recoil causing the rear wheels to lift 2 meters off the ground before crashing back down. The driver was instantly trapped between the deploying airbag and the forcibly pressed steering wheel, his chest shattered, leading to immediate death. The bulletproof windshield was riddled with a myriad of white cracks. Wang Hai, jolted violently against the roof, crashed back onto the leather seat. Through the fractured glass, he glimpsed Qin Meng's powerful dark golden thighs. A pale yellow liquid trickled down Wang Hai's pant leg, soaking into the luxurious carpet beneath his feet. Lei Bao knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. His broken arms hung limply at his sides, pain igniting his nerves. The chief offering of the Zhao family had been toppled like a dog by a brute of enhanced strength. Lei Bao ground his back teeth in fury. The scattered blue arcs of electricity began to converge back into his body. The previously overcast sky echoed with distant thunder. This was the unique resonance of a 5th-tier peak ability user with the elements of nature. You damn beast! Lei Bao roared, his forehead veins twisting like worms. His internal power surged into overdrive. Lightning erupted from his pores, striking the asphalt beneath him, sending sparks flying. The clouds above the bridge rapidly gathered. The low rumble of thunder rolled across the river. A 5th-tier peak ability user could resonate with the elemental forces through their life source. Lei Bao was now in a state of sacrificing his life. Cracks appeared on his skin, with droplets of blood emerging only to be vaporized by the electric currents. The elite soldiers of the Zhao family retreated in panic, aware that Lei Bao was prepared to go all out. The collapse of the thunderstorm. Lei Bao opened his mouth, expelling a massive mouthful of origin blood infused with lightning. Boom! A bolt of azure lightning, as thick as a barrel, struck down furiously from the clouds. The lightning enveloped Lei Bao, transforming him into a blinding blue sphere of light. The energy within the sphere compressed frantically. In the next moment, Lei Bao closed his shattered arms and thrust them toward Qin Meng. Countless violent lightning serpents spread across the bridge's surface. The oxygen in the air ignited instantly under the intense heat. Standing atop the SUV, Qin Meng's view was consumed by that obliterating blue light. The blood within him felt the imminent threat, boiling with intensity. The advanced copper skin shimmered with a dark golden metallic sheen. There was no escape from this strike. He had never intended to evade. Only by confronting this so-called high-tier ability head-on could he shatter the backbone of these privileged elites. The lightning consumed the SUV, and it engulfed Qin Meng's towering figure as well. The extreme heat melted the steel rebar of the bridge into glowing red liquid. The SUV's glass instantly vaporized. Wang Hai curled into a ball inside the vehicle, bracing against the terrifying heat wave surrounding him. He believed Qin Meng was doomed. In the heart of such high-voltage arcs, any living being should turn to ash. Ha ha ha, die. Lei Bao cackled, spitting out dark red clots of blood. His form rapidly withered. The lightning persisted for a full 10 seconds, carving a deep, charred trench half a meter wide into the bridge. Smoke and dust billowed. In the midst of that charred center, a figure stirred slightly. Qin Meng took a step forward. His bare back, once covered by a waterproof layer, had now turned to blackened debris. A layer of charred carbon covered his skin. Yet, the moment he moved, the charred surface began to crack and peel away extensively. The healing process was at work. Beneath the carbonized layer, vibrant red flesh pulsed and writhed, intertwining at a visible speed, mending itself. In less than 3 seconds, a new layer of dark golden skin enveloped him once more, thicker and more resilient than before. Qin Meng raised his hand, brushing off a piece of charred residue from his shoulder. With a robust physique of 130 points, complemented by the resilience of superior copper skin, the ultimate attack of the thunderstorm merely aided him in achieving a higher intensity of skin tempering. Is that all you are capable of? Chapter 18, Zhao Tianxi's Secret. The Emergence of New Forces. Qin Meng's voice echoed across the silent bridge, devoid of any relief from surviving a calamity, only a chilling calmness. The laughter of thunderstorm abruptly ceased. His eyes widened, his body trembling violently from overwhelming shock. This was beyond his comprehension. That was his source of lightning. Even a 6th-tier defensive warrior would be severely injured by such an attack. Yet the man before him did not falter in his steps. Impossible. You are definitely not human. Thunderstorm muttered to himself. He attempted to summon his powers once more, but his mental energy had already been depleted. Qin Meng leaped down from the car roof. Each step he took on the scorched earth resonated with a heavy thud. He stepped over the molten rebar and approached Thunderstorm. Thunderstorm gazed at the shadow cast by Qin Meng, his mental defenses crumbling entirely. He wanted to flee, but his legs felt as if they were weighed down by lead. Qin Meng extended his right hand, his fingers curling like claws, directly grasping the faint protective electrical current surrounding Thunderstorm. With a crackle, his overwhelming physical might forcibly tore through the energy shield. The lightning left several dark marks on Qin Meng's palm, which were instantly erased by his innate healing ability. Qin Meng seized Thunderstorm's shoulder, his fingertips sinking deeply into the collarbone. You claim the rules were set by you? Thunderstorm let out a wretched howl. Spare me. I am merely a hired hand. The head of the Zhao family is a 7th tier. If you kill me, he will never let you go. Thunderstorm babbled incoherently, trying to invoke the looming threat of his powerful allies. Qin Meng's gaze fixated on Thunderstorm's tattooed face. Memories of his parents in the mortuary flooded back, along with the names on that damning list. You ridiculous nobles are nothing but that in the face of death. 7th tier? Qin Meng exerted force in his wrist. Let him come to hell to find you. With a snap, Thunderstorm's sturdy left arm was severed. Blood splattered onto the bridge, rising in wisps of white smoke. His screams shattered the tranquility of the river. Qin Meng casually tossed the severed limb into the roaring waters. With his other hand, he gripped Thunderstorm's right shoulder once more. Again, he exerted force, producing another excruciating tearing sound. Thunderstorm transformed into a limbless mass, rolling helplessly on the ground. His once prized abilities were rendered worthless in the face of Qin Meng's sheer brutality. In the distance, members of the Zhao family's elite began discarding their weapons and fleeing. The overwhelming sense of helplessness in the presence of a deity utterly shattered their professional composure. Behind several surveillance points in the inner city of Jiang City, the leaders of the underground forces stared intently at the screens. Thunderstorm was defeated. The power rankings of Jiang City would need to be recalibrated. On the bridge, Qin Meng bent down, grasping Thunderstorm's hair and lifting his head. Thunderstorm's consciousness was fading, muttering the name of the Zhao family incoherently. Qin Meng clenched his right fist. With a resounding thud, blood and viscera erupted in all directions. Thunderstorm's mangled body slumped to the ground, convulsing a few times before succumbing to death. Kill high-tier ability user. Violence value 5,000. Qin Meng straightened up. He did not glance at the body on the ground, but turned to face the armored SUV parked in the middle of the scorched road. Inside the vehicle, Wang Hai huddled in a corner, tightly clutching a fuse. He understood that the last name on the list was now his turn. Qin Meng lifted his right foot, crashing it down heavily on the slanted side door of the SUV. The 4-ton vehicle was jolted off the ground, rolling backward twice. Wang Hai was tossed inside, bloodied and battered. Qin Meng strode over to the overturned chassis, gripping the edge of the frame with both hands. His abdominal muscles exploded with power. With a creak, he single-handedly lifted the armored vehicle, then hurled it aside like refuse against the bridge railing. The door deformed and fell away. Wang Hai crawled out, bloodied and bruised. And upon seeing Qin Meng, he dropped to his knees, fervently kowtowing. Qin Yi, that confession was not written by me. It was Zhao Tianxi. He ordered me to search for evidence at your home. I was forced. Qin Meng approached him, looking down at the once arrogant captain of the investigation team. Wang Hai's current state mirrored Qin Meng's struggles in prison during his own torment. Forced, Qin Meng grasped Wang Hai's neck with one hand, lifting him off the ground. Wang Hai's legs flailed helplessly in the air. Hee, all those on the list say the same. Qin Meng tightened his grip inch by inch. Wang Hai desperately clawed at Qin Meng's fingers, his nails cracking and bleeding, droplets trickling down his hand. Zhao Tianxi has secrets. He is not from the Zhao family of Jiang City. If you kill me, the clues will be severed. Wang Hai gasped out these words, attempting to barter information for his life. Qin Meng continued unabated, his fingers applying relentless pressure. With a crack, the cervical vertebrae shattered into fragments. Wang Hai's head slumped, lifelessly hanging backward, his tongue protruding from his mouth. Qin Meng casually discarded the body into the wreckage of the overturned SUV. Kill thug. Violence value 2,000. He retrieved the bloodied roster from his waterproof pocket, pressing his thumb firmly over Wang Hai's name, obscuring it with blood. The list was cleared. All the scum who acted for money had been dealt with. As for the truth of Wang Hai's claims, he would investigate in due time. The morning breeze in Jiang City suddenly stilled. The temperature on the bridge plummeted sharply. A nauseating stench wafted from one end of the bridge. A gray-white mist rolled along the surface of the river, rapidly engulfing the ruins at the bridge's entrance. Visibility dropped to less than 5 meters. Qin Meng turned around. His 130 points of physique granted him perceptions far beyond the ordinary. Something was approaching within the depths of the fog. Accompanied by heavy, slippery footsteps, a tall, slender figure gradually came into view. The figure wore a spacious black trench coat, the high collar obscuring much of his face. Dark red viscous liquid dripped from the hem of the coat, sizzling as it fell into the pooled water on the bridge, producing acrid white smoke. On the ground lay a barely alive elite member of the Zhao family, crawling amidst the debris while clutching his severed leg. The tall figure stopped beside the elite. Raising his right leg, he stomped down heavily on the elite's chest. "Help, get away!" The elite screamed hoarsely. The figure's right hand emerged from the coat, revealing an arm that was anything but human. The forearm ended in 5 long, gray-white bone spikes, each half a meter in length, lined with serrated edges and exuding a putrid odor. With a thrust, the bone spikes effortlessly pierced through the elite's specialized bulletproof vest, plunging into his chest cavity. The wrist twisted, and the 5 spikes violently shredded the internal organs within. The elite's scream was abruptly cut off, his limbs convulsing violently before succumbing to death. The tall figure then jerked upward, forcefully extracting a still-beating heart from the elite's chest. His mouth stretched into an anatomically impossible arc, his jaw dislocating as he swallowed the heart whole. The Adam's apple bobbed significantly. A peculiar red glow rapidly spread across the pale skin of the tall figure. Fresh flesh and blood were swiftly converted into energy within his being, a brutally grotesque enhancement system, feeding on inferior blood. Chapter 19. The Aesthetics of Violence. The hand-torn apostle, a tall, slender man, discarded a corpse and raised his gaze towards Qin Meng, who stood 10 meters away. The ability to tear apart with bare hands is indeed impressive. His muscular texture is remarkable, and his vitality reserves are substantial. The tall man extended his long tongue, licking the remnants of flesh from his chin. "You are even stronger than I had imagined." Qin Meng remained stationary, refraining from immediate action as he scrutinized this grotesque creature that feasted on human entrails and boar bone spurs. This did not fall within the realm of conventional ability users. Such unsightly beings still lurk in this world. In his mind, Qin Meng rapidly analyzed the current situation. The Zhaojia's trump cards had not yet been fully revealed, and now an underground organization had emerged. Seeing Qin Meng's silence, the tall man assumed he was startled by the recent events. He shook his trench coat, retracting his bone spurs. "Allow me to introduce myself. Blood Dawn, the 9th apostle of Jiang City, Gui Ren. I possess the ability to forcibly enhance bone density and possess formidable self-healing capabilities. You must have consumed quite a few delightful morsels." Gui Ren spoke with an air of superiority. It is exceedingly rare for a wild awakener to survive genetic backlash. However, your path has reached its end. Gui Ren raised a serrated bone spur, pointing it directly at Qin Meng. "Join us. We are of the same kind, not in agreement. And the organization will resolve matters concerning the Zhaojia for you. I will share half of this hunting ground in Jiang City with you." Gui Ren's demeanor was haughty, his tone reminiscent of one dispensing charity. Qin Meng gazed at the grayish-white bone spur aimed at him, reflecting on how these beings, who grew stronger through cannibalism, dared to claim kinship. He scoffed coldly. "Kin? You dare to consider yourself my kin?" Qin Meng spoke, his voice steady, his gaze akin to examining a pile of medical waste. Gui Ren's sense of superiority evaporated in an instant. This monster harbored murderous intent. "For the audacity of a wild miscreant, I shall sever your limbs and return them in a preservation jar." Gui Ren's figure surged forward, his speed approaching the sound barrier, stirring a powerful stench that split the puddles on the ground. This was an explosive force entirely distinct from that of ability users, derived solely from the exploitation of mutated muscle fibers to achieve peak kinetic energy. Within a mere 5 meters, he closed the distance in an instant. 5 bone spurs, each half a meter long, sliced through the air, aiming directly for Qin Meng's knees and wrist arteries, intending to incapacitate him with the initial strike. Yet, Qin Meng advanced rather than retreated. The advanced copper skin granted him absolute defense against conventional piercing damage. With a physique of 130 points, the extreme speed that Gui Ren prided himself on became riddled with flaws. Qin Meng extended his left hand, neither dodging nor avoiding, meeting the 5 bone spurs head-on. The clash of metal rang out, tearing through the thick fog on the bridge. Sparks flew as the serrated edges of the bone spurs struck Qin Meng's dark golden palm. The tremendous physical recoil caused the serrated edges to shatter extensively, scattering fragments of bone that pierced the iron skin of a nearby off-road vehicle. Qin Meng's palm remained unscathed, only marked by faint white lines. "What?" Gui Ren exclaimed in disbelief. This highly mutated arm could easily slice through armored vehicles. Yet it could not even break the skin of this man. Before Gui Ren could withdraw, Qin Ming's left hand suddenly flipped. His 5 fingers unleashed an overwhelming sense of pressure, firmly gripping those 5 grayish-white bone spurs. Do you enjoy cutting people? Qin Ming's right arm drew back dramatically, the robust muscles of his back bulging, a torrent of power surging from his feet up to his shoulders. With his left hand holding the bone spurs in place, his right hand shot out like lightning, accurately grasping the mutated joint at Gui Ren's shoulder. Snap! Both of Qin Ming's arms exerted force outward simultaneously, pure violence pouring forth without restraint. The chilling sound of bone tearing drowned out the roar of the river slamming against the bridge supports. Muscle fibers snapped one by one. Gui Ren let out a piercing scream of agony as his once proud mutated right arm, along with the 5 hardened bone spurs, was brutally torn from his shoulder by Qin Ming. Dark red blood sprayed forth in a fan shape, splattering across the surrounding charred ruins. Losing his balance, Gui Ren crashed heavily onto the glass-strewn pavement, clutching his bleeding right shoulder, his legs weakly scrambling backward. Gazing up at the towering dark golden giant before him, Gui Ren's psychological defenses crumbled completely. This was no Qin. This was an ancient behemoth draped in human skin. The absolute dimensionality of power crushed everything mutated into mere fodder. Qin Ming casually tossed the heavy severed arm aside, his right foot stomping down heavily. Crack! The half-meter-long hard-bone spur was ground into a pile of shattered fragments. This is your so-called mutation. In the depths of the mist, atop the bridge's ceiling, another shadow hung upside down, silently lurking. The shadow gripped 2 short daggers soaked in high concentrations of neurotoxin. The venom dripped from the dagger's tips, corroding the surface of the cable with wisps of green smoke. He rapidly simulated numerous attack routes in his mind. It seemed that no matter from which angle he launched an assault, that layer of dark golden skin would easily deflect the poison blades. The intelligence was completely erroneous. This Qin Ming's physical strength had surpassed the expectations recorded in the Blood Dawn intelligence database. The fate of Gui Ren was imminent. A 5th-tier mutant was being torn apart like a plastic toy. Retreat. I must withdraw immediately and relay this information back to headquarters. The Shadow's waist tensed as he prepared to leap atop the bridge tower. After dispatching the severed arm, Qin Ming slowly turned his head, his gaze piercing through the dense fog, precisely locking onto the shadow hanging from the cable. The pressure emanating from his 130-point physique caused the shadow's movements to momentarily freeze in midair. Bending down, Qin Ming grasped a heavy fragment of an off-road vehicle's collision alloy steel beam from the ground. With a surge of strength from his waist, he yanked his arm back forcefully. The steel beam sliced through the air, producing a terrifying sonic boom as it hurtled towards the shadow on the cable. The flat metal end of the steel beam accurately struck the right side of the shadow's torso in midair. A dull, explosive sound resonated above the bridge. The shadow's right arm, right ribs, and half of its pelvis disintegrated into a crimson mist under the infusion of over a ton of kinetic energy. Green venom mingled with dark red blood, exploding into a dazzling cloud of blood mist in midair. The remaining left half of the body completely lost its balance, plummeting from the hanging cable into the turbulent river below, creating a massive splash of white water. The steel beam continued its momentum, severing 2 thick load-bearing cables atop the bridge, crashing far into the river center 100 meters away. On the bridge surface, Gui Ren lay collapsed amidst shards of glass, his left hand pressed tightly against the continuously bleeding stump of his right shoulder. His head tilted back stiffly, staring at the point where the suspension cable had snapped overhead. That was a 4th-tier infiltrator dedicated to assassination within the organization. His entire skeletal structure had undergone 3 refinements with high concentrations of venom, far surpassing the hardness of aerospace titanium. He had not even had the opportunity to close in with his blade before being cleaved in 2 by a piece of scrap metal picked up at random. A violent cramp surged through Gui Ren's abdomen, and the instinctual tremor of biological survival echoed deep within his mutated genes. This is a power no human can possess. Pure mass and speed effortlessly crushed the genetic evolution that high-tier mutants prided themselves on. Heavy footsteps reverberated across the bridge. Qin Ming turned, his dark golden form piercing through the fog above the river, stopping less than a meter from Gui Ren. The oppressive shadow completely enveloped Gui Ren. You just claimed you would sever my limbs. Qin Ming looked down at the remnants of the being on the ground. Gui Ren's remaining left hand pressed against the rough asphalt surface, his body trembling uncontrollably. I concede defeat. It was my folly to offend you. Gui Ren bowed his head, his forehead nearly touching the puddle. Spare me a chance at life, and I vow that Shui Roli Ming will no longer interfere in Jiangcheng's affairs. Before his words faded, The skin at Gui Ren's left wrist quietly split open. A slender hollow bone needle swiftly emerged from beneath the skin, its barrel filled with a highly concentrated neurotoxic substance. This was his last card for survival. Just a single drop could dissolve the cerebral cortex of an adult elephant within 3 seconds. The distance was too close. Suddenly, Gui Ren sprang into action, the muscles of his left arm compressing to their limits before explosively releasing. The hollow bone needle pierced directly into Qin Meng's unsuspecting ankle. A faint metallic sound resonated. The needle tip accurately struck the dark golden skin of Qin Meng's ankle. The epidermis remained intact. The intense physical recoil shattered the hollow bone needle in half. A few drops of dark green venom splattered against Qin Meng's calf, causing a barely audible sizzling sound as wisps of faint white smoke rose. In a mere fraction of a second, the high-grade copper skin's dark golden luster rapidly circulated. As the white smoke dissipated, the skin bore not a single scratch. The miraculous properties eradicated the corrosive nature of the toxin. Gui Ren froze in place, his left hand poised for the strike, his breath completely halted. This was the organization's highest-tier dissolving toxin, capable of corroding through the composite armor of main battle tanks, embedded in this man's flesh. It lacked even the qualification to breach his defenses. Qin Meng lifted his right foot and slowly placed it on Gui Ren's chest, gradually applying pressure. Gui Ren's back pressed firmly against the ground as his chest bore the terrifying weight. "What benefits has the Zhao family provided you?" Qin Meng inquired, slightly increasing the force beneath his foot. Crack! The first rib fractured. Gui Ren let out a cry, the broken bone piercing back into the muscle fibers. The mutated body's robust vitality transformed into a curse of amplified suffering at that moment. These beings, neither human nor ghost, could not possibly serve the Zhao family for free. There must be a trade of interests. I don't know. I was only following orders. Gui Ren frantically shook his head, his left hand desperately clawing at Qin Meng's right leg in an attempt to push him away. His nails broke, blood oozing. Qin Meng's right leg remained immovable. The pressure beneath his foot increased again. Crack, crack. The second and third ribs snapped in succession, the sharp bone shards curling back and piercing into his left lung lobe. Gui Ren coughed up a large amount of blood-tinged pink foam. He refused to speak. Qin Meng's foot rotated slightly, crushing the broken sternum beneath it. He had all the patience in the world. The 130 points of physical prowess provided not just absolute strength, but also extreme precision in bodily control. He could accurately modulate the force applied to each broken bone, ensuring that his target would not perish before revealing the truth. In the distance, the surveillance camera on the Cross River Bridge flickered with a faint red light. In the upper-level conference room of the underground bank in Jiangcheng, 12 gang leaders who controlled the city's underground forces were gathered around a long table. On the holographic projection screen, images of the bridge were being broadcast live. The entire conference room was deathly silent. Not a single voice was heard. Just 3 minutes prior, they had been discussing how to divide the 5 million reward offered by the Zhao family. Now, the bounty list had been entirely cleared. The leader of the Shi gang, holding a pure gold cigar cutter, dropped it onto the glass table. That was the 9th apostle of Shui Rou Li Ming. The Shi gang leader's jaw trembled. The Zhao family had even summoned such a level of monster, only to be pinned down like an insect. Another leader abruptly stood up. Immediately notify all brothers below to retreat to the inner city. Whoever dares to provoke that god of death will see their entire family sunk in the river. Withdraw all bounty notices released by the Zhao family and refund the deposits. The scales of interest collapsed under the weight of absolute violence. They saw the situation clearly. On the bridge, Gui Ren's chest had completely caved in. Over a dozen ribs were shattered. With each breath, his lungs were sliced anew by the sharp bone shards. The extreme physical torment utterly obliterated the last mental defenses of the mutant. "I'll tell you everything." Gui Ren's mouth was filled with internal organ fragments. The Zhao family provided 1,000 living people, abducted from the slums of the southern district, to serve as blood food for the organization in exchange for our assistance in stopping you. Qin Meng's actions paused slightly beneath him. 1,000 living people, the powerful, in their quest to conceal their crimes, treated the lower-class citizens as feed to barter with underground monsters. The Zhao family's bottom line in Jiangcheng was even more deplorable than he had anticipated. "Where is Zhao Tianxi?" Qin Meng continued to question. Wang Hai's last words mentioned that Zhao Tianxi was hiding a secret. "He is not in Jiangcheng," Gui Ren gasped heavily. "The Zhao family in Jiangcheng is merely a branch. Zhao Tianxi is the illegitimate son of the provincial lord's family. Last night, the main family dispatched a private plane to bring him back to the provincial city. The Jiangcheng Zhao family orchestrated all of this to erase the stains on his record, allowing him to return to the main family untainted and contend for inheritance rights. Qin Ming quickly pieced together the complete logical chain in his mind. No wonder. For a mere ordinary rape case, the Jiangqing Zhao family went to such lengths to bribe the entire inspection department, even resorting to the massacre of Qin Ming's parents to silence them. It turned out to be to whitewash the record of the illegitimate son of a wealthy family. The lives of ordinary people were just specks of dust on the path of the elite in their eyes. The provincial lord's family. Qin Ming repeated those 4 words. I've revealed everything. I beg you, Gui Ren pleaded, his remaining left eye filled with an intense desire for survival. Qin Ming averted his gaze. He abruptly raised his right foot, descending with immense force. Boom. Gui Ren's head exploded against the hard asphalt. Grayish-white brain matter and dark red blood splattering onto the surrounding wreckage of off-road vehicles. The mutant's formidable life signs instantly ceased. The headless corpse convulsed violently a few times before going completely rigid. Kill a level 5 high-level mutant. Violent value 5,000. Kill a level 4 mutant. Violent value 4,000. The crimson numbers in the upper right corner of his retina surged wildly. Along with the assassin he had just crushed mid-air, 2 significant entries were recorded. Qin Ming approached the corpse of a Zhao family elite. He tore off the relatively clean inner lining of the Special Forces uniform, slowly wiping the blood from his hand and ankle. The provincial city, even in the imperial city, those who dared to take his family's lives to fill their own pits should be prepared for the annihilation of their clan. He turned to glance back at the inner city of Jiangcheng. The Zhao family's branch was still there. The family head was a level 7 ability user. Since Zhao Tianxi had fled, he would first target the Jiangcheng Zhao family branch to gather enough resources to pressure the provincial city. Qin Ming discarded the bloodied cloth and strode toward the overturned armored SUV at the bridgehead. With his right hand, he grasped the car door frame and heaved it upward. The heavy armored vehicle was forcibly flipped back upright, crashing onto the road with a thunderous sound. Qin Ming stepped over Wang Hai's corpse and rummaged through the storage compartment behind the driver's seat. He retrieved a palm-sized military positioning communication terminal. The terminal's screen glowed faintly, displaying an unread encrypted message. The sender was marked as Zhao Family Steward Nieshang. Qin Ming pressed Wang Hai's thumb against the reading key, successfully scanning the fingerprint. A brief line of text popped up on the screen. Wang Hai, if you encounter obstacles on your way out of the city, you may follow the 9th apostle of Shui Rou Li Ming out of the city. That beast will have its own thunder to deter any obstacles. The military positioning terminal's exterior shattered, and the delicate electronic motherboard was crushed into powder. Fragments of plastic and shards of glass fell onto the charred pavement through the gaps between fingers. Zhao Tianxi fled. He traded the lives of 1,000 impoverished civilians for the concealment of underground monstrosities and secured a pristine ticket to the provincial capital. This transaction proved exceedingly profitable. In the grand schemes of the lofty elite, the lives of ordinary people barely register as mere numbers. Should one charge directly towards the Zhao family estate in Jiangqing, it is highly probable that they would encounter the 7th-tier head of the Zhao family, along with the family's formidable firepower and deep-rooted heritage. The hidden cards had yet to be revealed. Blindly charging into battle carried the risk of catastrophic failure. With a physique rated at 130 points, one would be utterly overwhelmed by a peak 5th-tier opponent, and the outcome against a 7th-tier adversary remained uncertain due to a lack of data. After surpassing the 100-point threshold, the exchange ratio for ferocity surged 5-fold. To elevate one's physical limits further, it was insufficient to merely eliminate a few mercenaries. The 1,000 civilians being used as bargaining chips presented an exceptional breakthrough opportunity. By severing the Zhao family's trade link with the mutated entities and obliterating the high-tier warriors responsible for escorting and guarding them, not only would the Zhao family's escape routes be cut off, but it would also yield a substantial amount of ferocity points. Qin Ming turned around. He strode down the Jiang River Bridge, heading towards the outskirts of Jiangqing. The rain gradually diminished. Upon disembarking from the bridge, he stepped into an abandoned alley at the edge of the southern district. The trash bins on either side emitted a foul odor. The streetlights ahead flickered erratically. 6 men clad in tattered jackets crouched deep within the alley, brandishing modified double-barreled shotguns and rusty machetes. These were the lowest echelon of the Shi Gang's street thugs. Their internal communication network had collapsed, and the upper echelon's retreat orders had not reached their level at all. The minds of these scoundrels were solely filled with the bounty of 5 million star coins. Damn, it's that kid. The beast from the wanted poster who committed patricide and matricide. The leader, bearing a scarred face, spat out the cheap cigarette in his mouth. Standing 2 meters tall, with dark golden skin, all the characteristics matched perfectly. Open fire. Shoot his legs off. 5 million is enough for us brothers to live lavishly in the city for the rest of our lives. The trigger was pulled. Bang, bang. 6 shots from the shotgun. loaded with crude steel pellets, erupted at close range. Hundreds of steel pellets, propelled by the explosive force of gunpowder, rained down upon Qin Meng's chest and legs. The sound of metal colliding echoed as the pellets struck the high-grade copper skin, creating a cacophony of impacts. The energy dissipated, and the deformed steel pellets clattered onto the waterlogged bluestone pavement. The surface bore not a single mark. The scar-faced leader staggered back, cradling the scalding gun barrel, his throat constricting violently. This was a modified double-barreled shotgun, capable of blasting a large hole even through a security door. Yet, striking this individual had not even removed a hair. Fear instantaneously engulfed the rationality of the 6 men. Monster run. They discarded their rusted weapons and fled towards the other end of the alley. Qin Meng suddenly exerted force beneath his feet. The bluestone pavement shattered with a thunderous roar, mud splattering everywhere. The tremendous recoil propelled his 2-meter-tall frame forward at an astonishing speed. In less than a second, he covered 30 meters. The violent gust of wind overturned the last 2 fleeing thugs. Qin Meng reached out with both hands, swiftly seizing the necks of the 2 men. His fingers clenched. Snap! Their cervical vertebrae were crushed to smithereens. The 2 limp corpses were carelessly tossed aside in a corner. Killed thug. Ferocity points 100. Killed thug. Ferocity points 100. Qin Meng continued his pursuit, taking large strides to catch up with the remaining 3. His right leg swept out, the powerful muscles delivering a devastating kick that shattered the lumbar vertebrae of 2 of them. They screamed as they were propelled 10 meters away, crashing into the wall. Their organs ruptured, resulting in instant death. Killed thug. Ferocity points 100. Killed thug. Ferocity points 100. Only the scar-faced leader remained, having reached the mouth of the alley. Qin Meng casually picked up a rusty machete from nearby, deftly wielding it. The blade transformed into a silver flash. With a thrust, it precisely pierced the scar-faced leader's right calf, pinning him firmly to the asphalt. The scar-faced leader collapsed to the ground, clawing at the cement with all his might. His nails breaking, heavy footsteps approached from behind, casting a large shadow over him. Qin Meng placed his right foot on the scar-faced leader's back, applying slight pressure. Were the homeless people captured by the Zhao family? The scar-faced leader writhed in pain, his brain overwhelmed with terror, rendering him incapable of thought. I don't know. I'm just a thug. I don't know anything about the Zhao family. Qin Meng slightly adjusted his foot, stepping on the joint of the scar-faced leader's left hand. He crushed it. Crack. All 5 fingers and the bones of the back of the hand were reduced to a pulp. A piercing scream reverberated through the alley. Think carefully before you speak. The excruciating pain finally triggered a flicker of recollection in the scar-faced leader's mind. West Suburb. The abandoned meat processing factory in the west. A few days ago, the Axe Gang came to the southern district to capture people, stuffing all the homeless and beggars into trucks. Someone on the road saw the convoy heading to the West Suburb meat factory. I don't know if that's what you're talking about with the Zhao family. But no one is allowed to approach there. Qin Meng withdrew his right foot and delivered a kick to the scar-faced leader's temple. The skull caved in. The scream abruptly ceased. Killed thug. Ferocity points 100. Even the smallest fly is still meat. Accumulating the legs of mosquitoes could yield attribute points. 30 kilometers away in the West Suburb, Qin Meng oriented himself. His leg muscles swelled significantly as he burst through the rain curtain, racing through the shadows of dawn. In the West Suburb of Jiangcheng, the abandoned meat processing factory loomed, its ironclad structure rusted and decayed. Towering walls were topped with electrified barbed wire. Inside the factory, hundreds of ragged homeless individuals, beggars, and orphans were crammed into 3 rusted pig slaughter cages. They huddled together, trembling in fear. The air was thick with the acrid scent of sweat and the pungent odor of stale blood. In the center of the factory's open space stood a solid wooden table, upon which lay a whole roasted lamb and several bottles of high-proof liquor. 4 burly men sat around the table. Among them were 3 third-tier warriors responsible for escorting and guarding, along with a 4th-tier warrior. The man seated in the main position had a shaved head, his bare torso covered in intersecting scars. The 4th-tier warrior, Iron Tiger, was notorious in Jiangqing's underground boxing scene, known for his undefeated record. A single punch from him could fell a mad adult bull. Chapter 22. Iron Tiger. Who cannot even endure a slap? Iron Tiger tore off a dripping lamb leg and chewed heartily. These monsters are so slow. They promised to deliver before dawn, and it's already this late without a ghost in sight. A skinny 3rd-tier warrior raised his glass with a forced smile. Brother Tiger, please don't be angry. Those shadowy mutated entities are likely caught up with some security team. Besides, the Zhao family's money has already hit our account. This job is easy. Just keep these 2-legged sheep from starving to death. Iron Tiger snorted coldly, casually grabbing a bone-sawn knife from the table. With a flick of his wrist, the knife arced through the air. Thud! It precisely plunged into the shoulder of an old beggar 10 meters away within the cage. The old beggar let out a cry, collapsing to the filthy bottom of the cage and rolling in agony. The surrounding individuals recoiled in terror, huddling together in fright. "Shut up. I can't even enjoy a drink in peace." Iron Tiger cursed. The thin warrior immediately stood up. "Brother Tiger, let me go teach these worthless scum a lesson." He approached the cage, and through the rusty bars, he kicked the injured old beggar squarely in the face. The old beggar's teeth shattered, blood gushed from his mouth, and he dared not utter a sound. The surrounding homeless individuals covered their mouths tightly, fearfully watching the thin warrior, fearing that he might be the next victim. The emaciated warrior reached for the whip at his waist to continue his brutality. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted as the 10-centimeter thick rolling iron door of the meat processing plant was violently torn apart from the outside. The immense 2-ton door, along with the supporting brick walls on either side, collapsed under sheer force. A tempestuous wind, mingled with icy rain, surged into the factory, toppling bottles from tables. The 4 warriors sprang to their feet, muscles taut, hands instinctively reaching for their weapons. The emaciated warrior turned, his gaze fixed on the billowing dust at the shattered entrance. A towering shadow emerged. Standing 2 meters tall, the figure's skin gleamed with an eerie dark golden metallic sheen, clad only in ragged scraps of cloth around his waist. Water dripped from his sharply defined muscles with every step he took, each footfall echoing ominously on the concrete floor. Tai-Hu, recognizing the intruder, refrained from drawing his heavy sword immediately. He assessed Qin Meng with a disdainful sneer, dismissing him as merely a foolish brute who had honed his external skills to the detriment of his intellect. With arms crossed, the 4th-tier warrior's internal energy surged within him, a faint azure shield of qi materializing on his skin. Observing Qin Meng's complexion, Tai-Hu taunted, questioning whether he practiced the Golden Bell Shield or the Iron Cloth technique. He scoffed, stating that martial prowess was not merely a matter of muscle mass. Without the support of vital energy, such flesh was merely a resilient punching bag. The other 3 third-tier warriors joined in laughter, their tense nerves easing. In their eyes, a martial artist relying solely on muscle strength would inevitably succumb to a high-tier warrior capable of externalizing their internal energy, unable to breach the protective barrier. Meanwhile, the hundreds of homeless individuals in the cage leaned against the iron bars, vacantly observing the sudden arrival of the dark golden giant. Feeling an oppressive aura emanating from his imposing figure, Qin Meng halted, less than 5 meters from Tai-Hu. Without uttering a word, his right arm's muscles swelled dramatically, and the concrete beneath him exploded, creating a basin-sized crater. In an instant, Qin Meng vanished from sight, his speed surpassing the sound barrier, generating a wave of white shock around the factory. Tai-Hu's smile froze, his brain unable to relay defense commands to his limbs in time. As a dark golden hand enlarged rapidly in his vision, it was too fast. The reflexes of a 4th-tier warrior were utterly outpaced. With a resounding impact, Qin Meng's palm struck Tai-Hu's head. The faint azure protective shield shattered in less than a tenth of a second, leading to a broken cervical spine and a collapsed chest cavity. Tai-Hu's imposing frame was forcefully driven into the unforgiving concrete floor, his upper body reduced to a gruesome mass of blood and flesh. Fragments of bone and internal organs splattered outward, staining the nearby wooden table and roasted lamb. Silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by the sound of rain striking the metal roof. The emaciated warrior's whip clattered to the ground as he gaped, his throat producing meaningless croaks, legs trembling uncontrollably as a pale liquid streamed down his pant leg. The other 2 third-tier warriors fell to their knees, gasping for breath, fear stripping them of bodily autonomy. A 4th-tier warrior, the undefeated Tai-Hu, had not even had the chance to throw a punch before being reduced to mere mush. This was not a martial arts contest. It was sheer physical domination, an exhibition of power beyond human capabilities. Upon the defeat of the 4th-tier warrior, a message flashed: kill a 4th-tier warrior, brutality value 4,000. Qin Meng withdrew his hand, his dark golden skin untouched by blood. His gaze swept over the remaining 3 third-tier warriors, echoing the earlier sentiment. Lacking vital energy, they were merely sandbags. He advanced toward the emaciated warrior, who crumpled to his knees, fervently bowing his head. "Great hero, spare me. We're merely security guards doing our job. The others are all in the cage. Every single one of them. They are yours." Qin Meng approached, grasping the emaciated warrior's collar and lifting him off the ground. With a swift motion of his right hand, a sharp crack resonated as the warrior's head was violently detached from his body, striking the distant iron wall and creating a dent. The headless corpse thudded to the floor. Kill a 3rd-tier warrior, brutality value 3,000. The remaining 2 warriors, terror-stricken, scrambled toward the factory's rear exit. Bending down, Qin Meng seized the edge of a massive wooden table with both hands. With a surge of strength from his core, he hurled the several hundred-pound table like a projectile. The table struck the fleeing warriors squarely in the back, pinning them against the wall. Blood flowed down the wall as they fell lifelessly. Kill a third-tier warrior. Brutality value 3,000. Kill a third-tier warrior. Brutality value 3,000. The massacre concluded in under 10 seconds. The previously formidable warriors reduced to mere remnants on the ground. Inside 3 massive iron cages, hundreds of homeless individuals stifled their cries, watching Qin Meng standing amidst the blood-stained floor. He approached the cage, gripping the rusted iron lock with arms as thick as tree trunks. With a powerful tug, the steel lock snapped cleanly. The iron door screeched as it opened, releasing a foul stench. Qin Meng stood at the threshold, gazing at the emaciated civilians huddled in the corners, his eyes landing on an elderly beggar with a knife wound to his shoulder. The old man trembled, desperately retreating, paralyzed by fear. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. Qin Meng extended his hand, his fingertips brushing against the handle of the knife lodged in the beggar's shoulder. The old man shook violently, gripping the mud beneath him, too terrified to utter a sound. With a firm grasp, Qin Meng extracted the blade, pulling forth a stream of dark red blood. He casually crumpled the finely crafted knife into a ball of scrap metal, discarding it aside. "The door is open. You may leave," he declared, standing tall at 2 meters, his voice reverberating through the empty factory. The homeless individuals in the cage stood frozen for 3 seconds before one person dashed out, rolling and stumbling toward the shattered rolling door, followed by a second, then a third. Driven by their primal instinct to survive, these once considered prey burst forth with astonishing speed, stumbling over the remains of Tai Hu and plunging into the torrential rain outside. "Thank you, benefactor," a middle-aged beggar exclaimed, kneeling beside Qin Meng, his forehead striking the concrete with a dull thud before he dashed into the downpour. Qin Meng, standing amidst the sanguine pool, paid no heed to their gratitude. Rescuing them was merely an afterthought. The slaughter was for the sake of brutality points. His mind raced to process the information he had just acquired. Zhao Tianxi had returned to the provincial capital, and the Zhao family from Jiangcheng was merely a decoy. Such interregional power struggles were far more intricate than he had imagined. Yet, none of this mattered. With sufficient brutality points, even if faced with deities, he could shatter them with a single blow. Such a waste. A voice slithered in from beyond the shattered rolling door, exuding a viscous, serpentine quality, reminiscent of a snake gliding over damp leaves. "I had intended to harvest a few fresh 4th-tier hearts for my collection, but it seems your brute force has claimed them first. An unrefreshed heart is something I shall not desire." A man clad in a voluminous dark crimson robe stepped through the puddles into the factory. He towered above the average person, his form emaciated, resembling a desiccated mummy. The hem of his robe was adorned with a string of transparent glass vials, each of which contained a pale yellow liquid, housing a heart that still exhibited faint convulsions. The man halted beside the wreckage of the Iron Tiger, extending his forked tongue to taste the blood-laden air. Lifeless, the vitality had dissipated too swiftly, indeed, a substandard method of violence. He raised his gaze, his eyes, conspicuously large and laced with crimson veins, brimmed with insatiable greed. Blood and Flesh Dawn, 8th Apostle, Bloodbat. Pinnacle of the 5th tier, an aberrant mutant. The Bloodbat circled around Qin Meng, its nostrils flaring violently, as if it had caught a whiff of a prime delicacy. Such flesh, such texture. The Bloodbat's gaunt fingers traced the contours of Qin Meng's muscles in the air. Such a robust physique, yet devoid of any signs of vitality. Not a martial artist, nor was there a discernible surge of elemental energy. Was this a supernatural ability? Or perhaps an undocumented genetic mutation? The Bloodbat came to a halt, its Adam's apple bobbing significantly. In its mind, it raced through a tactical simulation. According to the Zhao family's intelligence, Qin Meng had slain Lei Bao on the Jiang Crossing Bridge. However, that fool Lei Bao, overconfident in his elemental prowess, was not surprising to have fallen prey to a close combat assault from such a heavily armored warrior. Before him, Qin Meng's skin gleamed a dark golden hue, with exceptionally dense bones. Yet, this merely indicated remarkable defensive capabilities. Before the forbidden arts of Blood and Flesh Dawn, even the toughest shell was but mere wrapping paper. The Bloodbat extended its right hand, covered in fine black scales, pointing towards Qin Meng's chest. "That wretched ghost blade likely perished at your hands. As compensation, surrender yourself to me. I shall meticulously flay your skin and fashion it into the most exquisite artifact in our organization." Qin Meng listened to the boasts, his expression betraying no sign of disturbance. Such non-human entities seemed to possess an insatiable desire to express themselves before death. He felt the boiling vitality within him. With 130 points of physique, the surrounding air warped visually under the sustained high temperature. Every cell craved the feedback that slaughter would bring. Just now, your ninth-ranked scum uttered similar words. Qin Ming spoke, his voice gruff. His right foot pressed slightly downward, the concrete beneath cracking silently. Oh, was he as elegant as I before his demise? The bloodbat let out a bizarre laugh. Its cloak suddenly unfurled, revealing 2 pairs of gossamer wings, transformed by mutation. The wings were lined with barbs, each glimmering with an eerie green venom. I will demonstrate the difference between a pinnacle of the 5th tier and those worthless beings. Before the words could fully escape, Qin Ming's form vanished from sight. This disappearance was not metaphorical, but a physical reality beyond the realm of perception. In a mere 0.1 seconds, Qin Ming's towering figure shattered the air. A tremendous sonic boom erupted within the factory. Waves of white air surged outward, sending splintered wooden tables and fragments of corpses flying. The bloodbat's large eyes narrowed in shock. In its perceptual world, the previously motionless dark golden giant had transformed into a rapidly advancing mountain. This explosive force transcended biological limits. There was no evading it. The bloodbat's wings flapped frantically, attempting to create distance. Yet, a dark golden hand had already pierced through the barrier of air, locking onto the bloodbat's slender neck with precision. Qin Ming's fingers clenched. The tips of his fingers grazed the bloodbat's scaled neck, producing a cacophony of metallic friction that grated on the ears. Such trivial chatter. Qin Ming's voice thundered in the bloodbat's ears. The greed in the bloodbat's eyes was instantly replaced by overwhelming terror. Its entire being erupted with supernatural energy, countless red threads erupting from its pores, attempting to burrow into Qin Ming's arm. However, those threads, potent enough to corrode steel, withered and snapped upon contact with Qin Ming's dark golden skin, as if they had struck a searing iron plate. Advanced copper skin effect activated, ignoring intermediate mutant toxin corrosion. With his left hand exerting force, Qin Ming lifted the emaciated creature off the ground with a single arm. The concrete beneath him could not withstand the explosive reaction, sinking down another 20 centimeters. Qin Ming tilted his head, gazing directly at the bloodbat's face, twisted in asphyxiation. Your heart vials are rather impressive. Qin Ming slowly closed his right hand into a fist. However, I prefer the sound of bones shattering. The bloodbat flailed its legs wildly in the air, attempting to unleash corrosive acid from its mouth. Qin Ming stood resolute, unflinching. His fist, accompanied by a howl that could tear apart space, crashed down upon the bloodbat's chest. This punch encapsulated the absolute kinetic energy of 130 points of physique. Bang! The dull sound of flesh colliding reverberated through the factory, shaking the structure violently. Rust from the roof cascaded down like a rain of iron gray. The bloodbat's ribs instantly disintegrated into dust. The dark crimson robe erupted into a shower of fragments under the force of the blow. The string of vials hanging at its waist shattered under the impact, the remaining hearts dropping to the ground, instantly reduced to a pulp by the ferocity of the force. The bloodbat's body contorted into an exaggerated V-shape, its spinal column jutted outwards. The creature resembled a cannonball launched into the air. Boom! The bloodbat hurtled 30 meters, crashing heavily into a load-bearing steel column. The 1-meter diameter solid steel pillar was left with a pronounced dent. The bloodbat slumped down, embedded in the warped steel, spewing forth clots of blood intermingled with internal fragments. Before it could catch its breath, Qin Ming's towering shadow once again enveloped its vision. With each step he took, the ground mourned beneath him. Chapter 24. A human anti-aircraft gun? The bloodbat's chest caved in. Dark red blood gushed from its mouth in torrents. Such injuries would have claimed the life of any ordinary 5th-tier warrior. Yet, the survival instinct embedded deep within the mutant genes surged to the forefront. Hiss! The bloodbat emitted an inhuman shriek from the depths of its throat. The sound waves were piercingly sharp. Its withered skin began to writhe violently, muscle fibers beneath the surface swelling and reconfiguring chaotically. Ryup! The remnants of its robe were torn asunder. 2 grotesque, ugly bat wings, adorned with bluish veins and tumors, forcefully erupted from either side of its spine. With a wingspan of 6 meters, they were coated in a repugnant green slime. The frenzied energy of the mutation forcibly yanked at the fractured ribs. The bloodbat propelled itself upward using the recoil from its wings. Bang! It extracted itself from the dent in the steel column, shooting towards the 20-meter high ceiling of the factory. The bloodbat hovered mid-air, its wings flapping at a high frequency, stirring up a foul wind. Distance was created, establishing a 20-meter dominion of aerial superiority. Qin Ming stood firm on the ground, his gaze fixed upon the aberrant creature suspended above. His mind raced through calculations. The target hovered 20 meters above, while his vertical leap maxed out at approximately 15 meters. Once he leapt, he would be unable to gain leverage during the hang time, rendering him a sitting duck. In a purely physical melee system, the shortcomings of ground combat were starkly exposed when faced with a flying mutant. The Bloodbat looked down, its newfound elevation granting it a false sense of security, transforming the fear it had just experienced into twisted arrogance. Fool, no matter how hard your muscles are, you remain but a worm destined to crawl upon the earth. The hoarse cries of the Bloodbat reverberated through the factory's expanse, embodying the might of advanced evolution. Its maw, torn to the roots of its ears, suddenly gaped wide, a colossal venom sac swelling ominously within its throat. With a resounding puff, a torrent of dark green, highly concentrated corrosive venom cascaded down upon Qin Ming like a torrential downpour, covering an extensive area. Qin Ming exerted force through his legs, swiftly maneuvering 10 meters to the right. The venom hissed as it struck the cement floor where he had stood, instantly corroding the hard concrete into deep craters that emitted a pungent white smoke. A few droplets splattered onto Qin Ming's shoulder, producing a faint sound against his dark golden skin. Ignoring the intermediate-level mutated toxin-esque corrosive effects, the white smoke dissipated, leaving his skin unscathed. Yet, Qin Ming understood that if engulfed by a large quantity of venom, his clothing would be incinerated and his vision briefly obscured. Quite bothersome. Since he could not reach it, he would extend his range. Qin Ming turned, scanning the corners of the dilapidated factory. The ground was littered with rusted heavy machinery and scrap metal. 5 meters away, a massive industrial meat grinder was anchored to the ground, forged entirely of cast iron, its base secured with 6 thick expansion bolts driven deep into the concrete. Weighing over 2 tons, Qin Ming strode purposefully towards the grinder, gripping the edge of its base with both hands. His towering frame slightly sank as the muscles of his latissimus dorsi and arms swelled to their fullest potential. With a powerful heave, the 6 bolts, firmly embedded in the concrete, were wrenched free by sheer brute force. The cement floor exploded, and the 2-ton meat grinder was hoisted above his head in a single hand. The immense weight caused the ground beneath him to sink once more. In midair, the Bloodbat was preparing to unleash a second stream of venom when its gaze was abruptly caught by the sight below. The human was effortlessly lifting a 2-ton iron mass as if it were but a piece of foam. The venom in the bat's throat became lodged, unable to escape. Twisting his waist, Qin Ming drew his right arm back, stretching it taut like a powerful bowstring. An overwhelming force surged into the grinder as he launched it. With a thunderous boom, the air erupted with a piercing sonic explosion, a white shockwave radiating from the grinder's rear. The 2-ton cast iron machine, propelled by supersonic energy, hurtled towards the Bloodbat at an altitude of 20 meters. In less than 0.2 of a second, a shadow loomed over the Bloodbat's vision. It was too swift, too late to evade. The bat instinctively deflected with its right wing. A sickening crack echoed as its resilient wing was shattered upon impact with the iron machine. The grinder grazed the bat's body and crashed through the factory's metal roof, vanishing into the inky rain-soaked night. A piercing scream escaped the Bloodbat as it lost balance due to the severed right wing, tumbling violently through the air. With great effort, it managed to stabilize at a height of 15 meters, frantically flapping its remaining wing. Confusion filled its bulging eyes as it pondered the impossibility of the situation. What was this? A humanoid anti-aircraft cannon? On the ground, Qin Ming did not pause. Having initiated the assault, he could not relent. Approaching a collapsed load-bearing wall, he plunged one hand into the debris, retrieving a 3-meter-long rebar. With a swift motion, he snapped the rebar into 2 segments. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 silver streaks sliced through the air, the sharpened rebar whistling like a spear as it soared skyward. The Bloodbat, struggling with its damaged right wing, desperately dodged. One rebar grazed its thigh, tearing away a significant chunk of flesh. The other penetrated its left calf with pinpoint accuracy, shattering the bone utterly. No, stop. The Bloodbat swayed precariously in midair, its right wing severed and left calf incapacitated. This body, having undergone 5 high-concentration gene recompositions, was now experiencing the most severe irreversible damage since its transformation. The bat lifted its head, the once greedy glint in its eyes for prey now completely extinguished. This was no mere martial artist. Regardless of the muscle hardness of a martial artist, there are vulnerabilities and limits to endurance. However, the dark golden giant below defied biological norms, resembling a solid alloy impervious to harm. The venom was ineffective within a 10-meter radius. It would be reduced to mere pulp by that pure, armored strength. Flee. Escape was imperative. The Bloodbat's remaining left wing flapped furiously, Its mutated energy pushed to the brink as it struggled to regain balance. Using the buoyancy of the tempest, it ascended in a wildly spiraled fashion towards the dark rain clouds above. 30 meters, 70 meters, 150 meters. The altitude soared rapidly. Once enveloped in the cloud layer, it could conceal its presence using radar-like ultrasonic positioning, evading this monstrous entity on the ground. As the distance widened, fear morphed into intense resentment. You will pay for this. The bloodbat's hoarse, sharp voice pierced through the heavy rain, echoing from hundreds of meters above. The dawn of flesh and blood shall never spare you. I shall have the first apostle personally peel your flesh. Just wait. I will bring 1,000 high-level mutants to grind every single person you know into mere paste. Chapter 25. Characteristic. Heavy laser cannon of fist wind in midair. The bloodbat ascended higher and higher, the massive outline of the meat processing plant shrinking into a mere dark speck. Safe at last. No matter how great this brood's strength, any thrown scrap metal would lose its kinetic energy to gravity and air resistance at such heights. On the ground, Qin Ming stood at the center of the wreckage where the factory roof had been breached, gazing upwards at the dark figure that was about to disappear into the clouds. More than 200 meters away, there were no steel components of suitable weight left to throw. Relying solely on hand-thrown projectiles, he could not reach such heights. Should he let it return to deliver news? Rapidly, Qin Ming assessed the situation in his mind. This was a core apostle responsible for transporting living blood food for the Zhao family. If he allowed it to escape, the Zhao family in Jiangcheng would be alerted immediately. Should this winged creature return alive to the underground organization's headquarters, detailed data regarding its physical resilience would find its way to the desks of high-ranking mutants. What would follow would be endless targeted high-level assassinations and a complete information blockade. It could even disrupt his impending plans to drag Zhao Tianzi out and enact merciless vengeance. To cut the grass is to uproot it. A mere spring breeze will see it regrow. Stirring the snake in the grass is not as effective as leveling the entire mountain. The monster must die. Qin Ming summoned the system panel from the upper right corner of his vision, following the carnage across the river bridge, the clearing of alleyways, and the frenzied onslaught at the meat processing plant, coupled with the recent defeat of Tai Hu and several martial artists. His total ferocity value had reached an extraordinarily high figure, 32,000 points. After 100 points of physique, the exchange ratio transformed to 500 to 1. 32,000 points could yield a substantial 64 points of attributes. Without a hint of hesitation, Qin Ming commanded within his mind. Add Alta Physique. A crisp notification from the system erupted within his consciousness. The crimson digits on his retinas began to dance wildly, cascading towards 0. The value in the physique category surged violently from 130 points. 140, 160, 194. The massive ferocity value was instantly depleted. What followed was a horrifying transformation erupting from deep within his flesh. Qin Ming's towering frame trembled violently as all 206 bones resounded with thunderous cracks. The marrow within each bone coursed with high temperatures, reconstructing the very foundation of his body. The sound pierced through the flesh, surpassing even the tremendous noise made by the heavy meat grinder crashing to the ground moments ago. The physique showed no further expansion of muscle mass. Instead, the once prominent and robust muscle groups began to compress inwardly with frenzied intensity. Every inch of fascia was stretched to its limit, the high-density muscle fibers pressing tightly together, producing an excruciating sound of compression and tension. The dark golden skin gradually developed a deep, lustrous black sheen. The entire body even seemed to shrink by half an inch, becoming more symmetrical and solid. This was a manifestation of compressing physical strength to its utmost limit. The surface temperature of his body surged dramatically. The torrential rain falling nearby evaporated into large plumes of scalding white mist before even getting close. System notifications popped up consecutively. Physical prowess has surpassed high-level physical thresholds. Iron bones, beginner, automatically advanced to iron bones, intermediate. Bone density increased several times, capable of perfectly withstanding the recoil of super-specified kinetic energy. Following this, a new crimson notification appeared. Absolute values break certain physical law restrictions. Unlock derived long-range feature. Fistwind, beginner. Feature description, compresses the air ahead with pure, absolute physical strength to form a substantial kinetic energy column for long-range physical strikes. Qin Ming's hands, hanging at his sides, slowly came together. There was no flow of inner energy, no fluctuations of supernatural powers, only a pure, chilling mass and density of flesh. He could distinctly feel that every inch of his body contained a volcano ready to erupt at any moment. Above him, the bloodbat had soared to over 300 meters, half of its body now concealed within the dense, dark rain clouds. Qin Meng withdrew his gaze, slightly parted his legs, and lowered his center of gravity, assuming the most ancient and fundamental martial arts stance. Boom. At the moment his feet firmly planted, the 20-meter-wide concrete ground beneath him, along with its foundation of gravel and soil, collapsed nearly a meter downward in an instant. Countless large fissures spread outward like a spiderweb. The remaining load-bearing columns of the corrugated iron factory emitted the sound of unbearable strain, collapsing inward completely. Dust and debris swirled. The homeless individuals who had escaped the iron cage but had yet to flee the meat processing plant were thrown off balance by the violent tremors from the ground. Hundreds of people lay in the mud, looking back towards the center of the factory ruins. The man with dark golden skin was now enveloped in a visibly high-temperature distortion field. In the shallow understanding of these lower-class citizens, the pinnacle of martial arts could never cause such a geographical transformation. This power transcended the realm of humanity. Qin Meng's right arm slowly pulled back. The compressed muscle groups in his waist and abdomen erupted with immeasurable force. The power surged along his spine, layer upon layer, culminating at his right fist. The air around his fist began to emit a sharp, piercing roar due to extreme compression. He aimed at the indistinct silhouette preparing to escape amidst the rain clouds above. Striking with a simple straight punch against the void above, he unleashed a thunderous blow. Bang! A terrifying sonic explosion, beyond the realm of comprehension, shattered every piece of glass and metal within 100 meters of the factory. A white shockwave erupted before Qin Meng's fist, violently expanding. The air ahead was forcefully evacuated and compressed to its limits, resulting in a high-pressure air column over 2 meters in diameter, erupting forth from the tip of Qin Meng's right fist. This air column was enveloped by visible spirals of turbulent airflow, instantly vaporizing the raindrops along its path. The column shot upwards at a speed surpassing that of armor-piercing rounds, defying the torrential rain as it surged toward the sky. At 300 meters, the bloodbat had just buried most of its body within the damp, cold clouds. Its nerves tightened suddenly, the instinctive cells of the mutation screaming in terror. An absolute threat of death, capable of shattering its entire genetic chain, approached rapidly from below. The bloodbat abruptly lowered its head, its gaze piercing through the thin mist of clouds. That 2-meter-wide white air column had traversed hundreds of meters, filling its entire field of vision. What is that? Externalized inner energy. Impossible. A high-level martial artist's internal energy dissipates in the air within a few dozen meters. A heavy anti-air laser cannon? Countless despairing thoughts flashed through the bloodbat's mind. Before the supersonic high-pressure air column, it had no time to make any evasive maneuvers. Boom. The white air column accurately struck the bloodbat's emaciated form. The destructive physical force contained within the high-pressure column tore through the bloodbat's proud exterior as a high-level mutant. Its resilient blue wings shattered instantly. The bones of its limbs were ground into fine powder. Even the grotesque head filled with high-concentration, mutated venom exploded upon contact with the column in a mere 1/100th of a second. The air column, undeterred, pierced through the bloodbat's body, creating a massive vacuum cavity with a diameter of several dozen meters in the thick, dark rain clouds. The edges of the vacuum cavity continued to churn outward. Moonlight cascaded down through the gap in the clouds, illuminating the immense cloud of blood that had just erupted. Shredded flesh mingled with rain, falling like a gentle drizzle upon the desolate wilderness of the western suburbs. Not a single intact piece of internal organ remained. In the upper right corner of the retina, a crimson system notification illuminated once more, the text prominent. Killed a peak-level 5-tier, mutated entity, violent value 5,000. Chapter 26 New clue, Southern Suburbs. The rain had completely ceased. Outside the factory, hundreds of homeless individuals, caked in mud, stared blankly skyward, fixated on the gaping hole in the clouds created by a single punch. They gazed at the dark golden figure at the center of the ruins, still poised in the act of striking. This deity must be a savior sent to relieve suffering. A filthy, disabled beggar wept uncontrollably, banging his head repeatedly on the ground. Others followed suit. The sight of hundreds kneeling in the mud was eerily surreal in this bloody slaughterhouse. Faith was utterly shattered and then rebuilt. Extreme reverence completely overwhelmed their instinct to flee for survival. Qin Meng slowly retracted his right fist, white steam rising from his dark golden hand, dissipating into the air. His fingers gradually relaxed. A piece of iron sheet, dislodged from the top of the factory, fell from the sky and broke into two upon striking Qin Meng's broad shoulder. The fragments clattered to the ground. Qin Meng did not lower his gaze. Hundreds of homeless souls remained kneeling in the mud, none daring to stand. A few brave souls dared to glance up at the dark golden figure illuminated by moonlight at the center of the ruins, their throats constricting, not daring to breathe. Qin Ming turned to leave. Benefactor, please. A heart-wrenching cry erupted from the depths of the crowd. A gaunt middle-aged woman scrambled forth, her knees crashing onto shards of glass and rebar, blood streaming down her calves, oblivious to her injuries. She fell to her knees in the mud, hands pressing down half a meter in front of Qin Ming's feet, her forehead desperately bowing. My child is not here. They separated the adults and children for transport. The children were taken away in another black pickup truck. Qin Ming paused in his steps. Then a second woman lunged forward, followed by a third. 5 or 6 ragged women knelt in a line, their knees scraping against the sharp debris, leaving long trails of blood in the muddy water. My son is merely 6 years old, and my daughter suffers from a leg disability, unable to run. I beseech you, I implore you, save the children. Several women kneel with foreheads bloodied, their faces smeared with mud, making it indistinguishable whether it is tears or blood. Qin Ming stands still, his gaze slowly sweeping over the hundreds of rescued vagrants, men, women, and the elderly, yet not a single child is present. Not one. Qin Ming's mind swiftly recalls the moment he opened the iron cage. 3 cages, hundreds of individuals, all indeed adults. The slaughter had been so swift that he hadn't had time to reflect deeply. Now, piecing together the information spat out by Gui Ren before its demise, he remembers that the Zhao family had provided 1,000 living beings as blood offerings. 1,000. The 3 cages could only have contained 400 or 500 individuals at most. Where had the rest gone? Where had the children vanished? The mutated beings had deliberately separated the children for transport, not out of compassion. In the operational logic of the blood and flesh dawn, a child's body is deemed cleaner than that of an adult, with purer vitality and greater genetic plasticity. These creatures regard children as a more superior source of blood, perhaps even as materials for some abhorrent mutation ritual. Qin Ming remained silent, suddenly pressing down with his foot. Boom. The shattered concrete floor collapsed into a deep pit once more. Qin Ming's towering 2-meter frame sprang forth, vanishing in an instant before the hundreds of dazed eyes, disappearing into the darkness before dawn, leaving a circle of white sonic shockwaves rolling through the ruins. The women who had been kneeling were thrown into the muddy water by the shockwave. When they rose again, the dark golden figure had long since vanished. He.S. gone. The middle-aged woman who had knelt first stared intently in the direction Qin Ming had disappeared, trembling all over, unsure if she was crying or laughing. In the southern district, during the darkest hour before dawn, Qin Ming traversed the dilapidated buildings of the slums at supersonic speed, covering a distance of 5 kilometers in less than 30 seconds. A faint, distinctive stench of the mutated beings lingered in the air, originating from the same source as that of Gui Ren, yet more potent and putrid. The physique of 194 points granted him not only absolute strength, but also an absurd enhancement of his senses. He could detect someone smoking 3 kilometers away. Recognizing the brand of tobacco, this foul odor extended from the direction of the meat processing plant, traversing the main road of the southern district, and turning into an abandoned sewer vent. Along the way, it was interrupted twice. Qin Ming halted at the first break. At the corner of an old alley, a young man dressed in a gray hoodie squatted behind a garbage bin, clutching an old flip phone, taking photos in the direction of the abandoned sewer vent. A lookout for the Snake Gang. Although orders had been given from above to retreat, the information from the ground was delayed, and this peripheral scout remained oblivious to the events occurring on the bridge. Qin Ming approached silently from behind. The muscle control of his 194 points allowed his 2-meter, several hundred kilogram frame to tread lightly on the slick bluestone, his footsteps quieter than a cat's. His right hand reached out, fingers gripping the back of the young man's head. The young man stiffened, the flip phone slipping from his hands into the drainage ditch. Which direction did the black pickup with the children go? Qin Ming's voice pressed down from above. The young man trembled violently, not daring to turn around. The mere temperature and pressure of the hand gripping his head caused his bladder to release involuntarily. In the southern city, the young man's teeth chattered, each word fragmented. Qin Ming released his grip. The young man collapsed into his own urine, desperately crawling forward a few meters. Just as he crawled 3 steps, a dull whoosh of wind sounded from behind him. The young man hadn't even had the chance to turn his head before Qin Ming's foot crushed down on his spine. Crack! The spine fractured, and the young man's scream was stifled in his throat. Kill the thug. Brutality value 100. Qin Ming stepped over the corpse and continued to sprint along the trail of the foul odor. Along the way, he eliminated 3 scouts from the Snake Gang and Axe Gang, each queried with a single question, each answer pointing to the same location, the outskirts of Southern City. The old military district, the abandoned air raid shelter. 20 minutes later, Qin Ming stood in a desolate area on the outskirts of Southern City. Before him lay a small mound covered in weeds and shrubs. The side of the mound revealed a heavy steel door, rusted and formidable. The soil surrounding the door had recently been disturbed, tire tracks and footprints mingling in the mud. The air was thick with a nauseating stench unique to the mutated beings, intensified to a suffocating degree. Mixed within was another scent, blood. Abundant, fresh human blood. Qin Ming approached the steel door, his right hand pressing against its surface. This door, over 30 centimeters thick, was forged from solid alloy, originally designed as a heavy protective door to withstand artillery fire during the Cold War. Qin Ming's fingers sank into the steel plate, his arm muscles gradually swelling. With an extreme restraint of force, he silently pulled the entire 30-centimeter thick alloy door from its frame. 194 points of physique not only represented the pinnacle of brute strength, but also absolute control over precision. Qin Ming gently set the several-ton steel door down. Behind it lay a downward-sloping concrete passage, dark and damp, the stench wafting up from the depths. Along the walls of the passage, dim yellow incandescent bulbs hung every few meters, covered by wire mesh, illuminating only a 2-meter radius beneath his feet. Qin Ming stepped into the passage, his feet treading on the rough concrete floor, marked with numerous dried dark red stains, drag marks. Very small drag marks. They belonged to a child. As he delved deeper into the passage, scraps of fabric and tattered children's shoes began to litter the ground. Qin Ming maintained a steady pace, neither hastening nor slowing. At the end of the passage, a second door appeared, thicker than the first. The surface was reinforced with a dense array of alloy ribs. Dark red light seeped through the door's seam, accompanied by sounds from within. Children's cries, faint, intermittent, already exhausted from weeping. There were also the voices of 2 adult males. This is the third batch. The blood pool concentration is still 15% short. What are you rushing for? Slow and steady yields the best results. The third apostle stated that the first round of blood sacrifice must be completed before dawn. Otherwise, the formation will backfire. The vitality of this batch of pups is far purer than that of adults. The recovery speed of the 3 apostles' bodies is twice what we expected. Push those who can still move down first. Qin Ming stood outside the door, his hands hanging at his sides. His 10 fingers slowly closed together, then gradually opened. The dark red light seeping from the door illuminated his expressionless face. The cries from behind the door morphed into screams, a child's scream. Then came a thud, followed by the sound of a viscous liquid, which drowned out the screams, and then silence enveloped the space. Qin Ming raised his right hand, fingers splayed, pressing against the heavily reinforced alloy door. He pushed. An unmatched force surged silently, causing the alloy ribs to snap beneath his palm. The entire door bent inward, the hinges tearing apart, and the concrete walls surrounding the doorframe cracked extensively. Boom. The heavy door collapsed inward, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. The dark red light instantly flooded Qin Ming's vision. Before him lay an underground space exceeding 500 square meters. The original air raid shelter had been transformed into an enormous altar. At its center was a circular blood pool, 10 meters in diameter and over 3 meters deep, filled with thick, dark red liquid, bubbling with a fetid stench. The visible blood vapor ascended from the surface of the blood pool, coalescing into a pale red mist in midair. The edges of the blood pool were inscribed with a myriad of strange patterns, which pulsated faintly under the dim red glow. To the left of the blood pool, 3 rusted iron cages stood side by side, crammed with more than 20 children. The eldest among them was no more than 10 years old, while the youngest appeared to be merely 4 or 5. Their clothing was tattered beyond repair, and their emaciated bodies revealed every rib. A few lay motionless, curled up in the corners of the cages, uncertain if they had fainted or succumbed to death. The surviving children bore no tears in their eyes. They had long since run dry. What remained was a profound sense of despair, one that Qin Ming was all too familiar with, complete, unreserved, devoid of any strength to struggle. The expression in their eyes mirrored that of his own when he had his ribs broken in prison, coerced into signing a confession. It was the same as when he learned of his parents' silencing, their bodies nearly fed to dogs. To the right of the blood pool, 2 towering men stood at its edge. One was encased entirely in a grayish-white exoskeleton, his exposed skin a deathly gray, with arms that had fully transformed into 2 curved bone blades from the elbow down. He was the 6th apostle of Bloodflesh Dawn, a 5th-tier mutant. The other was short and stout, his body covered in dense dark purple tumors, each pulsating rhythmically, with dark red liquid faintly visible within. He was the 5th apostle of Bloodflesh Dawn, a peak 5th-tier mutant. The stout man held a boy of 7 or 8 by the ankle, dangling him headfirst above the blood pool. The boy had ceased to struggle, his small hands hanging limply. The stout man released his grip, and the boy plunged into the blood pool. The thick, dark red liquid instantly engulfed his fragile body, and a flurry of dense bubbles erupted on the surface, lasting several seconds before tranquility returned. The brightness of the patterns deep within the blood pool surged to a new level. Indeed, this child's life essence was exceptionally pure. The stout man shook his bloodied hand and mused that 2 more would suffice for tonight's quota. The 6th apostle had approached the iron cages, inserting a bone blade into the cage's lock and twisting it until the iron lock snapped. He reached inside and seized a small girl who was huddled in the corner by her hair. She emitted a faint whimper, her right leg disabled, rendering her unable to walk. The 6th apostle dragged her from the cage, leaving a shallow trail of blood on the rough ground. He lifted her and turned towards the blood pool. Suddenly, the stout man raised his head, nostrils flaring. Someone was approaching. Chapter 28, 6th Tier Mutant. Before he could finish speaking, a shadow of dark gold had already taken position atop the ruins of the collapsed alloy gate. The oppressive aura emanating from the 194 points of physical prowess was amplified within the sealed underground space. The remaining rubble quivered, jumping and falling back to the earth. The 6th apostle, still holding the small girl, turned to the entrance. Yet, Qin Meng's gaze was not on them. It was fixed upon the children in the iron cages. Their eyes were hollow, filled with despair, having relinquished all hope. The scene blurred with memories, the iron bars of the prison, the photographs of his parents. Qin Meng's mind emptied, leaving only a singular thought. These 2 must die immediately. Not a second longer. The stout 5th apostle's pupils constricted. It was Qin Meng. The 8th and 9th apostles both. The concrete beneath Qin Meng's feet erupted. Fragments shot into the blood pool, creating splashes of dark red. His figure vanished from sight. The air was torn apart, and a white shockwave exploded within the underground chamber, causing the children in the 3 cages to topple to the ground. The 6th apostle reacted 3/10 of a second faster than the 5th. Instinctively, he shielded the little girl with his body, using her as a human shield. Qin Meng's right hand was already upon them, but instead of striking the 6th apostle, his fingers deftly secured the nape of the little girl's neck, lifting her gently from the 6th apostle's grasp without leaving a trace of bruise. Simultaneously, his left hand shot forward, seizing the 6th apostle's entire face. The 5 fingers closed tightly, and the grayish-white exoskeleton shattered under the pressure of Qin Meng's dark golden fingertips, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds. You use a child as a shield. Qin Meng gently placed the girl on the ground. His left hand continued to tighten. Cracking sounds echoed as the 6th apostle's facial exoskeleton splintered apart, bone shards squeezing through Qin Meng's fingers, mingling with viscous bodily fluids that dripped onto the floor. The 6th apostle emitted a muffled howl of agony. His bone blades, wielded with frenetic desperation, struck at Qin Meng's forearm, producing a shower of sparks as they clashed against his dark golden skin, failing to break the surface. Qin Meng's left hand surged with power. The 6th apostle's skull imploded within his palm, grayish brain matter and bone fragments sprang forth. The headless corpse twitched twice before collapsing at the edge of the blood pool. Kill 5th Tier Mutant, brutality value 5,000. The stout 5th apostle staggered back 3 steps, all the dark purple tumors on his body simultaneously erupting. A torrent of thick, dark red liquid surged forth, forming a blood mist barrier around him, enveloping him in a vague silhouette of dark red. Don't come any closer, the 5th apostle shrieked. His feet had already stepped into the blood pool. The dark red liquid began to churn violently. From the depths of the pool came a dull, metallic heartbeat. Thud. The entire underground space shuddered in response. It was the pulse of a life form far more powerful than a 5th Tier mutant. The 5th apostle clung to this glimmer of hope, his voice turning shrill. The 3rd apostle is about to awaken, a 6th Tier being. If you kill me, you will die too. Qin Meng glanced down at the blood pool. Deep at the bottom, a massive, coiled black silhouette was slowly unfurling. The bubbles on the surface of the blood pool thickened, and the heartbeat grew louder. Thud, thud, thud. The children still alive in the iron cages covered their ears. Curling up in terror, trembling violently, Qin Meng withdrew his gaze, now focused on the 5th apostle. The dark purple tumors on the 5th apostle's body writhed uncontrollably, the blood mist barrier growing thicker, obscuring his form in a blurry dark red outline. His feet were already submerged in the blood pool, the scalding liquid creeping up to his ankles and along his calves. The massive shadow behind him, awakening, was his final trump card. Just 3 more seconds. No, 2 seconds would suffice. The heartbeat of the 3rd apostle had quickened from once per second to 3 times per second. The eerie patterns at the bottom of the blood pool shone blindingly. The coiled black silhouette accelerated in its unfurling. A 6th Tier mutant. A true 6th Tier mutant. Once fully awakened, every living thing in this underground space would become its nourishment. including the dark golden creature before him. The fifth apostle's legs retreated further into the blood pool, his mouth screaming incessantly. You have no idea what the third apostle is. A sixth tier, a complete sixth tier mutant. Even the head of the Zhao family must tread lightly before it. If you kill the two of us, the third apostle will only become more enraged. It will extract your bones one by one. There is still time. You can still escape. Qin Meng remained silent. He pressed down with the sole of his right foot. Boom. The concrete floor erupted radially from Qin Meng's center, sending fragments flying into the blood pool, creating towering columns of dark red liquid. The full force of 194 points of physique erupted, and in an instant, the figure vanished without any transition. One moment it stood still, and the next. It had traversed the entire underground space. The sonic boom resonated within the enclosed area, amplifying tenfold. A white shockwave swept across the altar, toppling the children in the iron cage to the ground. Old incandescent bulbs shattered in the violent airflow, while glass shards and wire mesh cascaded down. The reaction of the fifth apostle was not sluggish. He could not discern Qin Meng's movements. The limit speed propelled by 194 points of physique had far surpassed the visual capture threshold of a peak stage 5 mutant. Yet instinct remained. At the moment the sonic boom erupted, all the dark purple tumors on the fifth apostle's body simultaneously ruptured, releasing a viscous dark red liquid that transformed into hundreds of tentacle-like blood whips, weaving into a triple-layered flesh shield before him. Simultaneously, he forcefully kicked off the bottom of the blood pool, leaning backward in an attempt to fully submerge himself in the blood. As long as he sank deep enough to make contact with the body of the third apostle, he would be enveloped within its protective domain. The sixth-tier force field was sufficient to withstand everything. This judgment was not mistaken. However, time was short. Qin Meng's right foot had already stepped into the blood pool. The scalding dark red liquid was forcefully split apart by the impact of his foot, surging to either side. The surface temperature released by 194 points of physique caused the blood that touched his skin to instantly boil and evaporate, producing large clouds of foul-smelling red steam rising from the surface of the blood pool. Just as the fifth apostle's flesh shield was forming, Qin Meng's right foot was already lifted and pressed down again. The triple-layered flesh shield woven from hundreds of blood whips failed to even delay for a mere 0.01 seconds under the weight of his dark golden, blackened foot. The blood whips shattered, the flesh shield exploded, and dark purple flesh and bodily fluids splattered in all directions, sinking into the blood pool, immediately engulfed by the roiling liquid. His foot landed precisely on the fifth apostle's head. The fifth apostle's hands remained in a position of leaning back, 10 fingers covered in tumors pointing towards the shadow in the depths of the blood pool that was awakening. Just half a second more, if only half a second more, to touch the body of the third apostle. Qin Meng exerted force beneath his foot, without any superfluous movements. It was pure, vertical crushing. The fifth apostle's head exploded beneath his foot. The skull shattered, and brain matter mixed with dark purple mutated fluid sprayed out in all directions, falling into the blood pool and creating ripples. The headless corpse twitched a few times in the blood, the remaining dark purple tumors rapidly withering and shriveling, losing all signs of life. The notification appeared. Killed a peak stage 5 mutated entity, brutality value 5,000. Chapter 29. Are you referring to those two lapdogs? From the moment of initiation to the moment of contact, the entire process took less than 0. For seconds, within the iron cage, a boy who had not yet fainted caught a glimpse of the scene through the rusted bars. He could not clearly see how that dark golden giant moved. He only saw one thing. That short, stout monster who had just been screaming about the sixth tier and the third apostle was crushed like a watermelon beneath a single foot. The boy buried his face in his knees, trembling uncontrollably. He did not know whether the giant outside had come to save them or to kill them. He only understood that such power should not exist in this world. The blood pool churned violently. Qin Meng stood in the blood that reached his calves, gazing downward. His foot pressed against the fifth apostle's headless corpse, which was slowly sinking. Yet his attention was not on the corpse. At the bottom of the pool, the heartbeat had changed. From a previously regular thump, 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 it transformed into a series of rapid, furious strikes. Thump, 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 thump. With each heartbeat, the walls of the underground space resonated. Crumbling concrete dust fell from the ceiling above. The bizarre patterns at the bottom of the blood pool shone brightly. Dark red light emanated from the pool's depths, staining the entire space crimson. The blood mist and life energy unleashed upon the death of the two apostles were all absorbed by the blood pool. It served as a catalyst. The fifth apostle's tumors exploded in their final moments, and the brain matter and bone fragments ejected when the sixth apostle's skull was crushed. The concentrated life energy contained within the remains of these two high-tier mutants was rapidly decomposed and purified within the blood pool, flowing along those pulsing patterns and infusing into the body of the black silhouette at the bottom of the pool. What once required the life essence of a few more children to complete the awakening ritual was no longer necessary. The lives of the two apostles filled the gap directly. The black silhouette at the bottom of the blood pool suddenly opened its eyes. Two dark red vertical pupils pierced through the 3 meters of thick blood, locking onto Qin Ming, standing in the pool. Qin Ming lifted his right foot off the fifth apostle's corpse and took a step back. It was not out of fear. Rather, it was his battle instinct making a spatial judgment. The next moment, bang! A destructive shockwave erupted from the center of the blood pool. The 3 meters of dark red liquid was violently thrust upwards against the ceiling by this force. Several tons of blood collided with the concrete dome, producing a deafening roar. Qin Ming was propelled out of the blood pool by the shockwave, his feet carving 2 half-meter-deep trenches into the ground before he could stabilize himself. Blood poured down from the ceiling, transforming the entire underground space into a blood-soaked waterfall. The children in the iron cage let out desperate screams as scalding blood cascaded down from above, soaking their frail bodies. Amidst the blood rain, a figure slowly rose from the emptied bottom of the blood pool. It could not be called a human, standing at 3 meters 2 in height. Its entire torso was covered by a dark red, metallic glass shell. The surface of the shell was etched with the same bizarre patterns as those at the bottom of the blood pool, flickering at a visible frequency. 4 arms emerged. The upper pair was disproportionately robust, with forearms to fingertips entirely ossified, presenting a translucent deep red hue, within which dark blood could be seen flowing rapidly. The lower pair was slightly thinner, yet each fingertip extended into a bone spike exceeding half a meter in length, sheathed in a viscous, dark red liquid that dripped incessantly. As for the head, it was devoid of hair, with the skull extending backward into 3 curved bone horns. The skin on its face appeared as if it had been seared by intense heat, tightly adhering to the skull, with only 2 deep-set eye sockets and a massive mouth seam that extended from ear to ear. That mouth seam split open, revealing 3 rows of densely packed, inward curving, elongated fangs. Blood Dawn, the third apostle, a 6th-tier mutated entity, the complete form. It stood at the bottom of the emptied blood pool. The oppressive aura emanating from its 3 meter 2 massive body rendered the air within the entire underground space thick and viscous. The ground beneath Qin Ming's feet continued to tremble, not from physical impact, but from some frequency released by the third apostle's body resonating with the surrounding matter. Each vibration of that frequency etched new cracks into the concrete walls. All previous adversaries, Thunderstorm, Ghostblade, Bloodbat, the 5th apostle, the 6th apostle, combined, could not rival the sense of oppression emanating from this entity standing motionless before him. The third apostle slowly raised its head. Those 2 deep-set dark red vertical pupils pierced through the blood rain cascading down, locking onto Qin Ming 15 meters away. It opened that mouth, split to the roots of its ears. Who provided me with such abundant life essence? I must express my gratitude. You're 2 lapdogs. Qin Ming spoke. What did you say? The third apostle lowered its head. In those 2 deep-set, dark crimson vertical pupils, something surged violently. 3 rows of densely packed fangs began to tremble uncontrollably. The patterns on the surface of the carapace flickered erratically, the frequency soaring from 2 beats per second to over 10. The entire foundation of the air raid shelter emitted a sound more mournful than before. Those were my kin. They had followed me for 9 years. The third apostle lifted its head. 3 curved bony horns cast grotesque shadows in the dark red glow. The 2 crimson pupils transformed from indifference to a fierce scarlet. The capillaries surrounding the pupils bursting, blood seeping throughout the eye socket. You shall perish. This roar created a tangible shockwave within the confined space. The sound wave carried the life frequency of a 6th-tier mutant, shattering the remaining rubble and metal shards on the ground 15 meters away. A few droplets of blood, suspended in midair, exploded into a red mist in the wake of the sound wave. The last few conscious children in the iron cages rolled their eyes and fainted upon hearing this sound. The disabled little girl lay on the ground where Qin Ming had just placed her. Her blood seemed almost congealed. She raised her head and saw the being rising from the pool of blood. She also saw the dark golden silhouette standing several meters ahead of her. The silhouette did not retreat. The 2 sturdy, bony arms above the third apostle simultaneously lifted. The patterns on the dark red carapace illuminated, causing the temperature of the underground space to plummet to freezing within a second. Blood rain solidified. The falling blood froze into countless dark red ice beads. Suspended around the third apostle, slowly rotating, Qin Ming planted his feet firmly on the ground. The concrete beneath him caved in once more. 194 points of vitality surged within him. The frozen blood beads within a meter of his body were instantly vaporized into red mist by the intense heat. The four arms of the third apostle simultaneously spread wide. A massive crack appeared in the ceiling of the underground space, splitting through the entire dome. Soil and rubble cascaded down through the fissure. Insects, I will extract your spine and place it before their graves. The third apostle took its first step. Its 3.2-meter frame landed upon the parched stone floor of the blood pool. At the moment that step fell, the entire foundation of the air raid shelter emitted a dull lament. Qin Meng's right fist slowly clenched. High-temperature steam rose from the dark golden surface of his fist. Two figures, not of human origin, moved simultaneously across the 15-meter expanse of blood-stained space. Chapter 30. My power is boundless. The two figures vanished from their positions at once. Boom. A deafening sound shattered the silence of the confined space. Qin Meng's right fist collided head-on with the bony forearm of the third apostle. The shockwave radiated outward from the point of contact. The remaining liquid in the blood pool was transformed into a mist of crimson. 3 iron cages slid 7 or 8 meters in the wake of the airwave, crashing against the concrete wall with a screeching sound. The children within the cages were tossed back and forth. Qin Meng's right arm tingled slightly. Since his physique had surpassed the 100-point threshold, this was the first time he had felt resistance in a pure clash of strength. A fine crack appeared on the bony forearm of the third apostle. Dark red blood seeped from the fissure. Yet, the crack healed within 0.3 of a second. Intriguing. The mouth seam of the third apostle, stretching from its left ear to its right, curved upward. 3 rows of fangs glinted in the dark red light. The human body can actually withstand my first strike after awakening. The 4 arms swung out simultaneously. The 2 sturdy upper arms swept toward Qin Meng's head, while the 2 slender lower arms thrust toward his abdomen. For angles of attack, for different degrees of force, Qin Meng did not retreat. His right fist met the left bony arm. His left elbow deflected the right bony arm. He took the 2 bony spikes directly to his abdomen. Clang, clang. The 2 bony spikes collided against his dark golden abdominal muscles, their tips shattering on impact. Fragments of bone splattered onto the third apostle's carapace. With the momentum from the block, Qin Meng's left fist struck directly at the third apostle's chest. Bang! A web-like crack appeared on the dark red carapace before the third apostle. The massive 3.2-meter body slid back 5 meters, carving deep grooves into the parched blood pool floor. Yet, it did not fall. The 4 arms propped against the ground, stabilizing its form. Well, what a formidable physique. The third apostle stood upright. The cracks on its chest rapidly healed under the pulsating patterns. The dark red carapace returned to its complete state. Your bone density is higher than any 6th-tier warrior I have encountered. Your muscle output exceeds the limits of carbon-based life. The third apostle stepped forward. With every step, the foundation groaned in agony. Such a body could not have been achieved through mere training. There is a secret within you. Qin Meng said nothing. His attention was not on the third apostle. His peripheral vision swept over the 3 iron cages that had crashed against the wall. The cages had become deformed. Several children were trapped between the twisted iron bars, unable to move. The disabled little girl lay at the bottom of the cage, her lips turning purple, breathing rapidly. The underground space was too confined. The shockwaves generated by such a battle would be repeatedly amplified in the enclosed space. The iron cages could not withstand it. Those emaciated children could not endure it. If this continued, without the third apostle lifting a finger, the residual waves alone could kill them all. Qin Meng pressed down with his foot. His figure shot forth, but he did not charge toward the third apostle. Instead, he ascended towards the ceiling. All 194 points of strength surged into his right fist. He struck upward against the thick rock and concrete dome above him. Boom. The entire air raid shelter trembled violently. A 3-meter-wide hole erupted in the center of the dome. Rubble, soil, and debris cascaded down like a waterfall. Qin Meng did not pause. His legs exerted force again. His body surged through the torrent of debris, shooting straight up through the recently created passage. His fists continuously pounded against the rocky ceiling. 1 meter, 2 meters, 5 meters. Each strike shattered the hard rock. Fragments and soil cascaded down the sides of his body. 8 meters. His right fist struck out one final time. Boom. His fist penetrated through the last layer of soil. The crisp night air rushed in. Qin Meng burst forth from the ground. Debris and soil erupted around him. His body flipped in midair, landing solidly on the ground. Beneath his feet lay a small hill in the southern suburbs, overgrown with weeds. The center of the hill had been blasted out, creating a massive pit. The bottom of the pit led into the air raid shelter, a void of darkness. The cold wind before dawn brushed against his dark golden skin. The heat of his body vaporized the moisture in the wind into white mist. Qin Meng looked up. A hint of gray-white appeared on the eastern horizon. Excellent. An open area on the ground. It is time to unleash my full potential. A deafening roar echoed from deep within the earth. The hill began to tremble violently. The soil at the edge of the pit collapsed en masse. A dark red figure surged upward from the depths. The third apostle spread its 4 arms against the walls of the pit, its 3.2-meter form directly shattering the edges of the pit, removing a significant portion of the hilltop. The dark red carapace was smeared with soil and debris, glistening with a moist metallic sheen in the faint light of dawn. 3 curved bony horns carved grotesque outlines against the sky. The third apostle landed on the slope of the hill, its 4 feet sinking deeply into the earth. Those deep-set, dark crimson pupils locked onto Qin Ming, 20 meters away. The third apostle glanced down at the collapsed hill beneath its feet, then scanned the surrounding desolate wilderness. For those nearly dying wretches? Qin Ming stood still, his hands hanging at his sides. The dark golden skin, tinged with black, emanated visible waves of heat in the morning breeze. The third apostle did not immediately strike. Those 2 dark red vertical pupils scanned Qin Ming's body from head to toe and back again, not assessing a threat, but rather savoring the sight. The human form could indeed be fortified to such an extent. The third apostle slowly straightened, casting a vast shadow with its towering height of 3 meters and 2. I have undergone 17 gene recombinations, consumed 63 hearts of 4th-tier beings, and soaked in a blood pool for 3 years to attain this 6th-tier shell. Yet you, a pure human unaltered by any transformation, can withstand my attack head-on. There must be a secret within you capable of overturning biological norms. The third apostle took a step forward, causing the ground beneath to crack. However, the scrutiny in the dark red pupils vanished, replaced by a condescending pity. No matter how much one reinforces, the human body ultimately has its limits. The maximum capacity of carbon-based bones, the contraction limit of muscle fibers, and the speed limit of neural transmission are all shackles inscribed in the genes. You have pushed the human form to its utmost limit, but what lies beyond that? The third apostle spread its 4 arms wide, and the eerie patterns on its dark red shell illuminated. An overwhelming sense of terror, far surpassing that felt in the subterranean space, began to radiate outward. The ground beneath Qin Ming visibly cracked and crumbled, while the weeds within a 10-meter radius instantly withered and yellowed. And my power is boundless. Chapter 31. The Ascension Method. The shell of the third apostle began to emit a cacophony of cracking sounds, not from destruction, but from transformation. Cracks appeared at the center of its dark red shell, rapidly extending along the strange patterns, as if an old shell was being forcibly expanded from within. With a series of sharp snaps, large sections of the shell fell away, revealing a new layer of deeper, dark purple armor beneath. This new shell was twice as thick as the old one, with denser patterns and a more vigorous pulsation. The 2 bony arms above emitted a piercing sound of skeletal growth as the forearms extended dramatically from the elbows, gaining an additional half-meter in length. The once semi-transparent deep red surface turned opaque dark purple, while the internal flow of blood accelerated sharply. The bone spurs of the 2 slender arms below shattered and fell away as new. Thicker bone spurs grew from the fingertips, each one twice the previous size, ending in 3 barbed hooks. 3 bone horns fell from the skull, crashing to the ground, only to be replaced by new ones that grew from their original positions. Increasing in number from 3 to 5, each longer and more curved, shimmering with dark purple light. The height of the third apostle surged from 3 meters and 2 to 3 meters and 5. The entire transformation lasted less than 3 seconds, leaving shards of the old shell scattered about. Standing amidst the debris, the third apostle radiated a high concentration of mutated energy that distorted the very air around it. The ground beneath Qin Ming trembled, not from the wind, but resonating with the life frequency released by the third apostle's new shell. The fissure in its mouth, split to the ear, opened once more, revealing 4 rows of fangs that sparkled in the morning light. The method of ascension in the dawn of flesh and blood, with each powerful adversary slain and their essence consumed, one can surmount a genetic barrier. With every transformation, a new layer of biological armor is attained, infinite and unending. The third apostle raised its upper right arm, the dark purple skeletal forearm pointing toward Qin Ming. The secret hidden within your body will be meticulously examined once I tear open your chest. Standing 20 meters away, Qin Ming felt the heat waves rising from his dark golden skin. The pressure emanating from the transformed being was undeniably several levels stronger than before. With enhanced hardness of the new shell, the extended length of the new bone arms, and the lethal configuration of the new bone spurs, attack power and defense were both ascending. Infinite, without limits. Slowly, Qin Ming raised his right fist. He did not need to consume anyone's heart. He did not need to soak in a blood pool for 3 years. He did not need to transform into a grotesque abomination. All he needed to do was kill. The more he killed, the more violent energy he accumulated. The more violent energy he amassed, the stronger his physique became, whose power has no limits. It is too early to make conclusions. The 5 dark purple bone horns of the third apostle ignited simultaneously. The ground split as the 3-meter-5 dark purple giant shadow crushed the remnants of the earthen mound beneath, its 4 arms fully extended, charging toward Qin Ming at full speed. With each step, the ground yielded a half-meter deep pit. Its speed nearly doubled compared to that in the subterranean space. Qin Ming pressed down with his right foot, causing the mud beneath to explode. 2 figures clashed in the wilderness before dawn, dark gold against dark purple, human against monster. The distance closed to 10 meters, 5 meters, 1 meter. Qin Ming's right fist met the defensive cross of the third apostle's upper bone arms at the same instant. Collision. Boom. A shockwave radiated from the point of impact, displacing the ground within a 50-meter radius. Dirt, shattered stones, and dry grass were swept up in a violent whirlwind, carrying the first gray-white light of dawn in all directions. The newly formed dark purple shell on the crossed arms of the third apostle exhibited dense cracks. Yet it did not shatter. Its mouth, split to the ear, stretched to its limits, revealing 4 rows of fangs glimmering in the morning light. The 8 bone spurs with barbs on the slender arms below lunged toward Qin Ming's abdomen. Qin Ming's left hand deflected 4 of them, sending sparks flying from his dark golden skin. The remaining 4 bone spurs pierced into his right rib cage. Clang. The barbed tips left 4 white streaks on his dark golden skin, yet did not breach his defenses. Nevertheless, the force propelled Qin Ming 3 meters backward, carving 2 furrows in the ground beneath him. He glanced down at the 4 white marks on his right rib. Previously, in the underground, the bone spurs had shattered upon hitting his abdominal muscles. Now, they left traces. The attack power following the transformation had indeed escalated to a new level. Lifting his gaze once more, Qin Ming found the third apostle already upon him. For arms, shrouded in dark purple afterimages, descended upon him with overwhelming force. On the horizon of the wilderness, the first orange-red light of dawn pierced through the clouds, illuminating the 2 non-human figures locked in a frenzied clash. The bony forearm of the third apostle rose high, the patterns on its dark purple shell shining to their utmost brilliance. As a visible dark red energy converged along the skeletal arm toward the fist, the air around that bone fist twisted violently. Qin Ming's feet shattered the ground beneath him as he anchored himself firmly, drawing back his right fist. Both fists launched simultaneously, dark gold and dark purple colliding in the first rays of sunlight. The shockwave radiated outward. The cracked mud beneath their feet was lifted, revealing a half-meter thick layer. A dull thud resonated from Qin Ming's right arm as his body slid back 4 meters. The new shell of the third apostle's dark purple bone arm fractured in 3 places, and dark red blood seeped out, healing rapidly. The 2 parted, standing 15 meters apart. The 4 arms of the third apostle hung by its side, and the 5 bone horns trembled slightly in the dawn light. The 2 deep-set dark red pupils fixated on Qin Ming, surveying him for 3 seconds. Your strength is closer to the threshold of 6th tier than I had anticipated. The third apostle slowly tilted its head, the vertebrae emitting a series of cracking sounds. Yet that was all. Qin Ming did not respond, his right fist swelling slightly. With that recent strike, he infused 80% of his strength, yet it merely left 3 swiftly healing fissures on the opponent's newly formed carapace. The defensive capability of this entity, after its metamorphosis, had transcended the limits of the 5th tier. Moreover, it was in the process of recuperation. Each time it sustained an injury, those bizarre patterns would pulsate rapidly, and the speed of its shell's restoration surpassed even Qin Ming's divine healing ability. Its recovery was not reliant on self-regeneration. It drew upon the blood pool. In the subterranean space moments ago, that blood pool had accumulated 3 years' worth of life energy, which was infused into its being at the moment of its awakening. This energy continued to flow, incessantly supplying its restoration, akin to a mobile supply station. As long as this energy remained unspent, it would be an indomitable monster. Yet, Qin Ming was equally unyielding. With a physique score of 194, advanced bronze skin, intermediate iron bones, and divine healing, this battle hinged on which party could deplete the other's recovery speed first. The third apostle had evidently grasped this notion as well. It refrained from advancing further. The gash along its jaw gradually sealed, and its dark red vertical pupils shifted from Qin Ming to gaze downward, towards the remnants of the exploded earth mound, specifically at the massive pit leading to the underground air raid shelter. Qin Ming's body was instantly engulfed in a shiver. Chapter 32. Not a drop remains. The third apostle's mouth reopened, revealing 4 rows of fangs glinting in the morning light. You just transitioned the battlefield from underground to the surface to prevent the residual shock from harming those young ones. Qin Ming pressed down with his foot, shattering the muddy ground. It was too late. The 3.5-meter-tall third apostle had already pivoted, its 4 arms simultaneously anchoring against the earth, launching its entire body towards the pit with a speed that defied its form. It was not charging at Qin Ming, but rather diving underground, towards the children in the iron cages. Qin Ming unleashed his full speed. The extreme agility propelled by 194 points of physique erupted in a white sonic boom across the wilderness. He veered, attempting to intercept the third apostle before it reached the pit. He was fast enough. His body positioned itself a half-step ahead, blocking the entrance of the pit. The third apostle did not decelerate. Its right forearm, now bone-like, was raised high. The intricate patterns on its dark purple shell shone with a blinding intensity. The immense life energy siphoned from the blood pool was condensed into a singular point at that moment. One punch. It was not aimed at Qin Ming, but rather at the ground beneath him, targeting the edge of the pit, intending to shatter the surrounding rock layers and cause a collapse of the entire air raid shelter. Several dozen meters of earth and concrete would cascade down, leaving the children in the iron cages with no space to even struggle. Qin Ming's mind completed the calculations in a mere 0.01 seconds. Evade. Safety. But the ground beneath him would be pierced by that punch, the collapse irreversible. All the children would perish. To block it would involve risk. This punch harnessed nearly all of the third apostle's energy reserves post-metamorphosis. The destructive power of this singular explosive force far exceeded any previous confrontation. There was no third option. Qin Ming did not evade. His feet were firmly anchored at the edge of the pit entrance, his stance low and stable, with his left arm crossing before him and his right arm shielding his abdomen. He braced himself. The dark purple bone-like forearm of the third apostle, wielding the terrifying power capable of crushing 6-tier defenses, struck precisely at the junction of Qin Ming's left arm and chest. Boom. The clash resonated with the sound of thunder as all 206 bones in Qin Ming's body emitted a reverberating roar. The intermediate iron bones reached their maximum threshold under the extreme impact, the high-density mineral structure within vibrating wildly, producing a metallic sound that penetrated flesh and air, directly affecting the physical realm. That sound traveled several kilometers across the dawn-lit wilderness. Nearby scattered debris bounced in response to the shockwave. Qin Ming's feet carved 2 deep trenches, a meter deep, into the ground. The earth surged, and stones flew. The trenches extended from the edge of the pit to 12 meters beyond. Yet he did not retreat. Not a single step. After plowing through 12 meters, his feet were firmly embedded in the rocky depths of the soil. His entire body leaned forward. His center of gravity lowered to the extreme. His dark gold skin began to show a plethora of fine cracks. Hot steam erupted from these fissures. His left arm remained intact. The intermediate iron bones held firm. However, a searing pain radiated from his left abdomen. Qin Ming glanced down. His left side bore a fist-sized penetrating wound. The dark gold skin had been torn, the advanced bronze layer forcibly breached by the single-point explosion. The internal tissue was exposed to the air, blood gushed forth, and under the intense heat of his body, it instantly evaporated into a crimson mist. Along the edges of the penetrating wound, new muscle fibers were visibly growing at an accelerated rate. The dark gold skin gradually spread from the wound's perimeter toward the center. Divine healing. The regenerative properties akin to limb reconstitution were in effect. Yet the wound was too substantial, causing the repair speed to lag. Complete healing would take at least 15 seconds. The third apostle withdrew its fist, its dark purple bone arm stained with Qin Ming's blood. It lowered its gaze to examine its bloodied knuckles. The blood that dripped onto the dark purple shell sizzled and evaporated. It had finally succeeded in breaking through. The third apostle raised its head. Its 2 dark red vertical pupils fixated upon the slowly healing wound on Qin Ming's left side. The 4 rows of fangs were neatly arranged in the morning light. Indeed, you possess a vulnerability. As long as I aim for it, you will have no choice but to endure the blows. The third apostle took a step forward, its 4 arms spreading wide once more. The patterns on its dark purple shell began a new cycle of charging. Then I shall strike again. This time, I will extract your spine through that very hole. Qin Ming remained steadfast, his left side's wound now closed by 1/3. The newly formed muscle tissue rapidly hardened under the intense surface temperature, regaining a layer of dark gold sheen. It hurt, yet it was not unbearable. Being stabbed in the ribs with a steel pipe in prison had been 10 times worse. The third apostle's assessment was not incorrect. As long as those children remained underground, Qin Ming possessed a critical weakness. He could not afford to grant it a second opportunity to aim. Qin Ming's right arm slowly retracted. It was not a retraction for a punch, it was a compression. The punch he unleashed at the meat processing factory had shattered the sky at a height of 300 meters, reducing the bloodbath to a rain of shredded flesh. That was the first time he had utilized the punch's wind. Indeed, it remained the only instance thus far. The reason was simple. This technique was not a standard punch. 194 points of physique may sound exaggerated, yet the essence of the punch's wind lay in the extreme output of every muscle fiber in his body, simultaneously compressed to a singular point, and then released in a single burst to condense the air ahead into a tangible column of destructive force. All strength must be expended. Not a single fiber could remain. After that encounter with the bloodbath, his right arm had remained sore and numb for over 40 seconds. While 40 seconds may not seem long, in a battle against a peak 5th-tier opponent, it was ample time to meet death multiple times. Previous adversaries like Gui Run and Tai who had stood before him, each easily dispatched with a single punch, leaving no need to reveal his trump cards. However, this entity before him was different. A complete 6th-tier being. The hardness of its carapace had doubled post-metamorphosis. The energy amassed over 3 years in the blood pool continued to sustain its recovery. A punch that could produce 3 fissures, only to heal back in mere moments. Such a style could extend the battle, and while he might not lose, time would stretch infinitely. He had no time. Those children underground had no time. Thus, only this singular punch remained. Once unleashed, there would be no retreat. All strength would be expended. His right arm momentarily slipped from control. For at least 20 seconds. He would be unable to launch a second effective attack. 20 seconds. If this strike did not annihilate it, for the subsequent 20 seconds, he would be left to endure relentless blows. Qin Ming hesitated not for an instant. The core muscles of his abdomen began to contract violently. This was the most excruciating phase, not of external injury, but rather a dull ache that arose from each muscle fiber being actively compressed to its physical limit, tearing and reconstituting from within. The deep muscle groups flanking the spine twisted tighter, engaging the latissimus dorsi, external obliques, and iliopsoas, all muscles essential for trunk rotation and force transmission, into a state of overload. His skeletal structure resonated under the strain. The intermediate iron bones bore the internal stress induced by the opposing muscle contractions. Were it an ordinary person's skeletal frame, merely this accumulation of power would have shattered ribs from within. Each muscle fiber, compressed to an extreme, released energy far surpassing biological limits. Strength surged upward along the spine, cascading through the waist, back, scapula, deltoids, and triceps, layer upon layer, each one penetrating the next. All power converged into the right arm, which swelled to an abnormal dimension. The dark golden skin stretched tightly, revealing clear surface patterns. Qin Ming clenched his jaw, the veins at his temples bulging. This punch was not infused with 80% strength. It was infused with everything, no drop left behind. Chapter 33. Still far from enough, the air transformed. Within a half-meter radius of Qin Ming's right fist, the atmosphere began to emit an exceedingly sharp, continuous sonic boom. This was not merely the sound of wind. It was the physical noise produced when air molecules were forcibly dislocated from their original positions under extreme compression. The third apostle halted in its tracks. Its 2 dark red vertical pupils abruptly contracted, as the survival instincts deep within its mutated cells sounded a frantic alarm. Every gene chain screamed the same message: danger. Not ordinary danger, but an absolute threat of death, one that had never been sensed throughout a lengthy existence steeped in blood for 3 years, consuming 63 hearts. The third apostle crossed its 4 arms defensively across its chest. The intricate patterns on its dark purple shell glowed intensely. The remaining energy from the blood pool was squeezed to the last drop, infusing the shell's protective layer to its utmost limit. Time was of the essence. Qin Ming unleashed his fist. A straightforward jab. The moment his fist propelled forward, the air ahead was drained, crushed, and compressed by the overwhelming force of 194 points of physical might. Derived trait, fist wind. A substantial column of high-pressure air erupted from the tip of his fist, exceeding 3 meters in diameter, broader, swifter, and deadlier than the punch he delivered at the slaughterhouse. The sonic boom exploded across the wilderness. The ground within a 100-meter radius was uprooted by the shockwave. Soil, shattered stones, and withered grass disintegrated into powder in the wake of the blast. The 3-meter diameter white air column traversed 20 meters at speeds multiple times that of sound. 0.03 seconds. The air column collided with the defensive barrier formed by the third apostle's crossed arms. The newly transformed dark purple shell, now doubled in thickness and saturated with blood pool energy, offered no resistance upon contact with the air column. The shell shattered. 4 arms disintegrated. 5 bone spikes were obliterated. The massive 3.5-meter body was pierced from front to back by the air column. Fragments of the dark purple shell, powdered bones, mutated fluids, and remnants of fangs and skulls coalesced into a dense, dark red mist, rapidly spraying backward. The air column continued unabated. After penetrating the third apostle's body, the white high-pressure column surged forward. Directly ahead lay the remnants of the exploded earth mound. The air column passed 3 meters from the pit atop the mound without disturbing the passage to the underground shelter. It pressed onward. The column struck the concrete barrier of an abandoned military zone 50 meters away. The 3-meter-thick reinforced concrete was directly perforated on a physical level. A massive circular hole exceeding 4 meters in diameter erupted in the center of the wall. Debris and rebar shot backward over 100 meters. The residual kinetic energy of the air column carved a 200-meter-long trench across the wilderness beyond the wall. The soil on either side of the trench was violently upheaved, gradually collapsing in the morning light. Silence fell. White steam wafted from the surface of Qin Meng's right fist. His dark golden fingers gradually relaxed. In the place where the third apostle had stood, nothing remained. The 3.5-meter sixth-tier complete form of the mutated being had been entirely vaporized within that air column. Only a small patch of charred earth remained, a testament to the presence of a creature that had once occupied that space. At the distant edge of the wall's breach, fine particles of concrete continued to cascade downwards. In the upper right corner of his retina, a blood-red system notification eliminated a sixth-tier complete form of a mutated being. Brutality value 12,000. The brutality value gained from slaying the sixth-tier mutated being had astonishingly doubled. Qin Meng glanced down at his left abdomen. The wound had completely sealed. The newly formed dark golden skin smooth and unblemished, leaving no trace of a scar. The orange-red morning light of the eastern horizon spilled over the landscape, illuminating the entire wilderness. From the pit leading to the underground shelter below his feet, an exceedingly faint sound emerged, the sound of a child crying. The cries echoed from deep within the pit, intermittent and weak, as if exhausted to the point of being barely audible. Qin Meng looked down at his right fist. White steam still drifted from its surface. From his shoulder to his wrist, every muscle in his arm throbbed with a dull ache. This was the price of the fist wind, the inevitable consequence of exhausting all his strength. He flexed his right fingers. They still moved, albeit sluggishly. That was sufficient. Qin Meng approached the edge of the pit, grasping the rocky wall with one hand, and descended through the passage he had created. Inside the shelter, a potent stench lingered. The blood pool had been drained, leaving behind only a layer of dried dark red crystals at the bottom. 3 iron cages had been thrust into the corner by the shockwave, their structures severely deformed, with several iron bars bent inward, trapping the children inside. Qin Meng moved to the first cage. With his left hand, he gripped the bent iron bars and pulled outward. With a crack, the steel bars snapped cleanly. Qin Meng pried the opening wide enough for a person to escape. There was no response from within the cage. He bent down to peer inside. 5 children huddled in the corner, their eyes wide open yet unfocused. Come out. No one moved. Qin Meng did not repeat himself. He reached in, gently grasping the wrist of the nearest boy, and pulled him out. The boy's body went rigid, and as he was dragged from the cage, his legs buckled, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Qin Meng supported him under the armpit, helping him to his feet. The boy finally raised his head, gazing at Qin Meng's face, then at the empty blood pool and the headless corpse of the fifth apostle, now a desiccated remnant, beside it. The boy did not scream. His throat quivered, swallowing the scream back down. Qin Meng set him aside and turned to open the second cage. The third cage posed the greatest challenge. Its structure was nearly crumpled by impact, with 2 main support bars crossed and jammed, compressing 4 children inside, one of whom was the disabled little girl. Qin Meng crouched down, gripping the 2 crossed bars with both hands. Slowly, he applied force. The 2 steel bars yielded incrementally in his grasp, producing a low metallic stretching sound until they finally snapped at the intersection, flying against the opposite wall. Qin Meng lifted the little girl out. She was lighter than he had anticipated. Her ribs were visible beneath her thin clothing, and as he cradled her, she did not react at all, her head resting on Qin Meng's shoulder, her eyes half closed. She was still breathing, weak, but alive. Qin Meng gently placed her on the ground, allowing her to lean against the wall in a seated position. He took a moment to count, 23 children in total, 17 of whom were still alive, 4 of which had already lost consciousness. 6 were gone. Qin Meng stood in the air raid shelter for approximately 3 seconds, during which he performed a simple mathematical calculation. The third apostle was a 6-tier complete entity, and he had dispatched it with a single punch infused with wind energy. His right arm remained stiff for nearly 30 seconds. The head of the Zhao family was at least a 7th tier. The implications of a 7th tier were beyond his current comprehension. But one thing was certain. Should the defensive capabilities of a 7th tier opponent exceed those of a 6th tier, then his recent strike might have failed to breach their defenses. Not to mention the unknown threats lurking behind the Zhao family. 194 points of physical strength were still insufficient, far from enough. Chapter 34. This world was never meant for the underprivileged. Qin Ming crouched down and lifted the smallest child, who had lost consciousness, into his arms. Those who can walk. Follow me. 13 children who could still stand stumbled after him. Supporting the child in his arms, Qin Ming glanced back at the 4 still unconscious. He placed the child gently at the edge of the pit, climbed up, and proceeded to pass each child up one by one. The entire process was shrouded in silence. The children seemed to have forgotten how to speak. By the time the last child was pulled from the ground, the eastern skyline had already brightened. The orange-red morning light spread across the wilderness, illuminating the 200-meter trench carved by his punch. In the distance, a large circular hole, over 4 meters in diameter. In the concrete wall of the abandoned military zone continued to shed debris. Qin Ming stood beside the pit, looking down at the group of children. 17 in total. The eldest no more than 10 years old, and the youngest around 4 or 5. Their clothes were tattered, some wore a single shoe while others were barefoot. He took out his phone and dialed a number. After 3 rings, it connected. Who is this? Are there still some survivors from the Southern District Snake Gang? There was a pause of nearly 2 seconds on the other end. You are that. Cut the nonsense. How many are left? There are a few. Old military zone in the southern suburbs. Bring a vehicle. Qin Ming provided the coordinates and hung up. He crouched down once more and lifted the disabled little girl again. This time, she responded, her fingers moving to grasp Qin Ming's collar. She said nothing, simply holding on. Qin Ming remained still, waiting for about 40 minutes until 2 battered vans approached from the dirt road of the wilderness, kicking up clouds of dust. 4 individuals emerged. All low-ranking lackeys of the Snake Gang. The leader was a young man in his 20s, with disheveled hair and a folding knife tucked at his waist. Upon seeing Qin Ming, he discreetly adjusted the knife, pretending nothing was amiss. The young man scanned the group of children, then glanced at the large hole in the distance and the deep trench on the ground. Take them to the hospital in the Southern District. Qin Ming placed the little girl into the vehicle. What about the fees? The young man instinctively opened his mouth to negotiate, but he stopped midway. Shooting another glance at the trench, he swallowed the remainder of his sentence. Fine. After the vans drove away, only Qin Ming remained in the wilderness. He stood there for a moment. The soreness in his right arm had subsided considerably. He was mentally reviewing the events. The third apostle was a 6th-tier entity, and he had utilized nearly all his reserves to obliterate it with a single punch. Had the opponent not been fully exposed, had there been cover or allies to support, the efficacy of that punch would have been severely diminished. Moreover, after delivering the punch, he had nearly 20 seconds of vulnerability. 20 seconds, ample time for a 7th-tier opponent to kill him multiple times over. Thus, the path remained clear. First, he must clip their wings. Gradually strip away the Zhao family's enterprises in Jiangcheng, elevate his ferocity to a sufficient level, and bolster his physical strength to the point of overpowering 7th-tier opponents before confronting the Zhao family. For now, he needed to bide his time and develop. The next day, in the underground fighting arena of Jiangcheng, located 3 levels beneath an abandoned subway station in the Southern District, the air was thick with the acrid scent of sweat and blood. Qin Ming stood on a load-bearing steel beam 20 meters above the ground, arms crossed over his chest. Below him, a massive octagonal iron cage contained 2 shirtless fighters engaged in a brutal exchange. The fighter on the left was struck hard in the side, the sound of breaking ribs cutting through the roars of the spectators. The fighter on the right retaliated with a knee strike to the opponent's jaw, blood and shattered teeth spraying against the wire mesh. The audience erupted in excitement. Money flew through the air. Qin Ming surveyed the frenzied faces below. This was Jiangcheng's largest den of iniquity, the Zhao family's domain, where daily transactions exceeded 8 digits. To sever the Zhao family's roots, this was the first stop. With 194 points of physical strength, granting him heightened auditory perception, he filtered through the cacophony below, zeroing in on an enclosed VIP box suspended above the arena, encased in 3 sides of one-way bulletproof glass. Inside the box, Yi Wujing sat in the main seat. The head of the Jiangcheng Inspection Division, a 6th-tier warrior, donned a tailored black suit, flanked by 2 peak 5th-tier deputy directors. Wang Shouzai stood beside the coffee table, his short hair neatly groomed, dressed in a sharp business suit. His back slightly hunched forward, embodying a deliberately humble demeanor. Wang Shouzai held a decanter, pouring red wine into a crystal glass before Yi Wujing. Director Yi, he said, setting the decanter down. Li Zhen was killed in the old alley of the Southern District. leaving no corpse behind. The Li family won't let this go easily. Yi Wujing did not touch the glass. His fingers tapped against the leather armrest of the sofa, twice. What does the Li family amount to? Yi Wujing halted his movements. His disdain evident. An inept individual who barely reached the 4th tier despite guzzling awakening potions sent here to stir trouble in Jiangqing. If he dies, so be it. He lifted the glass, the red liquid swirling against the crystal. If those old geezers from the Li family dare come to Jiangqing seeking justice, let them send their patriarch. My Yi family can handle it. Jiang Nuonyuo sat to his left, clad in a white dress, cradling a cup of warm water. She sighed softly. Brother Yi, you're still so formidable. Setting the cup down, she intertwined her fingers atop her knees. But that Qin Meng, truly, he is quite pitiable. Zhao Tianxi's methods are ruthless, sparing neither the parents of his victims. Anyone would go mad in his position. Jiang Nuonyuo lowered her gaze. This world is inherently unjust. Qin Meng is merely seeking justice for his family, resorting to violence. Though his methods may be harsh, ultimately, it is the Zhao family that has sown this chaos. The room fell silent for 2 seconds. Zhao Wuwei, seated across from Jiang Nuonyuo, was slightly plump, his cheeks round and eyes squinted into slits. His face bore a permanent smile. The first prodigy of the Zhao family in this generation, and Zhao Tianxi's half-brother. Zhao Wuwei speared a piece of apple with a slender silver fork, chewing it thoughtfully before swallowing. Sister Jiang, one cannot speak in such a manner. Tianxi's immaturity does warrant punishment. His penchant for women has already been addressed. He tossed the napkin onto the table. However, Qin Meng should not have broken the rules. He killed a special operations officer of the inspection division, slaughtered numerous offerings from my Zhao family, and even took down the 3rd apostle of blood and flesh in the southern district last night. Zhao Wuwei raised his glass, clinking it with Yi Wujing's. Those from the lower strata must endure their grievances in silence. To sacrifice their lives for the dignity of our families, this is crossing the line. He turned his gaze toward the fighters being mercilessly beaten in the octagonal cage below. Rules are rules. This world was never meant for them. He returned his attention forward. Disregarding the dreary conversation, one might venture to predict the victor among them. Would you care to place a wager? Zhao Wuwei set down his wine cup. 20 meters away. On a sturdy steel beam, Qin Meng absorbed the exchange. The Li family? The Yi family? Jiang Cheng seemed unfamiliar with the exploits of these two clans. Were they from the provincial capital? Initially, he intended merely to sever a financial node of the Zhao family. Yet, faced with these individuals, it would be remiss not to seize the opportunity presented by fortune. Chapter 35. Standing idly for your slaughter, where is the promised 6th level? Half an hour later, the bulletproof glass door of the private room slid open. Yi Wujing led the way, followed closely by Zhao Wuwei, while Jiang Nuonyuo brought up the rear. Qin Meng lay silently upon the oil-stained, dusty steel surface. His physique, measured at 194 points, allowed him microscopic control over every muscle. He actively blocked out the screams from the octagonal cage below, the roars of gamblers, focusing exclusively on the heartbeats and footsteps of 3 individuals. Yi Wujing, rumored to be a 6th-level warrior, was accompanied by 2 peak 5th-level deputy directors, with further guards concealed in the shadows. His entourage was formidable. Zhao Wuwei, with a light demeanor and modest strength, was shadowed by a subordinate whose heartbeat was uncharacteristically slow. His footfalls were nearly inaudible, and the flow of his qi mirrored that of Yi Wujing, marking him as a 6th-level warrior as well. Jiang Nuonyuo, an ordinary individual devoid of martial prowess, was flanked only by an elderly man in a blue tang suit. Likely also a 6th-level warrior, such esteemed figures from the provincial capital even had bodyguards who represented the pinnacle of Jiangqing's combat power. Qin Meng regarded Jiang Nuonyuo's silhouette. These elevated individuals perceived Jiangqing as a mere playground. Thus, he resolved to commence his endeavor with this ordinary person. Silently, Qin Meng navigated along the steel beam, following the ventilation duct's path down to the exclusive VIP garage on the 3rd underground level. The garage was vast, housing 12 black SUVs, with a long, bulletproof van at its center, painted pure white. Several security personnel in black suits awaited by the vehicle, hastily opening the door. Jiang Nuonyuo produced a white handkerchief to cover her nose. Was the ventilation system malfunctioning in this place? She halted, surveying the surrounding concrete pillars. The mingled stench of sewage and the sweat of the impoverished made each breath feel like it shortened her life. She yearned to flee this filthy locale. The nearby security swiftly opened the rear door of the van. The elderly man in the blue tang suit walked half a step beside Jiang Nuonyuo. Suddenly, he halted, stamping his right foot heavily on the concrete floor. A wave of azure, solidified qi erupted from him, causing the windows of 3 nearby SUVs to shatter, raining glass everywhere. The elder raised his gaze, locking onto the aluminum ventilation grills above. What audacious rat dares to spy on the Jiang family here? His hands fell to his sides, bones cracking ominously. Come down and meet your demise. His voice reverberated within the enclosed garage, infused with the inner energy of a sixth-level warrior. Several security personnel, jolted by the pressure of his aura, staggered back, collapsing to the ground, clutching their ears in shock. They stared at the elder, a sixth-level practitioner from the provincial capital, whose mere roar could shatter bulletproof glass. Such a master was a force to be reckoned with in Jiangcheng. Jiang Nuanua stood behind the elder, the azure chi shielding her from the dust. She folded the handkerchief and tucked it into her bag. Jiang Bo, do not make it too bloody, she cautioned. This place already reeks. If blood were to splatter everywhere, my white dress would be ruined. The elder, enveloped in azure chi, assured her, rest easy, miss. With a resounding explosion, the aluminum grills above, along with a half-meter-wide section of the concrete ceiling, blasted outward. A dark golden figure plummeted from 20 meters above, landing with a thunderous impact on the concrete floor before the van. The high-strength concrete instantly caved in, creating 2 deep pits over a meter in diameter, with cracks radiating outward for several meters. Debris ricocheted off the van's bulletproof frame, leaving numerous dents. Qin Ming rose from the pit, standing tall at 1.90 meters. His muscular physique imposing. In the dim light of the garage, his dark golden skin bore a metallic sheen, impervious and formidable. The high surface temperature resulting from his physique distorted the surrounding air, steam curling away from him. He rotated his neck, producing a sound reminiscent of grinding metal. Locking his gaze onto Jiang Nuanua's face, the elder staggered back, momentarily overwhelmed by the surge of heat. What is this? He thought. This individual exuded no trace of a warrior's chi, relying solely on pure physical strength. A body cultivator? Or perhaps a superhuman with enhanced physical capabilities? The elder scoffed inwardly, dismissing the notion of a body cultivator lacking inner energy, asserting that even with relentless training, they could not withstand a blow from a sixth-level warrior's chi. He raised his right arm, channeling his chi into a formidable blade of translucent energy, its azure brilliance intensifying. The air around the blade split, emitting a piercing scream. With a powerful thrust, the elder propelled himself, transforming into a fleeting azure shadow. The sound barrier shattered as the 1-meter-long blade sliced toward Qin Ming's neck with astonishing speed. The seated security personnel could only glimpse a flash of blue light. A strike of such magnitude would surely cleave a person in two. Jiang Nuanua clasped her hands over her chest, bracing for the spectacle of the filthy head rolling away. Yet, Qin Ming did not evade. His arms hung limply at his sides. Clang! The deafening clash of metal rang through the garage, sparks flying as the azure blade collided with the side of Qin Ming's dark golden neck. The anticipated scene of decapitation failed to materialize. At the moment of contact, the blade encountered an insurmountable physical barrier. Intermediate iron bones, advanced copper skin. The recoil surged back along the blade, causing it to shatter inch by inch. Azure chi fragmented into countless shards, leaving deep gashes on the concrete pillars. The elder maintained his slicing stance, but the sensation of complete numbness coursed through his right arm, nearly dislocating it. He stared at Qin Ming's neck, where the dark golden skin bore only a minor scratch, astonishingly healing almost instantaneously. This was inconceivable. The elder's mind momentarily blanked. His devastating strike had once cleaved a light armored vehicle in two. How could this flesh be so resilient? The security personnel gaped, speechless. He stood there, inviting your attack. And your chi shattered? What happened to the sixth level? Jiang Nuanua's fingers paused midair, her lips parted in disbelief. The haughty smirk that once adorned her face vanished entirely. Qin Ming raised his right arm, muscle fibers rapidly contracting to their limits. Against such an ordinary martial artist, there was no need to expend his full strength. 70% would suffice. He unleashed a direct punch, the most straightforward of strikes, with the derived characteristic of fist wind. The air before his fist was instantly evacuated, compressing the molecules to their utmost limits. A column of white, high-pressure air erupted forth from his fist, a sonic boom resonating through the enclosed garage, shattering the glass of all the SUVs. The distance was perilously close. The gas column surged forth at a velocity far surpassing the speed of sound. The elderly man was utterly incapable of executing any evasive maneuvers. The white gas column collided directly with his chest. The residual protective energy around him was as fragile as a mere sheet of paper, failing to provide even the slightest resistance, and was instantly obliterated. His sternum shattered, his spine fractured. The gas column penetrated through the upper half of the old man's body, leaving his lower half standing motionless, legs still poised in a horse stance. His upper body, along with his head and arms, had disintegrated into an exquisitely fine mist of blood within the white gas column. Eliminated a 6th-tier brute, brutality value 12,000. Chapter 36. The young lady of the Jiang family in the provincial city. The residual force of the gas column showed no signs of abating, continuing forward. It struck the front of the armored limousine that had been parked behind the elderly man. The pristine white bulletproof front of the vehicle was forcibly driven in half a meter. The V8 engine, under the terrifying physical energy, was crushed into a heap of scrap metal. The bulletproof windshield shattered completely. The entire 4-ton vehicle was pushed back 7 or 8 meters, crashing into a supporting pillar with a thunderous roar. Inside the monitoring room, 3 boxing event supervisors stared at the surveillance footage on the large screen. There were no extravagant fights to be seen. A white gas column flashed by, and half of the prominent figure's bodyguard from the provincial city was abruptly lost. One supervisor dropped the walkie-talkie from his hand. "Is that the Qin Meng from the wanted poster? Quickly notify Director Yi. Sound the highest level alarm." The monitoring room descended into chaos. A stench of blood filled the garage. Blood mist lingered in the air, while scalding chunks of internal organs, bone fragments, and blood rained down. Jiang Nuanhua stood less than 5 meters behind the elderly man. A deluge of blood and flesh splattered onto her white dress. Her cheeks and hair were coated in the viscous red liquid. A piece of still warm internal organ fell with a splat onto her instep. The nauseating scent of blood instantly filled her airways. Jiang Nuanhua stood in a daze. Just 5 seconds ago, she had been the esteemed young lady of the Jiang family in the provincial city, looking down upon all others as mere ants. 5 seconds later, she was drenched in the blood and flesh of her family's 6th-tier bodyguard. The so-called foundation of the provincial city had been reduced to a ground strewn with body parts under an absolute onslaught of violence. An overwhelming fear constricted her throat. Her scream barely escaped as a half-formed syllable. Jiang Nuanhua's legs buckled, and she collapsed onto the blood-soaked, bone-strewn concrete floor. Her white dress was irrevocably stained a glaring dark red. She trembled violently, her hands pressed against the ground, attempting to retreat. Her fingers slipped in the pool of blood. The surrounding security personnel were already terrified beyond measure. One guard had wet himself, yellow liquid streaming down his pants and mixing with the blood on the floor. "Monster, run, quickly." They did not even dare to retrieve the electric batons they had dropped. Crawling and scrambling, they fled towards the garage exit. Their terrified screams echoed through the underground facility. Qin Meng took a step forward. His foot squelched against the blood-slicked concrete. He approached the collapsed Jiang Nuanhua. White steam still gently wafted from the knuckles of his right hand. 2 steps. 3 steps. His towering shadow completely engulfed the woman on the ground. Jiang Nuanhua lifted her head. Her once exquisite makeup was smeared beyond recognition with blood. Her haughtiness had vanished entirely. Qin Meng stood before the blood-soaked Jiang Nuanhua. Without any unnecessary movements, he reached out his right hand, still exuding hot white steam, and seized her hair, matted with the remains of the elderly man. His fingers clenched tightly and yanked upward. This woman, weighing over 90 pounds, was lifted effortlessly, as if he were hoisting a lifeless bird. Jiang Nuanhua's feet left the ground, suspended in midair. The agonizing tug at her scalp brought forth tears instantly. She opened her mouth, intending to scream for help. But the overpowering stench of blood, mingled with the terrifying heat radiating from Qin Meng, surged into her nostrils and throat. Her vocal cords spasmed immediately. Her scream caught in her throat, escaping only as a series of strangled gurgles. A segment of the elderly man's small intestine hung from her shoulder, the scalding blood trickling down her collarbone and soaking into her white dress. At the garage exit, the guard who had soiled himself slumped against the wall, desperately covering his mouth. Just a minute prior, this young lady from the provincial city had been using a handkerchief to shield her nose, complaining about the filthy air tainting her breath. Now, she was drenched in the blood and flesh of a 6th-tier offering, held aloft by a dark golden demon. The guard's stomach churned violently. The so-called class barriers crumbled before pure violence, proving themselves less substantial than a mere sheet of paper. He scrambled through the fire exit, too terrified to even sound the alarm, fleeing wildly. The highest level alarm of the entire underground facility began to blare loudly. Red warning lights flashed frantically against the walls. Qin Meng paid no heed to the cacophony. His mind raced. A 6th-tier martial artist from the provincial city, serving as a personal bodyguard. This woman was a veritable treasure trove of intelligence. Simply crushing her would yield minimal gains. Extracting the benefit network of Jiangcheng's prominent families and converting it all into brutality value to elevate his physical prowess to a higher tier was the true path to maximizing profit. He hoisted Jiang Nuanhua and turned to face the thick, reinforced concrete supporting wall of the garage. The core muscle groups in his right leg contracted rapidly. The dark golden skin on his thigh stretched to the limits. He exploded forward. Qin Meng transformed into a dark golden heavy cannonball, charging toward the supporting wall with Jiang Nuanua in tow. Boom. The half-meter-thick concrete wall erupted violently. Debris and twisted steel rebar shot outwards in a radiating pattern. Their figures burst through the swirling dust, emerging from the underground garage. With a physique of 194 points, he unleashed a terrifying vertical leap. Qin Meng, carrying another person, soared across the dilapidated ruins of the southern district at full speed. Bang! His feet crushed the red brick chimney of an abandoned meat factory. Bang! He directly kicked apart a massive steel billboard weighing several tons on the overpass. With each landing, he left large spiderweb cracks across the surfaces of the buildings. Jiang Nuanua was held upside down in midair. The night wind sliced across her bloodied cheeks. She could barely open her eyes, only sensing weightlessness and the relentless gusts. In less than 3 minutes, Qin Meng's form surged upwards, leaping over a significant portion of the southern district. Jiangcheng's southern district. On the rooftop of a 10-year unfinished high-rise building, without a single safety railing installed, the cold wind whistled through the empty floors, producing a mournful sound. Qin Meng halted at the edge of the rooftop. His fingers released their grip. His arm gestured casually to the side. Jiang Nuanua's body traced a short parabolic arc through the air before crashing heavily onto the rough concrete floor littered with construction debris. Bang! There was no cushioning for the impact. Jiang Nuanua rolled across the ground, tumbling 3 to 4 meters amidst the rubble. The skin on her knees and elbows scraped violently against the rough surface. Large patches of flesh were instantly torn away, blood gushing forth. The extremely expensive white custom dress was now stained with the elderly man's remains, garage oil, and rooftop debris, rendered a tattered, blood-soaked rag. The intense pain severely stimulated Jiang Nuanua's nerves, pulling her from the depths of disorientation into a fleeting moment of clarity. Her arms trembled as she braced herself against the gritty ground. She lifted her head, propelled by over 20 years of ingrained arrogance. "You despicable beast." Her voice cracked completely as she summoned all her strength to scream. "I am the eldest daughter of the Jiang family in the provincial capital. Dare to lay a finger on me, and the Jiang family will level the entire Jiang city as your burial ground. My father will undoubtedly ensure your demise." Before the words could fade, Qin Meng stepped forward, his heavy, dark gold military boots lifted. With absolute physical dominance, he pressed his foot directly against Jiang Nuanua's left cheek. The force of his ankle pushed her bloodied face deep into the rough concrete floor. The sharp gravel immediately pierced her skin. The pressure on her cheekbone produced a faint, unsettling cracking sound. Qin Meng looked down from his height at the body beneath his boot, his mind flashing back to the conversation he had overheard outside the private room. The Jiang family of the provincial capital, these aristocratic offspring, perpetually existed within a fixed logical loop. They believed that lineage and background could withstand any physical harm. The Yi family, the Li family, the Jiang family, and the Zhao family. These individuals recklessly divided interests in Jiang City, treating ordinary people as expendable resources, mere fodder for the power of mutant forces. The rules of society were utilized by them to condemn the common folk. Thus, he would use sheer violence to crush these noble heads one by one. Jiang Nuanua's right cheek was pressed against the cold concrete floor. Through her peripheral vision, she caught sight of Qin Meng's stance above her. There was no fear, no hesitation. The mere mention of the Jiang family held no weight in front of this man. Pure violence overshadowed the illusion of power. The genuine sensation of fear finally eclipsed her prior arrogance. The excruciating pain in her cheek brought her to her senses. Here, identity and background were rendered ineffective. She had to swiftly find new leverage. Otherwise, her facial bones would be shattered in the next instant. Jiang Nuanua ceased her verbal outcry and struggles, enduring the pain that threatened to split her skull. Tears streamed from her eyes as she trembled. Reaching for her collar with shaking hands, she forcefully tore it apart, exposing large swathes of her pale skin to the cold wind of the derelict building. Mixed with the sticky blood, it formed a striking visual contrast. "Please, do not kill me." Her vocal cords quivered violently. Deliberately adopting the seductive tone she often used in the social circles of the provincial capital. "If you spare me, I will do anything. The Jiang family has wealth, secret medicines, women." She instinctively twisted her body, enlarging the torn collar, fully revealing her feminine curves. "Including myself, I can offer you everything." This was the last card she had to play in this dire situation. Qin Meng withdrew his foot from her face. And just as Jiang Nuanua thought she could gasp for air, a dark gold hand suddenly shot down, fingers locking tightly around her slender throat. lifting her entirely off the ground. He continued forward, heading straight to the edge of the derelict building, which lacked any railings. His arm extended forward, and Jiang Nuonyuo's body hung suspended over the abyss, 100 meters high beneath the night sky. The frigid wind violently rushed into her mouth, while below lay an endless, dark chasm. The neon lights of the city shrank into indistinct, faint dots far beneath. Qin Ming felt a surge of contempt rise within him. This logic of exchange was utterly revolting. These parasites, thriving on the flesh and blood of the lower class, stripped away the facade of power to reveal the cheapest form of flesh trade beneath. Beauty? Flesh? In his eyes, they were no different from the filth found on the streets. The suffocating sensation of true death engulfed Jiang Nuonyuo, pulling at her very nerves. The beauty she took pride in, the body she had maintained at great expense, failed to earn her even a moment's hesitation before this demon. Her legs flailed helplessly in the air, while her hands desperately clutched at Qin Ming's steel-like arm, seeking even a sliver of breath. Her long nails shattered against his dark gold skin, drawing blood. Yet that arm showed no sign of movement. Qin Ming's fingers began to tighten slowly, his thick dark gold knuckles pressing into her windpipe. The cartilage in her neck was forcefully compressed, producing faint cracking sounds. What is the purpose of your visit to this place from the provincial capital? His statement bore no emotional fluctuations. 10 seconds. If you do not speak, you will be reduced to a pulp. The dual absolute dominance of physical and psychological control was devoid of any compassion. 10. Qin Ming's thumb precisely pressed against her carotid artery, cutting off the flow of blood. Jiang Nuonyuo's brain began to thrum violently. 9. Her eyes bulged outward, capillaries in her face bursting due to severe blood reflux. Her once fair skin turned a terrifying shade of purplish red. The extreme terror of approaching death, the agonizing pain of suffocation, and the ultimate humiliation of her 20-plus years of elevated dignity being ground to dust all tore through her mind. The psychological defenses of the eldest daughter of the Jiang family crumbled into fragments within that second. Yet, in the depths of this collapse, a peculiar neurological mechanism deviated severely. When the overwhelming fear pressed against the physiological limits of carbon-based life, it triggered a perverse compensatory response. A never-before-felt, pathological tremor surged from her constricted cervical spine, coursing through her entire body. Jiang Nuonyuo ceased her struggles in midair, her legs involuntarily tightening. Below was the 100-meter abyss capable of turning her into mush, while above loomed the terrifying brute who held her life and death in one hand, completely unassailable. Her once lofty spirit was utterly conquered by this uncontrollable, violent force. As her legs rubbed together, 8. Qin Ming's countdown continued. Jiang Nuonyuo's bulging eyes fixated on the dark gold face before her, her bloodshot, purple lips parting slightly. What escaped her lips was not a plea for help, but a deeply suppressed, strangely trembling moan. Qin Ming's countdown was cold and mechanical, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. 7. The dark gold knuckles pressed harder, deforming the cartilage in her neck, closing off her windpipe under absolute pressure. The suffocating sensation, coupled with that unspeakable, grotesque tremor, shattered her last shred of hope. I will tell you. The words forced their way out from her severely compressed vocal cords, thick with distortion and hoarseness. Qin Ming's wrist relaxed slightly, granting her a minuscule gap to inhale, yet his arm remained extended, suspending her in the night sky 100 meters high. The cold wind howled into Jiang Nuonyuo's tattered white dress. She greedily gasped the air laced with a strong metallic scent of blood. Not daring to utter a single unnecessary word, she directly addressed the core of Qin Ming's concern. The rules of the provincial capital dictate that the 4 families govern together. The Zhao family holds the highest political power. The Yi family monopolizes military might. Our Jiang family controls all economic lifelines. The Li family is a pure martial arts clan, possessing the most terrifying individual combat power. Jiang Nuonyuo spoke rapidly, fearing that any delay would result in being cast down into the abyss. She attempted to convey the magnitude of the terrifying network of power that the 4 families represented, hoping to make this brute comprehend the colossal entity he was challenging. Qin Ming's facial muscles remained impassive, his dark gold visage as hard as iron in the night. The underpinnings of these 4 families had already been gleaned through eavesdropping in the underground fighting arena. Is this all your worthless drivel? Qin Ming's voice remained devoid of any inflection. You may now descend and keep company with your bodyguard. The grip of 5 fingers tightened once more. The vertebrae of Jiang Nuonyuo's neck emitted a sound of unbearable tension. A paralyzing fear of death enveloped her entire being once again. She desperately beat against Qin Ming's steel-like arm, her 10 fingernails shattering and bleeding profusely. Tears mingled with the blood on her cheeks, cascading down towards the abyss below. The conventional threats of power appeared utterly ludicrous in the face of absolute violence. This man did not abide by any rules. In the final fraction of a second between life and death, Jiang Nuonyuo screamed out her ultimate trump card. That old man is not my true bodyguard. My real protector is the 8th tier ability user Jiang Shi. He is not with me tonight. He is investigating the source of the impending resurgence of spiritual energy in Jiangcheng. Should you dare to crush my throat, the life mark within me will instantly be transmitted to Jiang Shi. An 8th tier pursuit will ensure you do not survive the night. Qin Ming's fingers froze. 8th tier, spiritual energy resurgence. These two words, laden with destruction and uncertainty, finally stirred a ripple in the one-sided oppression. His mind began to race. With a physique of 194 points, it would take all his trump cards to defeat a 6th tier mutant, leading to a 20-second period of weakness. Against a 7th tier, his current physical strength might endure for a while. Facing an 8th tier, however, he would be crossing two major thresholds. There was no room for error in being obliterated physically. Zhao Wuwei, Yi Wujing, Jiang Nuonyuo, these heirs of the top families in the provincial city had gathered in Jiangcheng not to vie for territory, but for the source of the spiritual energy resurgence. This was their true objective. Jiang Nuonyuo detected the tiniest pause from Qin Ming, akin to a drowning person seizing a single piece of driftwood. She immediately proposed her last and most humble bargaining chip. Spare my life, and I will act as your informant. I can provide you with the exact coordinates of Zhao Wuwei, Yi Wujing, and even Jiang Shi. I can offer you the top secret information regarding the resurgence of spiritual energy. I can give you everything. The wealth and resources of the Jiang family, and even myself, are at your disposal. Qin Ming looked down at the woman beneath him. She possessed no internal energy, and her physique was frail. The prospect of simply crushing her offered negligible brutality. The return would be minimal. Yet, if he spared her, a high-level radar lurking within enemy lines, a living monitor capable of providing the coordinates of high-level adversaries at any time, and even a warning of the movements of 8th-tier powerhouses, thus avoiding an early confrontation with an insurmountable deadlock. The value of this transaction far outweighed that of a mere corpse. Qin Ming's arm suddenly swung back. Jiang Nuonyuo was violently yanked from her 100-meter suspension and crashed heavily onto the rough concrete floor of the unfinished building. Debris and rubble instantly carved several gashes into her exposed back. Qin Ming's left hand plunged into his tactical pocket, retrieving a cheap candy he had taken from the underground boxing arena. Brutally, he pinched Jiang Nuonyuo's chin and forced the hard candy into her throat. Swallow it. Jiang Nuonyuo's throat reacted instinctively, her tongue inadvertently brushing against Qin Ming's fingers as she swallowed the hard candy. You must come to me for the antidote every 3 days, or the poison will take your life. Qin Ming towered over her. Now, let us discuss cooperation. Jiang Nuonyuo, coughing violently on the gravel-strewn ground, later raised her head once again. Yet, as she gazed at Qin Ming's dark golden form, illuminated by the city's faint glow and radiating an alarming heat, she found no trace of hatred within her heart. The grotesque tremors she had experienced in that life-threatening moment had permanently etched themselves into her physiological instincts. A morbid obsession and submission surged wildly across her blood-stained face. Jiang Nuonyuo, disregarding her exposed body and the blood covering her, crawled forward on the rough cement ground, then stood beside Qin Ming, deliberately smoothing her disheveled hair. I will heed your every command. Ask me anything, and I shall divulge all. Qin Ming remained rooted in place, his dark golden skin emitting steam as the heat from his formidable physique forced the frigid night air aside. He looked down at the woman who had just brushed against the edge of death. This once pampered body, capable of commanding storms in the provincial city, now appeared surprisingly docile. Jiang Nuonyuo tilted her head back. Her once exquisite features were now smeared with blood and grime, a bruise from a military boot still oozing near her cheek. But in her gaze up at Qin Ming, the arrogance she had previously displayed was entirely absent. What does the resurgence of spiritual energy mean? Qin Ming uttered those words, devoid of any superfluous conversation. Jiang Nuonyuo swallowed a mouthful of blood-tainted saliva. Beneath Jiangcheng lies a dormant spiritual vein that will soon erupt. The 4 families have sent their younger generations here to seize the first wave of high-concentration spiritual energy baptism. Where is Zhao Tianxi? Jiang Nuonyuo's eyes grew unfocused. He is. Her words were abruptly cut off. The dark clouds of the night sky were violently torn apart by an incomprehensible force. A pure azure tornado, exceeding 10 meters in diameter, descended at supersonic speed, crashing directly into the rooftop of the 100-meter-tall, unfinished building. The immense wind pressure arrived first. The abandoned scaffolding atop the building could not withstand even a second. Steel pipes twisted into spirals under the pressure, their broken ends flying wildly in the night sky. Large concrete slabs were sliced into fragments by the wind blades. The entire floor shook violently under this cataclysmic force. Qin Ming retreated half a step, his feet firmly planted in the cement. Minute scratches appeared on the surface of his dark golden skin. The wind carried sharp blades. His advanced copper skin could withstand a barrage from a Gauss rifle, yet began to show damage before these invisible wind blades. The azure tornado exploded at the center of the rooftop. As the storm subsided, a middle-aged man clad in a blue tang suit hovered 3 meters above the ground, relying solely on the elemental wind for support. Jiang Shi, an 8th-tier ability user from the Jiang family in the provincial city. Jiang Shi's eyes had become entirely elementalized. His eye sockets held no whites or pupils, only 2 swirling azure miniature storms. This energy fluctuation far exceeded the comprehension of the 6th tier, locking directly onto the dilapidated structure. Jiang Shi glanced at Jiang Nonyuo, whose extremely expensive white custom dress had transformed into a tattered dark red cloth soaked in blood. The young lady was covered in blood, with even a shoe print on her face. The fury of an 8th-tier ability user manifested at that moment. Crack, crack. The 4 main load-bearing walls of the rooftop simultaneously emitted a mournful cry of being overburdened. A dense web of cracks began to spread from directly beneath Jiang Shi, extending down through 3 entire floors along the massive reinforced concrete pillars. The air thickened, more viscous than mercury. The oppressive sensation of high-concentration ability elements completely sealed off the space within a 50-meter radius. Lowly Commoner. Chapter 39. What kind of mind-altering potion did he feed you? The 2 words escaped Jiang Shi's lips without any excess chatter. His voice thundered like lightning from the heavens, resonating atop the building. 360 high-pressure wind blades, sharp enough to slice through high-strength alloys, turned their deadly focus towards Qin Ming's vital points. Qin Ming remained still. The acute senses brought forth by his 194 points of physique set off alarm bells. All 206 of his bones began to vibrate at high frequency beneath the pressure of the 8th tier. The intermediate steel skeleton is enduring an unprecedented environmental pressure. On its darkened, golden-hued surface, intricate lines radiating intense heat are sliced by an invisible wind force, resulting in over a dozen pale white marks. Although the defenses remain intact, this physical interference is purely the result of the oppressive force emanating from 50 meters away. This surpasses the destructive capabilities of any previous mutant or martial artist. Qin Ming's mind shifts into a state of extreme deduction in a mere 0.01 seconds. He realizes he cannot win. The disparity in foundational attributes is insurmountable. An 8th-tier ability user can manipulate natural elements and does not need to engage in close combat. From a distance, they can exhaust him with high-pressure wind blades. Advanced bronze skin can withstand dozens, even hundreds, of strikes, but it cannot endure the continuous slicing of 3,000 or 50,000 blades. Fleeing is the only option. He turns and leaps from a 100-meter-high building, utilizing his agility, rated at 194, to crash into the urban ruins below, perhaps sparking a chance for survival. However, his back would be fully exposed to the supersonic wind blade's lethal net. The probability of severe injury exceeds 90%. It is a gamble for survival. Qin Ming's determination deepens. In the upper right corner of his retina, a crimson system panel suddenly appears. Current fury value, 50,100. The slaughter of underground boxing ring guards and the crushing of a 6th-tier elder, combined with previously accumulated experience, constitute all his resources. He allocates points, directing them entirely towards enhancing his physique. If he can break the 200 threshold, he may trigger a new round of physical metamorphosis, providing an opportunity to forcibly tear through this domain of wind blades. Even if it costs him limbs, he aims to drag this exalted 8th-tier patron down from the skies and reduce them to a pulp. Qin Ming's right leg muscles begin to swell rapidly. The dark golden skin on the outer thigh stretches to its limit, veins bulging like thick steel cables. Power surges upward along his spine like a raging dragon. His will is fixated on the plus sign behind the physique attribute. In midair, Jiang Shi slowly raises his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together, then sharply swiping downward. 360 high-pressure wind blades, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom, transform into an impenetrable azure net of death, descending upon Qin Ming. Just as Qin Ming is about to press the upgrade button, a white figure suddenly darts in from the side. Jiang Nuo, the young lady of the provincial capital whom Qin Ming had previously incapacitated, now erupts with a force that transcends the ordinary. She disregards the blood and flesh torn from her knees by the shattered glass and gravel as she crawls desperately towards the space between the two. Stop! Jiang Nuo's voice, strained and piercing, echoes across the desolate rooftop. She spreads her arms wide, exposing her scarred and bloodied back to Qin Ming. Confronting the 8th tier ability user representing absolute annihilation. Hundreds of high-pressure wind blades hover just inches from her forehead. The fierce wind pressure instantly rends her already torn white dress, leaving several bloody gashes on her fair neck. Jiang Shi's arms, charged with elemental energy, momentarily falter, surprise flashing in the eye of the storm. He watches the little princess of the Jiang family, the future heir, standing defiantly to shield a tormentor who had reduced her to a shadow of her former self. Jiang Nua tilts her head back, her face, marred by debris, streaked with blood. She locks eyes with Jiang Shi, her chest heaving violently. Do not move him. This absurd tableau freezes atop the dilapidated building. Qin Ming stands half a meter behind Jiang Nua, his right fist brimming with enough power to shatter space itself. White steam rises and wisps from his dark golden, muscular arms. He observes the frail silhouette shielding him, a question mark looming in his mind. Jiang Shi is here to save her, yet she stands in the way, protecting her assailant. What bizarre strategy of the aristocracy is this? Qin Ming dismisses such trivial psychological musings. His criteria for judgment are stark and straightforward. Whatever stands in front, be it a human shield or something else, can buy him precious fractions of a second. That fleeting moment is sufficient for him to maximize the destructive force of his punch. On the system panel, Physique, 194. Qin Ming's will is resolutely locked onto the plus sign, prepared to propel his attributes into a new, inhuman realm. Jiang Shi slowly descends, the surrounding wind blades remaining unscattered, merely avoiding Jiang Nua's position. Lady, what kind of intoxicating potion has he given you? Jiang Shi's voice, laced with 8th tier authority, aims to intimidate Jiang Nua's nerves. Look at how you present yourself now. You have disgraced the Jiang family. Step aside immediately, or I will reduce him to a pulp inch by inch. Cleansing this immense shame, Jiang Nua makes no move to retreat. Instead, she takes a step back, pressing her entire back against Qin Ming's thigh, radiating terrifying heat. The feverish temperature sends a shiver through her body, and that sickening obsession reclaims her rationality. I have already ingested his poison, Jiang Nua proclaims loudly, her voice tearing through the wind. If you wish for me to live, you cannot kill him. The surrounding wind elements around Jiang Shi spiral into chaotic disarray. This level of upheaval is entirely beyond his contingency plans. If the young lady of the Jiang family dies in Jiang City, the entire Jiang family will tremble. He, as a patron, cannot bear such consequences. Hundreds of wind blades hum in midair, caught in a dilemma of indecision. Qin Ming observes this scene. The lives of those in the provincial capital seem truly more valuable than those in Jiang City. A reckless young lady can deter an 8th tier ability user capable of decimating a city with just 2 sentences. But what does it matter to Qin Ming? This world has established its rules. Qin Ming retracts his surging muscles. The white steam dissipates in the cold wind as he cancels the point allocation. If someone wishes to act as a living shield, he shall utilize her to the utmost. Cease your theatrics with those wind blades. Qin Ming gazes over Jiang Nua's head towards Jiang Shi, devoid of any reverence for high-tier power. Jiang Shi's facial muscles twitch uncontrollably. The dignity of an 8th tier powerful being trampled repeatedly into the mud. A murderous intent in the eye of the storm threatens to materialize into a palpable azure light. Damn it, you scoundrel. Jiang Shi pauses. You had better pray for the lady's longevity. The wind blades suddenly shoot upward, slicing through the clouds above. Jiang Nua exhales deeply, her legs giving way as she collapses backward. Qin Ming swiftly grips her neck, lifting her effortlessly. Tell me how to contact you afterward. Jiang Nua, suspended by her neck, dangles beside Qin Ming. The familiar sensation of suffocation and control washes over her once more. She completely surrenders her struggle, even offering her neck to that dark golden hand. This is my encrypted number. She speaks rapidly, fearing the loss of this opportunity to demonstrate her value. All right, we shall arrange a meeting time, and I will provide you with the antidote. Chapter 40. Releasing Jiang Nua, the 8th tier powerhouse goes mad. Jiang Nua hangs in midair, her feet above the ground. Above her, at a distance of several dozen meters from the rooftop, Jiang Shi hovers at the center of an azure whirlwind. The 2 azure mini-storms that replace his eyes fixate intensely on Qin Ming's hand gripping Jiang Nua. His azure robe billows wildly in the gale. Jiang Shi's chest heaves violently, his breath completely out of rhythm. With each inhalation, the surrounding high-pressure wind blades emit a piercing sonic boom. The pressure of the 8th tier ability user accumulates in layers within a 50-meter radius. The air was compressed to an extreme degree, giving rise to visible ripples. In this remote region of Jiangxing, a thug brazenly held the young lady of the Jiang family, one of the 4 prominent families of the provincial capital, as if she were a mere lifeless creature. Such an affront was nothing short of humiliation. Jiang Shi's arm slowly lifted, his fingertips enveloped in a cerulean wind capable of severing alloy steel pillars. He was calculating, assessing the time required for the wind blade to slice through Qin Ming's dark golden arm. 0.5 seconds. Would that be sufficient to rescue her before the young lady's throat was crushed? It seemed insufficient. Jiang Nunu's earlier words echoed vividly in his mind. Jiang Shi hesitated, his raised arm freezing midair, the cerulean wind flickering ominously. Qin Ming tilted his head back, his darkened, golden-hued skin releasing steam in the cold air, exuding no sign of retreat. His mind executed a calculation in 0.01 seconds. Jiang Shi dared not strike. This old dog was wary of Jiang Nunu's life. The current situation had drained all residual value. The poison had been administered, contact details acquired, and the foundational dynamics of the four families understood. Prolonging this stalemate would drive an 8th-tier ability user to madness, resulting in a loss of control. A physique of 194 points against an 8th-tier opponent had a margin for error of 0. Time was needed for development. More brutality was required. With a slight twist of his right wrist, Qin Ming relaxed his fingers. Thud! Jiang Nunu lost her support and fell straight onto the rough concrete floor. Her knees struck the stones that had just been severed by the wind blade. She did not utter a sound. Instead, she braced herself on the ground, curling her body. "You may leave," Qin Ming stated matter-of-factly, his voice steady and devoid of emotional fluctuation. The surrounding steam expanded outward with his words, pushing back the encroaching cold wind. Jiang Nunu, lying on the ground, did not immediately rise to flee towards Jiang Shi upon hearing this. Instead, she unusually turned her head, lifting her face marked with bruises and blood. Her gaze, moving from below, fixed upon Qin Ming's metallic sheen. She pressed her face against the dusty cement floor, nodding slightly in response to Qin Ming's command. Afterwards, she crawled up, using her hands and feet, retreating with her bloodied knees. In midair, Jiang Shi witnessed this scene, and a surge of cerulean light erupted from his body. His face, which maintained an air of superiority, began to twitch uncontrollably. The daughter of the Jiang family, though unable to cultivate due to special circumstances, had been nurtured with top-tier resources from a young age. Yet now, she displayed a level of submission akin to that of a household pet towards a lowly thug from Jiangxing. This provoked a greater fury within him than outright killing the man. As the storm subsided, Jiang Shi descended vertically, his feet landing on the cracked floor. He did not glance at Qin Ming, but instead approached the trembling Jiang Nunu. The night wind was biting. Jiang Nunu's custom white dress had been reduced to tattered strips, exposing much of her body to the air, leaving her lips tinged with a purplish hue from the cold. Jiang Shi grasped the collar of his cerulean robe and pulled it off, stepping forward to wrap it around Jiang Nunu, concealing her ghastly wounds and bloodstains. The cerulean inner energy flowed through the robe, dispelling the chill. Jiang Nunu clutched the edge of the robe, enveloping herself entirely within it. Jiang Shi's arm encircled her shoulders as the wind elements converged beneath them. A small cerulean vortex lifted their bodies into the air, ascending 5 meters, then 10. Just before they plunged into the enveloping darkness of the night, Jiang Shi halted, turning his head. The muscles in his face were taut, and the cerulean storms in his eye sockets ceased their swirling, fixating intently on Qin Ming, who stood amidst the ruins below. No words were exchanged, nor were any necessary. High concentrations of wind elements crystallized around Jiang Shi, forming tangible frost. A chilling intent to kill crossed the distance of several dozen meters and bore down upon Qin Ming. This represented the ultimate disdain of an upper-class individual for the detritus of the lower echelons, a foul insect that could not yet be crushed. Once the poison on the young lady was neutralized, he would personally hunt down this insect and methodically reduce it to mincemeat. Boom. A tempest erupted as clouds were violently torn apart. The cerulean tornado enveloped the two, propelling them upward with supersonic force, vanishing into the night sky above Jiangqing's southern district in the blink of an eye. Only a few shreds of cut clouds drifted slowly, while the rooftop fell silent once more. The cold wind whistled through the unprotected edges, producing a hollow sound. Qin Ming remained stationary, maintaining his original posture for over 10 seconds. He lowered his head, his gaze falling upon the concrete roof of the abandoned building, which bore the deep scars left by Jiang Shi's descent, dozens of profound grooves, the deepest mere 2 centimeters from the tips of his toes, 5 centimeters wide and half a meter deep. The cut surface was as smooth as a mirror, even slicing through the thick reinforcing bars within without any deformation, a testament to pure high-speed cutting. Qin Ming raised his right arm, scraping his thumb across the darkened skin on the back of his hand, where the wind pressure had brushed against him, leaving shallow white marks. This was the destructive power of an 8th-tier ability user. Mere pressure and residual force could leave traces upon the defenses of intermediate iron bones and advanced copper skins. Had those 360 high-pressure wind blades descended upon him, the only outcome would have been the complete removal of flesh, leaving only a skeleton behind. The disparity in strength was an insurmountable physical chasm. A physique of 194 points was merely a slightly tougher piece of meat before an 8th-tier ability user. The system panel popped up in the upper right corner of his retina. Current brutality value, 50,100 over 50,000 points, a substantial resource. Sufficient for him to achieve a qualitative leap in a short time. Yet, now was not the moment to allocate points. Having just emerged from the underground arena, the commotion was too great. The patrol department of Jiangxing and the spies left behind by the provincial families would soon descend upon him like sharks smelling blood. Spiritual energy resurgence. These 4 words reverberated in Qin Meng's mind. The 4 families governed collectively, the highest authority, military might, economic lifeblood, and ancient martial heritage. These once lofty families, enjoying top-tier resources in the provincial capital, had dispatched their young heirs and high-ranking protectors to this 3rd-tier city of Jiangxing to seize the first wave of high-concentration spiritual energy baptism. The spiritual vein, dormant beneath Jiangxing, was the target. Zhao Tianxi, that scoundrel, had fled back to the provincial capital to clear his name, yet his family had laid plans in Jiangxing, trading the lives of 1,000 civilians and children for the emergence of mutated entities. This was far from a mere transaction, it was a cleansing operation. The mutated entities were responsible for creating chaos, drawing the attention of local forces in Jiangxing. The Zhao family and the other 3 families seized the opportunity to ascertain the precise coordinates of the spiritual vein. Chapter 41. Spending 20,000 points to buy an external aid, Qin Meng took a step forward. His dark, golden military boots treading upon the smooth concrete cuts as he approached the edge of the abandoned building, gazing down. A vast expanse of architectural ruins in the southern district formed a black shadow under the night sky. In the distance, several blinding beams of searchlights frantically scanned the night, signaling activity from the underground arena. The piercing sound of an air raid siren wafted on the wind. Yi Wujiang's patrol department was now operational. 6th-tier warriors, accompanied by a group of well-equipped special forces, temporarily avoided direct confrontation. First, let us transform the ferocity value into tangible combat prowess. The coordinates provided by Jiang Nuonyuo for Zhao Wuwei and Yi Wujing serve as crucial breakthroughs for the forthcoming endeavors. Since the individuals from the provincial city perceive Jiang City as their hunting ground, we shall see who ultimately becomes the flayed and dismembered prey. Qin Meng slightly bent his knees, and the muscular fibers in his thighs contracted rapidly. A surge of ferocious power erupted instantaneously. With a resounding crash, the concrete edge of the rooftop could not withstand such extreme pressure and collapsed over a large area. Qin Meng's form morphed into a streak of dark golden light, plummeting into the endless darkness 100 meters below. The sensation of weightlessness enveloped him midair, while the wind howled past his ears. 70 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. Qin Meng forcefully twisted his waist in midair, extending his right arm. His fingers, akin to steel claws, sank into the glass curtain wall of an adjacent abandoned office building. With a crack, the high-strength tempered glass shattered extensively. The downward momentum was forcibly mitigated as his body slid against the wall for several meters, carving a long gash into the curtain wall. He ultimately landed steadily in a dimly lit alley. The alley was cluttered with foul-smelling domestic refuse. Qin Meng rose to his feet and swiftly maneuvered through the intricate labyrinth of the old southern district, avoiding all main roads and the blind spots of surveillance cameras. His enhanced auditory senses remained active, capturing sound wave feedback from several kilometers around. The wailing of police sirens, the rumbling of armored vehicle tracks crushing the pavement, and the buzzing of drone rotors filled the air. The encirclement was rapidly tightening. Qin Meng halted in front of a defunct underground auto repair shop. The rolling shutter door was rusted shut. He grasped the lock mechanism with one hand and yanked forcefully, snapping the hardened steel core. The shutter door was violently thrust upwards, emitting a harsh scraping noise. Qin Meng slipped inside, pulling the damaged shutter door down to conceal his presence. Inside the auto repair shop, darkness engulfed him. Several scrap cars, reduced to mere frames, sat abandoned in the corners. Qin Meng proceeded to the deepest part, beside a maintenance trench, and leaped down. The space was narrow, enveloped by heavy concrete layers, effectively shielding him from thermal infrared detection and life sign scanning. He leaned against the cold trench wall, extending his right leg while resting his left arm on his knee. His darkened skin gradually cooled, the high temperature of his body dissipating into the shadows. With 50,000 points of ferocity value at his disposal, How could he allocate them to confront those formidable enemies at the 7th or even 8th tier in the shortest time possible? Merely enhancing his physical stats was insufficient. At higher tiers, raw power and speed would be constrained by elemental attacks and spatial domains. He needed to awaken new derivative traits. The system interface emitted a faint crimson glow in the darkness. Physique, 194. Available ferocity value, 50,100. Qin Ming focused his thoughts on the interface. What sort of qualitative transformation would occur if his physique surpassed the 200 mark? Would he evolve to possess resistance or even immunity to elemental slicing? Or perhaps enhance the range and lethality of his striking force? Outside on the street, 2 black armored inspection vehicles roared past. Their blinding searchlight beams swept through the gaps of the shutter door, casting a pale light across the trench above. Qin Ming reduced his breathing rate to the bare minimum, his heartbeat slowing as he became as still and cold as a block of metal. As the armored vehicles receded, a stifling atmosphere pervaded the auto repair shop. The 4 families from the provincial city had completely infiltrated Jiang City, and their quest for spiritual veins would undoubtedly be relentless. The Zhao family controlled the underground financial network of Jiang City. By tracing the flow of funds, they could undoubtedly pinpoint the approximate coordinates of the spiritual veins. Qin Ming raised his right hand, glancing at the fist that had previously obliterated a 6th-tier elder. There were no scars. Yet he could feel the lingering fatigue deep within his bones. The oppressive aura from the 8th-tier ability user, who regarded him as a mere insect to be crushed at any moment, resonated well. Very well. Those in positions of power often deem the lower classes as having but a single life, easily expendable. Thus, he would use this life to shatter the very foundations of their proud families and obliterate their coveted revival of spiritual energy. Qin Ming's fingers slowly tightened in the darkness, the joints cracking audibly. His gaze remained fixed on the numerical values displayed on the system interface. Allocate points. Transform. He closed his eyes and forcefully directed his will toward the crimson plus sign. The red numbers on his retina instantly blurred into a cascade of crimson. Consume 500 ferocity value. Physique, 194 to 195. Consume 500 ferocity value. A heavy sound akin to a hydraulic press crushing steel ingots reverberated deep within his bones. A layer of fine black impurities oozed from his darkened skin. The impurities vaporized under intense heat, and muscle fibers were forcibly torn apart and rewoven in a manner defying biological norms. Consume 500 ferocity value. Physique, 199 to 200. Detected a breakthrough in physique surpassing the 200 mark. A secondary leap in life level occurs. Trait, Iron Bones, Intermediate, advances to Iron Bones, Advanced. Immunity to absolute kinetic energy, capable of withstanding devastating recoil. Trait, Copper Skin, Advanced, has reached the current life level cap. Trait, Divine Healing, Beginner, advances to Divine Healing, Intermediate. Rapid regeneration of limbs. Decapitation does not equate to death. Trait, Striking Force, Beginner, remains unchanged. Current available ferocity value, 47,100. Qin Ming opened his eyes. Within the narrow trench, the air distorted and warped under the heat radiating from his body. With 200 points of physique, he could now shatter an entire 100-meter building without even scratching the surface of his skin. A massive dark golden dialogue box suddenly appeared at the center of his retina. Detected that both Iron Bones and Copper Skin have reached advanced levels. Would you like to consume 20,000 ferocity value to fuse the 2 traits into a beginner-level divine ability? Divine ability. These 2 words carried a profound sense of the extraordinary. Within a fraction of a second, Qin Ming's mind made a decision. 20,000 points of ferocity value could translate to 40 points of physique. Should he forego the fusion, his physique could potentially reach 294 points. However, pure physical resilience would eventually hit a ceiling against someone like Jiang Shi, who wielded the elemental forces of the heavens at the 8th tier. Physical defenses could not withstand such levels of elemental slicing. A qualitative enhancement of his body was imperative. System, Initiate Fusion. Chapter 42. The Body of 100 Battles. He locked his thoughts onto the confirmation button. Consume 20,000 ferocity value. Fusion commencing. The darkness in the trench was entirely dispelled by a blinding dark golden radiance. Qin Ming trembled as the surface defenses of advanced Copper Skin and the internal support of advanced Iron Bones were forcibly amalgamated by incomprehensible rules. The boundary between flesh and bone was completely obliterated. A violent energy, originating from the deepest recesses of his genes, coursed through all 206 of his bones. Congratulations on obtaining the beginner-level divine ability, Body of 100 Battles. Divine ability description. 30% of all physical, elemental, and mental damage received will be directly converted into physical strength feedback. The more grievous the injury, the more ferocious the combat prowess. As long as life endures, combat power accumulates without limit. Qin Ming abruptly reached out his right hand, grasping the edge of the trench's concrete ledge. His 5 fingers plunged directly into the high-grade concrete. The concrete cracked and shattered, disintegrating into dust. The more he fought, the stronger he became. As long as he was not killed in one blow, the enemy's assaults would transform into the fuel for his growth. This was the ultimate trump card against 8th-tier ability users. A single cut inflicted upon him would return tenfold the violence. Current available rage value, 27,100. Continue to add. Push the panel to its limits. Qin Ming clicked the plus sign behind his physical strength once more. Consume 1,000 rage value. Physical strength, 200 to 201. In the fleeting moment when the numbers fluctuated, the rules of adding points experienced a dramatic transformation. Below 100, the ratio was 1 to 1. From 100 to 200, it became 1 to 500. Now, the threshold for exchanging a single point of physical strength skyrocketed to an astonishing 1,000 points. This was the price of entry into the realm of the inhuman. The red digits flickered rapidly. Consumed 27,000 rage value. Physical strength fixed, 227. Only 100 rage value remained. Qin Ming stood up from the gutter. This towering figure, 2 meters tall and cloaked in a dark golden hue, exuded an extraordinary sense of restraint. The frenzied high-temperature steam had all been drawn back into his body. The surface of his skin displayed an extremely somber metallic luster. Qin Ming lifted his right leg and took a step forward. His foot made no sound upon contact with the ground. The foundation of the entire underground auto repair shop emitted a muffled thud as it sank 3 centimeters. With a physical strength of 227, combined with the innate ability of the 100 battle body, the physical mass of his every movement reached a terrifying level beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings. Qin Ming moved his neck slightly. When he encountered the 8th-tier devotee again, he would personally test the strength of those wind blades. On the external street, 3 armored vehicles sealed off both ends of the old street where the abandoned auto repair shop was located. Bright searchlights illuminated the alley as though it were day. The 3 armored vehicles firmly blocked the ends of the old street. The blinding beams of light forcibly cut through the darkness, casting a stark whiteness over the entire alley. 2 fully armed tactical teams from the inspection division advanced. Their combat boots splashed through the accumulated water on the ground. The foremost demolitions expert kicked the already damaged rolling shutter door, causing it to explode. 12 infrared beams from Gauss rifles crisscrossed densely within the narrow confines of the auto repair shop, sweeping through every shadowy corner. Inside the command vehicle on the perimeter, the commander focused on the faint red spots on the thermal imaging screen, issuing commands through his tactical earpiece. Target confirmed. Kill on the spot. Leave no trace. Deep within the gutter, Qin Ming slowly opened his eyes. With a physical strength of 227, combined with the recently integrated initial ability of the 100 battle body, a terrifying mass lay dormant within this dark golden form, far surpassing the physical limits of carbon-based life. His chest subtly rose and fell. A basic breath reverberated in the narrow cement gutter, creating a muffled echo of pressure. No weapons were needed. The dark golden skin blended into the shadows of the unlit corner. He leaned against the moss-covered cement wall, quietly awaiting the approaching footsteps above. 3 members clad in exoskeleton armor crept to the edge of the gutter. The one in the middle pulled the safety pin from a high-explosive grenade and threw it. The sound had barely faded when, boom, the cement ground at the gutter's edge collapsed completely. Qin Ming's legs propelled him upward with a burst of physical energy that surpassed the speed of sound. There was no showy initiation. It was merely a pure physical charge. Bang! The 3 fully armed operatives, along with their high-strength exoskeleton armor designed to withstand heavy machine gun fire, were instantly reduced to a mass of bloody remnants upon contact with Qin Ming's dark golden skin. Shards of broken armor mixed with internal organs splattered against the mottled walls of the auto repair shop. Inside the command vehicle, the commander watched in horror as 3 life signs vanished from the screen. Hearing the dull, crushing sounds of flesh and bone through his earpiece, he leapt from his seat in terror. Open fire. Free fire. The massacre inside the auto repair shop had commenced. Qin Ming charged into the tactical formation. The concentrated bullets from Gauss rifles struck his skin and were all forcefully deflected by his enhanced body, leaving only a flurry of dazzling sparks. His left hand shot out, precisely grasping a tactical operative's helmet. With a clench of his 5 fingers, the bulletproof helmet and the skull within were reduced to powder. His right hand then tore another operative, along with their armor, in half. In 5 seconds, 2 teams, reputed to be the most elite of the Jiangxing Inspection Division, were annihilated. Limbs and severed arms littered the ground, with not a single intact body remaining. Retreat. Call for heavy firepower. Cleanse the area. The commander screamed frantically into the intercom. The heavy machine gun atop the armored vehicle began to spin and warm up, while the vehicle-mounted artillery adjusted its firing parameters. In the distance, within the highest command tower of the southern district of Jiangxing, Yi Wujian stood before a holographic screen, observing the footage relayed by the drones. The essence of a peak 6th-tier martial artist flowed steadily within him. He regarded the scum at the end of their rope, lifting a glass of red wine from the table with an indifferent gaze. The deafening roar of artillery completely shattered the night sky of the southern district. Dozens of high-explosive armor-piercing rounds accurately struck the abandoned auto repair shop. The resulting explosions sent flames soaring over 10 meters high, while shockwaves shattered every glass within a radius of dozens of meters. The entire structure was obliterated. Smoke and dust billowed upwards, obscuring the beams of light from the searchlights. The armed personnel outside ceased firing, fixating their gaze on the burning ruins ahead. Target life signs have disappeared. Clear the area, the commander's voice trailed off. From deep within the ruins, the sound of heavy, steady footsteps emerged. Tap, tap, tap. Qin Meng stepped through the burning remnants, emerging from the smoke, and scathed. The kinetic energy of armor-piercing rounds capable of penetrating tanks, and the explosive shrapnel that could tear through armor, left not even a white mark upon this body's monstrous defenses. Not only that, the initial ability of the 100 battle body automatically activated. 30% of the energy from the recent heavy artillery barrage and high-temperature explosions was forcibly retained, directly converting into violent bodily strength that surged within Qin Meng. A layer of terrifying dark red blood energy seeped from beneath his dark golden skin, swirling around him. The surrounding air warped violently under the searing heat of this blood energy. Chapter 43. Ripping apart armored vehicles. One punch to defeat Yi Wujian. The armed personnel outside collectively gasped in shock. Their hands gripping rifles trembled uncontrollably. This was no longer human. Qin Meng lifted his head, his gaze locking onto the armored vehicle ahead, weighing several tons. With a heavy stomp of his right leg, the ground exploded into a deep pit. He charged forward, braving the dense hail of bullets from the heavy machine guns. The distance closed in an instant. Qin Meng extended both hands, his 10 dark golden fingers digging directly into the specialized steel plates of the armored vehicle's chassis. His arm muscles expanded to their utmost limit, exerting force. The grating sound of metal tearing echoed through the night sky as the armored vehicle, weighing several tons, was forcibly lifted above his head. He suddenly twisted at the waist and hurled his arms forward. The massive steel construct flew out with terrifying wind pressure, crashing violently into the other 2 armored vehicles. Boom! A series of catastrophic explosions engulfed the entire street. Flames soared high into the sky. The remaining armed personnel on the outskirts barely had time to scream before they were crushed into mush by the steel wreckage of their own comrades. The efficiency of the slaughter was utterly despairing. Inside the command tower, Yi Wujian's grip on the wine glass tightened until it shattered into dust. The red liquid flowed through his fingers. He was consumed by fury. The peak 6th tier, on the verge of approaching the 7th tier, unleashed his full martial prowess. Azure energy erupted from his body, shattering the bulletproof glass of the command tower. Seeking death, Yi Wujian transformed into a streak of azure light, leaping down from the tower. Covering over 1,000 meters, he hurtled toward the burning street ruins. The substantial, materialized energy surrounding him pushed aside all the air in his path. From his elevated vantage point, he gathered all his strength in his right fist, channeling the terrifying power capable of cutting through gold and jade as he aimed to strike at the crown of Qin Meng's head. The heritage of the top genius of the provincial city was fully revealed in this one blow. Qin Meng raised his head, gazing at the azure light descending from the heavens, his expression devoid of emotion. He did not even utilize the characteristic of his fist's wind. Instead, he merely concentrated his raw strength of 227 points, amalgamating it with the furious blood energy recently absorbed by his 100 battles physique, all directed into his right fist. His legs firmly rooted, he lowered his waist and prepared for a frontal clash. The 2 fists collided midair with a resounding crash. There was no stalemate, no suspense. The power amassed by the 100 battles physique surged forth like a tsunami breaking through a dam, instantly shredding Yi Wujian's offensive. The 6th tier protective aura, which Yi Wujian prided himself on and believed could withstand cannon fire, shattered inch by inch upon contact with Qin Meng's dark golden fist edge. The overwhelming physical force coursed through Yi Wujian's right arm, resulting in the sound of bones fracturing in rapid succession. His entire right arm twisted grotesquely in a spiral shape, the forearm bones piercing through the skin and exposing themselves to the air. A surge of blood, mixed with internal organ fragments, erupted from Yi Wujing's mouth. He was propelled backward at twice the speed he had come, crashing through the load-bearing wall of a 3-story shop. Buried beneath the rubble, the remnants of the Yi family, witnessing this scene from afar, felt a chill run down their spines and their scalps tingle. The province's most dazzling genius, the chief of the Jiangxing Inspection Division, had been utterly humbled by a lowly thug. His pride and invincibility obliterated by a single punch utilizing the most primal physical force. Qin Ming retracted his right fist, the dark red blood energy swirling upon the surface of his body. He stepped forward, poised to crush Yi Wujing's skull, eradicating the root of the problem. Just as his right foot was about to descend, his heightened sensory perception, granted by his 227 points of physique, suddenly blared an alarm. A terrifying aura, no less formidable than Jiang Shi, surged violently from the city center, triggered by Yi Wujing's impending demise. An 8th-tier guardian. In a fraction of a second, Qin Ming's mind made a decisive judgment. The disparity in panel data was glaringly apparent. Given his current stats, it would likely be insufficient to directly overpower a fully energized 8th-tier powerhouse. I have a connection. Why risk confrontation against overwhelming numbers? Without hesitation, Qin Ming withdrew his right foot and forcefully stomped down upon the ground. The earth within a 50-meter radius caved in dramatically. Municipal underground water pipes burst, sending columns of water shooting skyward. Clouds of dust and mist completely obscured the thermal radiation and visibility in the area. Using this cover, Qin Ming's legs erupted with supersonic energy, transforming him into a fleeting shadow as he decisively exited the battlefield, leaving behind a ground strewn with burning steel debris and the anguished cries of Yi Wujing amidst the ruins. That night, the arrogance of the provincial powers was utterly crushed. The underworld of Jiangxing fell silent in the wake of this battle. Half an hour later, deep within the slums of the southern district of Jiangxing, in a secret safe house converted from an abandoned air raid shelter, Qin Ming stepped into the darkness. He brushed off the dust that clung to him, his muscles relaxing as the dark golden, tarnished skin gradually regained its normal visual texture, the high-temperature blood energy retracting into his bones. A system notification popped up in the upper right corner of his retina. Eliminated Special Operations Team, destroyed heavy armored vehicle, severely injured Pinnacle 6th-tier warrior. Violence value, 35,000, another substantial gain. Yet as long as the 8th-tier threat loomed, it was far from sufficient. Qin Ming approached a rusty iron table in the corner and retrieved the encrypted communicator that Jiang Nunu had provided earlier. He pressed the power button and entered the designated number. The call connected after a single ring, and Jiang Nunu's voice came through, strained and quivering with a hint of sickly panic. Are you all right? Immediately handle 2 matters. Qin Ming's voice was cold and unyielding, devoid of superfluous words. Ascertain Zhao Tianxi's exact coordinates. Identify the core locations of the 4 families in the province that detect underground spiritual veins. A brief silence fell on the other end, followed by Jiang Nunu's altered response. All right, I will check immediately. Tomorrow night at 10, meet at the abandoned dock in the southern district. Qin Ming crushed the communicator in his hand. Spiritual veins. 8th tier. The 4 great families of the province. Since the rules were set by you, let us overturn this table with absolute force. The fragments of the communicator lay scattered at his feet as Qin Ming stepped out of the converted air raid shelter. The night in the southern district was thick and impenetrable. He activated his enhanced auditory perception. The sensory radius afforded by his 227 physique far exceeded any prior moments. Sound waves within an 8-kilometer radius transformed into precise data, automatically mapping in his mind. From the northeast, the rhythmic sound of armored tracks echoed from 3 main thoroughfares, patrolling every 40 seconds, a tactic reminiscent of the Yi family's old blockade strategies. To the west, a drone hovered low in the night sky, approximately 60 meters high, employing thermal imaging to scan the densely packed buildings. The Southern District's Inspection Division's special operations were stationed every 200 meters, with continuous chatter emanating from their radios. Yi Wujing, having been pierced through his protective shield, was not yet dead. His subordinates had already begun to act desperately. The entire strength of the province was now frantically searching for a lowly thug in the mire of Jiangxing's southern district. Chapter 44. Hunter or Prey. The Perfect Body. Qin Ming did not traverse the main road. Instead, he ascended the exterior wall of an adjacent, abandoned residential building. His fingers gripped the weathered brick seams as he swiftly scaled to the rooftop of the 7th floor. His speed was such that the structure emitted no superfluous noise. Upon reaching the rooftop, the view opened up magnificently. 7 or 8 beams of searchlights swung back and forth in the air, slicing the sky above the abandoned factory area into fragments. The flames still flickering in the northeastern direction were remnants of the auto repair shop, he had previously demolished. The Yi family had circled the wreckage 3 times, confirming the absence of bodies before erupting in chaos. Qin Meng surveyed the scene, his mind instinctively devising a path. Avoiding the ground, he opted for the rooftops. His legs slightly bent, he leaped across a 4-meter-wide alley, landing steadily on the rooftop of the adjacent building. As he touched down, he absorbed the impact with his feet, producing no extraneous sound. Below, a search party from the Yi family happened to pass through the alley. The leading 6th-tier warrior activated his protective aura to scan the rooftop. No lock-on. Qin Meng's muscles were under his complete control, rendering the aura detection ineffective against him. He continued to advance southward. After crossing the 3rd building, his enhanced auditory perception detected an unusual signal. To the southwest, a series of radio communications emerged, their frequency not matching either the Yi family or the inspection division. Shadows were moving towards the Southern District's docks. He needed to confirm. Understood. If they are not from the Yi family, engage first and ask questions later. The Wang family. Zhang Nunu had previously mentioned that the Wang family was a traditional lineage in Jiangxing, known for breeding assassins. Such spies, born of assassins, favored lurking in the shadows, waiting for their prey to walk into a trap. 3 individuals. Analyzing the differences in radio communication frequencies, they were dispersed within a 200-meter radius of Qin Meng's current position, forming a triangular encirclement. This arrangement, when applied to ordinary warriors, would be difficult to detect. These 3 wild dogs were following too closely, and it was only a matter of time before they revealed his movements. They must be dealt with. Qin Meng maneuvered around the concealment of 2 buildings, choosing the weakest point of the southeastern corner of the triangular encirclement. One spy, having slipped out of the line of sight of the other 2, crouched behind a rooftop water tank, fixated on the activity below in the alleyway. Qin Meng approached silently from behind the water tank. The Wang family spy, with his back to him, tensed his muscles in a posture of heightened alertness. His hand reached forward. With precise fingers, Qin Meng seized the back of the spy's neck, applying pressure with his thumb and forefinger simultaneously. The second cervical vertebra emitted a barely audible crack. The spy's body collapsed in a heap, devoid of control, and Qin Meng caught him single-handedly, swiftly stowing the lifeless form behind the water tank's shadow. With only 2 individuals remaining, it took less than 2 minutes to tidy up in the same manner. The intercom crackled with an anxious silence, echoing calls that went unanswered. Qin Meng stacked the 3 corpses in a corner on the rooftop and pressed onward to the south. Upon reaching the rooftop of the 5th building, he felt an unusual tremor beneath his feet. It was not the result of external forces or decaying architecture. He knelt down, pressing the entirety of his palm against the cement slab. The sense of bone conduction from his 227-point physique acted like a precise seismometer at that moment. Deep beneath the earth, a slow yet steadily accumulating energy amplitude was surfacing. The rhythm was consistent, yet not one that could be produced by any mechanical or artificial apparatus. This was the activity of the earth veins. He rose and glanced downwards. On the cement surface of the old street below, several new cracks had formed. These were not the fine, intricate fissures typical of aging pavement, but rather straight, evenly spaced cracks extending from south to north, the widest measuring 2 fingers across. At the edges of the cracks, a few wild grasses emerged from an abandoned roadside flowerbed. The color of those grasses was peculiar. Instead of the typical desiccated yellow of winter, they exhibited a fluorescent deep green hue, with slightly curled edges and a thin layer of white crystalline substance clinging to their surfaces. The spiritual energy seeping from the ground had condensed, filtering through the crevices, and upon contact with the air, it elicited a subtle catalytic reaction in the surrounding organisms. The spiritual veins had begun to leak. Qin Meng mentally marked this section of the route and continued onward. The abandoned dock lay nearly 3 kilometers away at the southernmost edge of the district. Upon reaching the rooftop of the 7th building, his enhanced auditory perception detected a strong signal, the scent of blood. It was entirely different from the martial aura of the Wang family's death warriors. This aroma was a mixture of decaying proteins and live blood, with the distinctive stinging quality of a chemical reaction, faintly perceptible in the night breeze, almost negligible. However, Qin Meng's olfactory acuity was far beyond ordinary standards. He paused on the rooftop, turning in place. The source of this scent lay directly in front of him on his path southward. An alarm rang within his mind. Just moments ago, he had evaded the encirclement of the Yi family to the northeast, circumventing the armored patrols of the inspection division to the west, never retracing his steps along the same path. Yet this scent had emerged directly ahead of him, even after he had altered his route 3 times. Someone was tracking him. Furthermore, this tracking method was unrelated to conventional thermal imaging, biological signal scanning, or any form of life force detection. Movement erupted from the alley below. Four figures emerged from the ruins of an abandoned shop, swiftly approaching the building below in a tactical formation. They were the mutated entities of the Blood Dawn. Judging by their physical characteristics and movements, they were between the third and fourth stages of mutation, having undergone partial aberration but not yet completed the first phase of total transformation. Among them was one individual with elongated limbs, a curved spine, and severely mutated nasal cavities. Moving rapidly while incessantly twitching the proliferated cartilage beneath its nasal bone, tracking by scent, Qin Ming leaped from the rooftop of the 7th floor, landing on a horizontal drainage pipe 3 meters from the ground, using it to redirect his momentum and landing directly 5 meters ahead of the 4 mutated entities. Upon landing, the ground sank half an inch. The 4 mutated beings halted simultaneously. The one responsible for tracking ceased its twitching. In its perception, the scent of its prey had shifted from a distant presence to a direct confrontation, a transition that exceeded all its behavioral expectations. Qin Ming lifted his right foot and stepped forward. There was no need for charging or activating any abilities. The sheer physical mass of his 227 points propelled him into a forward pressure wave. The nearest mutated entity was knocked down by this wave, its sternum caving in. The remaining 3 scattered in a panic. Qin Ming stepped to the right, extending one hand to grasp the ankle of the tracking mutated entity attempting to scale the wall, flicking his wrist outward. The body flew in an arc, crashing into the opposing brick wall, embedding itself and becoming still. The other 2 mutated beings activated their aberrant forms, bony spikes protruding from their backs as they attempted to amplify their escape speed. Qin Ming reached forward with his right hand, fingers splayed, gripping the napes of both bodies from behind, pulling inward simultaneously. 2 dull cracks resonated. The 4 members of the tracking net were completely annihilated in under 5 seconds. Qin Ming remained stationary for 2 seconds. The scent of blood had not dissipated. After disposing of the 4 mutated entities, the lingering aroma of decaying proteins should have gradually faded as the corpses lost their vitality. Yet this scent not only persisted but intensified after the 4 bodies ceased their movements. The concentration was rising. Moreover, the source of the scent had shifted. From directly in front of him, it had moved to directly above. Qin Ming raised his gaze to the night sky. A thin layer of dark clouds was slowly drifting above the southern district, and as the searchlight swept across the underside of the clouds, a faint deep red mist clung to the edges. In the stillness of the night sky, that mass of mist was descending at an exceedingly slow pace, propelled by some active direction. His mind raced, processing the information. He had previously believed that Blood Dawn utilized a ground-based tracking network. However, the 4 mutated beings were merely bait, a test of his reaction speed. The true entity responsible for pinpointing his location had been hovering in the air from the outset. That dark red mist was now steadily suspended directly above him, approximately 100 meters high, showing no signs of descending, merely hovering, marking his coordinates in a manner that Qin Ming had yet to fully analyze. Qin Ming remained motionless. The sensory acuity afforded by his 227 points began to extract more nuanced information from the aerial presence. The heartbeat was exceedingly slow, not exceeding 12 beats per minute. Yet each pulse generated energy fluctuations far surpassing any normal biological life force. Stronger than a thunderstorm, more potent than a bloodbath. Even stronger than Yi Wujing, whom he had just incapacitated with a single blow. It was above the 6th stage. However, the data was still inconsistent. He had complete comparative samples for life fluctuations below the 6th stage. The heartbeat energy density of this entity was on par with that of the complete 6th stage apostle he had previously encountered, perhaps even slightly exceeding it. This was not an ordinary 6th stage. It was a specially modified high-density individual. The dark red mist began to descend 5 meters from its 100-meter height. Qin Ming's gaze remained fixed above. In the high altitude, a presence hovering at the edge of the clouds emitted its first sound. A low, soft inhalation, tinged with a certain morbid satisfaction. Then a voice resonated clearly from 100 meters above. What a perfect body. In an extraordinary manifestation of a 227-point physique, the hypersensory hearing completed a full sampling of existence within a mere 0.01 seconds. The heartbeat, not exceeding 12 beats per minute, generated energy fluctuations surpassing even the 6th tier complete form of the 3rd apostle. 7th tier. The apostle tilted its head, the bony protrusions brushing gently against the collarbone. Aren't you going to run? Qin Ming remained silent. The apostle gradually descended 5 meters, halting at an altitude of 25 meters. Its gaze firmly fixed on the dark golden skin of Qin Ming, locking onto the layer of dark red blood energy that faintly emanated from within. When the bloodbat perished, its life force dissipated into the air. Speaking with deliberate slowness, each word punctuated by abnormal pauses. It conveyed an unsettling obsession. I detected the scent of your blood from 10 kilometers away, following the concentration of your life force. I traced it to a source 30 times more potent than that of the blood bat, with arms extended before it, palms facing downward. The throbbing of the deep crimson veins in its neck accelerated drastically. The concentration of life energy, the body temperature, elevated nearly 20 degrees above that of an ordinary individual due to the 227-point physique, resulted in blood circulation rates exceeding 6 to 8 times that of a common person. In the Apostle's perception, this body was a continuously radiating high-heat source amidst the nocturnal landscape of the southern district. There was no escape. The faster one ran, the higher the blood flow, the more conspicuous the dispersal of life energy. Just as this judgment crystallized in thought, a dull crack echoed from the shadows on the west side of the abandoned warehouse. Footsteps, neither hurried nor slow. Each step fell at consistent intervals, the low-frequency vibrations resonating through the ground and vividly manifesting in Qin Meng's skeletal perception. Emerging from the shadows at the western entrance was a figure standing 2 meters and 4 centimeters tall. No hint of elemental abilities permeated the air. Its musculature was stacked in an entirely abnormal manner, the subcutaneous fibers transformed into an outwardly protruding structure, 2 only extended outward, piercing through the skin along the arms and protruding as 6 bone-like armors, each cross-section broader than an adult's fist. The back was smooth, devoid of unnecessary aberrations, a pure enhancement of the physical form. It leisurely traversed the ground from 200 meters away to a halt 40 meters to Qin Meng's left. No words were spoken. It stood there, exuding an aura of indifference towards the obstacle before it, awaiting something. Qin Meng's hypersensory hearing synchronized with the energy sampling of this entity. The heartbeat, not exceeding 10 beats per minute, revealed an energy density surpassing that of the Apostle above him. 2 seventh-tier entities. In his mind, the data of the formation automatically modeled itself. The second Apostle above was responsible for air dominance, applying pressure from above. The first Apostle blocked the left flank, serving as the ground-clearing force. The front and right appeared open, yet the right side was patrolled by the armored vehicles of the Yi family, while the abandoned street ahead lay exposed, leaving any escape route entirely vulnerable to the Apostle's life energy tracking range. This was a meticulously designed hunting formation. From the moment he broke free from the encirclement of the Yi family, this trap had already been set. First Apostle, Qin Meng spoke, addressing the silent figure standing 2 meters and 4 centimeters to his left. The bloodbat said it wanted to seek revenge on you. The first Apostle remained silent, merely extending the bony armor on its right arm outward. The tips of the 6 bony protrusions extended 2 centimeters from within the skin before halting. The second Apostle above retracted its hands, tightening them once more. The deep crimson sheen of the neck veins suddenly spread to the collarbone, shoulders, and the entire upper body's subcutaneous network began to glow. I offer you 2 choices. First, cooperate with me for blood extraction, and I will ensure you feel minimal pain before your demise. A pause. Second, I will first drain your life energy and then extract your blood. Qin Meng glanced down at his feet. The abandoned alley was a solid concrete slab densely laid over 3 layers of underground piping. As he stepped down, the ground sank 3 centimeters. There was insufficient depth beneath him to maneuver and evade. This battlefield was most disadvantageous to him. Yet, precisely for that reason, it was also the most suitable place to engage in this fight. In his mind, a rough estimate formed. The energy produced by a single strike from a 7th-tier entity was at least 3 to 5 times that of a 6th-tier complete form. A heavy blow from a 6th-tier third Apostle could inflict penetrating damage on a fortified defense. A single punch from a 7th-tier entity would shatter bones and displace organs. Yet, the intermediate divine healing ensured survival even from decapitation. The advanced iron skin provided immunity against absolute kinetic energy. The 100 battles body converted 30% of each punch into retaliatory fuel, withstanding the first punch, enduring the third punch, until the moment of maximum strength accumulation. Qin Meng lifted his right leg and stepped forward. There were no preliminary motions, no posturing for power. He simply took a step. The deep crimson veins in the second Apostle's neck surged abruptly. The 6 bony protrusions of the first Apostle extended to their maximum capacity, emitting a faint sound of air disturbance in the cold atmosphere. The first Apostle moved, accelerating from a standstill. The unique mobility of the 7th-tier physical enhancement bypassed the constraints of physiological inertia. 40 meters. In less than 0.1 seconds. 6 bony spikes pierced into Qin Meng's left rib. Boom. The 6 spikes struck the advanced copper skin, all fracturing upon impact. Yet the energy from the collision penetrated inward, breaching the superficial defenses and directly impacting the ribs. Crack. 3 ribs shattered, radiating fractures from the point of impact, with at least 5 internal fissures emerging. The sensation of pain registered in perception for less than 0.1 seconds before being drowned by another sensation. 100 battles body activated. Sustained physical damage. 30% converted into physical strength feedback. Current accumulation. 1. Dark red life energy seeped from the fractured ribs, intercepted by the advanced copper skin, unable to escape. Qin Meng did not retreat. The first apostle's right arm, still carrying the residual kinetic energy from the impact, pushed forward. Qin Meng raised his left hand and swatted aside the grotesquely thick arm. The disparity in strength remained, though slightly diminished. The fractured ribs, under the impetus of intermediate divine healing, began visibly regenerating, the fissures filling from within, completing the entire repair process within 3 seconds. The first apostle granted no such luxury of 3 seconds. The left arm sliced in from the side, the bony spikes striking Qin Meng's right shoulder, shattering portions of the bone structure and causing a transverse fracture at one end of the collarbone. 100 battles body activated. Chapter 46, 80,000 Fury Points. Above. The second apostle moved. The deep crimson glow of its neck veins erupted outward. A stream of detached blood particles shot from its hand toward the exposed blood vessels on Qin Meng's neck, attempting to penetrate his bloodstream and contaminate him on a fluidic level. The stream of blood particles struck the advanced copper skin. It could not penetrate. The advanced copper skin executed a complete interception against this concentration of blood-based abilities, sealing it at the skin surface. The energy from this intercepted attack was similarly absorbed as 30% by the 100 battles body. Elemental damage, 30% converted into physical strength feedback. The first apostle realized that Qin Meng's defensive integrity exceeded its predictions. The bony armor extended comprehensively, with the 6 large spikes generating additional smaller spikes, forming a fan-shaped coverage on the strike surface. Strikes rained down upon the left arm, waist, and outer thighs. With each impact, the bones sustained damage. Each time, 30% converted. As the accumulated energy increased, Qin Meng's right fist began to change color. On the darkened surface of the fist, the 6 layers of power feedback coalesced into a deep crimson aura, no longer merely a gaseous permeation, but visibly adhering to the skin of the fist, forming a luminous, deep red membrane. The first apostle charged into close quarters, a mere 40 centimeters away. With a sweeping motion, the left arm struck with full force against Qin Meng's chest. The impact reverberated, sending Qin Meng stumbling back 3 steps. The concrete beneath his feet cracking explosively within a 2-meter radius. His sternum bore 3 penetrating fractures. The system notification chimed. 100 battles body activated. Cumulative feedback has reached the current limit. The first apostle glanced down at the outcome of its strike. A lowly thug had withstood 7 direct assaults and still remained standing. This exceeded all its expectations. That brief pause was precisely what Qin Meng had sought. A mere 0.3 of a second. In that fleeting moment, the dark red aura within his right fist was intensely compressed. Qin Meng propelled himself forward, his right leg thrusting backward, causing the ground to erupt beneath his foot as he lunged into the first apostle's close range. This was not an all-out attack, nor was it merely the force of his punch. It was the culmination of the 100 battles body, augmented by the 7 layers of power feedback and the foundational physical mass of 227 points, precisely concentrated upon the 2 square centimeters of contact at the tip of his fist. The blow struck squarely at the center of the first apostle's sternum. The sound of impact reverberated, the chest cavity collapsing inward as the mutated bony armor exploded from within, rib fragments shooting outward. Qin Meng's fist did not retract but continued to push through the shattered chest cavity, his fingers encountering a muscular organ significantly larger than an average human heart. Its pulsations were exceedingly slow, yet each heartbeat emitted an extraordinarily high energy density. The fingers converged in a dull thud, mingled with the sound of liquid rupture. At that instant, the entirety of the first apostle's skeletal structure ceased to function, its 2-meter-4 body losing all support and collapsing downward. The ground trembled beneath. The second apostle, witnessing this scene from above, began to ascend vertically from its hovering state, accelerating rapidly, more than 3 times faster than its descent. Blood particles surged from its body, creating a veil of obscurity while simultaneously attempting to pierce through the clouds at high speed, vanishing into the night sky beyond the reach of the Yi family's searchlights. It was fleeing. The same narrative, the same script, yet with a different protagonist. Qin Meng retracted his right hand, the blood of the first apostle cooling in the air, forming dark clots. He stepped half a foot outward, solidly grounding his legs, lowering his center of gravity. The muscles in his right arm began to compress rapidly, the bones producing a perceivable high-frequency vibration as they charged with kinetic energy. The concrete beneath the outer side of his right foot exploded upward, fissures erupting in a neat line. The second apostle had ascended to 70 meters, nearing the clouds by an additional 20 meters. Its neck veins dimmed in luminescence as it actively suppressed its own blood energy concentration, attempting to reduce its heat signature and disappear from Qin Meng's tracking range. Qin Meng released the tension in his right arm, thrusting his fist forward. A 10-meter diameter, high-pressure air column erupted from the point of concentration, slicing through the air above the abandoned street in an exceptionally clean line. The second apostle had no time to react. In that instant of impact, its body exploded outward, transforming into a swirling mist of dark red blood. Rain-like droplets of blood gradually descended from 70 meters, scattered by the night wind toward the southeast. Qin Meng retracted his right arm, waiting for the brief sensation of soreness to dissipate. The system panel materialized in his vision. Killed the first apostle of Blood and Flesh Dawn, 7th tier enhanced body. Rage value, 21,000. Killed the second apostle of Blood and Flesh Dawn, 7th tier blood variant. Rage value, 21,000. Current rage value, 88,000. Combined with the various low-tier foes he had dispatched along the way, his rage value surged to an alarming 88,000. Qin Meng crouched beside the corpse of the first apostle to search for any items of interest. There were no communication devices, nor any identifiable documentation. However, within the subcutaneous layer of the inner thigh of the first apostle, there lay a hard object, not a bone growth, but an artificial implant. Qin Meng reached inside, parting the flesh to extract a metal piece the size of a fingernail. The surface of the metal was etched with intricate patterns, its edges marked with 3 burn scars, exhibiting a deep bluish-green oxidation, a color characteristic of overloaded spiritual energy circuits. This was not an item belonging to Blood and Flesh Dawn, as their modifications solely utilized organic materials, eschewing any metallic components. The craftsmanship of this metal piece aligned with the encrypted terminal previously confiscated from Wang Hai, belonging to the Zhao family. Flipping the metal piece, he observed a line of minuscule etched text. Spiritual vein calibration for Jiangxing South District coordinates locked. Following this string were 2 sets of geographical coordinates. Qin Meng mentally cross-referenced the coordinates with a map. The first set corresponded to the abandoned street where he had felt the energy amplitude earlier that night. The second set lay deeper within the South District, 2 kilometers north of the abandoned docks. This calibration device, carried by the Zhao family for the Apostles of Blood and Flesh Dawn, had successfully completed the spiritual vein positioning of 2 core coordinates. This implied that the Zhao family had relayed the detection results to Blood and Flesh Dawn at least 2 months prior. The Zhao family provided intelligence while Blood and Flesh Dawn was tasked with clearing and guarding, a mutual exchange. Clenching the metal piece in his hand, Qin Meng rose to his feet. In the distance, the night wind blowing from the direction of the abandoned docks swept through the streets, carrying with it a mingling scent of river water and chemical waste. Had Zhang Nuonyuo ever mentioned the spiritual vein marking instruments? No. But she could not possibly lack this information. At 10 o'clock that night, at the abandoned docks, Qin Meng stepped over the remains of the first apostle and began to venture deeper into the South District. Chapter 47. Intelligence gathering at 10 o'clock in the evening. At the abandoned docks in Jiangxing South District, the wind carried the acrid stench of chemical waste as it wove through the rusted containers. An unregistered black SUV parked at the edge of berth 3, its lights extinguished. Zhang Nuonyuo, wrapped in a large black overcoat, leaned against the car door, her legs trembling uncontrollably. The abrasions on her knees had received rudimentary medical attention, wrapped in bandages. She had forcibly dismissed the 8th-tier acolyte, Jiang Shi, fearing to let him accompany her. The paralyzing fear of being suspended 100 meters in the air, ready to plummet into a gruesome demise, had etched itself into her neural reflexes. She felt a mix of unspoken excitement, perhaps due to the prospect of seeing Qin Meng once more. The only sounds were the dull thuds of the river lapping against the concrete piles. I have arrived. Without a sound of footsteps, Zhang Nuonyuo felt a jolt. Abruptly turning her head, Qin Meng had appeared less than 2 meters behind her, without her noticing. His darkened golden skin absorbed the light, exuding a heavy, oppressive quality in the absence of illumination at the docks. His upper body was bare, muscles sculpted like cold steel, emanating an intensely potent metallic scent of blood, not the blood of ordinary beings, but that of high-tier, mutated entities, radiating a stench infused with high-energy radiation. Zhang Nuonyuo's breath hitched. She had encountered this scent before, from those dissected mutants in the provincial laboratory. Yet the concentration of blood on Qin Ming surpassed that of any specimen she had ever seen by tenfold. Mr. Qin. Her voice was hoarse, instinctively pressing her back against the cold car door. Qin Ming stepped forward, the concrete beneath him resonating with a dull sound. Speak. He halted half a meter in front of her, looking down from a height. An intense heat radiated from Qin Ming, dispelling the chill of the Jiang wind, causing Jiang Nuonyuo's cheeks to flush. She swallowed hard, forcing herself to regain her composure. She is the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, holding vital intelligence that serves as her bargaining chip. The coordinates of Zhao Tianxi have been located. Jiang Nuonyuo spoke rapidly, her words flowing like a stream, revealing that he was not on the surface of Jiang City. The Zhao family had deployed a heavy military airship, stationed above the abandoned mining area in the northern outskirts of Jiang City. The airship had activated its highest level of optical invisibility and radar silence. He intended to absorb a surge of spiritual energy during the initial burst from the spiritual vein and then retreat to the provincial city. Qin Ming remained silent, his dark golden eyes betraying no emotional fluctuations. Jiang Nuonyuo felt a chill run down her spine under his gaze and quickly divulged another piece of information: the core locations of the 4 families in the provincial city that were probing underground spiritual veins. Situated at the old site of Jiang City, No. 1 Middle School, it lay 150 meters underground, serving as the main node of the spiritual vein. The Zhao family had stationed heavy troops there, along with the apostles of blood and flesh dawn. Qin Ming interrupted her. Jiang Nuonyuo paused, her pupils constricting. Qin Ming raised his right hand, palm open. A metallic shard, stained with dark red, dried blood, clanked as it was thrown onto the hood of the vehicle beneath Jiang Nuonyuo. The intricate etched patterns on the surface of the metal glimmered faintly under the starlight. Jiang Nuonyuo's gaze fell upon the shard, discerning the 3 scorched marks on its edge and a minuscule inscription on the back. The coordinates for the spiritual vein in the southern district of Jiang City have been locked. Her complexion turned ashen, the color draining from her face. That was the spiritual vein locator of the Zhao family, a core component only possessed by the highest echelons involved in the excavation of the spiritual vein or the high-ranking apostles of blood and flesh dawn. You have concealed the details of the transaction between the Zhao family and blood and flesh dawn. Qin Ming's voice was steady, devoid of anger. Yet the oppressive aura he exuded nearly suffocated Jiang Nuonyuo. I did not. Jiang Nuonyuo attempted to defend herself. Qin Ming's right hand reached out, his fingers gripping her neck with precision, tightening as he lifted her. Her words were choked in her throat, her feet leaving the ground. Her back scraped against the window of the off-road vehicle, producing a harsh sound. Jiang Nuonyuo clutched Qin Ming's wrist desperately, her legs flailing in the air. Qin Ming's arm remained unyielding. A faint dark red aura began to circulate just beneath the surface of his dark golden skin, a remnant of the violent power absorbed and transformed after slaying 2 7th-tier apostles. The heat radiating from his fingers scorched Jiang Nuonyuo's neck, causing her skin to redden and blister. Do you think your little cleverness can save your life? Qin Ming gazed at Jiang Nuonyuo's eyes, which were turning white from lack of oxygen. Tears welled in her eyes, a familiar sensation of being on the brink of death resurfacing. Yet, she felt no fear, only a strange yearning for that sensation. Qin Ming loosened his grip slightly, allowing a rush of cold air to fill Jiang Nuonyuo's lungs. She began to cough violently. Why would the locator of the Zhao family be in the hands of the first apostle of blood and flesh dawn? Qin Ming inquired. Jiang Nuonyuo gasped for breath, exclaiming, "It is a transaction led by the Zhao family. They exchanged the lives of the impoverished in the southern district of Jiang City for blood and flesh dawn to clear the area. They drew the attention of the inspection division and local forces entirely to the southern district. Continue. The locator was personally handed over to blood and flesh dawn by Zhao Tianxi. They intend to use the high concentration of blood energy radiation from mutated beings to stimulate the underground spiritual vein, accelerating the node's eruption of spiritual energy." Jiang Nuonyuo surrendered completely, divulging everything she knew. The old site of Jiang City No. 1 Middle School was merely a facade. The true core of the spiritual vein lies beneath the southern district, beneath the abandoned streets you just passed. Qin Ming's expression darkened. 2 sets of coordinates. No wonder the first and second apostles appeared precisely in the abandoned streets of the southern district. They were not merely tracking him. They were executing a mission to stimulate the spiritual vein. Hunting him was merely a secondary objective. Where is Zhao Tianxi now? Qin Ming's grip tightened once more. In the northern outskirts. The northern mining area is real. Jiang Nuonyuo screamed, an eerie obedience and eagerness in her voice. He is truly on the airship. Qin Ming locked his gaze onto Jiang Nuonyuo's eyes, noticing her dilated pupils and a heart rate that soared to 160 beats per minute. She was not lying. The airship's defensive configuration. Qin Meng lifted Jiang Nuonyuo slightly. Her toes scraped against the window. Her voice trembling. Two peak 7th-tier guardians of the Zhao family also possess a set of small-scale city defense Gauss matrices. Most importantly, Zhao Tianxi has a trump card. He carries a divine blood serum, a concentrated liquid extracted from an 8th-tier, mutated being in a provincial laboratory, granting temporary 8th-tier physical strength upon injection. 8th-tier physical strength. A faint smile curled at the corner of Qin Meng's mouth. With his primary divine ability, the 100 Battles body, and an available 80,000 Fury points, he had been at a loss for a sufficiently tough target to test his current combat limits. Where is Jiang Shi? Qin Meng asked his final question. He is at the Jiang family's stronghold in the eastern district of Jiang City. I deceived him into thinking I needed to recuperate, so he does not dare approach me. A hint of sickly fervor shone in Jiang Nuonyuo's eyes. She gazed at Qin Meng's metallic sheen of a face, her body trembling with an odd shiver amidst her overwhelming fear. Mr. Qin, I have told you everything. I beg you for the antidote. Qin Meng released his grip. With a thud, Jiang Nuonyuo collapsed onto the hood of the vehicle, clutching her neck and coughing violently. Stay in Jiang City and await my orders. Qin Meng turned away, the muscles in his right leg rapidly contracting. Boom. The concrete ground of Dock 3 erupted, creating a 2-meter-wide crater. Water surged in. Qin Meng transformed into a streak of dark golden light, slicing through the night wind at the dock, racing towards the abandoned mining area in the northern outskirts. The sound of an explosion echoed across the river, sending waves 3 meters high crashing. Jiang Nuonyuo lay on the hood, watching the direction in which Qin Meng had vanished. 5 distinct dark red fingerprints marked her neck, her skin scorched. She did not cry for help or flee. Instead, she pressed her face against the cold metal of the car, her body trembling uncontrollably. Monster, Jiang Nuonyuo murmured, a twisted smile creeping across her lips. The game rules established by the 4 prominent families of the provincial city may be shattered entirely by this monster. Chapter 48. Who is the sovereign of the skies? Qin Meng's form transformed into a streak of dark golden light, piercing through the night wind at the dock, racing towards the abandoned mining area in the northern outskirts. An explosion echoed across the river, sending waves 3 meters high crashing. Half an hour later, in the northern outskirts of Jiang City, the abandoned mining area sprawled extensively, with hundreds of massive mounds of mining debris undulating like a desolate black desert. The air was thick with the stale scent of mining dust, mingled with the acrid tang of rust. Qin Meng halted at the pinnacle of a 100-meter-high mound of debris. His feet sank into the loose ash, his dark golden skin glimmering dully under the cold moonlight. The surroundings were eerily silent. His heightened sensory perception, driven by 227 points of physique, was fully activated, rapidly expanding his awareness to encompass the subtle vibrations within a 10-kilometer radius. There were no signs of life on the ground. However, high above the clouds at an altitude of 10,000 meters, a frequency of an engine's hum persisted. The tremors generated by the high-speed airflow sliced through the atmosphere. It was characteristic of a heavy anti-gravity engine. Qin Meng looked up, his gaze locking onto an anomaly in the sky. Amidst the starry night, a region approximately 300 meters in diameter exhibited a slight distortion and misalignment of starlight as it passed through. Optical cloaking technology. The Zhao family had actually mobilized a strategic airship from the provincial military for this spiritual vein. This level of war machine was equipped with firepower capable of leveling a small town. Qin Meng's mind began to devise a plan. If he charged directly, he would encounter the first wave of aerial interception fire at an altitude of 1,000 meters. Though possessing a formidable physique rated at 227. In the absence of any leverage in the high altitude, the body becomes nothing more than a living target. Once struck repeatedly by the Gauss cannon array, the impact from the descent would instantaneously nullify the upward momentum. A greater margin for error is imperative. At this moment, soaring at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Within the monitoring chamber of the Zhao family's airship, hundreds of holographic surveillance windows are arranged along the curved wall, while dozens of operators clad in specialized combat attire swiftly manipulate their controls. Zhao Tianxi reclines in a spacious leather chair, idly toying with a metallic ring inscribed with energy circuits. A red dot abruptly appears on the thermal imaging radar. Young master, we have detected an anomalous heat source on the surface. Coordinates: the northern suburbs, atop the 3rd refuse mountain. The operator's voice breaks the silence of the cabin. The screen rapidly zooms in, revealing a 2-meter-tall dark golden figure under the infrared filter. Zhao Tianxi turns to regard the familiar silhouette on the screen. A symbol of his greatest humiliation, a being regarded by the Zhao family as mere fodder, easily crushed. has not only slain his envoy, but has also compelled him to initiate an early evacuation plan. Qin Ming. Zhao Tianxi snorts coldly, his eyes filled with malice. If he seeks death, let it be granted. There is no need to employ secondary artillery. Let the first sniper take the shot. Young master. The target's life intensity rating is above rank 6. Standard sniper rounds may not be lethal. The operator hesitates to advise. Use Gauss anti-material rounds. Fire 2 shots in succession. I wish to see a clear hole pierced through his chest. The order is given. From the underside of the airship, 2 elongated barrels slowly extend, adjusting their angle to lock onto the target below. A faint hum resonates as the electromagnetic rails charge. On the ground, Qin Ming stands atop the refuse mountain. The pores on his skin tightening in an instant. A sense of danger triggers an alarm. Without any flash of fire, 2 anti-material rounds, each the thickness of a finger, approach at 5 times the speed of sound. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled thuds erupt. Sparks explode from Qin Ming's chest, accompanied by a jarring metallic clang. The immense force propels him off the peak, sending him gliding backwards for over 30 meters. The entire 1,000-ton refuse mountain collapses in the wake of the shockwave. A cloud of dust billowing into the air. Laughter erupts in the monitoring chamber. Behold, this is what is termed a strong adversary. Before an absolute technological gap, he is merely a moving target. An operator claps in amusement. Zhao Tianxi leans back in his chair, his expression relaxed. Switch the feed. I want to see how he shatters into pieces. As the dust on the screen gradually clears, Qin Ming rises from the debris, casually brushing off the metallic fragments clinging to his chest. The 2 rounds, capable of penetrating the frontal armor of a main battle tank, have merely left 2.5 centimeter deep white indentations in his sternum, without even breaking the skin. Not even the dark golden hue has dulled in the slightest. The smiles in the monitoring room freeze instantaneously. Dozens of staff hold their breath, staring fixedly at the unharmed figure on the screen. This is impossible. How could he withstand electromagnetic anti-material rounds? Zhao Tianxi abruptly stands, the metallic ring digging into his palm, leaving a white mark. On the ground, Qin Ming glances down at the 2 white spots on his chest. Indeed, this body's defensive capabilities have reached a certain limit. Should the adversary deploy a city defense-grade Gauss matrix for sustained assault, he would still sustain injuries. His incursion into the northern suburbs was, after all, intended for one final enhancement. His consciousness plunges into the sea of awareness. The system panel emanates a frenzied crimson glow in the darkness. Available ferocity points, 88,000. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Ming's thoughts surge toward the plus sign behind his physique. If a battle must be fought, let it be one that plunges them into despair. All shall be infused, consuming 73,000 ferocity points. Physique, 227,300. The instant his physique surpasses the threshold of 300, a sound akin to heavy tank treads crushing steel reverberates through his bones, deep and resonant. Echoing across the barren mining area, the dark golden hue of his skin transforms into a profound obsidian black, radiating a cold sheen reminiscent of obsidian. Within a 10-meter radius, fragments of rock inexplicably levitate, subsequently compressed into powder by a terrifying gravitational field. The air, subjected to extreme heat and pressure, warps around his body, forming a distorted transparent barrier. The system panel begins to flood with notifications. Physique breakthrough to 300 detected. Life level has completed 3 transitions. Trait, Divine Healing, Intermediate, advances to Divine Healing, Advanced. Gene lock activated. Potential for blood rebirth unlocked. Trait, Fist Wind, Beginner, advances to Fist Wind, Intermediate. Air column range increased to 2,000 meters, with vacuum cutting effects added. Awakened extraordinary trait, Void Step. Void Step, pure power sufficient to rupture air molecules. You may maneuver at high speeds in the void, each step generating a sonic boom. Current available ferocity points, 15,000, in the monitoring chamber. The main console suddenly emits a piercing alarm. A vast area of snowflake-like interference blankets the screen. Young master, the energy readings in the target area are skyrocketing geometrically. They have exceeded the sensor's range. The heat source signal has vanished. No, the heat source signal is too intense. It has burned out our infrared module. The operator's voice trembles noticeably. Zhao Tianxi fixes his gaze on the monitor. On the screen, the dark silhouette slowly raises its head. Qin Ming bends his legs slightly, compressing his muscles to an extreme structure. The ground begins to sink. The 10,000-ton refuse mountain within 100 meters crumbles like ice meeting fire. Unable to withstand such overwhelming pressure, collapsing instantaneously. Since you soar in the skies, then come down to face me, Qin Ming murmurs to himself. Boom. A black beam shoots skyward. Chapter 49. rending the heavens. Zhao Tianxi's final card. Qin Meng's right foot slams heavily into the void. The air molecules beneath his foot detonate under extreme pressure, transforming into rapidly expanding rings of white sonic boom. Thanks to the enhancement of the void step trait, his body defies physical inertia, tracing sharp black zigzags through the air. This mode of maneuvering causes the radar of the airship at 10,000 meters to lose all target logic. 3,000 meters, 6,000 meters, 9,000 meters. Due to high-speed friction with the atmosphere, the air surrounding Qin Meng distorts translucently from the extreme heat. At an altitude of 10,000 meters. Within the monitoring chamber of the Zhao family's airship, red alarm lights flash wildly, a cacophony of piercing beeps creating a disorienting clamor. The automatic fire control system fails to lock on. The target's displacement speed exceeds the system's calculation limits. The synthetic electronic voice mechanically repeats error messages, with the main control screen displaying a flurry of red gibberish. Operators scream in panic, their fingers frantically tapping the touch screen, leaving behind bloody scratches. Zhao Tianxi stares intently at the holographic projection of the approaching black, his palm crushing the metallic ring until it breaks, the jagged edge piercing into his hand. He had anticipated Qin Meng's counterattack, even foreseeing that Qin Meng could withstand the Gauss sniper fire. But he had never imagined that a human could forcibly charge toward a war fortress at an altitude of 10,000 meters in such a manner. Manually activate the Gauss matrix. Full power coverage. Cleanse that airspace for me. The moment the command is issued, the armored plates beneath the airship slide apart. 12 city defense-grade Gauss cannon barrels swiftly extend, the dense sound of electromagnetic rail charging converging into a low-frequency tremor that sends chills down the spine. A deep blue electromagnetic glow illuminates the entire cloud layer. Thousands of Gauss armor-piercing rounds formed an impenetrable blue barrage, carrying enough kinetic energy to rend small mountains, completely enveloping the space where Qin Meng resided. In that absolute no-man's land, each projectile bore the weight of millions of joules of kinetic energy. Qin Meng pivoted once more in the void, his body emitting a sound akin to steel cables snapping under extreme tension. There was no escape. He did not decelerate. Instead, he pushed the explosive power of his physique to its zenith. A chasm named the Leap of Life hierarchy lay between 227 and 300 points. When the first Gauss armor-piercing round struck Qin Meng's obsidian chest, the tremendous recoil flattened the projectile into a disc of metal within a mere hundredth of a second, which then erupted into a spray of powder upon contact with his darkened surface. Sparks flew. Countless blue meteors detonated around Qin Meng. His pitch-black skin bore not a single scratch amidst the hail of bullets, as 30% of the kinetic impact was forcibly absorbed by his battle-hardened physique. This sensation was wondrous. What should have been a lethal assault now served as fuel, raising the temperature of his flesh. The feedback coursing through his body made his bones feel heavier, while dark red blood energy seeped through his skin, forming a layer of burning membrane on his surface. Such firepower was insufficient even for a mere pedicure. Qin Meng's feet alternated in the void, each step creating vast voids in the clouds. He directly broke through the blue barrage. The enormous silver belly of the floating vessel loomed closer. It was a steel behemoth stretching 300 meters. Every inch of its exterior adorned with costly optical cloaking and high-strength composite armor. Qin Meng extended his right hand, the darkened golden fingers clamping down fiercely on a heavy Gauss cannon still unleashing its fury. The titanium alloy base felt as fragile as freshly kneaded dough before the might of 300 points of physical power. With a creak, the jarring sound of metal distortion drowned out the cannon's roar. Qin Meng exerted force with one arm, twisting abruptly. The several tons of solid cannon base were wrenched from the vessel's body, accompanied by a surge of sparks from the internal cables and power conduits. He casually hurled the mass of scrap iron towards the floating vessel's side propulsion unit. Boom! A violent explosion erupted from the ship's side, the optical cloaking peeling away in large patches due to voltage overload, revealing the silvery gray metal beneath. At that moment, the entire airship abruptly materialized in the night sky over Jiangqing's northern outskirts, resembling an enraged, wounded leviathan. Inside the monitoring room, all screens went black in an instant. The control console melted under the intense heat, smoke billowing forth. The monitor operator slumped in his chair, the sensor he held falling to the ground, his gaze vacant, filled with the daze of a collapsing worldview. Zhao Tianxi gripped the swivel chair, his nails digging deeply into the leather armrest. He beheld the dark figure suspended in midair, dismantling the side armor with bare hands. Cold sweat trickled down his temples, soaking his expensive tailored suit. That monster! Qin Meng clenched his right fist, the accumulation of intermediate fist wind completing in half a second. He did not seek the hatch. Instead, he aimed directly at the thick observation cabin viewport of the airship. Boom. A high-pressure column of air, 5 meters in diameter, instantaneously penetrated several layers of reinforced composite glass and inner alloy partitions. The abrupt change in atmospheric pressure created a terrifying suction, yanking a multitude of objects and 2 unfortunate attendants from the monitoring room into the sky. Qin Meng stepped through the breach opened by the pressure, his foot landing on the airship's internal deck. His boots made deep impressions in the special steel flooring. The entire vessel tilted violently due to this forceful intrusion. At the end of the deck, 200 members of the Zhao family's special forces, clad in heavy exoskeleton armor, had established a defensive position. The infrared beams from their Gauss rifles formed a dense net in the dim corridor. Open fire. Kill him. The lead officer's voice trembled. Qin Meng wasted no time. He moved. To the eyes of the special forces, the dark figure vanished in an instant, replaced by a crimson afterimage sharp enough to slice through vision. He charged into the crowd. There were no techniques, only pure collisions and strikes. His fingers spread, gripping the helmet of one special operative and yanking upwards, tearing out the alloy neck ring along with the spinal column. His right leg swept across. 2 elite members in heavy exoskeletons were sent flying like crushed cans, their bodies folding at grotesque angles, shattering the pneumatic isolation door behind them. The screams were drowned out by the dull sound of bones fracturing. Qin Meng swiped his hand, creating a vacuum arc of intermediate fist wind that sliced through the deck. A whole row of special forces, along with their heavy firepower, was bisected by the transparent arc blade. The cuts were as smooth as a mirror. Instantly, the deck was shrouded in a thick mist of blood and severed limbs. The Zhao family's heavily funded special forces could not even delay him for a second in the presence of this 300-point physique. Too weak. Qin Meng backhanded a special operative attempting to ambush him, his gaze piercing through layers of smoke towards the command cabin at the end of the deck. There, 2 extremely powerful auras finally ceased to conceal themselves, accompanied by 2 heavy cold snorts. The thick alloy door of the command cabin was blasted open by 2 surging azure energies. 2 gaunt elders, dressed in gray long robes, emerged side by side. With each step they took, the blood on the deck was repelled by an invisible force. 2 pinnacle 7th tier martial arts guardians. Zhao Tianxi's final trump card. One of the elders gazed at the carnage strewn across the floor, his eyelids twitching violently, the energy around him surging like a tidal wave. This insolent child. The 2 guardians lunged forward simultaneously, flanking Qin Meng, their energies coalescing into 2 long blades capable of severing armored plating, sealing off all of Qin Meng's escape routes. The floating vessel, its propulsion system damaged, billowed thick smoke as it plummeted towards Jiangqing's northern outskirts. Amidst the cacophony of structural damage, Qin Meng revealed a ferocious grin within the splatter of blood. The warm-up had concluded. He stomped his right foot onto the deck, causing the entire 100-meter behemoth to sink abruptly by half a meter, his black fist meeting the 2 azure energy blades head-on. The 2 pinnacle 7th tier guardians did not retreat. Their gray robes erupted, revealing muscles resembling gnarled, old tree roots. 2 intense azure energies burst forth from their bodies, rapidly converging in midair. Xuanwu formation, a half-meter thick, translucent energy shield suddenly formed on the narrow deck. This formation completely sealed off Qin Meng and the surrounding 10-meter space. The air within the formation was compressed to extreme levels, causing the pressure to soar dozens of times in an instant, creating a visible vortex of white airflow. The special steel plates on the deck emitted a piercing sound of metal fracturing. Numerous titanium alloy rivets were ejected by the internal high pressure, indiscriminately shooting in all directions, turning the nearby bulkheads into sieves. This level of combined formation did not seek to kill, it aimed for absolute containment. The formation was capable of rebounding all kinetic energy attacks within it back to the attacker. The greater the attacker's strength, the stronger the backlash they would suffer. This was a killing formation specifically developed by the Zhao family to hunt down those who had undergone physical aberrations and top-tier mutants. The 2 azure blades struck against Qin Meng's black fist. A tremendous explosive sound reverberated within the sealed formation. The airwaves had no outlet to escape, only able to ricochet violently back and forth within the half-meter thick energy shield. Qin Meng's formidable strength, with a physique rating of 300, collided head-on with the potent energy of 2 pinnacle 7th order practitioners. The clash between kinetic energy and true qi resulted in a catastrophic friction, creating a deep crater in the center of the deck. The explosive recoil propelled Qin Meng backward, shattering the energy barrier at the edge of the formation and sending him hurtling through the air. He crashed through 3 5-inch thick alloy blast doors, landing amidst the burning wreckage of instruments in the command center. Countless heavy metal beams collapsed, Severed high-voltage cables erupted with arcs of blue electricity, and thick smoke and flames swiftly engulfed him. Behind the bulletproof glass, Zhao Tianzi gripped the edge of the communication console tightly, his fingers turning blue from the strain. Victory seemed assured. The backlash from the pinnacle 7th Order Xuanwu formation, combined with the impact from such a high-altitude fall, should have rendered the base-level brute incapacitated. After all, a mere lower-tier individual only understood brute force, lacking any true martial essence. Zhao Tianzi quickly reached into the pocket of his suit, his fingers brushing against a cold glass vial containing an ounce of dark red liquid, the divine blood serum. A closely guarded secret extracted from the core of a 9th Order mutated entity by the provincial laboratory. He had no intention of injecting it now, as its side effects could incinerate half of his nervous system, potentially driving him insane and transforming him into a monster. If the two practitioners could hold out for 5 minutes, the powerless airship would plummet into the water of Jiangqing's northern suburbs, allowing him to escape in the chaos via the single-person escape pod. He needed to survive and return to the provincial city, as the son of the Zhao family patriarch. He could not perish in this insignificant place. Amidst the ruins of the command center, the intensely burning orange flames suddenly came to an eerie halt. A twisted titanium alloy frame was pushed aside by a black hand. As the hand made contact with the metal, 5 indents were melted into the titanium surface, with molten iron dripping down the edges of the wreckage. Qin Meng emerged from the inferno, his body unscathed. The dark skin was marked with intricate patterns of dark red blood energy, which coursed along his muscle fibers, radiating an alarming heat. The 100 Battles body activated, absorbing 30% of the high-frequency kinetic shock and converting it into physical strength. The steel plate beneath his feet began to glow red and subsequently softened. Under the extreme catalysis of 5 layers of power feedback, his body temperature soared above 100 degrees. The surrounding cold air vaporized upon contact with his skin, creating vast plumes of white steam. With each step he took, the metal beneath him left behind melted, charred footprints. The two practitioners remained rooted in place, their energy fluctuating violently, their breaths becoming labored. This brute had withstood the entirety of the Xuanwu formation's backlash. Not only was he unharmed, but the energy fluctuations emanating from him had even doubled. A creature that defied the laws of energy conservation could not be rationally assessed. Retreat. The practitioner on the left shouted, pushing outward with both hands, intending to withdraw the formation entirely and create distance using the inertia of the descending airship. Seeking an opportunity to evade, Qin Meng's right foot crushed down on the softening deck. The void step activated. An explosive sound erupted, and a white sonic boom cloud expanded outward as the specialized steel plate was crushed into a 2-meter-wide pit, fracturing the structural framework beneath. Qin Meng broke through the sound barrier, leaving a dark red afterimage as he instantaneously closed the distance to half a meter in front of the left practitioner. The searing heat rushed forward, causing the practitioner to momentarily halt his breath. Desperately, he channeled all of his qi, stacking 3 thick blue energy shields in front of him, one to absorb impact, the second to counter recoil, and the third to solidify. Each shield was capable of withstanding direct hits from an armored piercing round fired from a main battle tank. Qin Meng raised his right hand, fingers splayed wide. Without any martial technique, he relied solely on his physical mass combined with heat exceeding 100 degrees. His 5 black fingers pressed against the first energy shield. The mechanism for absorbing impact failed to hold even for a millisecond, shattering like thin ice. Qin Meng's arm continued to advance. The second shield burst apart, the immense recoil striking his black skin, which absorbed and transformed it into new heat. The third shield disintegrated. The practitioner had no time to retreat. His chest was pierced by Qin Meng's heated fingers, shredding through his resilient skin, muscle, and ultimately crushing his well-forged sternum. A torrent of scalding blood erupted from the practitioner's mouth, splattering onto Qin Meng's obsidian chest, where it instantly vaporized into white mist. Qin Meng twisted his wrist inward, fingers curling within the practitioner's chest cavity before yanking outward with force. A mass of torn flesh and shattered bones was ripped free, and in his palm lay a still-beating heart. With a squeeze, the heart was crushed into a pulpy mass. The pinnacle 7th Order practitioner was slain instantly. His corpse fell onto the glowing metal deck, a gaping hole in his chest spilling forth internal organs and hot blood, all within the span of less than a second. Behind the bulletproof glass, Zhao Tianzi clutched the vial of divine blood serum tightly, his fingers leaving white marks on the glass surface. The original plan was for the two practitioners to delay for 5 minutes, yet reality had barely lasted a second. To hell with martial essence. To hell with the demeanor of masters. Zhao Tianzi turned and kicked open the command center's back door, rushing so hastily that he lost one of his high-end shoes. Tumbling towards the emergency escape pod, with the safety belt secured, he slammed his palm onto the red emergency launch button. The escape pod's rear expelled a stream of high-temperature gas, breaking through the airship's hull and plummeting into the night sky. His escape posture was impeccably executed. The tail flame of the escape pod reflected in the retina of the left practitioner, a veteran known for his ruthless reputation in the provincial city, whose legs trembled uncontrollably. He could not fight back. Even the young master had abandoned him, leaving him as mere fodder. He turned, channeling his chi to shatter the precarious isolation door on the side of the airship, leaping into the 10,000-meter fall without a backward glance. Chapter 51. The Incomplete Eighth Order. The wind pressure filled his ears as his descent accelerated. As long as he distanced himself from that harbinger of death, he could survive using the cushioning effect of his seventh-order chi amidst the dense forest on the outskirts of Jiangqing. On the edge of the damaged deck, Qin Ming did not pursue. He remained still, steam rolling off his heated surface. Raising his right arm, he curled his fingers. The bones in his arm emitted a thunderous sound akin to taut steel cables. The lower-tier values of 300, amplified by the 100 battles body, concentrated at the tip of his fist. The air within several meters was forcibly evacuated, creating a vacuum zone. The ability Fist Wind, Intermediate, activated, incorporating a vacuum-cutting effect. He unleashed his fist. A 10-meter-wide, transparent, high-pressure air column erupted forth, traversing the vertical expanse. The edges of the air column bore vacuum-cutting lines, cleaving through the clouds in its path. The practitioner, still adjusting his position in midair, had no time for additional maneuvers as his field of vision was consumed by the air column. A splatter of blood mist erupted in the night sky, leaving not a single bone shard of the well-honed seventh-order martial body. A rain of blood followed. Qin Ming lowered his right arm, blood dripping from his fingertips. He turned his head, his gaze crossing the shattered hull, locking onto the rapidly descending tail flame of the escape pod. The young master fled without regard for the surroundings. Qin Ming stepped forward, his right foot stepping into the void. A white sonic boom cloud formed beneath his shoe. The high altitude was no longer an obstacle. He transformed into a dark crimson zigzag, repeatedly treading through the air, pursuing Zhao Tianxi's escape pod in a straight line. Qin Ming's right foot struck the void once more with great force. The air molecules, subjected to extreme compression, produced a deafening explosion. The terrifying thrust of 300 points of physique propelled his body like a hypersonic missile. His darkened, golden skin traced a burning red line against the night sky. Inside the escape pod, alarm lights blinked frantically, bathing the cramped cabin in a bloody hue. The shrill sound of system errors filled every corner. On the main control screen, a dark figure rapidly enlarged in a manner that defied the laws of physics. Zhao Tianxi clutched the leather armrests of his seat with all his might. His nails broke from excessive pressure, blood trickling down through the crevices of the leather. There was no escape. That lowly insect had no intention of leaving him any avenue for survival. Qin Ming stretched his right arm backward, the muscles in his back contracting at a high frequency. The sound of his dark bones scraping together sent shivers down the spine. A vast amount of air was forcefully drawn into his lungs, then compressed to its utmost limit. Zhao Tianxi. A roar exploded at an altitude of 10,000 meters. A colossal sound wave, born solely from the vibrational resonance of his blood and vocal cords, pushed the surrounding clouds aside. Die. The intermediate punch wind was unleashed. A high-pressure air column with a diameter of 10 meters shot forth, its vacuum cutting edge cleaving the air in two along its path, heading straight for the main thruster at the rear of the escape pod. Zhao Tianxi stared at the transparent air column approaching on the screen. Utter terror shattered his mental defenses. A beastly whimper escaped from deep within his throat, devoid of dignity. His left hand trembled violently as it reached for the hidden pocket inside his suit. The vial of dark golden serum glimmered in his palm. Injecting this substance would transform him into a mindless monster. The ninth-tier mutated core extract would incinerate his frontal lobe, stripping him of the dignity and future that came with being a young master of the Zhao family. Yet, without the injection, he would become a mass of flesh exploding mid-air in the next moment. Qin Ming was a complete madman. The rules of the provincial city, the backgrounds of prestigious families, were as worthless as scrap paper in the face of this thug. Survive. As long as he could survive, even if it meant becoming a monster, he would tear apart this lowly trash piece by piece and consume it. Zhao Tianxi bit down on his tongue and removed the metal protective cap. The thick specialized steel needle was aimed directly at his carotid artery. He plunged it in forcefully, pressing down hard on the plunger. An ounce of thick, dark golden liquid was instantly injected into his bloodstream. At that very millisecond, Qin Ming's high-pressure air column struck the right armor of the escape pod. The heavy titanium alloy shell was smoothly sliced open by the vacuum cutting edge. The right side high-energy thruster detonated instantly. The escape pod lost its balance, violently tumbling through the air, engulfed in thick smoke as it plummeted toward the abandoned mining area in the northern suburbs of Jiangqing. The descent speed broke the sound barrier. Boom. The several hundred-ton escape pod crashed through a small slag hill, embedding itself 30 meters deep into the ground. The tremendous shockwave sent all nearby dilapidated machinery and rocks flying within a radius of 500 meters. Qin Ming adjusted his posture midair. With his legs slightly bent, he initiated free fall from 3,000 meters. His dark body was enveloped by superheated plasma due to the rapid friction with the air. His target was the center of the massive pit created by the escape pod's fall. At the bottom of the pit, the shattered alloy hatch was violently blasted outward by an internal force. The 10-centimeter-thick hatch disintegrated midair. A heavy and jarring sound of bones fracturing echoed from deep within the ruins. Crack. Snap. Zhao Tianxi's once 1-meter-80 frame was undergoing catastrophic physical distortion. His expensive tailored suit was torn into countless strips by rapidly expanding muscles. His spine protruded outward, piercing through his back. Dark red bone spurs crawled up his spine, breaking through his scalp. His subcutaneous tissues were completely torn apart, and fine dark red scales, accompanied by foul-smelling mucus, erupted from his surface. His cerebral cortex was being ravaged by the violent energy of the ninth tier. The rationality that belonged to humanity was gradually consumed. In its place arose a pure desire for slaughter and destruction. Pain. The excruciating agony caused structural mutations in his vocal cords, transforming his voice into a deep roar. A wave of destructive energy radiated from the pit's bottom, rapidly expanding outward. Several tons of debris were forcefully lifted by this invisible force field, suspended in midair, before being ground to powder under immense pressure. This was not the commotion of a mere 7th-tier peak. As Qin Ming descended, his heightened senses detected an abnormal heartbeat emanating from the pit's depths. It throbbed over 300 times per minute. The energy density of each beat surpassed that of the two 7th-tier peak offerings combined, elevating it to a higher echelon. An 8th-tier being, a fragmented 8th tier, forcibly enhanced by drugs. Chapter 52. This punch shatters Jiangqing's ceiling. In this world, those in high positions would easily discard the baselines of humanity for survival. Qin Ming showed no signs of slowing down. The dark crimson aura enveloping his right fist had solidified into a crystalline membrane. Harnessing the terrifying potential energy of a 3,000-meter vertical fall, all 300 points of his physique converged at the tip of his fist. He struck directly at the aberrant being radiating 8th-tier pressure. Boom. A massive hand, covered in dark red scales and curved black claws resembling blades, emerged from the pit's depths. The palm gathered a high concentration of bloody energy, rising steadily. It firmly caught Qin Ming's descending fist. The two forces, capable of destroying a small town, collided on a purely physical level in midair. A white shockwave radiated outward from the two figures, sweeping across the ground. Several slag hills within a kilometer were flattened by this air wave. The concrete slabs on the ground cracked and buckled, then were pulverized by high-frequency vibrations. Qin Ming's descent was forcibly halted by this enormous hand. Both figures landed simultaneously. The ground beneath them collapsed instantaneously, forming a massive crater. Qin Ming's right arm trembled violently. The opponent's strength had surged to an astonishing degree. Even with 300 points of physique, he felt substantial pressure in this direct confrontation. Body of 100 battles activated. Subjected to high-frequency kinetic oscillation, 30% converted into physical strength feedback. The dark skin on his surface absorbed the rebound energy, raising his body temperature once more. The surrounding air distorted severely due to the high temperature. Qin Ming gazed at the towering figure before him, exceeding 3 meters in height, covered in dark red scales and bone spurs. This was the trump card of the young master from the provincial city. When unable to win, resort to drugs and become a beast. Such high-tier power was entirely beyond the control of the host. Zhao Tianxi's head had completely lost its human contours. His upper and lower jaws protruded grotesquely, tearing his cheeks and revealing 2 rows of jagged, serrated teeth. His murky eyeballs were laced with thick black veins. He opened his cavernous mouth and unleashed a thunderous roar at Qin Ming. The sound wave, mixed with corrosive, foul-smelling saliva, splattered across Qin Ming's face. The advanced copper skin instantly heated and evaporated the corrosive liquid, emitting wisps of white smoke. Zhao Tianxi had completely lost his sanity, sweeping his left arm across. 3 spikes protruding from his elbow screamed through the air, targeting Qin Ming's carotid artery at an alarming speed, leaving a dark crimson afterimage in the air. Qin Ming raised his left arm to block. Boom. The immense lateral force propelled Qin Ming several dozen meters to the right, his feet carving deep. bottomless grooves into the pit's floor. On the dark skin of his left arm, a faint white scar appeared. The feedback from the power triggered by his indomitable physique sent blood surging through Qin Meng's veins like a raging river, causing his blood vessels to bulge beneath the surface. The quality of this sandbag exceeded expectations, allowing him to fully extract the potential of 300 points of physical prowess without hesitation. With a heavy stomp of his right foot, the ground erupted once more. Instead of retreating, he advanced, charging towards the roaring aberration. At the same time, in the abandoned docks of the southern district of Jiangcheng, the night wind remained icy. The river water relentlessly crashed against the concrete piles. Jiang Nunu sat helplessly on the hood of a black SUV, her hands tightly clutching the burned skin on her neck. Her body continued to tremble uncontrollably. A sudden wave of palpitations jolted her, causing her to raise her head abruptly. Dozens of kilometers away in the northern suburbs, the clouds in the sky were violently torn apart by an invisible force. A suffocating sense of oppression filled the air. Even ordinary individuals without martial arts training could sense the deadly threat emanating from their primal instincts. A turquoise tornado rapidly formed on the outskirts of the dock. High-pressure wind blades shredded several abandoned containers nearby. Jiang Shi's figure emerged from the center of the storm. The eighth-tier guardian of the Jiang family from the provincial city wore an expression devoid of his usual aloofness and composure. He abruptly turned his head, his gaze locking onto the skyline of the northern suburbs. His facial muscles twitched slightly in shock. This was an energy fluctuation of the eighth tier, savage, frenzied, devoid of rationality, filled with pure destructive desire and pollution. Jiang Shi's voice lost its customary calmness as his hands instinctively clenched into fists, knuckles turning white. An eighth-tier presence. How could such a force suddenly emerge in the spiritually depleted outskirts of Jiangcheng? What had transpired in the territory occupied by the Zhao family? Had that dark gold low-tier thug pursuing Zhao Tianzi inadvertently provoked an eighth-tier monstrosity? Jiang Nunu stood frozen in place upon hearing Jiang Shi's exclamation. An eighth tier, Qin Meng, that unreasonable monster, was actually engaging with an eighth-tier entity? Her mind ceased to function. The power ceiling established by the four major families of the provincial city had been shattered by that man tonight. The remnants of the Yi family's guerrilla fighters hid within the ruins of the southern district. The leading captain gazed at the crimson sky in the northern suburbs, dropping the communicator from his hands. The assassins dispatched by the Wang family crouched at a vantage point, drenched in cold sweat, afraid to even breathe. At that moment, the entire underground force of Jiangcheng was compelled to experience the absolute dimensional oppression brought by high-tier martial power. In the depths of the northern suburbs mining area, the earth and rocks gradually vitrified under the intense heat of the battle between the two combatants, transforming into translucent crystals. Zhao Tianzi's deformed legs forcefully propelled him against the ground, his massive form crashing towards Qin Meng like a heavy war vehicle. His thick arms swung through the air, creating numerous afterimages. Each strike possessed the terrifying mass capable of shattering specialized armored panels. Qin Meng exhibited no intention of evasion. He abandoned all defensive stances, arms wide open. The dark fists and crimson claws engaged in high-frequency physical collisions within the confined space. The sounds of their brutal combat drowned out the rumbling of collapsing rocks around them. Each impact stirred up small whirlwinds at the pit's bottom. The indomitable physique continued to trigger. Sparks flew as Zhao Tianzi's claws grazed Qin Meng's chest. Conversely, Qin Meng's fist struck the dark red scales on Zhao Tianzi's chest, creating significant indentations and splattering black, foul blood outward. There was no flourish in their brawl. It was primal, bloody, and exceedingly violent. Qin Meng's body temperature approached 200 degrees. The dissipating white mist was tinged with a menacing dark red hue. Seizing a fleeting opportunity as Zhao Tianzi swung his right arm, Qin Meng's left hand clamped down like a hydraulic clamp, firmly gripping the bony protrusions of the deformed forearm. His right hand formed a blade with tightly closed fingers, concentrating the foundational strength of 300 points, amplified by the indomitable physique at the edge of this hand. The vacuum-cutting line of the intermediate fist wind adhered to the side of his palm, aimed directly at Zhao Tianzi's elbow joint for a reverse strike. As the hand blade descended, the foundational strength of 300 points, coupled with the vacuum-cutting line of the intermediate fist wind, encountered no obstruction. The sickening sound of breaking bones echoed at the pit's bottom as Zhao Tianzi's robust, deformed forearm was severed. A high-pressure column of dark, foul blood erupted, splattering directly onto Qin Meng's surface, which was nearing 200 degrees. The intense heat instantly evaporated the foul blood, transforming it into a thick, acrid mist. On Zhao Tianzi's face, which had lost all semblance of humanity, a chilling, inhuman scream erupted. The pain did not cause this wretched body to retreat. Instead, it ignited the brutal potency of the ninth-tier divine blood medicine. Within 0.1 seconds, the severed arm's cross-section underwent pathological proliferation. Countless dark red flesh buds surged forth, exhibiting a bizarre vitality. These flesh buds ensnared Qin Meng's left arm, sharp, bony spikes piercing through the skin. Seizing the momentum, Zhao Tianzi pressed forward, rapidly closing his right claw. The highly concentrated blood-colored energy coalesced in his palm, tearing through the air with a series of ear-piercing sonic booms. This claw, carrying the weight of 8th-tier pressure, aimed decisively for Qin Meng's heart. With a resounding crash, the blood-colored energy struck Qin Meng's chest with pinpoint accuracy. His skin darkened, effectively blocking the penetrating force from fully breaching. However, the terrifying physical energy of the 8th tier could not be completely dissipated. A tremendous impact surged through Qin Meng's body, causing the crystallized ground beneath him to collapse. He, along with the earth, was forcefully driven 50 meters underground by this overwhelming force. Riding the momentum, Zhao Tianzi leaped into the deep pit. The aberrant energy within him detonated entirely. The dark red, high-concentration energy transformed into a tangible liquid, instantly altering the surrounding rock layers within a 50-meter radius. A blood-colored quagmire formed deep underground, with highly corrosive acid bubbling and boiling. This force was not merely physical destruction. It also carried the genetic assimilation and devouring characteristics of a 9th-tier core. The quagmire engulfed Qin Meng completely, attempting to dissolve him at the cellular level with high-frequency contaminated energy. Dozens of kilometers away, Jiang Shi halted midair, the turquoise storm swirling violently around him. He stared at the dark red energy column soaring into the sky from the northern suburbs, his expression shifting dramatically. The assimilation pollution of the 9th-tier core. Jiang Shi's voice turned hoarse. Such energy levels should not exist in the spiritually depleted outskirts of Jiangqing. The Zhao family of the provincial city had actually handed such a forbidden item to Zhao Tianzi. That low-tier thug was doomed. Jiang Shi concluded. No matter how strong the body, it could not withstand the collapse of the genetic chain, a gap of life dimensions. On the outskirts of Jiangqing, scouts from local forces hiding in the ruins lowered their high-powered night vision telescopes. Several family assassins collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. It was over. They had thought Jiangqing was truly on the verge of upheaval, causing them to break into a cold sweat. In the end, the low tier was still low tier. Young Master Zhao had played his trump card, and that monster was sucked into the genetic quagmire, leaving not even a bone fragment behind. The scouts sneered, their expressions regaining the arrogance befitting their elevated status. The barriers of class could never be breached merely by brute force. The rules were still dictated by the 4 major families of the provincial city. 50 meters underground, deep within the blood-colored quagmire, Qin Meng closed his eyes, holding his breath. The high concentration of contaminated energy seeped into his pores, carrying an intense corrosiveness that sought to destroy his genetic chain. The system panel flickered wildly upon the retina, besieged by a barrage of high-frequency contaminated kinetic energy. The 100 Battles body was triggered, with a 30% power feedback stacking. It was under a genetic assimilation attack. The 100 Battles body severed the source of pollution, absorbing the excess energy. This genetic contamination, potent enough to instantaneously dissolve a peak 7th-level warrior, was merely regarded as an exceptionally high-quality energy fuel by the system's tyrannical assessment mechanism. Qin Meng's lips curled into a chilling arc. Operating at full capacity with 300 points of physical prowess, his body temperature soared dramatically, surpassing several thousand degrees. The dark golden skin cracked open with intricate fissures, revealing a blinding molten red glow from deep within. He transformed into a furnace of intense heat. The surrounding high-concentration blood-red mire reacted violently upon contact with this terrifying temperature, instantly vaporizing in torrents. The suffocating crimson abyss was forcefully transformed into a vast, desiccated void by his very presence. Above the ground, Zhao Tianzi stood at the edge of the deep pit, his murky whites revealing a glint of beast-like bewilderment. The energy connection to the mire was severed, and the devouring process was forcibly halted by a far more terrifying force. With a thunderous explosion, the bottom of the desiccated pit erupted, and a figure, enveloped in plasma flames, shot skyward. Qin Meng broke through the earth's layers, sending crystalline rock fragments scattering through the air. He afforded Zhao Tianzi no time to react. Twisting his body midair and extending his hands, fingers coalescing, he locked onto the skeletal structure. Qin Meng's hands plunged directly into Zhao Tianzi's massive distorted chest. With a harsh tearing sound, his black fingers dug into the dark red scales, penetrating the dense mutated muscle and firmly gripping the protruding robust ribs. Qin Ming's arms bulged with extreme muscle tension as his bones emitted a thunderous crack. With immense force, he pulled his arms apart. The sickening sound of shattering bones echoed across the night sky of the northern suburbs. Zhao Tianzi's 3-meter-tall distorted body was violently torn in half at the chest. A cascade of scalding internal organs and dark red blood splattered into the air. The incomplete 8th-level distorted body lay dead. Qin Ming landed, holding the two halves of the remains, discarding them carelessly onto the steaming crystallized ground. Blood streamed from the soles of his boots. The system's prompt chimed crisply. Kill incomplete 8th-level distorted body. Brutality value 80,000. Current brutality value 120,000. Qin Ming lifted his head as the molten red glow on his skin gradually receded. At that moment, a rhythmic, terrifying pulse suddenly emanated from deep within the earth. The ground trembled not, but the energy density in the air surged exponentially. The crystallized rock beneath Qin Ming began to collapse massively. A pure, almost ethereal blue spiritual energy, mingled with the low growls of some ancient creature, erupted from the rift in the ground. The remnant 9th-level core energy within Zhao Tianzi seeped downward in his dying moments, directly igniting the main spiritual vein node from the abandoned southern dock to the northern mining area. A blinding blue beam, 100 meters in diameter, shot into the sky, illuminating the night over Jiangsheng as bright as day. Chapter 54. Who do you want to blow up? 50 meters beneath the northern suburbs, the 100-meter blue beam extended skyward. Qin Ming stood beside the main spiritual vein node. The remaining 9th-level blood energy intertwined with the pure spiritual energy, forcibly absorbed into his body by the 100 battles body. His dark golden skin cracked open with fissures glowing with molten red light due to the extreme heat. On his retina, the system panel displayed a series of jumping values. The brutality value obtained from the recent slaying of the incomplete 8th level was violently sedimenting deeper into his genetic chain, deep within his bones. Dull compressive sounds echoed as his body underwent a new qualitative transformation. Jiangsheng trembled profoundly. Air raid sirens and the shrill wails of inspection officers intertwined, tearing through the night sky. Yi Wujiang led 300 heavily armored special forces, maneuvering dozens of armored trucks to seal off the perimeter of the abandoned mining area. The sound of tracks grinding gravel resonated, engines roaring. Numerous high-powered searchlights crisscrossed, turning the night sky at the edge of the pit a ghastly white. The heavily armored convoy formed a tightly knit military formation, surrounding the site of the spiritual vein explosion. Thousands of Gauss rifles were loaded, their infrared sights weaving a net above the pit. At the edge of the pit, the talents of the three clans gathered, with only Zhang Nuonyuo of the four prominent families from the provincial city yet to arrive. Clad in special operations gear, Yi Wujiang commanded from atop an armored vehicle. Beside him, Wang Shouzai from the Wang family bent slightly, offering a cup of hot tea with a servile demeanor. Yi Wujiang accepted the cup, turning to Zhao Wuwei, who stood 10 steps away. Your Zhao clan has lost 2 peak 7th-level offerings, and even that useless Zhao Tianzi perished at the hands of a lowly insect. How does your Zhao clan have the face to remain in Jiangsheng? Yi Wujiang's voice was icy, laced with unabashed arrogance. The surrounding elite from various families and inspection officers gasped in shock. Zhao Tianzi was dead. The Zhao clan's first genius, Zhao Wuwei, adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses. Instead of anger, he smiled, maintaining the facade of a perfect smiling tiger, graciously stepping aside. What Yi Shao says is true. Tianzi was inept in his studies and met with his just fate. The first taste of this spiritual vein should naturally go to Yi Shao. He turned and retreated, his right hand concealed behind his back, signaling 2 Zhao clan assassins to silently slip into the darkness, quickly setting up blood sacrifice formations around the outer ruins. Yi Wujiang let out a cold snort, shattering the teacup in his hand, the scalding tea splashing onto Wang Shouzai's finely crafted leather shoes. In the heavy artillery camp, Yi Wujiang drew his sidearm, aiming it at the pit, loading incendiary rounds meant to obliterate the pit's lowly filth along with the shell of the spiritual vein. The sound of tracks grinding erupted. 8 heavy artillery pieces elevated their barrels. A hand suddenly pressed down upon the foremost cannon. Li Shi of the Li family exerted a single-handed force, unleashing an overwhelmingly potent blue energy that transformed into a tangible azure radiance. The steel cannon emitted a dissonant twist as it was forcibly contorted into a mass of scrap metal. Do you wish to destroy the main spiritual vein along with it? Li Shi's voice was harsh. He tossed a dark green orb into the air, which exploded above the pit. A deluge of toxic miasma poured into the pit, the sound of strong acid corroding the rock layers sending chills down spines. The walls of the pit visibly darkened and dissolved at an alarming rate. The crowd erupted in uproar. Wang Shoucai, holding the tea tray, trembled, causing it to fall. Yi Wujiang's expression turned grim. Early 8th level. The usually low-profile Li Shi had unexpectedly stepped into the 8th level. The balance of power among the 4 genius families of the provincial city had been utterly shattered this night. The toxic miasma filled the pit, spilling forth in a ghastly green smoke. The 4 great geniuses repositioned, locking eyes, calculating the limits of their share of the spiritual vein. A deep, thunderous heartbeat resonated through the 50-meter rock layer, transmitting to the surface. The glass of the searchlights atop the armored vehicle cracked in succession. A second heartbeat echoed. The nearby inspection officers clutched their chests, spitting blood. With a roar, a 10-meter-wide transparent, high-pressure vacuum column erupted from the ground. The violent kinetic energy cleaved through the toxic miasma and the thick overhead clouds, forcibly splitting open an absolute vacuum passage. The scene fell into a profound silence. Qin Ming, bare-chested, exhibited muscles grotesquely swollen and contorted. His dark skin shimmered with intertwining dark red blood energy and blue spiritual energy. He stood poised in the void, his right foot pressing down, igniting the air molecules beneath him, creating a ring of white vapor. As he stepped into the void, the extreme murderous aura from his recent slaying of the incomplete 8th level, combined with the sheer mass of his 300 points of physical prowess, manifested as a tangible physical pressure that thunderously descended upon the entire mining area. Li Shi's 8th level true qi was violently disrupted by an external force, causing it to surge chaotically within him, forcing him to retreat 3 steps, leaving deep impressions in the special steel plates beneath his feet. Yi Wujing's arrogance was frozen on his face, while Zhao Wuwei's smile was completely stilled, his golden-rimmed glasses falling to the ground. All eyes were raised to the dark golden figure suspended in midair. An overwhelming sense of pressure caused the thousands of elite warriors present to tremble in fear. The sounds of weapons clattering to the ground echoing throughout. Outside, dozens of the terrified inspectors instinctively pulled their triggers, the blue lights of Gauss rifles illuminating the scene. Qin Ming floated in the air, his gaze indifferent as it swept across the gathering. He raised his right arm and waved it casually. The vacuum-cutting line generated by his mid-level fist wind swept through the air without obstruction. Dozens of fully armed elites, clad in heavy armor, were effortlessly severed in half, their metal and flesh instantly carbonizing at the cut. Their upper bodies fell away, a torrential rain of blood pouring down upon Yi Wujing and Li Shi. A profound terror spread wildly among the coalition forces. The defense collapsed as thousands of elites screamed, scrambling backward and trampling over one another. Qin Ming withdrew his hand, descending to the ground with a thud. His feet struck the earth, shattering the hard rock beneath them and leaving a web of cracks. He gazed at the province's proud young talents standing rigidly ahead. Who were you planning to blow up just now? Qin Ming stepped forward, the extreme heat radiating from his body instantly evaporating the blood beneath his feet. Chapter 55. Have you considered how to die? Yi Wujing's eyes twitched violently, a primal reaction to the complete trampling of his dignity as a high-ranking individual. Grasping his tattered special operations uniform tightly, he tore it outward with a sudden jerk. With a sound of ripping fabric, the uniform disintegrated into fragments. He wore a heart-protecting soft armor underneath, its surface etched with hundreds of intricate runes, now emanating a blinding azure light. Yi Wujing's eyes widened in madness as he fixed his gaze on Qin Ming. Don't think you can act arrogantly just because you caught me off guard earlier, Qin. Do you really believe the Yi family of Shengsheng lacks depth? Nearby, Li Shi raised his hand to wipe the blood from his face. He discreetly took a step back, increasing the distance between him and Qin Ming. The 8th level true qi within him began to compress rapidly, a dull rumbling emanating from his meridians. Li Shi turned his head, exchanging a knowing glance with Zhao Wuwei. The two of them moved in perfect synchronization, positioning themselves to completely block any escape routes for Qin Ming. Brother Yi, there's no need to adhere to rules with him. Li Shi's voice was cold, laced with murderous intent as he directly activated the embryonic form of the Jushin formation. This scoundrel must be dealt with today. In the instant those words fell, Yi Wujing let out a furious roar. His right hand plunged into his waist, crushing a jade talisman of vibrant green. A violent surge of wood-type qi erupted from the shattered talisman, intertwining and reshaping in midair, quickly transforming into a towering azure figure of the fierce Ming Wang. Standing 3 zhang tall, the Ming Wang's form enveloped Yi Wujing entirely, raising its hands high to wield a colossal sword forged from pure qi, slashing down towards Qin Ming with the power to cleave mountains. In the same millisecond, Li Shi surged from the side like a bolt of lightning. His 10 fingers transformed into pure gold in an instant, the sharp rules unique to the 8th level swirling at his fingertips, emitting a piercing shriek as they tore through the air. The golden claws aimed directly for the vulnerable spot at Qin Ming's side. The lethal combination of the two top talents from Shengcheng formed in an incredibly short span of time. The Ming Wang's colossal sword and the golden claws descended simultaneously, forcing the surrounding air out with an overwhelming concentration of true qi, creating severe visual distortions in the space within dozens of meters. Wang Shoucai lay in the mud at a distance, his corpulent body trembling violently, too afraid to even lift his head. Outside the ruins, local spies observing through high-powered telescopes held their breath in unison. This flawless 8th level combined strike possessed destructive power beyond comprehension. In their understanding, even a 9th level early-stage powerhouse would have to avoid such a lethal assault. Yet, in the face of this unavoidable slaughter, Qin Ming stood his ground. He did not raise a hand nor make any attempt to block. Instead, he boldly thrust his dark, heavy chest forward. Clang, clang. The sound of two tremendously heavy metal impacts resonated across the mining area, sparks flying. The colossal qi sword struck Qin Ming's shoulder, while the golden claws accurately pierced his side. The dark golden skin on Qin Ming did not break, merely leaving behind two faint white marks. The characteristic of his battle-hardened body automatically triggered upon receiving the attack, devouring 30% of the terrifying physical energy. This immense energy was instantly transformed into even more violent physical strength, coursing through Qin Ming's bones and veins. The expressions on Yi Wujing and Li Shi's faces changed dramatically as they were horrified to discover that their full-force attacks could not penetrate at all, but instead were met with an incomprehensible force in retaliation. They sensed their power being swallowed into a one-way vortex of energy. The tremendous recoil surged back upon them. Li Shi's finger joints cracked in succession, his pure golden qi blood being shattered. The Ming Wang's figure surrounding Yi Wujing emitted a mournful wail, its azure surface instantly covered in dense cracks. The spies hidden in the shadows collectively gasped in astonishment, many of them twitching at the corners of their eyes, utterly unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. Is this your foundation? Qin Ming grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth in a savage smile. Too soft. He entirely disregarded the trembling golden claws at his waist. With a sudden, swift motion, he reached out his left hand, moving at a speed that surpassed the limits of visual perception. He firmly grasped the colossal sword of qi. With a thunderous explosion of his immense strength, Qin Ming clenched his fingers. Crack! A deafening sound echoed through the air as the high-level magical artifact-level qi sword was forcibly crushed into countless azure specks of light. In that moment of the artifact shattering, Yi Wujing suffered a severe backlash from his own source. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Before he could make any move to retreat, Qin Ming's right hand swung in a sweeping motion. His dark arm sliced through the air, unleashing a piercing sonic boom. Smack! The slap landed squarely on Yi Wujing's face. Boom! Yi Wujing was sent hurtling into the ground with immense initial velocity, creating a 3-meter deep indentation in the heavy blast-proof steel plate. Half of the province's top genius's face was utterly shattered, his teeth mingling with blood scattered across the ground. He fell unconscious, motionless. The violent shockwave from that slap surged outward, sweeping toward the flanks. Li Shi was struck head-on by the shockwave. His body propelled 30 meters away as he coughed up blood midair. Upon landing, Li Shi's chest caved in significantly, rendering him completely incapable of continuing the fight. Several kilometers away, on the rooftop of an abandoned high-rise in the southern district, Jiang Nuonyuo held a military telescope, fixated on the events unfolding in the center of the mining area. Upon witnessing the lofty Yi Wujing being struck into the ground by Qin Ming, an intense physiological reaction surged through her body. Rather than feeling fear, her legs weakened, causing her to collapse onto the rough concrete below. A sickly flush rapidly crept up her cheeks, spreading to her ears. She set down the telescope, clutching her neck where Qin Ming had left 5 distinct imprints. The skin there still throbbed with pain, yet it now brought her an indescribable thrill. Jiang Nuonyuo's breathing became erratic, her chest rising and falling violently. So powerful, Jiang Nuonyuo murmured, her lips trembling, utterly captivated by this pure display of violence, a fascination that completely warped her values as a young lady from a prestigious family. In the face of such inhuman power, the rules set by the 4 prominent families of the provincial city, along with the accumulated heritage of generations, became utterly worthless. At the heart of the mining area, Qin Ming slowly retracted his right hand, flicking his wrist to shake off the droplets of blood clinging to his knuckles. The intense smoke and dust gradually dissipated in the night breeze. The entire scene plunged into a profound silence. Apart from the sound of the night wind sweeping through the ruins, No other noise could be heard. Not far away, Zhao Wuwei's flawless facade of a smiling tiger was completely torn apart. His golden-rimmed glasses fell to the ground, their lenses shattered by the shockwave. He stood there, trembling uncontrollably, his teeth clattering against each other. Wang Shoucai lost control and wet himself, a strong stench spreading through the air. He collapsed to the ground, supporting himself in the mud, and began to bow frantically before Qin Ming. His forehead struck the jagged stones with a heavy thud, turning to a bloody pulp, yet he dared not cease. Qin Ming stepped forward, the weight of his military boots crunching on the remnants of Gauss rifles scattered across the ground, producing a jarring metallic sound. With each step, he left behind a shoe print seared by intense heat. Now, it was your turn. Qin Ming looked down upon them, his voice devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Have you prepared for your demise? The night wind carried a strong scent of blood and gunpowder as it swept through the ruins. Wang Shoucai knelt in the mud, his corpulent body trembling like a mass of decaying flesh. He crazily banged his head against the ground littered with sharp stones. The skin on his forehead had long since rotted, exposing white bone that oozed blood mixed with mud, yet he did not dare to stop. Master Qin, Ancestor Qin. Wang Shoucai's voice was hoarse, laden with a heavy weeping tone. I am but a dog. Our Wang family is all dogs. If you spare my life, all of Jiangqing's Wang family's assets, funds, and women shall be yours. I will serve you as a vessel. A strong odor spread from his groin, mingling with the night air. Utterly humble, utterly debased, Qin Ming regarded this local tyrant of Jiangqing from a lofty position. The darkened skin, evaporating rainwater and blood under the heat, transformed into wisps of white smoke. He remained silent, not even sparing Wang Shoucai a glance. Such filth was not worthy of his footfall. Not far away, Zhao Wuwei forced his trembling legs to stand up from the mud. He bent down to pick up the shattered lenses of his golden-rimmed glasses, placing them back on his nose. Even at this moment, the prodigy of the Zhao family still attempted to maintain his veneer of dignity. Zhao Wuwei turned his head to look at Li Shi, who was several meters away, bloodily gasping with a sunken chest. Brotherly, Zhao Wuwei's voice rose sharply, filled with righteousness and a sense of resolute determination. This aberration has transcended the flesh. Conventional means cannot kill him. If we join forces and sacrifice our lifeblood, we can activate the incomplete killing array brought by the provincial city. Even if it costs us decades of lifespan, we must subdue him and preserve our family's honor. Li Shi lay on the ground, racked with pain. He raised his head, staring intently at Zhao Wuwei, his eyes filled with confusion and wariness. They were all people from the provincial city families, who did not know the true nature of one another. Typically, they would bite each other over interests. Now, what talk of honor was there? However, as he gazed at the advancing Qin Ming, the oppressive aura emanating from his dark figure was suffocating. It was the sheer despair of pure violence. Li Shi had no choice. He bit down on his bloodied teeth, forcing out the last remnants of his energy. The azure energy surged forth from within him, intertwining with his lifeblood to form intricate patterns before him. Good. Seal the formation, Li Shi shouted, his fingers flying as he formed peculiar seals. Zhao Wuwei mirrored his actions, his fingers weaving through the air. Just as their patterns were about to converge in midair, an unexpected twist occurred. Zhao Wuwei's right hand, which had been forming seals, suddenly flipped, retracting the energy. He utilized the resonance from their patterns to propel himself across dozens of meters, appearing behind Li Shi in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Wuwei unleashed 12 points of power with his right palm, striking fiercely at Li Shi's back. The dull thud of flesh meeting flesh echoed hauntingly through the desolate ruins. Li Shi's eyes bulged as he gasped, nearly popping out of their sockets. He spewed forth a mouthful of black blood, mixed with fragments of internal organs, as his body, caught off guard, became a living projectile hurtling towards Qin Ming. Zhao Wuwei, you shall not die well. Li Shi's anguished curse reverberated through the air. Zhao Wuwei paid him no heed. Using the momentum from the strike, he propelled himself backward at great speed. In midair, Zhao Wuwei produced a talisman radiating with a rich sanguine energy from his cloak. This was a high-tier blood escape talisman bestowed upon him by the head of the Zhao family, worth a fortune. He crushed the talisman in his hand. With a resounding boom, a blinding sphere of blood enveloped Zhao Wuwei. His form transformed into a blurred red line, racing away toward the outskirts of Jiangsheng at an incredible speed. This abrupt turn of events left the spies observing from a distance dumbfounded. Who could have anticipated that the high and mighty prodigy of the provincial city, in the face of life and death, would not exhibit any familial heritage or integrity, but instead would unhesitatingly stab his companion in the back to buy himself even a second to escape? There was no sense of ethics, only the most primal instinct to survive. As Li Shi, accompanied by the sound of thunder, charged forward, Qin Ming did not even pause his steps. In his deep, dark eyes lay a chilling mockery. Qin Ming's formidable physique, standing at 227 points, empowered his extraordinary auditory senses, allowing him to perceive movements within several kilometers. Zhao Wuwei's heartbeat had already skyrocketed to 200 beats per minute during his forced calmness, his energy flowing chaotically. Such clumsy acting was laughable in the face of absolute perception. Qin Ming observed the approaching Li Shi and casually raised his right arm, as if swatting away a bothersome fly. With a mid-level punch, a high-pressure vacuum column, 3 meters in diameter, was unleashed. The high-pressure column collided directly with Li Shi's body. The 8th-tier prodigy of the Li family did not even have time to scream before his body folded at an unnatural angle in midair. The overwhelming kinetic energy propelled him upward, crashing through several layers of concrete flooring of abandoned factories, ultimately embedding him deep within a load-bearing wall, his fate unknown. With the obstacles cleared, Qin Ming's gaze fixed upon the blood-red escape light that had already fled 2 kilometers away. Running? Where could you run? Qin Ming lifted his right foot and stomped down heavily on the empty air before him. The property of stepping into empty space activated. With a thunderous sound, the extreme compression of air molecules exploded into a dazzling white sonic boom cloud. The massive recoil coursed through his leg bones, propelling Qin Ming's body to vanish from his original position. He relied solely on the thrust generated from the explosive air, leaving behind a crimson afterimage in midair. The sound barrier shattered instantaneously, a tremendous roar erupting above Jiangqing, shattering the glass of numerous buildings below. The 2-kilometer distance was traversed in less than a breath span at the speed of breaking the sound barrier. The local leaders, holding high-powered binoculars, felt a flash before their eyes, leaving a dark crimson burn on their retinas. What speed was this? Where was the radar? Why was there no alarm? The spies gasped in shock. Their prideful tactical radars failed to capture Qin Ming's movements. This speed, surpassing the limits of mechanical perception, utterly shattered their understanding. As Zhao Wuwei fervently activated the blood escape talisman, he was suddenly struck by an incredibly terrifying wave of heat from above. A massive shadow completely enveloped him. Struggling to lift his head, he saw through the shattered lenses of his glasses a face darkened with a golden hue. Qin Ming hovered directly above him, coldly gazing down. No. Zhao Wuwei felt his heart shatter. Chapter 57. The old dog barks awfully. Overwhelmed by sheer terror, he lost all reason. Desperately, he reached into his robe, retrieving every life-saving artifact he possessed, igniting them recklessly. The 7th-tier Qingmu shield, the high-tier Xianshui pearl, and even a purple-gold talisman capable of withstanding an 8th-tier full-force strike. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A dozen brilliantly colored and dazzling protective shields unfurled in the air, encasing Zhao Wuwei in the center. These defensive treasures, capable of bankrupting a medium-sized family, had become his only lifeline. Hold! Block it for me! Zhao Wuwei screamed. Qin Ming looked at the layers of colorful shields, a cruel smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. He extended his right hand, 5 thick black fingers unfurling. 300 points of pure physical mass, accompanied by temperatures nearing 200 degrees. There were no martial techniques, no embellishments. Just the purest, most violent physical crushing. Qin Ming's hand pressed against the outermost purple-gold shield. Crack! The purple-gold shield shattered within a mere tenth of a second, exploding into a shower of light. Following it, the Qingmu shield crumbled. The Xianshui pearl fractured. Like a hot knife through butter, those expensive protective artifacts were as fragile as a mere layer of window paper beneath Qin Ming's palm. His hand tore through all defenses, seizing Zhao Wuwei's right arm with a vice-like grip. The high temperature instantly burned through Zhao Wuwei's tailored suit, scorching his flesh. Is this the foundation of the provincial city? Qin Ming coldly uttered a few words, his right arm's muscles suddenly bulging. The monstrous strength of 300 points of physique erupted, yanking outward with great force, accompanied by the agonizing sounds of tearing muscle and snapping bone. Zhao Wuwei's entire right arm, along with a large portion of his shoulder blade and shredded flesh, was forcibly wrenched from his torso. Splurt! Dark red blood gushed forth like a high-pressure water gun, raining down in a shower of blood against the night sky. Zhao Wuwei emitted a scream so inhumanly tragic that it sent chills down one's spine. Deprived of the support of the blood escape talisman and the balance of his right arm, his body plummeted straight to the ground. Bang! Zhao Wuwei crashed heavily into the muddy ruins, landing beside Wang Shoucai. Mud splattered everywhere. He rolled frantically on the ground, his left hand clutching his bleeding right shoulder. His facial muscles contorted in extreme agony, while his shattered gold-rimmed glasses were lost to the chaos. In midair, Qin Ming casually discarded the severed arm. It landed right in front of Zhao Wuwei. The scene fell into a deathly silence. apart from Zhao Wuwei's pitiful wails and the sound of the night wind. There was no other noise. The leaders of the local powers in Jiangcheng, who hid in the shadows, felt a chill run through their bodies. Even from kilometers away, they could sense the bone-chilling aura. Yi Wujiang was struck down with a single slap. Li Shi was used as a meat shield, smashed into a wall. Zhao Wuwei had his right arm forcibly torn off. The rules set by the four prominent families, those lofty and untouchable class barriers, were shattered tonight by this lowly thug emerging from the slums of the southern district, with nothing but his bare hands. The sky over Jiangcheng had irrevocably changed. Qin Ming gradually descended, his boots sinking into the mud. He approached Zhao Wuwei, looking down upon the noble air rolling on the ground. Now, can we converse properly? Qin Ming's voice was calm, yet exuded an oppressive force that was suffocating. Before he could finish speaking, the night sky over the northern suburbs erupted with two deafening sonic booms. Thunderous roars intertwined with waves of violently chaotic energy surged from over 10 kilometers away, approaching at an alarming speed. You dare, brat! A furious roar filled with murderous intent shattered the windshields of all vehicles surrounding the mining area. Two streaks of light, each 100 meters long, crashed down upon the ruins. Clouds of dust billowed. Two elderly yet erect figures emerged from the haze. The elder on the left wore a gray robe, surrounded by a tangible golden aura. The elder on the right held an ice-blue staff, causing the moisture in the surrounding air to rapidly crystallize into ice. The Zhao family's 8th-tier martial protector and the Li family's 8th-tier ability protector had arrived in full force. The pure and overwhelming pressure of 8th-tier power swept across the scene. The remnants of the mining area collapsed under this immense weight. Load-bearing walls crumbled, steel twisted and snapped. The air thickened instantly, gravity intensified. The surviving soldiers of the inspection division outside fell to their knees, blood oozing from their mouths and noses. Zhao Wuwei, once filled with despair, now experienced a surge of elation in his eyes. He gritted his teeth against the searing pain of his severed arm and shouted with a twisted expression, "Uncle Zhao, kill him. Turn this lowly bastard into minced meat." 100 meters away, embedded in the load-bearing wall, Li Shi let out a maniacal laugh akin to a wind-up toy. Uncle Li cut off his escape route. Leave him a breath, and I want to personally extract his tendons. Outside the ruins, the local power leaders of Jiangcheng, observing through high-powered night vision telescopes, set down their equipment, shaking their heads in despair. The veteran 8th-tier protectors had entered the fray, and there were two of them. No matter how powerful this kid's physique was, he was undoubtedly doomed. In the end, the lower class could not compete with the deep-rooted foundations of the families. Forcing the four prominent families to this extent, he could be said to have died honorably. Everyone concluded that this farce had reached its conclusion. The two veteran 8th-tier protectors hovered in midair, their auras intertwining with elemental storms. The Zhao elder looked down at Qin Ming, his gaze filled with indifference and murderous intent. To him, the man cloaked in darkness below was merely a biting insect. Kneel. The Zhao elder's voice boomed, carrying an undeniable authority of superiority. Relinquish your cultivation, and I shall spare your corpse. Two forces powerful enough to crush armored vehicles bore down upon Qin Ming. Standing firm, Qin Ming did not bend an inch. The layer of dark gold skin on his body radiated a blinding, molten red glow. Body of 100 battles activated. Absorbing external pressure energy. Power feedback stacking. Qin Ming's muscles trembled at a high frequency. The extreme heat caused the raindrops falling on his shoulders to evaporate instantly. This was not fear, but an exhilarating shiver of excitement. The old dog barks dreadfully. A sinister smile crept across Qin Ming's lips, revealing his gleaming white teeth. In the presence of the two 8th-tier powerhouses, he lifted his right foot, aimed at Zhao Wuwei's left leg, and unleashed a sudden force. Bam! A deafening explosion echoed as Zhao Wuwei's left leg was crushed into a puddle of mush. Flesh, shattered bones, and the fabric of his combat suit splattered in the mud, creating a ghastly scene within a 2-meter radius. The entire area fell into stunned silence. Zhao Wuwei failed to emit even a scream, his eyes bulging as he fainted instantly. The two protectors in midair were left in shock. Having lived for decades, they had never witnessed such audacity in a younger generation. The spies from the surrounding powers gasped in unison, their hairs standing on end. No one dared to believe that someone would dare to trample on the dignity of the families so brazenly in front of two veteran 8th-tier powerhouses. This was akin to shredding the face of the provincial families along with their rules in a meat grinder. Seeking death, the two protectors were utterly enraged, their blood and abilities spiraling out of control. Chapter 58, Total Collapse. The old dog self-destructs. The Zhao elder's arms were entwined with tangible golden energy, illuminating the surroundings with blinding light, slicing through the air with black seams. He unleashed his renowned ultimate skill, Chui Chung Bongyu, drawing forth a golden afterimage as he dove downwards with a brilliance that seemed to tear through the fabric of space. The Li family's ability wielder formed seals with his hands, and the tip of his staff erupted with dazzling blue light. The temperature around them plummeted to an absolute zero. Dozens of icy meteorites, each with a diameter of 10 meters, crystallized mid-air, accompanied by a piercing howl, completely sealing off all avenues of escape for Qin Ming. In the heavens and on the ground, the scene of inevitable destruction swiftly took shape. Faced with this cataclysmic onslaught, Qin Ming erupted into manic laughter. The entirety of his 300 points of physical mass, combined with temperatures nearing 3,000 degrees, surged forth in a cataclysmic explosion. He firmly stepped into the void beneath his feet. A dazzling white sonic boom erupted beneath him, creating a 5-meter-wide pit in the ground as the immense recoil shattered the rock layers. Qin Ming transformed into a dark red afterimage, soaring upwards to meet the oncoming assault. There were no flamboyant techniques, no energy released, only a pair of pitch-black fists radiating a terrifying heat. Bang, bang, bang. Qin Ming's fists struck the frigid meteorites at a speed surpassing sound, the 3,000 degrees of heat meeting the absolute zero of the ice. A violent thermodynamic phase change ignited in midair, shattering the icy meteorites one after another. The myriad shards of ice were instantly vaporized into thick clouds of white mist. With relentless force, the so-called 8th-tier abilities crumbled into nothingness before the might of his perfected physique, easily shattered with a mere touch. The dark red figure pierced through the white mist, his fists colliding directly with the golden chi of the Zhao family elder as he descended. The impact of fists against chi resonated with a thunderous roar, shattering eardrums and bones alike. The elder's proud 8th-tier golden chi disintegrated instantly, not lasting even a millisecond against the pure physical mass of 300 points, exploding into countless golden motes that dispersed into the night sky. The black fist drove forward, crashing brutally into the elder's chest. The explosive kinetic energy surged through him. The elder could only emit a brief, agonized cry as his right arm, along with half of his body, erupted into a gruesome cloud of blood mid-air. Chunks of flesh and internal organs rained down. The mangled corpse struck the ground, creating a 3-meter-deep charred pit. The residual shockwaves swept outward violently. The Li family's ability wielder was met with a fierce backlash of kinetic energy, his elemental shield shattering piece by piece. Blood poured from his 7 orifices as his staff flew from his grasp, plummeting into the ruins, leaving his fate uncertain. Several kilometers away, atop a derelict skyscraper, Zhang Nuanua held a telescope, frozen in place. Her mind came to a complete halt, instinctively surrendering to the sheer brutality witnessed. The once prestigious 8th tier was obliterated by a single punch from that man. All local power leaders who witnessed this scene fell silent, their communication devices slipping from their grasp unnoticed. The mining area was enveloped in eerie silence, only the white mist swirling in the night wind, mingling with the pungent scent of blood. The image of the once mighty 8th tier being critically wounded spread instantaneously through Jiang City's underground forces and provincial outposts via the remnants of tactical radar and frantic reports from scouts. The communication channels of various factions were filled solely with heavy breaths. A torrential rain of blood mixed with meat and organ fragments fell mercilessly onto the muddy ruins below. The high-density energy contained within the bloodied remnants of the seasoned martial artist caused the stagnant water to hiss and steam as it boiled upon contact. A sizable fragment of rib, still infused with residual golden chi, smashed through the hood of an armored truck, the sound of twisted metal echoing painfully throughout the mining area. The remaining security personnel and family enforcers, witnessing this horrific spectacle, experienced a complete psychological collapse. No one issued a retreat order. Thousands of fully armed elites discarded their expensive Gauss rifles and special alloy shields. The sound of weaponry thudding into the mud resonated like a chorus of despair. Some lay on the ground, violently retching, even expelling bile, while others crawled and scrambled over their comrades' bodies, desperately fleeing into the enveloping darkness. An officer from the enforcement team drew his sidearm, attempting to fire a warning shot to stabilize the formation. Before he could pull the trigger, 3 panicked soldiers with bloodshot eyes tackled him to the ground. The harsh stomp of military boots mercilessly crushed the officer's vertebrae. The instinct for survival stripped these men of their rationality, and the rigid hierarchy of their tactical formation devolved into utter chaos. Qin Ming's inhumane physical dominance shattered the spines of these high-ranking enforcers, both physically and psychologically. His gaze penetrated the tumultuous battlefield, fixing upon the depths of the ruins. Beneath the heavy debris of a load-bearing wall, rubble cascaded down. The Li family's 8th-tier ability wielder struggled to raise his upper body. This old man, having lived for 130 years, sustained by countless treasures, now lay in tatters. His ribcage caved in at an unnatural angle, each breath accompanied by the hissing sound of ruptured alveoli. His once regal blue robe had become a tattered, blood-soaked rag. The old man lifted his head, his face marred with age spots contorted to an extreme. Fear in the face of a dead end catalyzed his descent into madness, unable to escape or fight back. If this body was destined to be buried in the filth of Jiang City among the lowly, then he would drag everyone down with him. The old man intertwined his fingers, driving his nails deep into his palms. He cast aside all hope of survival and willingly shattered the core of his ability deep within his dantian. Without warning, a ghostly blue light erupted from his abdomen. This was the precursor to a nuclear fission event following the uncontrollable release of high-level energy. The light surged upward through his withered meridians, forcibly breaking through his shrunken skin. Using his own destruction as a catalyst, he forcibly connected with the vibrant azure spiritual vein rooted deep within the earth. Resonance occurred. A catastrophic shift in the physical environment descended upon the northern outskirts. An extreme cold storm surged forth. There was no transition, no warning. The temperature plummeted to the brink of absolute zero within mere breaths. The muddy surface of the mining area, the blood, and even the moisture in the air were forcibly frozen. A half-meter thick layer of deep blue ice rapidly spread across the ground, consuming all dilapidated machinery in its path. The sturdy steel rebar of the buildings lost their resilience to the low temperatures, disintegrating into a shower of metal shards at the slightest breeze. The storm, laced with sharp ice needles and chaotic azure spiritual energy, formed a whirlwind of energy, spreading outward with reckless abandon. On the far-off abandoned tower, the lenses of the local power leaders' high-powered telescopes were encrusted with frost. A few frantic individuals rubbed their sleeves against the glass, their lips turning a deep shade of blue from the extreme cold. The old madman has self-destructed his core and triggered a resonance in the Earth's veins. The northern outskirts are going to be flattened, one leader shrieked, clutching his head, his voice pitchy with panic. In Chapter 59, the full force of 3,000 degrees is unleashed, disregarding the malign energy of the Earth, rendering physical prowess invincible. Those below, still trapped within the storm's reach, found their movements frozen by the biting cold. Frost crept up their armored exteriors, invading their lungs through their airways. Moments later, as the pressure of the wind surged again, hundreds of living figures shattered into a shower of ice fragments. This was a widespread, indiscriminate act of humanitarian extermination. The villain's desperate struggle before death propelled this land into a chasm of despair. Within the core area of the extreme cold storm, temperatures plummeted to the point of fracturing spatial barriers. In the heart of this eerie blue abyss, a dark, gold-hued body radiated an astonishing heat outward. Qin Meng stood firm, his 300 points of physical prowess operating at full capacity, his bodily functions surpassing the theoretical limits of carbon-based life. His skin glowed with a blinding crimson sheen, the 3,000 degrees of physical heat erupting from his pores. This was not some mystical fire-based spell, but the pure thermal energy generated from the friction of his own blood and flesh. At this moment, the extremes of low temperature and high temperature clashed head-on. The ice crystals had yet to reach the vicinity of Qin Meng, just 3 meters away, when they were forcibly sublimated into superheated water vapor. A dense white mist swirled around Qin Meng, who made no defensive posture but instead strode confidently onto the thick, hard blue ice. As his military boots struck the surface, a perfectly circular pit instantly vaporized the ice beneath. With an air of casual elegance, he advanced toward the energy vortex capable of slicing specialized armor into metallic fragments, step by step. The storm-like energy blades that could obliterate 7th-tier warriors struck his dark golden skin, leaving not even a trace, dissipating into harmless breezes under the intense heat. After a few steps, Qin Meng halted before the aged elder of the Li family. The elder's arms were still maintaining the self-destruct seal, his eyes bulging outward due to excessive cranial pressure. He stared intently at the man before him, the madness in his gaze replaced by an overwhelming horror that transcended understanding. This last-ditch effort to take them both down had not even slowed Qin Meng's pace by a fraction. A series of meaningless gurgles escaped the elder's throat as he completely lost any chance of resistance. Qin Meng raised his large hand, fingers splayed wide, and directly covered the elder's face. The stench of charred flesh filled the air as the 3,000-degree heat made contact with skin. But it was abruptly interrupted by Qin Meng's fierce grip. He closed his hand, exerting force. The elder's skull, along with the chaotic energy core within that was undergoing a violent transformation, was unceremoniously reduced to rubble under the pure pressure of 300 points of physique. Cerebrospinal fluid, bone dust, and azure energy fragments spilled from between his fingers, and before they could touch the ground, they were carbonized into a wisp of flying ash by the intense heat. With the caster's support gone, the raging blizzard around them swiftly diminished and eventually calmed. Qin Meng flicked his wrist, brushing away the remnants from his knuckles. He turned his head, surveying the devastated ruins. A few survivors remained. Several dozen meters away, Zhao Wuwei lay in a filthy mix of ice shards and mud, the blood from his severed arm frozen by the low temperature, rolling on the ground in agony. Not far from him, Wang Shoucai had already lost the ability to speak, his corpulent body excreting waste as he mindlessly gnawed on a shattered blast-proof steel plate. Qin Meng had no interest in torturing these wretched creatures. He raised his right arm casually and without warning swung it forward several times. Special ability, Fist Wind, Intermediate. Several high-pressure vacuum columns, each several meters in diameter, tore through the surface in a web-like pattern, compressing the space to absolute vacuum wherever they passed. Zhao Wuwei's wails abruptly ceased as his upper body vaporized upon contact with the vacuum-cutting line, his lower half collapsing to the ground. Wang Shoucai's corpulent form was violently crushed by the fierce air pressure, along with the blast-proof steel plate, reduced to an indistinguishable puddle of muck. Even the dozen or so elite assassins from the noble families, who had been hiding behind the remnants of a load-bearing wall, were severed in half by the residual shockwave. The physical eradication was absolute and clean, leaving no living creature behind. The mining area returned to a deathly silence. In a remote monitoring station, the communication soldiers from the provincial city's noble families, stationed in a safe house, stared at the radar screen as high-level life signs continued to vanish, all rendered speechless. Not a single sound could be heard on the communication channel, as everyone covered their mouths tightly. Centuries of accumulated class confidence and martial knowledge shattered before the pressure columns effortlessly unleashed by that man. Once the obstacles were cleared, Qin Meng turned around, his deep gaze penetrating into the depths of the pit. A cyan-light column, 100 meters in diameter and soaring into the clouds, continuously spewed forth primordial spiritual energy from the depths of the earth. Accompanying the surge of spiritual energy was the violent death energy that had accumulated for millions of years. At the edge of the light column, several abandoned heavy mining machines were merely grazed by the leaking death energy, their heavy alloy bodies deconstructed at the molecular level, scattering into iron sand. Several kilometers away, atop a derelict skyscraper, Zhang Nuonyuo sat slumped on the rough concrete floor, a military high-powered telescope rolling away from her side. The night wind tousled her long hair, and her delicate face was flushed with excitement. At the same time, the covert agents stationed at elevated points around Jiang City held their breath. Through remote optical devices, they clearly witnessed Qin Meng's actions. The man was steadily approaching the light column that gushed forth primordial spiritual veins. Within the noble families, there existed stringent doctrines regarding inherited knowledge, primordial spiritual veins that had not been filtered and purified through large-scale rune arrays were equivalent to the most potent ninth-tier poison. The death energy ensconced within was exceedingly exclusive. Not only flesh and blood, but even treasures infused with rare metals would be assimilated into sludge upon entry. Only by employing costly purification arrays, peeling away the death energy layer by layer, could high-level warriors safely absorb it. To endure it with one's physical body? That was sheer folly. What did he intend to do? To forcibly consume the primordial spiritual veins? A Wang family informant gritted his teeth, his voice laced with a faint glimmer of hope. A madman. Truly an uncultured brute of the lower tiers. How could the natural order of the world be contained within such a crude shell? Should the death energy enter his body, his meridians would inevitably carbonize on the spot, leading to an explosive death. Another voice rasped in agreement over the encrypted channel. This discourse became the sole tattered veil of dignity left for these high-ranking hounds after their cognitive collapse. They widened their bloodshot eyes, yearning to witness the conclusion of this lunatic being crushed by the rules of heaven and earth. Yet, Qin Meng did not hesitate for even a moment. Stepping directly into the core of the 100-meter light column, the chaotic and unruly cyan spiritual energy mingled with microscopic death energy, launching a frenzied onslaught of cutting upon this intruder. The dark golden skin, now blackened, erupted with fine sparks. On his retina, the system panel's alerts cascaded like a waterfall, encountering high-frequency death energy cutting. Life signs subjected to overload energy assault. 100 battles physique activated. Damage feedback forcibly interrupted. Initiating assimilation and devouring. Converting into high-purity physical nourishment. Chapter 60. Heavenly Punishment Matrix. Those lethal death energies, capable of annihilating 8th-tier martial arts masters, were rendered into the most efficient genetic fuel before the sheer brutality of the 100 Battles physique. Disdaining the low absorption efficiency of his standing position, Qin Ming promptly sat cross-legged at the source of the light column. The foundational value of 300 physique, combined with the operation of his divine abilities, transformed him into a supermassive black hole with infinite gravitational pull. Anomalies abounded. The originally straight light column, shooting into the night sky, was subjected to an immensely terrifying force of attraction. The column's shape began to distort violently, the upper segment's cyan glow dimming rapidly, as a massive volume of liquid spiritual energy surged downward, forming a funnel-shaped vortex that aimed directly at Qin Ming's crown, forcing its way inside. The wonders of the universe were brutally shoved into his carbon-based cells. A thunderous roar akin to the cries of dragons and tigers erupted deep within his marrow, the sounds of his internal organs writhing like the steam hammer of a heavy factory, shaking the surrounding crystalline rock layers. The surface of his black and red intertwined body, fissures from extreme heat, did not heal but instead began to ooze ancient, obscure dark red patterns. These patterns spread along the muscle fibers, flickering in sync with his breathing rhythm. The values on his attribute panel surged into a frenzy. Physique values fluctuated, 350, 420, 510. Not only that, the backlash from forcibly seizing such a cosmic opportunity was entirely classified as damage by the system, causing his brutality value to escalate dramatically into the hundreds of thousands. Qin Ming's life level was transcending the genetic shackles that had plagued humanity for millennia, charging toward an abyss that even deities would treat with caution. The light column diminished in size under the relentless suction of external forces. The agents from the noble families, who had been hiding in the shadows, fixated on their screens, finally witnessed the last vestige of rationality crumble into dust. They witnessed with their own eyes the colossal spiritual vein, capable of sustaining the prominent families of the provincial capital for a century, being drained into a mere pool of stagnant water by a man who emerged from a slum, employing the most primitive and savage methods of plunder. The arrogance of class became an utter farce in the face of such earth-shattering power. The heavens of Jiangcheng had indeed transformed. The azure light column beneath the earth had finally run out of energy. The last drop of liquid spiritual energy was inhaled by Qin Ming. A dull, heavy hammering sound resonated from deep within his bones. After the system panel on his retina frantically scrolled, it fixed upon a shocking number, Physique 612. This figure had long surpassed the theoretical limits of human genetic sequencing. Qin Ming opened his eyes, his pupils filled with a dense array of dark red patterns, an intimidating ferocity radiating without restraint. The once iron-hard crystalline rock layers surrounding him had now crumbled into a fine powder. As the night breeze blew, ash filled the air. He had drained the spiritual vein that had nurtured Jiangxing for countless years in the most barbaric manner. Rising to his feet, the joints of his body creaked, producing a series of sharp, metallic sounds. Indifferently, he raised his right hand, slowly closing his fingers. Air molecules were violently compressed by this unreasonable force, forming a miniature white high-pressure air mass in his palm. With a sharp pop, the air mass burst, generating a 12-level hurricane that lifted a heavy abandoned mining vehicle hundreds of meters away into the air. Perhaps he had exerted a bit too much strength. Qin Ming muttered under his breath. He glanced down at his bare upper body. The combat suit he had previously worn had been reduced to ash in the searing heat of 3,000 degrees. The system's settlement information appeared just in time. His physique had broken through the 500 barrier, marking the third leap in his life level. Intermediate divine healing had advanced to high-level immortality. The ability to regenerate severed limbs had become fundamental. Now, even if his heart was ripped out and his organs smashed, as long as his brainstem remained intact, he could reform his flesh and blood within 3 minutes. The primary divine ability, the body of 100 battles, had undergone profound evolution, acquiring the passive trait, energy absorption threshold. Any form of external energy attack, as long as it did not exceed the absolute threshold his current physique could withstand, would be forcibly converted into bioelectric energy, nourishing himself. This body had become an energy black hole, from which nothing could escape. On the outskirts of Jiangxing, the sky began to lighten. A heavily modified off-road vehicle roared down the dilapidated road and came to a screeching halt at the edge of the mining area. The door was kicked open, and Zhang Nuonyuo tumbled out. She wore nothing more than a flimsy silk nightgown, wrapped in an oversized military coat that hung awkwardly on her frame, her bare feet stepping on the icy debris and sharp stones. Her soles were cut, blood streaming down, yet she seemed oblivious to the pain. The once proud young lady of the Jiang family, who had looked down on the lower classes, gasped for breath as she collapsed 2 meters away from Qin Ming's feet. She dared not come too close. The terrifying residual heat radiating from Qin Ming's body had baked the surrounding soil into crystallized glass. "Master," Jiang Nuonyuo croaked, her voice hoarse. She pressed her hands firmly against the ground, her forehead touching the scorched earth in the most humble posture of submission. Her eyes reflected no trace of the dignity expected of a provincial capital heiress, only a pathological fervor for extreme violence and absolute submission. Qin Ming cast a condescending glance at her. "What do you want?" he asked brusquely. "To deliver a message," Jiang Nuonyuo exclaimed, suddenly lifting her head. Her delicate cheeks smeared with dirt, yet her smile trembled with excitement. "All the detection radars in Jiangshang have been disabled, but the soul tokens from the provincial capital have shattered into pieces. Yi Wujiang, Li Shi, Zhao Wuwei, and 2 8th-level protectors. All their life tokens have exploded. The 4 prominent families of the provincial capital are now in chaos." She swallowed hard and continued her report at a rapid pace, her tone trembling with excitement. "The head of the Zhao family, Zhao Zhenhai, has just overstepped his authority and activated the highest level of cross-city assault plan. They have deployed the Heavenly Punishment Matrix." Qin Ming squeezed the back of his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds. "What is the Heavenly Punishment Matrix?" Jiang Nuonyuo raised her voice, explaining in detail. "It is a kinetic weapon system from the old era, a near-Earth orbital weapon system. It is equipped with a high-density tungsten steel alloy known as the Staff of God. It does not use conventional gunpowder, relying solely on gravitational acceleration to be projected from outer space. When one falls, the kinetic energy it generates is enough to penetrate the tectonic plate where Jiangshang is located." The elders of the provincial capital were terrified by Qin Ming's solo defeat of 2 8th-level warriors and did not dare to send anyone for close combat, opting instead to physically erase this city. "Are they going to kill millions of civilians in Jiangshang?" Qin Ming asked. "In their eyes, the lives of the lower classes are worth less than grass," Jiang Nuonyuo replied, her words almost mocking her own family. Qin Ming kicked a charred stone aside. The stone broke the sound barrier, creating a 10-meter-wide pit in the mountains several kilometers away. "Orbital weapons," he mused, stroking his stubbled chin. After breaking through 600 in physique, he had an insatiable desire to test whether this body could withstand orbital kinetic energy. However, he had no intention of standing as a living target in the wilderness. Chapter 61. Cut the Wires, the New God of Jiangshang. "Did you drive here?" Qin Ming pointed at the off-road vehicle. Jiang Nuonyuo nodded vigorously. Qin Ming strode toward the vehicle, reaching for the door. With a snap, the special alloy door, along with the bulletproof hinge, was torn off. He casually tossed the door several dozen meters away and climbed into the driver's seat. The seat groaned under the tremendous weight. "Get in," he ordered. Jiang Nuonyuo, taken aback, hurriedly squeezed into the passenger seat. "Where to?" she asked nervously. Qin Ming slammed the accelerator. The engine of the off-road vehicle roared like a beast, the tires spinning in place and producing a cloud of white smoke before shooting out of the ruins like an arrow. "Back to the city center, find something to eat, and also locate a good landing spot for those iron lumps in the sky." In the heart of Jiangshang, the once most prosperous Zhao family skyscraper was now enveloped in a thick stench of blood. In the open square on the ground floor, over 3,000 individuals knelt in perfect rows. All were local gang leaders subservient to the 4 prominent families, high-ranking officials of the inspection division, and financial tycoons. No one dared to flee. The wreckage of the Zhao family's #1 floating vessel still lay in the northern suburbs, the remains of old 8th-level warriors not yet cold. Those who escaped would die. The off-road vehicle did not slow down, crashing through the glass revolving door of the skyscraper and driving into the lobby. Qin Ming stepped out of the vehicle. He casually draped a large velvet curtain around his waist, the obscure dark red patterns on his upper body still flowing beneath his skin. The 3,000 onlookers fell silent. Even if someone had urinated in sheer terror, they bit their tongues to suppress any sound. Wang Shouzai's former deputy, a burly bald man with a face full of flesh, knelt on the ground, holding several heavy document folders high above, inching forward on his knees. "Master Qin, these are the asset transfer agreements for the southern and northern districts of Jiangshang. The passwords are all inside." The bald man's throat was dry, his head knocking against the cold, hard marble floor with a thud. Qin Ming did not take the documents. He walked to the center of the lobby and sat down on an elongated leather sofa. The sofa could not withstand his astonishing bone density, causing the springs to snap one after another, and the cushions sank to the ground. "Jiang Nuonyuo," Qin Ming called out. "Here." Jiang Nuonyuo quickly ran over, skillfully taking the document folders, behaving like a well-trained personal attendant. "Count them. Convert everything that can be exchanged for high-level beast meat and genetic potions into cash, and pack it up," Qin Ming instructed. He was hungry. The forced absorption of spiritual veins had consumed a great deal of cellular energy. and he urgently needed a massive influx of high-density caloric sustenance to fill the void in his stomach. The bald man, with keen insight, waved his right hand toward the door. Dozens of subordinates rushed in, carrying several large temperature-controlled storage boxes. When the boxes were opened, they revealed vacuum-packed high-level beast leg meat, red and white interspersed, emanating pure fluctuations of vitality. Qin Meng had never been one to fuss over appearances. He seized a piece of raw meat weighing several dozen kilograms and bit into it with fervor. His teeth now possessed a hardness rivaling that of diamonds, crushing both bone and flesh with ease before swallowing. His formidable digestive system secreted potent gastric acid within a mere second, breaking the meat down into pure energy. In one breath, he devoured the entirety of a seventh-tier scaled cow. The hall echoed only with the sound of his gnawing on bones. Midway through his feast, darkness descended. It was not the shadow of clouds obscuring the sun, but rather an immense and invisible physical force that forcefully parted the layers of clouds above Jiangqing. Outside the atmosphere, 3 brilliant fireballs plummeted toward the Earth at a speed exceeding the first cosmic velocity. These were space-based kinetic weapons, the Staff of God. Each high-density tungsten steel rod measured 10 meters in length and weighed several dozen tons. Without any chemical explosives, they relied solely on gravitational potential energy to strike the ground, possessing destructive power comparable to a low-yield nuclear explosion. The Zhao family in the provincial capital pressed the launch button, locking the coordinates on the Zhao building in the center of Jiangqing. They were willing to forfeit their most vital industries, all for the sake of eradicating Qin Meng. The piercing sound of air raid sirens blared throughout the city. The over 3,000 people kneeling in the square raised their heads, their faces pale as ashes. The sky had fallen. Master Qin, a bald man on the ground, pointed skyward. Qin Meng swallowed the last piece of bone. Rising to his feet, he tore off the bothersome curtain at his waist and hastily donned a pair of relatively spacious special operations pants from a nearby corpse. There was no time for panic. He strode confidently toward the building's exterior. His physique at 612 points was fully activated. The temperature of his body surged rapidly, distorting the surrounding air with intense heat. Qin Meng slightly bent his legs. The marble floor beneath him could not withstand this terrifying buildup of power, fracturing in a spiderweb-like pattern. The cracks spread out to the end of the street several hundred meters away. He had no intention of evading. Jiangsheng was now his breeding ground. If those tungsten rods were to fall, who would reimburse him for his high-tier exotic beast meat? He leapt. A cataclysmic explosion of physical might transcended the laws of nature. The 10-square-meter area beneath Qin Meng disintegrated into dust. He shot upward like a reverse-launched dark gold nuclear bomb, leaving behind a dazzling vacuum trail as he ascended toward the descending fireballs. Gravity became irrelevant before him, and the sound barrier was violently breached in succession. 5 times the speed of sound, 10 times the speed of sound, 20 times the speed of sound. The fierce winds at high altitude lashed against his face, sharper than a Gauss laser knife. Qin Meng did not even blink. The first staff of God descended with a devastating, searing heat. Qin Meng pulled back his right hand, not retreating, but advancing. A flesh-and-blood body clashed against a space-based weapon. In the 10th of a second during the collision, the air above Jiangsheng became visibly fragmented. High-pressure air surged outward, flattening the lightning rods of surrounding skyscrapers. The piercing metallic wail resounded through the skies. The seemingly indestructible tungsten alloy rod was struck at its tip by Qin Meng's fist. The immense kinetic energy collided, causing the tungsten rod to fracture and twist from the point of impact, ultimately exploding into a shower of metallic shrapnel in midair. The properties of his battle-hardened body operated at full capacity. The recoil was forcibly converted into bioelectric energy, illuminating the intricate patterns on his skin. Utilizing the rebound force from the first strike, he forced himself to reverse course in midair, kicking powerfully toward the second and third rods. In a series of unorthodox physical knee strikes, the remaining 2 staffs of God never touched the ground, instead being crushed into flat scraps of metal at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The shattered alloy pieces scattered like a meteor shower in the outskirts of Jiangqing. The crisis was averted. Qin Meng fell freely from the sky, crashing heavily onto the square in front of the Zhao building. The hard ground was gouged out, forming a 10-meter-deep crater. As the dust settled, he brushed off the debris from his shoulders and emerged from the pit, unscathed, without even a scratch the width of a hair. The over 3,000 people in the square, including Jiang Nonyuo, stood frozen in disbelief. The human brain struggled to process the scene before them. To tear apart a space-based weapon was beyond the capabilities of carbon-based life forms. Chapter 62. The Fury of the Provincial Capital, the Staff of God in the Provincial Capital, at the Zhao family ancestral home. The fully metallic underground command center buzzed with tension. The family head, Zhao Jinhai stared intently at the satellite images displayed on the screen, his hands crushing a pure gold teacup into a crumpled mess. Intercepted? Intercepted the staff of God with flesh and blood? Zhao Jinhai gasped, his eyes bloodshot. Beside him, several officers operating tactical radar were drenched in sweat, their uniforms completely soaked. This was not martial arts. This was a humanoid disaster that shattered the barriers of species. Head of the family, an old man in a black robe, appeared silently behind Zhao Jinhai. Physical strikes are ineffective. His energy cycle has surpassed conventional limits. The old man bore an embroidered golden cross star on his chest, the emblem of the highest authority in the provincial capital, the tribunal. A peak 9th-tier swordsman, Chen Wuji. Elder Chen, Zhao Jinhai turned, bowing deeply. The spiritual vein on the Jiangqing side has been destroyed. If this child lives, what face will the 4 great families have left? Please, I implore the tribunal to intervene. Chen Wuji's wrinkled face twisted into a rigid expression. He had seized the opportunity of the earth's veins, achieving sanctity in body. But he was merely a vessel without understanding the laws of heaven and earth, destined to remain a mere brute rolling in the mud. Chen Wuji gripped the hilt of his sword at his back. I shall personally pay him a visit, take his head, and extract his marrow for alchemical purposes. No sooner had he spoken than he transformed into a beam of sword light, piercing through the thick alloy dome of the command center, racing toward Jiangqing. In Jiangqing, at the square in front of the Zhao building, Qin Ming had just settled back into the sunken sofa, preparing to continue devouring the remaining half of the scaled cow. A sharply lethal aura suddenly filled the air. This presence was unlike any previous energy pressure. It was highly restrained yet penetrated deeply to the marrow. The low-level gang leaders in the hall found their skin splitting open without warning, small wounds oozing blood. Qin Ming paused his chewing, swallowed the meat in his mouth, and looked toward the exterior of the building. A blinding white light sliced through the skyline, moving so swiftly that radar could not capture it. In the blink of an eye, it had hovered above the square. Chen Wuji stood upon his sword, his black robe billowing in the wind. The peak 9th-tier swordsman did not intentionally exert his pressure, yet the physical laws of the surrounding space began to bend toward him. Raindrops hung suspended in midair, defying gravity, swirling around him as they transformed into countless miniature lethal ice swords. You are the variable. Chen Wuji gazed down at Qin Ming in the hall. His voice was soft, yet ignited sparks in everyone's eardrums. Jiang Nuonyuo, terrified, dove beneath the marble coffee table, desperately covering her ears and trembling. Qin Ming stood up. He did not respond to this trivial question, but merely stretched his robust neck. Peak 9th tier? Just what I need to work off my meal, he mused, assessing the elder in midair. Chen Wuji snorted coldly. He had encountered too many such reckless fools, relying on sheer brute force while foolishly believing they could contend with the laws of heaven and earth. A frog at the bottom of a well, no matter how strong the body, remained an ordinary mortal. Chen Wuji's right hand formed a sword finger directed at Qin Ming, lightly slicing downward. Judgment sword domain, thousands of threads. Without grandiose spectacle, countless invisible sword energies, sharp enough to cut atoms, enveloped Qin Ming from all directions. This sword energy disregarded any physical defenses, targeting the very cellular structure for disintegration. The load-bearing steel columns in the hall were sliced through by these invisible sword energies, not even stirring up dust, as they cleanly broke into multiple sections. Qin Ming stood his ground as the sword energy descended upon him. The harsh sound of metal scraping echoed densely against his body. The dark red patterns on his skin erupted with blinding brilliance. The system panel flickered. Suffering from the cutting of micro-laws, the current physique is determined to be 612 points. The resistance to the laws is overwhelming. The body honed through countless battles absorbs ineffective energy, converting it into biological electricity. Those 9th-tier sword energies capable of reducing an 8th-tier warrior to mere pulp strike against Qin Ming's Dao-patterned skin, not even grazing a single hair, instead being devoured entirely by the muscular mass beneath. Chen Wuji's usually composed face exhibits intense fluctuations. The sword energy is ineffective. It embodies the attacks of the laws of heaven and earth. Qin Ming pats his chest, brushing away non-existent dust. Extravagant and showy, even scraping the skin lacks sufficient force. Qin Ming compresses the muscles in his hind legs to an extreme, then suddenly releases. The floor of the hall shatters completely. Qin Ming appears before Chen Wuji as if teleporting, close enough for Chen Wuji to clearly see the frantically pulsating violent Dao patterns within Qin Ming's pupils. The long sword behind Chen Wuji unsheathes itself, attempting to protect its master. Qin Ming extends his left hand, seizing the 9th-tier flying sword forged from celestial meteorite iron. Nurtured for 80 years. With a crunch, he applies force with 2 fingers, forcibly snapping the sword, which could slice through iron like mud, into two segments. The damage to the life-bound flying sword causes Chen Wuji to spout a mouthful of blood, suffering catastrophic damage to his spiritual sea. He finally comprehends that this monster before him disregards any semblance of the laws of heaven and earth. The very existence of his opponent shatters common sense. Escape. He must flee back to the provincial city. Chen Wuji crushes a high-tier spatial transfer talisman, causing the void around him to begin to distort. Can one simply come and go as they please? Qin Ming's right hand spreads open like steel bars, directly plunging into the twisted space. His formidable pure physical violence effectively jams the spatial transfer passage. He grabs Chen Wuji by the collar, forcibly pulling the lofty ninth-tier sword master back from the spatial rift. Come down. Qin Ming swings his arm, smashing Chen Wuji onto the marble plaza below like a ragged sack. The impact creates a massive pit in the plaza. Chen Wuji's bones shatter by 70%, collapsing into the pit like a heap of mud. The ninth-tier true chi protection crumbles under the hundreds of tons of physical impact. Fragile as a piece of scrap paper, Qin Ming lands, placing a foot on Chen Wuji's chest, the sound of ribs piercing the heart distinctly audible. He retrieves a flashing red communication device from Chen Wuji's possession. It is an encrypted device directly linked to the command center of the four great families in the provincial city. Qin Ming presses the call button. On the other end, the heavy breaths of Zhao Zhenhai and 3 other family heads come through, having monitored everything that just transpired, all falling into a deathly silence. Qin Ming speaks into the communicator with a tone as steady as if he were selecting vegetables at a market. What divine staff, what ninth-tier sword cultivators, far too weak. Jiangcheng is now my territory. I give you 3 days. Clean your necks and sort out your family assets. In 3 days, I will come to the provincial city to collect my dues. If even one of you dares to flee, I will slaughter your 9 clans. With a snap, Qin Ming crushes the communicator, burying it along with Chen Wuji's head into the earth. Chapter 63. I am in a hurry in the Zhao family building of Jiangcheng. Amidst the ruins of the marble plaza on the first floor, Qin Ming sits on a collapsed leather sofa, gripping the remaining half of a hind leg of a scaled bull. His teeth clench together, the high-tier beast's leg bone, comparable to alloy, is bitten cleanly in two. Marrow and energy-rich juices flow down his chin, dripping onto the damaged floor. His stomach organs wriggle at a high frequency, producing an overwhelming acidic secretion. As the meat enters his esophagus, it is violently broken down into pure calories. System data cascades over his retina. Having slain the 9th-tier sword master Chen Wuji, the system assesses an exceptional counterkill, crediting him with 40,000 points of ferocity. His physique remains at 612 points, unchanged. Qin Ming tosses the surplus ferocity points into the energy storage pool for later use. He swallows the last morsel of raw meat and carelessly tosses the bare leg bone aside. Hu Biao, crouching behind a pillar, runs out, hands presenting a clean, damp towel. Qin Ming accepts the towel, wiping the grease from his hands and tossing it onto the coffee table. The table cannot withstand the slight force and splits with a straight crack, glass shards scattering everywhere. Zhang Nuonyuo approaches from the nearby ruins. Dressed in a form-fitting black professional outfit and flat shoes, holding several freshly printed electronic contracts. Sir, the asset assessment for Jiangcheng is complete. The 9 mines and 4 high-tier B slaughterhouses under the Zhao family's name are all under your account, converted to unmarked cash. It amounts to a staggering sum sufficient to purchase half a province. Qin Ming does not reach for the thin sheets of paper. Money is of no use to me. Convert it all into high-tier meat and stock it in the Southern District's air raid shelter. Zhang Nuonyuo nods, taking note. Qin Ming stands, twisting his neck, the joints grinding with an unpleasant metallic sound. How far is the provincial city? Hu Biao answers hastily, for 180 kilometers. Take the fully enclosed expressway. It will take 4 hours by car. Qin Ming bends down to pick up a blood-stained special operations jacket from the ground, putting it on. It is slightly small, tightly fitting against his muscular frame. 4 hours is too slow. He strides toward the building's entrance. Zhang Nuonyuo follows, asking, "Did you not say over the communicator to give them 3 days to prepare?" "I have changed my mind." Qin Ming steps outside. Before him lies a chaotic open square, where thousands of local Jiangcheng power leaders kneel in place, not daring to move an inch. The night breeze carries a pungent scent of blood. Qin Ming halts, turning to Hu Biao and instructing, "Clean this place up. If one escapes, I will hold you accountable." Hu Biao slams his head heavily against the stone slab, leaving a blood imprint. Qin Ming slightly bends his legs, muscle fibers compressing intensely, bones bearing a 1,000-ton load. The marble plaza sinks, creating a 5-meter diameter deep pit. The reaction force erupts instantaneously. Qin Ming leaps into the air, breaking through the sound barrier with a deafening boom. A fierce wind sweeps up the debris, pelting the faces of those around him with a cacophony of impacts. Jiang Nuonyuo looks up at the sky, a straight vacuum white line drawn through the clouds, pointing towards the provincial city. Switching perspectives. Provincial city. The Zhao family's ancestral residence. 30 meters underground, within a command post reinforced with half-meter-thick depleted uranium armor plates. 3 elderly men sit at a round table. Zhao Zhenhai, Yi Jingshan, and Li Chuanyuan. The Jiang family head, Jiang Qianchong, is on the front lines supervising the battle and could not return. The holographic projection on the table is filled with static. The last audio segment captured is the sound of Chun Wuji's skull being crushed. Zhao Zhenhai snaps his pure gold pen in two, black ink staining the back of his hand. Old Chen is dead. Yi Jingshan leans back in his chair, fingers tapping the armrest. The space-based weaponry is ineffective. The chief priest of the tribunal has perished. What kind of anomaly is this? Li Chuanyuan crosses his hands on the table. 3 days. He has given us 3 days in the communication. We must immediately contact the capital's Guardian General for reinforcements. Zhao Zhenhai stands, approaching the main control console. Distant waters cannot quench immediate thirst. It will take at least 2 days for someone from the capital to arrive. By the time they land, Weaver will have already been hung on the city wall to dry. Yi Jingshan gazes up at him. What are your plans? Zhao Zhenhai inputs a 32-digit password on the keyboard. The main control screen lights up with a blood-red warning box. Initiate sequence 0. Zhao Zhenhai presses the enter key. Li Chuanyuan stands, his chair toppling over. Release that abyss creature. Hundreds of thousands outside the provincial city will become fodder. Zhao Zhenhai turns his head, his eyes bloodshot. Exchanging hundreds of thousands of lives for the survival of our 4 families is an exceedingly profitable deal. 2,000 meters deep underground. In the military-restricted zone of the provincial city, 12 iron chains infused with 9th-tier sealing runes bind a colossal creature over 80 meters long. The runes on the chains extinguish one by one. The abyss beast, having slumbered for 10 years, opens its eyes, revealing murky, sickly green compound eyes. The high-concentration nutrient liquid has been drained. The heavy hydraulic gate rose upwards. The colossal beast caught the scent of fresh flesh wafting through the ventilation ducts. It opened its massive jaw, lined with 6 rows of serrated teeth, emitting a low roar that reverberated through the layers of the earth. In the sky, Qin Ming glided at an altitude of 30,000 meters. His physique, boasting a remarkable 612 points, allowed him to withstand the frigid and oxygen-deprived conditions of the stratosphere. Gravity pulled him downward with accelerating force. Adjusting his posture mid-air, he zeroed in on a desolate mountain below. His right foot struck the rocky summit with tremendous force, triggering a massive landslide as countless boulders tumbled into the valley. Utilizing the immense rebound, Qin Ming altered his trajectory and ascended once more. This brutish method of travel compressed the 480-kilometer journey into a mere 20 minutes. On the horizon, the outline of the provincial city emerged, shrouded beneath a vast azure energy dome. Qin Ming commenced his free fall, aiming directly for the plains surrounding the city. Upon landing, his feet met the ground, sending the soil rolling outward like ocean waves, creating a circular impact crater that plunged 20 meters deep. The intense heat at the base of the crater fused the earth into glass-like crystals. Emerging from the pit, Qin Ming shook off the dust from his jacket. The zipper had long been torn apart by the fierce winds, prompting him to discard the garment entirely and stand bare-chested. The dark red patterns beneath his skin lay hidden, glimmering only with the rhythm of his heartbeat. 2 kilometers ahead lay the energy shield of the provincial city. Before he could take another step, a rhythmic tremor emanated from the depths below. The plain beneath him split open, revealing a chasm hundreds of meters long. The abyssal beast emerged from the ground, its 80-meter-long body adorned with black spines, each stained with dried blood. Its powerful hind legs crushed several abandoned heavy trucks underfoot. Lacking visual organs, it relied solely on scent and thermal imaging to lock onto its target. To the beast's perception, Qin Ming's formidable physique radiated like a high-frequency nuclear reactor, exuding a deadly allure. The beast oozed corrosive green saliva, which burned large pits into the ground upon contact. Qin Ming surveyed the blocking monstrosity, twisting his neck. The guard dogs of the 4 great families? Truly hideous. Chapter 64. Checking the water meter, the beast propelled itself off the ground, its massive form charging towards Qin Ming like a derailed armored train. Its 3-meter-long bony horn aimed directly at Qin Ming's chest. Standing his ground, Qin Ming extended his hands and grasped the oncoming horn. The collision of 2 disproportionately massive forces caused Qin Ming's feet to plow into the earth, sliding back several meters, yet halting abruptly. The beast's momentum was forcefully interrupted, its rear lifting as a result. With both hands together, Qin Meng exerted a powerful twist. A sharp crack resonated as he snapped the abyssal horn, which required a 9th-tier high-frequency cutter to sever cleanly in two. The beast emitted a pained shriek, swinging its spiked tail towards Qin Meng's side. He neither dodged nor flinched, activating his battle-hardened physique. The tail struck the dark red patterns on his skin, where the spikes shattered into dust. Seizing the tail that had yet to retract, Qin Meng's muscles bulged as he swung the 300-ton beast like a mace. After 2 full rotations, he released his grip, sending the beast hurtling towards the provincial city's energy shield 2 kilometers away. The beast collided solidly with the azure barrier. The shield buckled dramatically, energy ripples radiating outward. Alarms blared from the hundreds of nuclear fusion reactors beneath the city, signaling overload. The beast was rebounded by the shield's force, crashing heavily at Qin Meng's feet, its bones shattered, internal organs spewing forth. Qin Meng stepped forward, placing a foot upon the beast's head, shattering its skull, brain matter and green blood spilling across the ground. Despite its formidable vitality, the beast continued to convulse, its severed forepaw attempting to claw at Qin Meng's leg. Qin Meng bent down, inserting his hands into the gaps of the beast's carapace, exerting force to either side. The 80-meter-long creature was torn asunder by his bare hands, raining down a storm of flesh and organs. The system notification chimed, indicating a surge of 100,000 points in fury value. Wiping the blood from his hands, Qin Meng approached the energy shield of the provincial city, which now stood in a state of extreme instability following the epic collision. The color of the shield shifted from blue to red, flickering erratically. Qin Meng stepped up to the shield, extending his right fist and gathering energy. His arm swelled, veins coiling like serpents. A highly compressed ring of air formed at his fist's edge. When he struck the shield, the sound of shattering glass echoed through the sky. The defensive array, capable of withstanding small meteoric impacts, was breached, leaving a 5-meter-wide hole. Qin Meng stepped through. Inside the command center of the provincial city, the alarm on the main control screen blared a glaring crimson. The voice of the data analyst trembled uncontrollably. Sequence 0 has been physically exterminated. Survival time, 2 minutes and 17 seconds. Energy Shield 1 has been compromised, resulting in a permanent breach. Yi Jingshan slapped the data analyst's face. Nonsense. What kind of physical destruction can breach the Xuanwu array? Zhao Zhenhai leaned against the console, his hands covering his face. The ultimate trump card he had devised over a lifetime could not even delay the inevitable for 20 minutes. He had entered. Zhao Zhenhai lowered his hands, activating all autonomous weapons within the city. The internal guard units were dispatched to the first breach to intercept him. Use your lives to stop him. Li Changyuan turned to leave. Where are you going? Zhao Zhenhai inquired. To oversee the wall. Li Changyuan exited the command post without looking back. Outside the provincial city, in the 9th district, the once bustling commercial street lay deserted. The populace had been forcibly evacuated to underground shelters. Hiding within the buildings flanking the street were hundreds of militarized robotic sentinels. Qin Meng strode along the asphalt road, infrared beams sweeping across his body. Behind the walls, the Gatling machine guns began to warm up. The barrels expelled flames half a meter long, unleashing thousands of armor-piercing incendiary rounds, weaving an impenetrable metal net over the area where Qin Meng stood. The fire illuminated the entire street, turning the asphalt into a honeycomb as shop windows shattered. A minute later, the ammunition was exhausted, and the barrels glowed red-hot. As the smoke dissipated, Qin Meng remained standing, stroking his chin. The armor-piercing rounds struck his skin but were deflected harmlessly away, leaving only a trail of flattened metal casings at his feet. Not a scratch marred his skin. The dust was simply blown away. Quite efficient, and with a complimentary exfoliation service, Qin Meng remarked. He bent down to pick up a discarded steel rebar from the ground. With a flick of his wrist, dozens of rebars broke the sound barrier, piercing through the walls on either side of the street, accurately nailing the concealed armed robots to the load-bearing columns. Explosions erupted in a chain reaction within several buildings. After clearing the metallic debris, Qin Meng continued onward. 10 minutes later, he stood at the base of the inner city wall of the provincial city. This wall towered 100 meters high, constructed entirely from high-strength alloys. Above, 5,000 elite members of the Li family stood guard. Li Changyuan commanded from the highest tower. Form ranks, he ordered. Hundreds of high-tier lightning-type supernatural beings pressed their hands simultaneously against the conductive grooves of the wall. The sky darkened with ominous clouds. A thick lightning column, 50 meters in diameter, descended from above, targeting the solitary figure below. The ultra-high voltage current ionized the surrounding air, producing a strong scent of ozone. Li Changyuan watched intently. Such a level of mixed lightning strike could reduce even a peak 9th tier being to ash. As the lightning subsided, Qin Ming stood within a deep pit. Taking a deep breath, the dark red patterns on his body surged with doubled speed. The energy absorption valve operated at full capacity, completely assimilating the immense electrical energy, transforming it into biological electricity stored within his cellular nucleus. Qin Ming opened his eyes, arcs of electricity dancing within his pupils. A bit tingly, he observed. Shaking his right hand, the 5,000 soldiers on the wall remained silent. Li Changyuan's fingers dug into the metal railing of the tower, deforming the solid barrier in his grip. Continue. Extracting the extraordinary ability core must be done, and he must be eliminated. Li Changyuan bellowed. The subordinates remained motionless. Qin Ming pressed down with his legs, shattering the air and creating a sonic boom that rippled across the pit's bottom. The towering city wall seemed utterly futile. Qin Ming leaped to a height level with the wall. In midair, he delivered a powerful kick to the indestructible alloy parapet. A 10-meter-long section of the alloy was sent flying, crashing into the densely packed crowd behind, turning hundreds into a gruesome mass. Qin Ming landed on the expansive walkway of the city wall. The crowd parted like the receding tide, none daring to point weapons at him. He strode directly towards the tower. Li Changyuan charged out from the tower, wielding a high-tier lightning staff. "I will fight you to the bitter end," he shouted, swinging the staff to conjure a dense spherical bolt of lightning aimed at Qin Ming's face. Qin Ming extended his left hand, grasping the lightning sphere effortlessly. With a firm squeeze, he dissipated it into harmless sparks. Then, with a casual right fist, he struck forward. The mid-level punch unleashed a pressure wave that penetrated Li Changyuan's chest without even making contact. A gaping hole appeared, front to back. With the edges charred by the intense heat generated by the vacuum friction, not a drop of blood spilled. Li Changyuan's expression froze in sheer terror as his body toppled backward, rolling down the city wall's steps. With their commander slain, the 5,000 internal guards crumbled into chaos. Discarding their weapons and fleeing into the city, Qin Ming paid no heed to the fleeing soldiers. He leapt off the city wall, making his way towards the grandest ancient architecture in the inner city, the Zhao family ancestral home and the underground command center. The large screen displayed the moment Li Changyuan was punched through. Zhao Xinhai collapsed into a chair. Yi Jingshan pulled a broken space talisman from his pocket. "The provincial city cannot hold," he declared. "I will summon reinforcements from the capital." With a swift motion, he crushed the talisman, and a spatial distortion enveloped him, causing him to vanish from sight. Zhao Xinhai gazed at the empty chair, letting out a dry, mirthless laugh. The ground trembled. The explosion-proof lights atop the command center shattered one after another. Qin Ming kicked open the 2-foot-thick purple copper door of the ancestral home. The door flew over 100 meters, smashing through the courtyard's rock formations and finally embedding itself into the ventilation duct of the underground shelter. Qin Ming stood at the edge of the courtyard, looking down into the dark underground passage. Checking the water meter, he called, his voice echoing through the ventilation system. Zhao Xinhai closed his eyes, awaiting his fate. Chapter 65. Ripping apart 2,000 meters of earth. The Zhao family's annihilation. The man's cold voice reverberated in the ventilation ducts. Zhao Xinhai sat in the command room 2,000 meters underground, feeling an icy chill. This command room was the Zhao family's doomsday fortress, crafted with decades of effort. The walls were made of 2-meter-thick depleted uranium alloy mixed with 9th-tier formations. Above, there was a granite layer 2,000 meters thick and dozens of defensive isolation doors. Zhao Xinhai could not believe anyone could physically breach 2,000 meters of crust. Activate the highest defense level, seal all elevators and ventilation shafts. He roared hoarsely at the control panel. The remaining operators frantically pounded the keyboards. The heavy mechanical gears clashed outside the shelter. All passages were tightly sealed with dozens of tons of lead blocks and alloy columns, transforming the underground fortress into an impenetrable iron shell. On the surface, Qin Ming gazed down at the closing shaft. His extraordinary hearing extended downward through the solid layers. The heartbeat, mechanical sounds, and panic breaths from 2,000 meters deep formed a three-dimensional image in his mind. His perception, enhanced by a physique of 612 points, surpassed the most advanced radar. While hidden, he mused, twisting his robust neck, the joints cracking with a metallic sound. He did not destroy the sealed ventilation shafts or elevator passages. Instead, he took a step back, legs slightly apart at shoulder width. The remnants of the purple copper door were firmly embedded in the soil beneath his feet. Taking a deep breath, his chest expanded like a massive bellows. He drew in all the air within a 300-meter radius, creating a brief, absolute vacuum. The dark red patterns on his skin surged and coalesced towards his right arm. He could swing a 300-ton abyssal beast like a ball and considered the 2,000 meters of earth insignificant. Qin Ming raised his right fist, the muscle fibers in his arm bulging like steel cables. The blood beneath his skin flowed at a terrifying speed of 10 Mach. The heat transformed his right arm into a blinding dark golden hue. Boom! His fist slammed into the ground before him. There were no flashy energy waves or elemental fluctuations. Only pure, unadulterated physical mass. At the moment of contact, a ring of white sonic boom clouds swept across the ground. All rock formations, corridors, and ancient trees in the Zhao family's courtyard were instantaneously vaporized by the shockwave. The earth trembled, not a mere earthquake, but the entire provincial city plate groaned under the weight of this man's fist. The ground sank in a 50-meter-wide massive pit, merely the result of his first punch. Without pause, Qin Ming followed with his left fist, then his right, like a tireless humanoid piledriver. Each punch carried a terrifying kinetic energy surpassing that of divine weaponry. The hard granite layer crumbled beneath his fists like biscuits. Soil, rubble, and underground water were violently expelled as high-pressure plasma. As Qin Ming's body descended with the shattering earth, he struck faster and faster. The friction with the air generated such heat that he resembled a subterranean nuclear bomb. In the 2,000-meter underground command room, violent tremors shattered the explosion-proof lights on the ceiling. Operators struggled to maintain their balance, falling to the ground. "Master, the upper layers are rapidly disappearing," one operator exclaimed, panic evident in his voice. "Radar shows a mass of extremely high heat breaking through at 50 meters per second." Their voices cracked with distress. Zhao Zhenhai gripped the edge of the control panel, his nails breaking and blood oozing without his notice. "Impossible. That is 2,000 meters of granite, plus the 9th-tier formation reinforcement." Zhao Zhenhai shook his head frantically, unable to believe anyone could pierce the earth. He is no human. He is a complete monster. The surveillance screens turned to static as violent physical shockwaves destroyed all external sensors. Only 100 meters remained above the command room. Qin Ming ceased his punches, hovering within the unfathomable pit. He looked down at the 2-meter-thick depleted uranium alloy dome below. The surface of the dome glowed with intricate golden 9th-tier defensive formations. The ultimate shield crafted over generations by the Zhao family's patriarchs. A sturdy shell, indeed, Qin Ming smirked, his expression radiating sheer brutality. His body suddenly flipped in midair, his right leg raised like a battle axe. All the kinetic energy from his physique of 612 points converged into the heel of his foot. "Open for me." Qin Ming stomped heavily on the depleted uranium alloy dome. Crack! The piercing sound of shattering echoed through the underground space. The 9th-tier formation, reputed to withstand nuclear explosions of tens of millions of tons, held for merely a fraction of a second beneath his strike. The golden glow extinguished like a faulty bulb. The 2-meter-thick depleted uranium alloy plate severely caved inward before it split apart under the immense pressure. Massive shards of alloy rained down like cannonballs into the command room, crushing several operators into a bloody pulp. The frenzied high-pressure airflow, mixed with debris, rushed into the command room, causing an instantaneous imbalance in the atmospheric pressure. Zhao Zhenhai was hurled against the wall by a violent shockwave, spewing a copious amount of fresh blood. The air was thick with dust. Qin Ming descended through the breach, landing on the metallic floor of the command room. The alloy beneath his feet bore 2 deep imprints. He stood bare-chested and scathed, as even the dust was vaporized by the intense heat emanating from his body. The dark red patterns on his skin flickered ominously in the dim light. Exuding a sense of despair, Zhao Zhenhai clutched his chest, struggling to rise, and beheld the man before him, who resembled a demonic figure. Zhao Zhenhai's mental defenses crumbled entirely. "What do you want?" His voice rasped like sandpaper. "Wealth? Techniques? Women? The entire provincial city can be yours." In a desperate bid for survival, Zhao Zhenhai attempted to barter with promises of riches. Qin Ming approached the control panel, casually plucking a thick cable to toy with in his hands. "I said, check the water meter," he replied, his tone as flat as a mundane conversation. "The assets of the 4 prominent families in the provincial city should be stored here, correct?" Zhao Zhenhai trembled, fully aware that escape was impossible. A flicker of madness flashed in his eyes. "If you grant me no chance to live, then let us perish together." With a sudden motion, Zhao Zhenhai pressed his hand towards the red self-destruction button on the control panel. If activated, the micronuclear reactor within the underground shelter would overload and explode. Not even a peak 9th-tier warrior could survive the core's detonation. Zhao Zhenhai's finger was mere centimeters from the button when Qin Ming's right hand inexplicably appeared on his wrist. With a slight exertion of pressure, a sickening crunch echoed as Zhao Zhenhai's wrist was crushed into a grotesque mixture of bone and flesh. A horrific scream reverberated through the command room. Qin Meng struck Zhao Zhenhai's face with a backhanded slap, sending him spinning like a top before crashing heavily to the ground, his teeth reduced to powder. Half of his face completely caved in. Qin Meng stepped forward, placing his foot on Zhao Zhenhai's chest, looking down upon the once mighty lord of the provincial city. The password, he commanded, uttering just 2 words. Zhao Zhenhai writhed in agony, but in the face of impending death, he stammered a string of numbers. Qin Meng lifted his foot and approached the main console, entering the password with one hand. The screen flickered to life, revealing the coordinates and inventory list of the secret vault belonging to the 4 prominent families, including vast quantities of high-tier beast flesh, top-tier genetic serums, and various rare ores. Satisfied, Qin Meng nodded. He turned to look at Zhao Zhenhai, who gazed back with hopeful eyes, believing that surrendering the password would secure his life. Without hesitation, Qin Meng raised his right foot and stomped down on Zhao Zhenhai's head, as if crushing a ripe watermelon. Chapter 66. The envoy from the capital arrives. What are you? Anyway, Qin Meng stood amidst the chaos of the underground command room, the system panel in the upper right corner of his vision pulsing with notifications. Killing a peak 8th-tier warrior awarded him a violent value of 150,000 points. Destroying the core command hub of the provincial city granted him an additional 300,000 points. However, Qin Meng was indifferent to these trifles. What truly mattered to him was the vast caloric bounty displayed on the main screen, the secret vault of the 4 families. A treasure trove that could facilitate the evolution of his physical form. Qin Meng turned and moved beneath the shattered dome. His legs bent slightly, then he exerted force, propelling himself through the 2,000-meter tunnel like a cannonball. Moments later, he landed steadily amidst the ruins of the Zhao family ancestral home. The dawn light was just beginning to break. The elite members of the 4 prominent families had been so thoroughly intimidated that not even a shadow remained. Following the coordinates etched in his memory, Qin Meng made his way towards the secret vault located on the northern side of the inner city. The vault was built within an artificial mountain, its entrance secured by half-meter-thick Titan alloy doors. Qin Meng, disinterested in locating a key, simply pried open the door seams with pure physical strength, tearing the massive 100-ton doors apart. The interior of the vault was astonishingly spacious, filled with rows of enormous temperature-controlled refrigeration units stocked with neatly cut high-tier beast meat, alongside crates of 9th-tier genetic extraction liquids. Approaching the nearest refrigeration unit, Qin Meng kicked through the tempered glass and seized a chunk of 8th-tier iron-armored rhinoceros meat, weighing 100 pounds, and stuffed it into his mouth. The bone and flesh crumbled under his powerful jaws like tofu, while his stomach produced an overwhelming amount of gastric acid, converting the food into pure energy. As he ate, he ventured deeper into the vault, devouring tons of high-tier meat at an astonishing rate. His body temperature began to rise dramatically, the dark red patterns on his skin transitioning into a profound black. The energy absorption threshold converted the raging blood essence of the beasts into cellular energy reserves. System notifications flooded his vision. Consuming 8th-tier beast flesh increased his physical value by 3 points. Ingesting 9th-tier genetic extraction liquid boosted it by 10 points. When Qin Meng had emptied half of the vault, his physical value finally surpassed a new threshold, reaching 750 points. Though his life level had not yet ascended, the density of his physical form had doubled once more. Qin Meng let out a satisfied burp, exhaling a plume of scorching white vapor. The vapor, upon contact with the nearby alloy wall, corroded a deep pit into its surface. Even his breath now radiated extreme heat and energy. Just then, a thunderous sound filled the sky outside the vault, carrying an overwhelming sense of pressure. This was not the sound of an ordinary aircraft, but rather the sonic boom produced by a heavy vehicle breaking through the atmosphere at supersonic speeds. Qin Meng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stepped out of the vault, gazing upwards. A sleek, black, sci-fi-shaped inverted triangle warship hovered above the provincial city, its surface devoid of any visible thruster flames, relying entirely on some form of anti-gravity field for suspension. A massive golden totem, depicting a 5-clawed golden dragon entwined around a sword, adorned the side of the vessel, the emblem of the highest power structure in the capital, the aristocracy. Old Yi Jingshan fled quite swiftly. Reinforcements have arrived. The ship's belly opened slowly, and 3 figures leaped directly from a height of 1,000 meters. Unassisted by parachutes or deceleration arrays, they descended like nails, crashing heavily onto the plaza outside the vault, creating 3 deep craters. As the dust settled, 3 men clad in silver combat suits emerged from the pits. The leader, with short silver hair and a gaze that radiated disdain as though looking at refuse, bore a purple star emblem on his chest. He was Gu Changfeng, the special executor from the capital, a half-step into the extraordinary realm. In the hierarchy of the capital, those above the 9th tier were referred to as extraordinary, possessing partial mastery over the world's laws, absolute powerhouses. Behind Gu Changfeng trailed two similarly inscrutable subordinates, one of whom carried a bloody package. Gu Changfeng regarded Qin Ming, who stood bare-chested and exuding a feral aura, with a look of disgust. You, this uncivilized barbarian, slaughtered the 4 prominent families of the provincial city? His voice resonated within Qin Ming's mind through some form of special vibration, carrying an undeniable authority. Qin Ming merely tapped his ear, as if he had just heard the buzzing of a fly. Is this how you pompous lackeys from the capital make your entrance? He replied with disinterest. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Gu Changfeng's eyes. No one in the capital dared to speak to him in such a manner, let alone in this remote, impoverished region. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. Gu Changfeng let out a cold laugh, gesturing behind him. The subordinate holding the package stepped forward and tossed its contents at Qin Ming's feet, the package unfurling. A disembodied head rolled forth, belonging to Yi Jiashu Yi Jingshan, who had fled to the capital seeking aid. Yi Jingshan's eyes were wide open, unblinking in death. He was deemed a worthless man. Gu Changfeng took out a pristine handkerchief to wipe his hands. Disdainful of someone who could not even control his own dog, yet dared to run to the capital barking madly. My master has proclaimed that while the provincial city's resources may be meager, it is unacceptable for a wild dog to dominate. Gu Changfeng carelessly discarded the handkerchief on the ground, regarding Qin Ming with a patronizing gaze. My master has taken note of your brute strength. Now, kneel and swear loyalty to my master. Reveal the secret of your physical evolution, and I may allow you to serve as a high-ranking hunting dog by my master's side. Gu Changfeng considered this offer a monumental grace. In this era of spiritual awakening, without the protection of the capital's aristocracy, an individual's power is but that of an ant. Qin Ming glanced down at Yi Jingshan's head, then looked up at the imperious Gu Changfeng. A cruel smile suddenly twisted at the corners of his mouth. A hunting dog? Qin Ming stepped forward, and the ground beneath him silently disintegrated into dust. He had not taken a preliminary step nor emitted any energy fluctuations. The sheer explosive power of his physical form surpassed the limits of visual perception. Gu Changfeng's pupils contracted sharply. Such incredible speed. Yet, he did not panic. As a formidable figure on the threshold of the extraordinary realm, he commanded the rules. Facing the seemingly vanishing Qin Ming, Gu Changfeng's lips curled into a mocking smirk. A beast is ultimately a beast, only knowing how to charge recklessly. Gu Changfeng stood his ground, his right foot lightly stamping the ground. An invisible wave radiated from him, instantly expanding outward. Within a 50-meter radius, the space appeared to transform into a high-density gel, a gravity mire of absolute domain. This was Gu Changfeng's proudest rule-based supernatural ability. Within this 50-meter zone, he could freely alter the gravity parameters, exerting up to 100-fold gravity. Even a peak 9th-tier martial artist would be crushed to pulp upon entering this realm. Qin Ming's figure was forcibly halted 10 meters away from Gu Changfeng. The air was filled with the unsettling sound of bones compressing. 100-fold gravity bore down mercilessly on every cell of Qin Ming's body. The specialized alloy floor beneath him buckled under the terrifying pressure, collapsing significantly. Kneel, Gu Changfeng commanded coldly, arms crossed. His 2 attendants snickered derisively. To them, this savage from the wilderness had already had his spine shattered by the force of gravity. Qin Ming stood at the bottom of the collapsed pit, slightly leaning forward, refusing to kneel. 100-fold gravity would be lethal for an ordinary person, but for Qin Ming, with a physique of 750 points, it was merely a burdensome training session. The system interface flickered wildly. High-intensity physical pressure detected. Battle-hardened physique activated. 30% of the pressure converted into physical counterattack energy. Energy absorption threshold engaged to capture stray gravitational laws. Dark red light began to emanate from the black patterns on Qin Ming's skin. Intense heat radiated outward from him, warping the surrounding air to temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees, creating violent distortions. The gravity mire exhibited unstable fluctuations under this extreme heat. Is this all? Chapter 67, Absolute Domain. I only believe in absolute violence. Qin Ming slowly raised his head, the muscles in his neck twisting like steel. He calmly adjusted his shoulders under the 100-fold gravity. The fragile strength from the capital is weaker than that of a woman. Gu Changfeng's smile froze. How could this be? Under 100-fold gravity, even a behemoth from the abyss should be brought low. Why can this man still speak as if unfazed? Seeking death. A flash of fury crossed Gu Changfeng's eyes as he forcefully pressed downwards. The parameters of the gravity mire were pushed to their limits. 200-fold gravity. This exceeded the backlash his body could withstand. Blood trickled from the corner of Gu Changfeng's mouth as the air in Qin Ming's vicinity exploded with a deafening roar. The ground sank another 5 meters, yet Qin Ming remained upright. In fact, he lifted his right foot and took a step forward. Thud! The sound of his foot striking the pit bottom echoed like a war drum. The invisible rules of the gravity mire cracked under the sheer physical mass. Qin Ming took a second step, increasing his speed. With 200-fold gravity pressing down, he moved as if strolling on level ground. Each step created a half-meter deep imprint in the earth. Gu Changfeng panicked. His proud rules had become a toy of paper before this brute. Block him! Gu Changfeng roared. Retreating quickly, his 2 attendants drew their high-frequency vibration blades, one on each side, rushing towards Qin Ming. Both were high-tier 9th-level experts, their coordination impeccable. The high-frequency blades, buzzing with atomic cutting energy, aimed for Qin Ming's neck and abdomen. Qin Ming did not even glance their way. His hands shot out like lightning, disregarding the cutting edges, and seized the blades with his bare palms. Sparks flew as the high-frequency vibrating edges met his hand, yet they failed to breach even his skin. His advanced immortality and 750 points of physique rendered his skin tougher than the hardest materials known. What a monster! The 2 attendants stared in horror, attempting to withdraw their blades. It was too late. Qin Ming exerted force with his hands, and with a crunch, the costly high-frequency blades were crushed into scrap metal. He then seized the heads of the 2 attendants, slamming them together like basketballs. Bang! Brain matter splattered everywhere as the headless corpses crumpled to the ground. Qin Ming wiped the blood from his hands and continued toward Gu Changfeng. At this moment, Gu Changfeng had retreated to the wall of the vault. With nowhere left to run, overwhelming fear clouded his reason. I am from the Gu family of the capital. If you dare to kill me, my master will definitely. Gu Changfeng's words were cut short as Qin Ming stood before him. With one hand, he grasped Gu Changfeng's throat and lifted him effortlessly. Gu Changfeng's legs flailed helplessly in the air. The true energy of the half-step extraordinary realm was firmly suppressed by Qin Ming's iron grip. What kind of creature is your master that I should serve as a dog? Qin Ming regarded Gu Changfeng, whose face was turning red from asphyxiation, his voice devoid of any emotion. Gu Changfeng struggled to utter a single word. Qin Ming had no interest in his meaningless chatter. His fingers clenched. Crack! Gu Changfeng's cervical vertebrae were completely crushed, his head tilting to one side as he died on the spot. Qin Ming discarded Gu Changfeng's corpse as one would throw away garbage, then looked up at the hovering triangular warship in the sky. This vessel was the eye of Gu Changfeng's so-called master. Qin Ming crouched down, and the ground erupted violently as he propelled himself skyward, charging toward the sci-fi warship. Today, through sheer physical force, I shall pierce the heavens. Chapter 68, Airborne Arrival? I shall crush your projection. Qin Ming's body shot forth like a meteor, breaking the sound barrier as he hurtled toward the triangular warship in the sky. The warship's AI system immediately emitted a piercing alarm. The crimson locking laser intricately intertwined across the path of Qin Ming. The 4 high-energy plasma secondary cannons at the bow of the ship charged simultaneously. A blinding azure beam erupted instantaneously, a high-temperature plasma capable of evaporating a small mountain, striking precisely at Qin Ming's chest. Boom! A dazzling blue sphere of light erupted in the sky. The remaining eyes of the provincial city hid in underground shelters, watching the surveillance, all gasping in shock. That was an interstellar-class individual warship from the capital. Such a level of firepower was beyond the capacity of carbon-based life forms to contend with. Yet, before the sphere dissipated, a shadow, pitch black and tempestuous, forcibly emerged from the plasma flames. Qin Ming's chest was scorched over a large area, but to him, possessing advanced immortality, it barely counted as a minor wound. Under the influence of the energy absorption valve, the high-temperature plasma energy transformed into his biological electrical fuel. This temperature is insufficient to even roast meat, Qin Ming chuckled maniacally. Less than 30 meters remained to the battleship when he prepared to kick through its armored bottom. Suddenly, the space directly beneath the battleship twisted violently. A colossal holographic projection rapidly coalesced in midair. It depicted a towering man clad in dark golden battle armor, his features obscured by a shroud of mist. Yet the mere projection spanning thousands of kilometers exuded an overwhelming and terrifying pressure. This oppressive force surpassed the 9th tier, transcending a half-step into the extraordinary realm, embodying a genuine sense of rule belonging to a superior being. The great general of the capital, the war god Jiwu Dao. Arrogance. The projection spoke, its voice not loud yet resonating like thunder in Qin Ming's mind. The air around him froze instantly under those 2 words. The kinetic energy of Qin Ming's upward charge was forcibly suppressed by this invisible force of rules, leaving him suspended in midair, less than 10 meters from the projection. The ability to kill Gu Changfeng proves your strength. Ji Wudao's projection looked down upon Qin Ming from a lofty position, his tone dripping with indifference. Surrender the secret method of devouring the earth's veins and sever your own arms to return to the capital to atone. I can spare your worthless life. In Ji Wudao's view, his personal intervention to pacify this barbarian should be met with gratitude and reverence. The foundation of the capital was beyond the imagination of a mere thug from a border area. Qin Ming hovered in the air, and upon hearing these words, he suddenly laughed. The laughter grew louder, shattering the glass ruins below. What are you laughing at? Ji Wudao's projection frowned slightly. I laugh at you fools sitting in the capital's offices. Have your brains deteriorated? Qin Ming's smile faded. His eyes filled with fury akin to a volcano ready to erupt. Sever my own arms? Just because of you, a coward hiding thousands of kilometers away projecting images? Qin Ming could no longer be bothered to waste words. With a full burst of 750 points of physical power, the air, solidified by the rules, shattered inch by inch under his muscular strength. Qin Ming stepped forward forcefully. The void characteristic activated, creating a visible white air pocket as he pressed forward. Chapter 68. Excessive caloric consumption. The air was brutally compressed into a solid white air pocket, and Qin Ming shot up like a rocket. The violent recoil propelled him forward, shattering the sound barrier, as a white trail of clouds stretched hundreds of meters behind him. His target, the towering 100-meter dark golden projection of Ji Wudao, the war god of the capital. This colossal figure stood with arms behind his back, his eyes filled with pity, gazing at him as a deity would regard inferior creatures. Barbarian. Ji Wudao's voice resonated, shaking the air for 10 miles around. No matter how high your physical mass, if you cannot touch higher-dimensional topological structures, it is ultimately futile. The intertwining of spirit and rules is beyond the comprehension of a lowly carbon-based monkey like you. Before his words finished, Ji Wudao's right hand pressed down slightly. His lips moved. Heavenly rules confine the earth. Words become law. The air around Qin Ming underwent a transformation. Free-floating oxygen and nitrogen molecules, under some high-dimensional interference, arranged into a dense solid crystal. An indestructible transparent multidimensional cube sealed him completely. Qin Ming's fist halted just 3 inches from the projection's brow, unable to advance a millimeter further, as the air became akin to amber. And he was like a frozen insect trapped within. In the underground shelter of the provincial city, spies and remnants of noble families, barely clinging to life, stared intently at the satellite broadcast on the screen, palms slick with cold sweat. Someone slapped their thigh heavily, shaking their head in despair. Brute force ultimately has its ceiling. An old, one-armed offering spoke mournfully. The war god of the capital, a being that controls the rules of heaven and earth. This young man is doomed today. How can physical means contend against the laws of space? A dimensional strike, there's no saving him. An information broker wiped the sweat from his forehead in agreement. They felt as if Qin Ming's violent methods had broken their spines, subconsciously hoping that someone from the capital would come and take this killing god away. The war goddess intervention confirmed their established worldview. A lowly, mud-stained man from the bottom cannot rise. It is noteworthy that this high-dimensional suppression is indeed unsolvable under common logic. Extraordinary beings utilize brain domain resonance to rewrite local physical constants, erasing their opponent's kinetic energy from a conceptual level. This is not a clash of strength, but a crushing of dimensions. Qin Ming remained suspended in the air, maintaining his striking posture. Below, the ruins lay in silence, even the wind avoiding this cursed area. The 2 headless corpses left by Gu Changfeng still lay in a pool of blood. Within the inverted triangular battleship, the artificial intelligence was assessing battlefield data, concluding that the target had completely lost mobility, and the threat was neutralized. Is this your reliance? Ji Wudao's projection spoke once more, his tone flat. Surrender the method of extracting the earth's veins, and I will leave you whole. From his lofty perch, treating the lives of others as mere chips to be manipulated at will, Qin Ming's eyelids lifted slightly. Through the transparent crystalline barrier, he gazed at the blurred, yet arrogant visage. Trapped within the transparent crystal, fury brimmed in Qin Ming's eyes. Instead of anger, he laughed. His laughter resonating within the crystal, creating fine ripples. High-dimensional rules? Qin Ming moved his neck, the bones cracking in the confined space. I detest you charlatans who rely on words to fight. With all 750 points of physical power unleashed, the mitochondria within his cells entered an overloaded combustion state. Massive biological electricity coursed beneath his skin, merging with the 3,000-degree heat. The originally dark red patterns underwent a qualitative change under extreme pressure, igniting a layer of dark golden flame. The energy absorption valve activated in reverse. The Rural energy that constituted the high-dimensional cage was forcibly extracted, transforming into the most primal calories, flooding into Qin Meng's body. The so-called high-dimensional suppression, in the face of absolute mass, is merely a self-deceiving trick. Shatter. Qin Meng let out a roar resembling that of a beast rather than a human. The muscle fibers in his right arm tightened, comparable in thickness to high-strength steel cables. His superficial blood vessels bulged, and the surging blood flowed with a heavy sound akin to lead and mercury. With the might of 1,000 pounds, his fist pressed forward against the crystalline barrier. The agonizing sound of friction reverberated through the heavens. The indestructible high-dimensional spatial barrier could not withstand the sheer pressure of mass, spiderweb-like terrifying cracks spreading across its surface. In the underground shelter, silence reigned. The spies pressed their faces against the monitoring screen, their eyes bulging, producing wheezing sounds from their throats. Impossible. This cannot be happening. An intelligence officer clutched his bald head in despair, screaming in disbelief. He actually shattered the laws using mere muscle strength? Newton's coffin lid could not hold. Conventional physics was being ruthlessly ground beneath this man. In midair, Qin Meng transformed his hands into eagle claws, piercing his fingers directly into the fissures of space. What nonsense projection is this? Come down. With a powerful thrust of his arms to the sides, the void emitted a mournful shriek, akin to tearing an old rag. Ji Wudao's lofty, supposedly untouchable holographic projection, along with the surrounding regulatory field, was torn apart by Qin Meng with sheer force. The sky was showered with radiant fragments, remnants of collapsed mental energy. The topological structure of the higher dimensional space was brutalized into a heap of scrap metal. Before Ji Wudao's projection shattered, an exceedingly rare look of horror finally surfaced on his typically tranquil face. He could not comprehend how a carbon-based being could possess such an abnormal density. Bathed in the cascade of light, Qin Meng retracted the dark golden flames of blood back into his body. He exhaled a mouthful of scorching, impure air and clapped his hands together, producing a sound as crisp as a brittle wafer. Qin Meng offered a plain yet sincere appraisal. Before the light rain dispersed, Qin Meng's figure showed no signs of pause. Utilizing the immense reaction force generated by the rift in space, he twisted at the waist, propelling himself upward by 100 meters, directly appearing above the sci-fi, inverted triangular battleship. The ship's intelligence system went into a frenzy, raising the output power of its energy shield to the maximum, enveloping the vessel in a cerulean light dome, attempting to withstand the impending lethal strike. Raising his right leg high, akin to a dark golden battle axe cleaving the heavens, Qin Meng delivered a powerful downward kick onto the ship's rear. In the brief moment of contact, the shield capable of withstanding a micronuclear explosion emitted a sorrowful wail before collapsing. His heel broke through the armor, penetrated the power compartment, and severed the main keel. A starship measuring 100 meters in length was cleaved in two by his single kick. The ship's nuclear fusion engine suffered a catastrophic detonation. A blinding inferno erupted above the provincial city, illuminating the darkness before dawn. Chunks of metallic debris, trailing fiery tails, rained down upon the desolate outskirts, creating craters of varying sizes. All factions present, from the underground rats to the surviving families and vassals, fell silent. Throats parched, legs trembling. The invincible myth of the capital city, symbolizing humanity's supreme martial prowess, was violently trampled into the mire by this bare-chested lunatic, using the most primitive and savage physical brutality. The power dynamics they relied upon for survival became utterly worthless in the face of such sheer destructive force. As Qin Meng descended from the sky, his feet crashed into the ruins of the square, stirring up a cloud of dust. He glanced up at the pale light of dawn in the east and rubbed his stomach. Having just expended some calories, it was time to eat again. Chapter 69. Too slow, I'll just run back. The perspective widened, traversing the vast expanse of land spanning 4,000 kilometers. In the capital, within the soaring Martial God Tower, a magnificent man seated in meditation abruptly opened his eyes. The backlash from the forcibly severed high-dimensional mental link surged through the quantum network, directly impacting his consciousness. Waves of pain pulsed deep within his brain. Ji Wudao's true form spewed forth a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organ fragments, staining the pristine jade table before him. His complexion turned pale, and the once inscrutable aura around him violently fluctuated, almost causing him to lose his floating posture. How dare you? A roar filled with fury and murderous intent shattered the special bulletproof glass atop the Martial God Tower. A tempest of wind surged in, disheveling his meticulously arranged hair. Ji Wudao clenched his fists tightly. Since his ascension to the extraordinary, he had not faced such a profound humiliation in 20 years. What startled him even more was the realization that his opponent could interfere with and tear apart high-dimensional laws solely through raw physicality. This aberration must be eliminated swiftly, or it would undoubtedly upend the existing extraordinary system. Investigate. Find out everything about that anomaly in Jiangxing, down to his ancestors. Ji Wudao commanded into the void. A storm brewing nationwide, centered on the capital, was silently set into motion. Meanwhile, at the eye of the storm, Qin Ming squatted at the entrance of the vault, contemplating his next meal. Qin Ming turned back into the vault ruins. The Titan alloy door lay on the ground, its surface marred by two distinct handprints. Deep within the vault, a row of untouched freezers remained. Qin Ming approached and yanked open a freezer door. Inside were neatly arranged sealed superalloy cylinders. He tore off the seals and unscrewed the metal caps. A pungent scent of blood accompanied the frigid white mist that escaped. This was the strategic reserve of the four great families, the spinal fluid of the deep-sea 10th-tier royal ribbon fish. This extract, traded by the drop on the black market of the capital, was worth enough to purchase half an administrative district of Jiangxing. Qin Ming lifted a cylinder and tilted it toward his mouth, the viscous blue spinal fluid sliding down his throat into his stomach. The stomach walls contracted abnormally, secreting a high concentration of corrosive acid. Intense heat coalesced within his body. The dark red patterns on Qin Ming's body glimmered faintly, greedily absorbing this massive surge of energy. The system panel's data fluctuated. His brutality value increased by 50,000, and his physique rose by 5 points. After discarding the empty cylinder, he seized a second bottle and continued to drink. After downing 30 cylinders, he released a satisfying belch, the sound tinged with ice shards. His physique value settled at 795 points, just 5 points shy of the 800 mark. The marginal effects began to manifest. Lower tier and ordinary 10th tier materials no longer satisfied the evolutionary needs of his physique. He required higher quality physical calories. Exiting the cold storage, daylight broke. The sun illuminated the scorched earth within the provincial city. A long convoy of heavy off-road vehicles rolled over the dilapidated streets, halting at the edge of the square. The vehicle doors swung open, and Zhang Nuonyuo stepped out in high heels. Clad in a black combat suit, her hair tied back in a neat ponytail. She was followed by Hu Biao and over 2,000 armed elites from Jiangxing's underworld. Upon witnessing the scene before them, the group fell collectively silent. The so-called impenetrable stronghold of the provincial city was no more. The ground was riddled with deep pits and fissures, and the wreckage of the capital's battleship continued to emit black smoke above. Zhang Nuonyuo swiftly approached Qin Ming and bowed her head to report. Sir, all personnel from Jiangxing have been mobilized. Heavy engineering mechs are on standby outside the city. Hu Biao presented a set of oversized black tactical gear. Qin Ming accepted the attire, donned it, and smoothed out the wrinkles. Scour this ruin. Qin Ming pointed at the debris on the ground. The four great families have operated here for over a century. There must be hidden bunkers and private vaults underground. Every piece of, ore and drop of elixir unearthed must be loaded and transported back to Jiangxing. Hu Biao thumped his chest in acknowledgement, rallying his men to operate the engineering machinery. The cacophony of excavators and hydraulic hammers shattered the morning's tranquility. Qin Ming approached a headless corpse nearby. It was the capital's special executor, Gu Changfeng. The silver combat suit worn by this individual possessed unique material properties, having withstood high-pressure physical impacts without shattering. Qin Ming reached out, tore off the combat suit, and tossed it to Hu Biao. Take this back to the Jiangxing laboratory for analysis. If it can be replicated, we can mass-produce it. Hu Biao caught it with both hands, placing it into a sealed bag. Zhang Nuonyuo, holding a tablet, swiped the screen. Sir, there are dozens of affiliated families and merchant associations remaining outside the provincial city. They Haven-T fled and are all kneeling beneath the outer city wall, pleading for mercy. Qin Ming flexed his wrist. Let us go have a look. At the breach of the outer city wall, tens of thousands of personnel from the old powers of the provincial city knelt on the ground, a sea of black. No one dared to raise their heads or utter a sound. Qin Ming stepped forward into the throng. The sound of his boots scraping against the rubble resonated through the nerves of everyone present. Who is in charge of the accounts? Qin Ming inquired. A white-haired old man crawled out from the crowd, his forehead striking the ground, drawing blood. In response to the esteemed one, I was originally the external affairs manager of the Li family, overseeing the financial accounts of the outer city. Qin Ming regarded him. In 3 days, convert all liquid assets on the outskirts of the provincial city into 9th tier or above meat, ore, and genetic elixirs. Deliver them to the air raid shelter in the southern district of Jiangxing. The elderly man trembled all over, responding repeatedly. With a mere fraction less, your tens of thousands will be buried beneath the city walls as fertilizer. Qin Ming articulated a physical truth. The old man collapsed to the ground, his trousers dampened with urine. The wealth of the provincial capital resembled a mountain of gold, and Qin Ming intended to extract every last ounce. After divulging this information, Qin Ming prepared to depart. Zhang Nuonyuo stepped forward. "Grandfather, will you not take a private jet back?" Qin Ming glanced skyward. "Too slow, I will flee back." As he spoke, Qin Ming slightly bent his legs, his thigh muscles contracting intensely. The reaction force erupted, creating two pits several meters deep in the special asphalt beneath him. Qin Ming launched himself into the air, his form breaking the sound barrier, leaving a straight white line in his wake, aimed directly at Jiang City. The shockwave overturned dozens of nearby vehicles, while the tens of thousands kneeling were tossed about by the ferocious winds. Zhang Nuonyuo gazed upward at the white line. Recognizing it as pure, violent divinity, her morbid admiration for strength reaching its zenith. Chapter 70. The heretics in the capital. Qin Ming compressed his legs and leaped. The wild winds were left far behind. The sound barrier cloud created by his supersonic speed brushed against his skin. His dark golden physique refracted a chilling metallic sheen in the sunlight. Below, the mountains and rivers blurred into chaotic colors, receding rapidly. A vacuum formed around him due to the pressure differential, preventing even birds from approaching within 100 meters. The 480 kilometers in a straight line, converted to his current velocity, would take less than 20 minutes. As he soared, the terrain below transformed into a perilous gorge, Qinglong Gorge. The air currents at high altitude underwent a mutation. The spatial topology ahead was forcibly altered by an external force, forming a hexagonal honeycomb-like energy net. This was no natural phenomenon. Qin Ming did not decelerate. The kinetic energy provided by his physique of 795 points required no change of course. He crashed into the energy net. A piercing glass-like screech echoed through the sky. The highly resilient energy net was stretched to an exaggerated arc before fracturing inch by inch. Qin Ming's momentum remained unabated as he plummeted towards the gorge's bottom. The hardened rock layers could not withstand such a magnitude of physical impact. Collapsing into a pit 30 meters in diameter, dust and debris obscured the sky. On either side of the cliff, 7 figures emerged, clad in uniform gray-white exoskeleton armor. Devoid of any markings, they wielded oddly shaped heavy firearms, their barrels glowing with high-frequency pulses. Notably, the heart rates of these 7 individuals synchronized perfectly, their brain waves interconnected through some implanted chip. The capital's Marshal God Tower's Special Task Force, codenamed Shao, was responsible for addressing superspec targets that conventional methods could not resolve. Before entering seclusion, Ji Wudao had issued the highest command: ascertain Qin Ming's trump cards, and if the opportunity arose, bring back his corpse, if they were outmatched. Collect all combat data. At the bottom of the pit, Qin Ming straightened his back, brushing off the debris from his shoulders. He looked up. "Blocking my way, dogs." Qin Ming uttered 4 words. The 7 special task team members wasted no time. Tactical commands were transmitted between chips at the speed of light. 7 high-frequency pulse guns fired simultaneously, silent and unseen. This was not kinetic weaponry. The gun muzzles emitted beams of high-dimensional gravitational waves. The 7 beams interwove in midair, forming a micro-gravitational collapse field that precisely enveloped the pit's bottom. Surrounding rocks, trees, and even light were forcibly drawn into the collapse's center. Qin Ming stood firm. The ground beneath him was pulverized by gravity, yet his body remained unmoved. His physique of 795 points granted him an unimaginable cellular density. Such gravitational tearing could not even stir his flesh and fibers. The energy absorption valve activated automatically, converting the gravitational waves in contact with his body into calories. The special task team's leader's pupils constricted. The readings on his helmet's display indicated that the target's mass was countering the gravitational field and showing signs of energy absorption. Switch modes. Decay rays, the leader commanded through the chip. The 7 guns recharged. Green rays interwove into a net, enveloping him. This type of ray could directly damage the DNA spiral structure of carbon-based life, causing irreversible genetic collapse. Qin Ming raised his right hand, fingers splayed. His palm met the decay rays. A layer of dark radiance shimmered across his dark golden skin. The rays struck his palm, leaving no trace. A futile display. Wasting my time. Qin Ming stepped back with his right leg, his thigh muscles bursting forth. The remaining rock layers at the pit's bottom shattered completely. He soared upward, leaving behind a motion blur imperceptible to the naked eye, charging towards the 3 special task members on the left of the cliff. The speed was overwhelming. The chip's computational speed kept pace, but the human reflexes could not. Qin Ming collided with the trio. He did not employ any martial techniques, relying solely on raw primal force. His scapula crashed into the chest of the first person. The gray-white exoskeleton armor shattered instantly, the body within reduced to a puddle of mush. Qin Meng seized the opportunity to grasp the heads of the other two. His 10 fingers exerted force. 2 heads, adorned with high-tech helmets, were crushed. A mixture of red and white oozed through his fingers. In a second, 3 lives were extinguished. The leader's scalp tingled. Scatter. Activate close combat high-frequency blades. Maintain distance. Delay time to upload data. The remaining 4 quickly distanced themselves, drawing blue light battle blades from their waists. Qin Meng did not grant them the chance to regroup. He forcefully stomped on the cliff, using the momentum to pivot. His body traversed the gorge, appearing before the leader. The leader swung his blade down. The high-frequency vibrations accompanying the blade were enough to slice through an aircraft carrier's deck. Qin Meng did not flinch or evade, allowing the blade to strike his neck. A horrifying clang of metal echoed. The blade dulled, leaving not even a scratch on Qin Meng's neck. The leader's mind faltered. What level of physical defense was this? The sharpest close combat weapon in the capital's arsenal could not even breach his defenses. Qin Meng seized the leader's wrist, applying pressure until the bone fractured. The high-frequency blade clattered to the ground. With a swift motion, he slapped the leader's face, causing half of his head to cave in. Qin Meng refrained from delivering a fatal blow, leaving him with a breath. The other 3 team members, witnessing this, decisively turned and fled in different directions. They understood that their mission had failed, and preserving the data to return to the capital was their primary goal. Qin Meng glanced at the fleeing figures, expanding his chest. He took a deep breath. The dense air was drawn into his lungs, intensely compressed. Can you escape? Qin Meng directed his breath towards one fleeing to the left. A variant application of advanced fist wind characteristics. The maximally compressed air transformed into an invisible high-pressure column, crossing 100 meters, piercing through that person's back. A large hole appeared in his chest. Following closely, Qin Meng picked up 2 fragments of rock from the ground. His wrist flicked. The 2 stones shot forth at speed surpassing that of sniper bullets, shattering the skulls of the other 2. All were annihilated, leaving only the leader in his grip. Qin Meng grasped the leader's neck, lifting him into the air. With his other hand, he brutally removed the helmet. The leader's face was as pale as a sheet, blood gushing from his mouth and nose. Ji Wudao sent you, Qin Meng stated matter-of-factly. The leader gritted his teeth, remaining silent. In his eyes lay resoluteness. His teeth prepared to crush the poisoned sac hidden in his mouth. Sensing his intent, Qin Meng gently pinched the leader's jaw. The jaw dislocated, causing the poisoned sac to roll out. It's not that easy to die. Qin Meng's fingers probed the back of the leader's head, locating a hard object. It was the implanted communication chip. Applying pressure with his fingertips, he extracted the chip along with the flesh. The leader let out a scream, his body convulsing. Qin Meng held the bloodied chip before his eyes, scrutinizing it. Such a precise device could not be obtained in Jiang City. What is the capital's evaluation of me? Qin Meng inquired. The captain gasped heavily, glaring fiercely at him. You are a heretic. Lord Wushan has locked onto your genetic profile. The army from the capital will soon raze Jiangqing to the ground, and you and your people will all perish. Oh, Qin Meng responded nonchalantly. Why doesn't he come himself? He toyed with the chip, wondering if the captain feared he might crush the other half of the projection. The incredulity in the captain's eyes was unmistakable. The tearing of high-dimensional projections was a top secret in the capital. How could this brute possibly know that Ji Wudao's true form had been gravely injured? From the captain's expression, Qin Meng gleaned the answer he sought. Ji Wudao was wounded. The capital dared not send a large force directly. They could only dispatch this kind of cannon fodder to test the waters. Interestingly, even the exalted Wushan harbored fears. Go back and tell him to wash his neck and wait, Qin Meng said, shoving the chip into the captain's mouth, forcing him to swallow. Then, he raised his right leg and kicked the captain like a soccer ball into the sky. The immense kinetic energy caused the captain to disintegrate mid-air, a rain of blood falling into the canyon. Such a person was only useful for delivering messages. There was no need to leave behind a complete corpse. Qin Meng picked up several high-frequency pulse guns from the ground, binding them together with the straps of his exoskeleton armor and slinging them over his back. These were high-end goods, perfect for Jiang Nuonyuo and her crew to study. With a powerful leap, he soared once more, the sound barrier reassembling as he headed straight for Jiangqing. Chapter 71. An army of one in the southern district of Jiangqing, within an underground air raid shelter. Once a refuge for the city's underground forces, it had now been transformed into Qin Meng's exclusive base. Heavy trucks lined up at the entrance, continuously delivering supplies scavenged from the provincial capital. Box after box of high-grade beast meat, tons of rare ores, and tens of thousands of genetic medicines piled up like a mountain. Hu Biao commanded his subordinates to transport the goods, his voice hoarse from shouting. A sonic boom echoed through the air. A shadow plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground outside the air raid shelter, causing the earth to cave in and overturning several empty trucks with the shockwave. Qin Ming stood tall, tossing the seized weapons to Hu Biao. Take them to the laboratory for disassembly and study. Hu Biao caught the weapons, his eyes shining. Sir, these are cutting-edge goods from the capital. Have you encountered trouble? Just a few flies, Qin Ming dismissed, striding into the air raid shelter. In the lowest level of the shelter, it had been cleared out and converted into a massive cold storage area combined with a dining zone. Zhang Nuonyuo approached with a tablet, reporting on the inventory of supplies. Sir, most of the assets from the provincial capital have been liquidated. The current reserves are sufficient to support 100,000 gang members in Jiangxing for a year. Qin Ming waved his hand to interrupt her. Move everything to the bottom level. I need to go into seclusion. Zhang Nuonyuo did not ask further and arranged for the personnel to gather the supplies. Remaining alone in the lower level, Qin Ming closed the alloy door. Isolating himself from the outside world, he surveyed his surroundings. Hundreds of tons of high-calorie meats and purified medicines lay before him. This was the century-old foundation of the provincial capital, now serving as the fuel for his evolution. He sat cross-legged, seizing a piece of the hind leg meat from a 10th-order iron armor dragon turtle and began to gnaw on it. His teeth easily crushed the hard bones, and the marrow mixed with the meat juices as he swallowed. His stomach acid churned vigorously, rapidly breaking down the food. The system panel began to pulse. Consumed 200,000 brutality points. Body 2. Consumed 500,000 brutality points. Body 5. Qin Ming's pace of eating accelerated. He resembled an insatiable abyss, devouring everything within sight. He was testing whether the characteristics awakened during previous feasts conformed to his most essential skills. Now, as he consumed vast amounts of energy, he awakened characteristics to see if he could manifest a suitable trait. 50,000 10th-order genetic medicines were crushed along with their boxes. The light blue liquid transforming into high-concentration energy mist, absorbed through his pores by the energy absorption valve. The temperature began to rise in the lower level of the air raid shelter. The cold storage, originally at -20 degrees, skyrocketed in temperature. Frost melted on the walls, evaporating into white mist. Qin Ming's skin glimmered with a deep, dark golden sheen. Black patterns, as if alive, coursed beneath his skin, weaving an extraordinarily complex energy network. Current body, 798. Current body, 799. Only a final push remained to reach the threshold of 800. Qin Ming picked up the last vial of 10th-order deep sea emperor fish spinal fluid and drank it down. The chill collided with the extreme heat within him, causing the mitochondria deep within his cell nuclei to enter a state of hyperfrequency fission. Body has reached 800. Detected body has surpassed the 800 threshold. Life tier undergoes the fourth leap. Bones, internal organs, and muscle fibers undergo reorganization and compression. The crisp system prompt echoed in the depths of his mind. Qin Ming closed his eyes, acutely aware of the monumental changes occurring within his body. His once indomitable bones doubled in density, taking on a translucent obsidian quality. His muscle fibers were compressed to their utmost, each strand containing explosive power capable of demolishing a city wall. The black patterns on his surface solidified, forming an invisible force field shield. New trait acquired. Antimatter furnace, beginner. Trait description. The stomach transforms into a miniature antimatter furnace, capable of disregarding material forms, devouring and digesting all tangible objects, converting them into physical strength. Indeed, as Qin Ming opened his eyes, he found that the whites of his eyes were entirely replaced by highly compressed, dark, golden energy. Exhaling, the airflow struck the alloy walls of the air raid shelter, melting a large hole. 800 points of body strength. This could not be described as a human body. It was a star destroyer cloaked in human skin. Qin Ming stood, moving his limbs without producing any sound of skeletal friction. His flesh had become so perfect that there were no excess gaps. He threw a punch. Without employing any martial techniques or deliberately compressing the air, a black fissure appeared in the space before him, collapsing the physical structure of space. Ji Wudao. Your high-dimensional rules are now nothing but a joke in my eyes. Withdrawing his fist, the spatial fissure mended itself. The emergence of the antimatter furnace trait indicated that he was no longer constrained by conventional food. Stones, metals, enemy weapons, and energy attacks could all be consumed as fuel. His endurance had reached a terrifying level. Approaching the sealed alloy door, Qin Ming did not press the switch. Instead, he plunged his fingers into the half-meter-thick door panel, tearing it apart as if it were paper. Outside, Zhang Nuonyuo and Hu Biao anxiously awaited. Upon sensing the intense heat emanating from within, they instinctively retreated. When they saw Qin Ming emerge unscathed, they both sighed in relief. Sir, you have grown stronger again, Hu Biao swallowed hard. Realizing he lacked the courage to look directly at Qin Ming, the aura of life emanating from that body set off alarm bells in his instincts. Qin Ming ignored his flattery. What news from the capital? He inquired. Zhang Nuonyuo handed him the tablet. Our intelligence network in the capital has returned news. The Wuxin Tower has issued a highest level wanted order. They are no longer concealing it. You have been classified as a primary national threat. Ji Wudao has announced his seclusion. And 2 other Ninth Order Grand Masters from the capital's adjudication office are leading a force of 100,000 northern border guards towards Jiangxing. Qin Ming studied the troop movement map on the tablet. 100,000 soldiers, equipped with heavy mechs and interstellar warships. This was a declaration of intent against Jiangxing. 100,000 delivering takeout, Qin Ming commented. With the antimatter furnace. The equipment and flesh of these 100,000 would perfectly supplement the exaggerated exchange ratio after reaching 800 points. Send the order down, Qin Ming instructed. Looking at Hu Biao and Zhang Nuonyuo, everyone in Jiangcheng, retreat to the underground air raid shelter. Abandon all surface facilities. Hu Biao paused. Sir, are we not defending the city? Qin Ming shot him a cold glance. Walls are for the weak to hide behind. I alone am the defense of Jiangxing. Chapter 72. The sinner Qin Ming, come out and die. The surface of Jiangxing was reduced to a desolate ruin. The entrance to the Nankou air raid shelter was sealed tightly by a heavy depleted uranium alloy gate. At the horizon's edge, a tempest of yellow sand swirled. 100,000 soldiers of the North Border Guard stood ready. The heavy hovering armored vehicles crushed the gravel beneath their treads, producing a jarring metallic screech. The sky was obscured as 12 interstellar-grade destroyers arranged themselves in AV formation, the deep azure plasma, main cannons of their bellies undergoing preheating and charging. The scale of this military deployment was more than sufficient to level a small nation. At the forefront of the formation, 2 towering 50-meter biomechs stood sentinel. Inside the cockpits, 2 ninth-tier grandmasters from the Jingqing Judgment Institute sat poised. The left mech was painted a vivid crimson, piloted by a man named Xiao Tuesday. The right mech, entirely resplendent in white, was operated by a pilot named Lung Feng. Both were core combatants under Ji Wudao, specializing in high-dimensional destructive principles. Xiao Tu shouted through the wide-area broadcast, his voice amplified by a matrix, causing the debris on the ground to tremble. Sinner Qin Ming, come out and face your death. His words echoed over the ruins of Jiangxing. No one answered. 10 kilometers away, on a precipice, Qin Ming sat cross-legged with his bare torso exposed. His skin shimmering with a dark golden luster under the sun. The black Dao patterns beneath his skin had completely solidified, merging with his blood vessels and muscle fibers. With a physique of 800 points, he drew in a breath that drained the surrounding air, creating a small vacuum zone. The distant broadcast was caught by his heightened auditory senses. Qin Ming opened his eyes, devoid of sclera, filled entirely with highly compressed dark golden light. Rising, he brushed off the dust from his pants. The delivery has arrived. Bending his legs slightly, the ground beneath him collapsed extensively. Before the sound barrier could form, Qin Ming's body crossed the 10-kilometer distance, crashing directly onto the open ground before the vast army. The immense impact overturned several heavy armored vehicles in the front row, sending hundreds of fully armed soldiers tumbling from the violent pressure. As the dust settled, Qin Ming looked up at the 2 heavy biomechs before him. Too weak. This was his immediate impression. His dimensional vision, granted by his physique of 800 points, allowed him to clearly see the flow of energy within the 2 ninth-tier grandmasters. Thin, chaotic, riddled with flaws. Xiao Tu sat in the cockpit, his eyelids twitching. On the radar screen, the shirtless man ahead emitted a thermal signal response more exaggerated than a stellar core. The detection instruments continuously blared overload alarms before spewing black smoke and becoming inoperative. Fire. All units, fire. Lung Feng commanded without hesitation, issuing the lethal order. He had no desire to negotiate. Their opponent was an heretic capable of tearing apart Ji Wudao's high-dimensional projections. To negotiate would be tantamount to seeking death. The 12 destroyers' main cannons fired simultaneously. The high-dimensional pulse guns of the 100,000 soldiers and heavy magnetic armor-piercing rounds interwove to form an impenetrable net of firepower, descending upon Qin Ming. Light and heat engulfed the area. The density of this energy barrage was sufficient to penetrate the Earth's crust. Qin Ming stood his ground, unwavering. He opened his mouth, and from deep within, a small black vortex materialized. The antimatter furnace activated. The plasma beams capable of melting aircraft carriers, high-dimensional pulses, and solid armor-piercing rounds. Upon contact with Qin Ming's skin, all underwent peculiar refraction, forcibly drawn into that small black vortex. There were no explosions, no sounds, just a disconcerting, hair-raising absorption. The system panel refreshed wildly. Absorbing high-energy plasma beams, physique increased by 1. Absorbing high-dimensional pulses, physique increased by 3. The barrage of fire became fuel within Qin Meng's stomach. The antimatter furnace instantaneously obliterated the impurities, refining the energy to its primal essence, feeding it back to his physical form. The onslaught of firepower continued for a full minute. The main cannons of the destroyers required forced cooling due to overheating. As the smoke cleared, Qin Meng burped, expelling a cloud of black smoke. Not yet satiated. He stretched his neck, producing a metallic clank, and remarked, "This level of firepower is hardly fit to whet my appetite." Silence enveloped the battlefield. The hands of 100,000 soldiers trembled around their weapons. Against all logic, high-dimensional weapons struck his flesh without leaving a mark, only to be consumed instead. Xiao Tu swallowed hard. He forced himself to remain calm. Utilizing the judgment domain, if physical attacks were ineffective, he would erase them with rules. Xiao Tu roared through the internal channel to Lung Feng. The chests of the two heavy biomechs simultaneously glowed with blinding purple light. Ninth-tier domain, absolute cutting. A vast area of space began to misalign. Countless minute spatial fissures formed a net, slicing towards Qin Meng. He laughed. "I told you, it won't work on me." The spatial cutting net descended upon Qin Meng, producing a grinding noise that made one's teeth ache. Sparks flew. His dark golden skin remained unscathed. The biological density of 800 points had surpassed the cutting threshold of the spatial fissures. Qin Meng lifted his right foot and stomped down heavily. The ground fractured. A bottomless chasm extending towards the 100,000 soldiers. "It's my turn." His figure vanished from sight. The air was forcibly compressed into solid columns, pushing outward. Xiao Tu only saw a shadow flash across the screen. The next moment, the 50-meter biomech he piloted suffered a severe dent in its chest armor. Qin Meng's right fist struck solidly against the mech shield. The energy shield, capable of withstanding a nuclear explosion, failed to hold for even half a second before shattering into countless motes of light. His right arm thrust forward, penetrating the depleted uranium alloy armor and breaching the polymer buffer layer, seizing Xiao Tu by the throat. Xiao Tu's eyes widened in horror. He attempted to summon his ninth-tier true qi to resist. It was too late. Qin Meng exerted his grip. The cervical vertebrae shattered. The ninth-tier Grandmaster, unable to utter a final word, collapsed lifelessly. Qin Meng yanked Xiao Tu's corpse from the mech. The antimatter furnace's properties activated. A powerful suction force emanated from his palm, causing Xiao Tu's body to shrink and disintegrate at a visibly rapid rate, ultimately transforming into a handful of ash. The essence of a high-tier warrior's flesh and blood was wholly devoured. Physique increased by 10. In the distance, Lung Feng witnessed this horror, his heart torn asunder. Ji Wudao had sent them to their deaths. This was the only thought racing through Lung Feng's mind. "Retreat. All units, fall back," he bellowed, his voice filled with desperation. The mech engines roared to life, attempting to ascend to safety. Trying to flee? Qin Meng propelled himself upward, landing atop Xiao Tu's wrecked mech, using the momentum to leap again. In midair, he caught up with the ascending Lung Feng's mech. His right hand transformed into a blade, heat coalescing along the edges. At 3,000 degrees, combined with 800 points of pure physical mass, he delivered a downward slash. The 50-meter tall heavy biomech was neatly cleaved in two from head to toe. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, the high temperature sealing the metal. Lung Feng was bisected. Qin Meng landed on the ground, opened his mouth, and the antimatter furnace surged to full power. A tremendous suction drew the two halves of the mech along with Lung Feng's remains into his belly. His stomach, akin to a miniature black hole, welcomed all, digesting the high-strength alloys and ninth-tier flesh alike. Physique increased by 15. The commander had fallen. The 100,000 soldiers of the North Border Guard disintegrated in chaos. Chapter 73. Crossing with Flesh and Blood. The soldiers abandoned their heavy weaponry, frantically fleeing in all directions. The 12 destroyers turned their bows, preparing to breach the atmosphere and escape. Qin Meng looked skyward. The hulls of the destroyers were crafted from rare ores, possessing immense nutritional value. Compressing his legs, the ground once more sank, creating a massive pit 100 meters in diameter. Qin Meng soared into the air, transforming into a dark golden shooting star, crashing into the nearest destroyer. Armor shattered as he penetrated the belly of the ship and emerged from its back. The colossal kinetic energy obliterated the ship's gravity maintenance system and power core, causing the vessel to lose balance and plummet to the ground. Qin Meng continuously altered his trajectory in midair. With every change in direction, a white vacuum explosion was etched into the air, consecutively piercing through 6 destroyers. A torrential rain of steel began to fall from the sky. The captains of the remaining 6 destroyers, terrified beyond measure, pushed their engines to the limits, recklessly fleeing into outer space. However, Qin Ming chose not to pursue them. High-altitude operations were relatively cumbersome. Upon landing, he found himself surrounded by wrecked armored vehicles and discarded weaponry, with an army of 100,000 scattering across the terrain. He did not pursue the ordinary soldiers. Although his antimatter furnace could consume anything, the meager calories provided by human flesh were hardly worth his exertion. His true target lay in the heavy equipment strewn about. Approaching an overturned hover armored vehicle, Qin Ming effortlessly lifted it with one hand, vigorously squeezing it until the several tons of metal were compressed into a solid iron sphere. He opened his mouth wide and swallowed the sphere whole, crunching it down with a few bites before swallowing it. The sight was profoundly horrifying. A soldier fleeing in the distance glanced back and was instantly driven to madness, collapsing to the ground in a fit of tears and laughter. Qin Ming transformed into a merciless reaper, feasting on the remnants of mecha carcasses, fallen warships, and pulse cannons as if they were delicacies. He died from noon until dusk, leaving the battlefield surrounding Jiangxing, stretching for dozens of kilometers, utterly cleansed, with the earth itself gouged down 3 feet. A sense of satiation washed over him as he glanced at his status panel, noting his physique had stabilized at 850 points. The conversion rate for consuming non-biological matter was relatively low, but the sheer volume compensated for it. Qin Ming let out a satisfied belch as the surrounding temperature began to rise. In the capital city, at the Supreme Martial God Tower, the atmosphere in the expansive command hall was stifling. A massive holographic screen replayed the final images from the Jiangxing battlefield, depicting Qin Ming tearing apart mechas and devouring interstellar warships, relentlessly assaulting the nerves of all high-ranking military officials and family heads present. Silence reigned as fear spread. This was no longer within the realm of human martial prowess. It was a walking calamity, a conceptual containment object of catastrophic proportions. What did Lord Ji Wudao say? A family head inquired, his voice dry and trembling. The head of the task force seated at the head of the table wore a grim expression. The Lord is still in seclusion, repairing higher dimensional damage. He has issued a death command to activate the highest sequence weapon matrix. The highest sequence? Restlessness rippled through the crowd. This was a contingency prepared for the incursion of alien civilizations or the uncontrolled emergence of colossal abyssal rifts. Utilizing the highest sequence would obliterate a significant portion of the southern border. There were no other options. Conventional forces were incapable of breaching his defenses. The laws of space were ineffective against him. The head of the task force slammed his hand on the table, realizing that this monster was evolving at a visibly alarming rate. Today he could consume warships. Tomorrow he could come to the capital and devour our Supreme Martial God Tower. Orders were issued. In the orbital expanse, 48 strategic-level space-based satellites began to alter their trajectories, forming a colossal hexagram array. Deep underground, 9 massive geologic energy extraction devices activated, channeling 1/3 of the nation's geologic energy to the capital. The Heavenly Punishment Matrix, in its ultimate form, the Death Star Ray, locked onto its target, Jiangxing coordinates. As night fell over Jiangxing, Qin Ming finished the last morsel of a warship's tail fin, sitting amidst the ruins to digest. The intense consumption caused his antimatter furnace to operate at high speed, emanating steam that formed a towering white column reaching into the night sky. Suddenly, he lifted his head, his supersensory instincts screaming warnings. The starry sky above warped as an unprecedented sense of destructive pressure, spanning tens of thousands of kilometers, locked onto him. This energy was vast, far exceeding that of the prior goddess staff and plasma main cannon. Finally, some blood was to be spilled. Qin Ming rose to his feet, stretching his limbs. He actively activated the full potential of his 850 points of physique. A dark golden glow radiated from his body, illuminating him as a beacon. The intense heat vaporized the specialized asphalt beneath his feet. The sky brightened, not with dawn, but with the blinding light of death. A pure white energy column, over a kilometer in diameter, plummeted straight down from outer space, burning a gaping hole in the atmosphere as it descended. The Death Star Ray, the ultimate trump card of the capital. In a subterranean shelter, Jiang Nuonyuo and Hu Biao watched in horror as the monitoring screen displayed nothing but blinding white, their hearts sinking to the depths. "Grandfather," Jiang Nuonyuo murmured. Confronted with this world-ending strike, Qin Ming chose not to evade. There was no escaping such a wide-reaching assault. "Come at me." Qin Ming bent his knees and leaped upward, advancing rather than retreating, boldly meeting the earth-shattering Death Star Ray. In midair, he spread his arms wide, his antimatter furnace operating at peak frequency, forming a dark golden black hole with immense gravitational pull. "Swallow it." His diminutive human form collided with the energy column, which spanned a kilometer in width. There were no shrieks of agony, only the clash of overwhelming energy. The terrifying destructive force of the Death Star ray sought to disintegrate Qin Meng's cells. Yet his advanced immortality and 850 points of physique staunchly defended his boundaries. The antimatter furnace began to operate frantically, forcibly drawing in an endless stream of higher-dimensional energy. His body swelled, muscle fibers stretching to their limits, fine cracks appearing on his skin's surface, only to be instantaneously healed by the power of immortality. Destruction and rebirth alternated within Qin Meng. Within the martial god tower of the capital, monitoring readings surged alarmingly. The target had not been vaporized. He was absorbing the ray's energy. An operator reported in a frenzy. The head of the task force seized the operator by the collar, exclaiming, "Nonsense! This is the Death Star ray. Even gods would perish." The screen image gradually clarified. Amidst the blinding light, a dark golden figure hovered in midair. The kilometer-wide light beam bizarrely converged above him, being forcefully absorbed into his body. This scene utterly shattered the psychological defenses of the capital's high-ranking officials. The energy absorption persisted for 10 minutes, causing the satellites in orbit to explode and disintegrate due to overload. The light beam vanished, and the night sky returned to darkness. Qin Meng descended slowly from the air. Upon touching the ground, the Earth within a 10-mile radius sank 3 meters in unison. His mass had become astonishing. The system panel flashed, absorbing super-specified energy, physique significantly enhanced. Current physique, 1,200 points. Life level underwent its 5th leap, acquiring a new trait, corporeal traversal, allowing him to disregard vacuum environments and survive and navigate in space through sheer physical prowess. Qin Meng clenched his fists, feeling a power within him that could nearly rupture the universe. He raised his head, gazing northward. Sated and ready, Ji Wudao, clean your neck. I shall personally come for you. With a surge of strength, the ground crumbled beneath him. Qin Meng became a dark golden flash, slicing through the night sky, heading straight for the capital city, 4,000 kilometers away. What remained of Jiancheng was but an unfathomable pit and an endless silence.